Chapter 1. On the 19th of October, 1490 in the Sea Circle calendar, approximately 29 years before Luffy set sail. Cooper, play the music and dance. This will surely attract customers to buy the meat. In the East Sea, within the jurisdiction of the Goa Kingdom, lies a market in a quaint village known as Canola Flower Village. 14-year-old Arthur is currently showcasing an array of game meats laid out before him. Today marks the occasion of his 14th birthday, as well as the day for rent payment. If he fails to sell the game before him, he and Cooper will have no choice but to sleep on the streets come tomorrow. Before his stall, a magnificent white-headed eagle, standing over a meter tall, spreads its dark brown wings, performing the dance of the great emperor as taught by Arthur. With its powerful talons, it hops energetically in front of the stall. Each time it leaps, Cooper calls out his own name, tilting his head with an expression of wisdom, retracting his wings only to spread them wide once more. To onlookers, he resembles a sand sculpture. Cooper was discovered by Arthur during a hunting expedition in the forest when the eagle was still a fledgling, devoid of feathers just like 4-year-old Arthur. After rescuing the young bird from peril, Cooper became steadfastly devoted to Arthur, enduring the hardships of life alongside him. The name Cooper was derived from the sound he made, which resembled his name. Ha! Arthur, are you relying on that silly eagle to attract customers again? As passers-by witnessed Cooper's peculiar dance, they couldn't help but tease. Upon hearing them, Cooper instinctively revealed his sharp, predatory nature, regarding the teasing individual as prey. Stretching his neck and spreading his wings, he charged towards the man. Cooper. The eagle chased the man through the bustling market, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Each time the man took 2 steps, he would be sharply pecked by Cooper's beak, bringing a moment of amusement to the lively island. Indeed, Cooper harbored a greater grudge than Arthur. Yet having adapted to the human world, he learned to temper his strength and restraint. It appears the game is particularly fresh today, Arthur. In honor of Cooper's splendid, abstract dance, I shall take 10 pounds. 200 berries per pound, sir, Arthur replied with a smile, deftly slicing a piece of meat and placing it into the customer's pocket. With this first transaction of the day, Arthur pocketed 2,000 berries. Don't you weigh it? The customer inquired, noticing the ample portion he received. Rest assured, sir, Arthur said, not glancing up as he cleaned his bloodied knife. As always, I provide more than enough game. Very well, I shall return tomorrow. This exchange caught the attention of nearby bandits, who frequently extorted protection fees at the market. They were displeased with Arthur's thriving business, especially due to the presence of Cooper, which deterred them from acting against him. However, upon noticing Cooper straying from Arthur's side, they began to plot mischief. Before long, another customer approached Arthur's stall. His lips were pallid, his eyes darkened, and his complexion was ashen. Clutching his waist, he stood before Arthur's wild game stall, wearing an expression of discomfort. Arthur, quickly, give me 10 pounds of deer kidneys. My dear wife is driving me to my wits' end. With a swift motion, Arthur, upon hearing his plea, deftly sliced off 10 pounds of deer kidneys and even included 2 additional eggs. Village chief, we must not forsake a man's vigor. Here, take these 2 buck eggs as well tonight. You shall demonstrate your manly prowess before your wife. The village chief gazed at the 10 pounds of deer kidneys and the 2 pungent eggs in Arthur's bag, his eyes glinting with a fiery light. Arthur, though you are young, you possess a remarkable understanding of adult affairs. Tonight, regardless of the sounds emanating from my home, do not be perplexed, I shall surely win her over. With that, the village chief handed Arthur 10,000 lee. Today's total was 12,000 lee. Arthur counted the money, ensuring every coin was accounted for. Before responding with a smile, village chief, may you soon be blessed with a bountiful progeny. Do remember to reduce my rent. May your words bring me luck, Arthur. The village chief declared, hefting the bag of deer kidneys and the 2 eggs, striding purposefully homeward. However, the rent shall not be diminished. The village chief was a miser, lavish in his expenditure, and Arthur was powerless against him. Desiring to remain within the bounds of the law, Arthur resigned himself to acceptance. Shaking his head, he sighed deeply. In this underdeveloped world, the living standards of the Eastern Sea people are remarkably adequate. No sooner had the village chief departed than 5 burly bandits encircled him, leering menacingly at Arthur's wild game stall. Such an abundance of meat, why not share a bit with us, little brat? Indeed, you acquire this much daily. You've never paid protection fees in this market since childhood. Now that you've reached the proper age, it's time to pay up. The intimidation from these bandits did not instill fear in Arthur. He retorted, if you're not here to buy meat, then kindly step aside and allow me to conduct my business. These bandits had been reported to the Navy several times by the villagers, yet no action was taken. Over time, their audacity grew unchecked. The villagers, unwilling to risk their lives in resistance, had no choice but to pay protection fees to avoid disturbances. Conducting business? I find you utterly disagreeable, and I intend to ruin your enterprise, you wretched little brat. As one of the bandits impulsively struck at Arthur's stall, the others followed suit, trampling and dismantling Arthur's setup. The wild game and dozens of pounds of fine meat were strewn across the ground, sullied with mud and filth, rendered nearly ineatable meat. Arthur exclaimed, frantically attempting to thwart their actions, only to be sent sprawling into a nearby fruit and vegetable stall. He had not intended to resist, but this was an affront too great to bear. Damnable brat, we've long harbored disdain for you. Had it not been for that foul hawk protecting you, we would have dealt with you long ago. Now that the hawk is absent, let's see how you fare. Arthur rose from the fruit and vegetable stall, politely apologizing to the stall owner, turning to face the gazes of several bandits, his eyes transformed from innocence to a resolute depth. Oh, you believe it is protecting me. Arthur clenched his fists tightly, the tendons in his forearms visibly straining, ever ready to strike. Ha! What else could it be? At that moment, another bandit rushed up from the coastline, sweat glistening on his brow. Bad news, boss. The Navy, a naval warship, is approaching. Upon hearing this news, the villagers in the marketplace erupted in joy. This signified the end of the bandits' tyranny. As they prepared to take up arms in resistance, they witnessed the 5 bandits harassing Arthur at his stall being propelled into the air, soaring towards the sea. Boom! Boom! Arthur unleashed 5 powerful punches, glaring angrily at the airborne bandits, whose faces bore the imprint of his fists as they bewilderedly sailed away. Huh? Why are we flying? The bandits' noses bled as they descended from the sky. They'll deal with you. Arthur retracted his fists, tending to the clean meat he intended to salvage, unwilling to waste it. Though this world was not devoid of food, few ordinary people dared to hunt the ferocious beasts lurking in the forests. The island's food resources relied heavily on trade and the daring souls willing to venture into danger. At the coastal dock, a man clad in a justice cloak, wearing a military green uniform and sporting a thick mane of hair, stepped down from the warship, gazing skyward. This man was Monkey D. Dragon, the son of a Navy hero, aged merely 23. A colonel in the Navy, he bore the ominous title of the Monster. Is there someone in this village capable of sending people flying such distances? Dragon mused, his curiosity piqued as he observed a capable young man in the village. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked directly into the village, spotting a large eagle, over a meter in size, viciously pursuing a man and pecking at him. Cooper, help! Navy, an eagle chasing a person? Dragon was taken aback, though it appeared as if the villager deserved the pecking. Yet, for the sake of safety, he resolved to intervene, waving his arm in front of him. Instantly, a fierce gust of wind surged towards the man, Cooper, who was obliviously enjoying the chase until he sensed the unusual shift in the air, stopping in confusion. With determination, he spread his wings and forcefully exhaled, attempting to dispel the fierce wind approaching him. However, the outcome was not as he intended. The wind's force overwhelmed his own, sending him hurtling several meters away, injured and grounded. Thank you. Truly a commendable Navy. I merely called it a foolish eagle, and it has relentlessly pursued me ever since. The man clutched his bruised posterior, his pants completely shredded by the pecking, yet no blood flowed, only a faint redness marked the surface. Did you provoke it before it chased you down? Dorag was somewhat bewildered, gazing at the eagle on the ground, struggling to rise. I merely uttered a reprimand. After all, it is a creature, and attacking humans is inherently wrong. Cooper lay on the ground, wailing as if injured, calling out for someone. Silence. Dorag, hearing such words, glared fiercely at the villager and shouted. At times, human emotions are less pure than those of animals. The villager was struck dumb with fear, refraining from uttering another word, at least securing their own safety. Before long, Arthur, unscathed and holding a mountain bandit, approached the marketplace, following the sound of Cooper's voice. Arthur reached Cooper's side, helping him up from where the fierce wind had knocked him down. Cooper, what happened? He bore a sword approximately 1 meter long at his waist, radiating a remarkable spirit. His presence seemed infectious, as if it could uplift others. With slightly tousled hair, he appeared somewhat charming. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, along with a pair of worn flip-flops, he bore the marks of a seasoned hunter, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Cooper, visibly agitated, began to complain to Arthur, extending a talon to point accusatorily at the naval officer standing at the dock. Having accompanied Arthur since childhood, his demeanor bore a resemblance to that of a human. Father Luffy? Arthur looked up at the naval officer in surprise, marveling within. As a longtime fan of the Pirate King, he instantly recognized the face before him. However, it was indeed a surprise to see Monkey D. Dorag clad in a naval uniform. "Are you saying he injured you?" Arthur's voice grew louder, deliberately letting Dorag hear. Cooper nodded fervently. "There seems to be a misunderstanding, young man," Dorag stated, seizing the villager hidden behind him and pulling him forward, explaining, "I was unaware that this fellow had insulted the eagle before being pursued, nor did I know that the eagle was domesticated." Dorag's instincts told him that the 5 mountain bandits who had just been sent flying into the nearby sea were the handiwork of the youthful figure before him. "Release me, you brute." The bandit in Arthur's grasp whimpered, his teeth knocked out from the beating. Arthur hesitated momentarily, then stood up, his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze on Dorag. Positioning Cooper behind him, his arm drew back like a bow, aiming the bandit he held at Dorag, standing by the naval ship at the dock, and he hurled him with force. With a thunderous crash, the bandit was struck by the immense air resistance and promptly lost consciousness. Arthur cared not for the identity of the naval officer before him. Those who dared to harm his eagle must face the consequences. "Impudent! How dare you assault the son of the naval hero, Colonel Dorag?" The soldiers under Dorag's command were immediately incensed as the naval soldiers prepared to raise their weapons to shoot at Arthur. Dorag intervened to halt them. The body of the bandit lunged towards Dorag, only to be halted by a gentle wall of wind that stood before him. The bandit fell to the ground of the dock, and Dorag discovered that he had lost consciousness. This astonishing strength emanating from his body. Dorag thought, alarmed, as he felt an overwhelming and terrifying aura compelling him to look up. His pupils widened in disbelief as the boy, who had just moments ago been several meters away, now stood before him, poised to throw a punch. With a thunderous sound, Arthur approached Dorag and swung his fist, only to find that his punch passed straight through Dorag's body. This is the power of a devil fruit. He has consumed a devil fruit, Arthur surmised, observing the transformation of Dorag's form, which had become as ethereal as the natural wind, rendering his fist unable to make contact. To confirm his hypothesis, Arthur unleashed a flurry of punches toward Dorag's body. Dorag stood there, nonchalantly enduring Arthur's assault, his mouth slightly agape, while Arthur realized that the force behind those dozens of punches was indeed formidable. If Dorag were to be struck by even a single blow, it would not bode well for him. Suddenly, Arthur ceased his barrage, turning around to walk into the island with Cooper, wearing an expression of indifference. "Let's go, Cooper. We shall not seek revenge for this." Arthur felt a twinge of annoyance, but with Dorag having already consumed the devil fruit, there was little point in continuing the fight. "If only I could wield hockey," Arthur mused as he departed the dock. Ugh. Dorag stood stunned, taken aback by the sudden shift in Arthur's demeanor from aggression to nonchalance. Such adaptability. That little brat is truly formidable. "I had thought that eagle was already quite powerful," a villager, pursued by Cooper, exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging with disbelief at Arthur's terrifying strength. "Colonel, should we apprehend him? He dares to treat you with such disrespect after all. You are the son of Vice Admiral Garp." The soldiers readied themselves to apprehend Arthur, but were halted by a resounding shout from Dorag. Dorag felt irked by their words, as if implying that all his achievements were merely a product of his father's name, which greatly displeased him. "Are you truly considering taking action against a civilian? Have you forgotten our duties as Navy personnel?" Dorag's voice rang out powerfully, startling his subordinates into silence. The soldiers lowered their heads, hesitant to speak further. "Villager, I ask you," Dorag turned to the villager who had been pursued by Cooper, "whose child is that fellow?" The villager replied, "I do not know. He is a wild child, without family. He appears to be around 4 or 5 years old, and suddenly settled on this island." The villager's response surprised Dorag, prompting him to set the matter aside for the moment and command his soldiers to suppress the bandits within the village. "Is he endowed with innate strength?" Dorag speculated inwardly. The stall was destroyed by a band of mountain bandits, leaving Arthur unable to continue his business today. He traversed a vast field of rapeseed flowers, accompanied by Cooper, and returned to the central thatched-roof courtyard on the island. Kneeling in the courtyard, he gazed up at the heavens and exclaimed, "Oh, cruel fate. I have been in this world of pirates for a full decade. Might you grant me a modicum of ease? At the very least, send me a beauty to warm my bed, rather than this old hawk. This journey of transmigration is utterly vexatious. Have I truly become a butcher peddling aphrodisiac meat?" Upon returning indoors, Arthur inspected his savings box. With today's 2 transactions, he found that he had precisely 102,000 berries. He gazed at the Bailey in the box, his face shrouded in dark shadows. With tomorrow's rent due, Only 2,000 remained. At that moment, Cooper entered from outside, gently nudging Arthur with his head from behind, signaling his hunger and the desire for sustenance. By the heavens, Arthur counted 2,000 berries in his hand, casting the remainder into the chest. Were it not for being treated as an outsider, he would never consent to pay double the rent. The rent was originally 50,000 berries per month, yet due to Arthur's lack of registered citizenship in the Kingdom of Goa, the village chief demanded twice that amount. Come on, Cooper, let us finish our meal and be disciplined. Arthur sighed deeply, seeking solace. Earlier that morning, he had gathered over 100 pounds of game in the mountains, hoping to sell more, but the mountain bandits had caused havoc, leaving him with merely 20 to 30 pounds to serve as provisions for himself and Cooper. With 2,000 berries in his pocket, Arthur took the pile of meat and cleaned it in the yard of his thatched cottage. He then set up a fire on a grill and commenced roasting it in the canola flower fields. After a little over 10 minutes, a variety of fragrant and juicy game was ready. Arthur and Cooper sat on the ground in the yard, gazing through the fence at the sunlit canola flower fields before them. This entire patch was once cleared by me, and now it has flourished anew. Arthur mused while consuming the meat, reflecting on the past decade of his life. It had been monotonous, hunting game, selling it, and relentlessly training his physique. A cycle that had persisted for a full 10 years. His body had reached the limits of ordinary training, showing no signs of improvement for the past 6 months. Yet he continued to maintain his regimen of training and cultivation. In a world where the daily economic news was filled with tales of pirate attacks, plundering island nations, and unending wars, Arthur genuinely feared that one day he might be slain by some nameless pirate. However, he felt confident that such a fate was unlikely now. Just moments ago at the dock, when he attacked Monkey D. Dragon, he had noticed the unease etched on Dragon's face. This was ample proof that, against ordinary foes, Arthur was nearly unbeatable without resorting to ambush or trickery. He turned to Cooper, stroking its snow-white head. Cooper, shouldn't we consider a different way of living? Continuing like this will not lead to any advancement. Cooper delightedly gnawed on the roasted meat beneath his claws, nodding toward Arthur. The arrival of Drago undoubtedly marked the commencement of a new adventure for Arthur. Having familiarized himself with the narrative of the Pirate King, he was reluctant to join the Navy. However, he yearned to learn the 6 forms of the Navy to fortify his foundational strength. This necessitated his enlistment in the Navy, and the timing was indeed opportune. With Drago on the island to eradicate pirates, it seemed fortuitous for Arthur, who held an admiration for Luffy, to make the acquaintance of Luffy's father. Yet, self-discipline remained paramount. That night, the arrival of the Navy filled the forest with the sounds of gunfire. All the mountain bandits were eradicated by the Navy led by Drago. As the night deepened, a weary Arthur and Cooper returned to their courtyard after a day of self-discipline. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Upon pushing open the courtyard gate, Arthur was met with a familiar figure standing within. Tentatively, he called out, "Colonel Drago?" Clad in a cloak of justice, Drago appeared to have been waiting in the courtyard for quite some time, standing at 189 centimeters. Arthur found himself looking up at Drago as he approached. The bandits had been thoroughly subdued before coming here. "I paid a visit to the village chief and learned that you are a man of no particular standing," Drago inquired politely, observing the fatigue etched on both Arthur and his companion, the eagle. "May I ask, Colonel, what brings you here?" Arthur queried, sidestepping Drago as he had already surmised the purpose of Drago's visit. The force behind his punch earlier that day was not characteristic of an ordinary person, and it was only natural for Drago to take notice. Perhaps this was the key to a different way of life. Arthur mused, to join the Navy, learn the 6 forms, and then depart, joined but not truly committed. His training had reached its limits, and to break through once more, he must explore alternative methods and choices. Drago's gaze drifted towards the village chief's home, not far from Arthur's residence. The lights spilling from within the house painted a breathtaking scene in the night, leaving him momentarily speechless. He hesitated to respond to Arthur, instead pointing toward the distant dwelling and inquiring, "At your age, do you spend your days living alone, surrounded by such intimate displays between men and women?" From the chief's abode, the sounds of soft gasps resonated, the entwined couple's passion quite palpable. Even at the tender age of 23, Drago found it difficult to resist. Yet, for Arthur, it was of little consequence. He had long since grown accustomed to it. With a dismissive smile, he avoided glancing at the chief's bedroom curtains and remarked to Drago, "Who would have thought that a distinguished Navy colonel would take interest in such matters?" At this, Drago blushed deeply, Turning to Arthur with a flustered defense, "I do not." "Your face betrays you, Colonel," Arthur chuckled, reminding Drago, "If I were to indulge in fantasies of that nature all day, I would hardly be training with such fervor to strengthen myself. With a mere handful of Bailey, one could easily find a wayward village maiden in a tavern, capable of driving me to ecstasy." In that moment, 23-year-old Dorag felt utterly humiliated, realizing that he was less mature than the 14-year-old boy before him. He cleared his throat twice, feigning calm as he prepared to respond, only to be interrupted by Arthur's teasing remarks. Arthur continued, "Dorag, you are the son of Vice Admiral Karp. Surely he has not neglected to introduce you to such experiences?" Upon uttering this, Arthur couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary potency of 10 deer kidneys and 2 testicles. In any realm, the effects seem overwhelmingly potent, especially in a world rife with genetic mutations, where results manifest with astonishing rapidity. Flustered and feeling embarrassed, Dorag immediately lied, exclaiming, "Nonsense. How could I possibly have not engaged in such activities?" Seeing Dorag's agitation, Arthur leaned in closer, whispering playfully, "Colonel Dorag can't possibly still be a virgin, can he?" The redness blooming on Dorag's face, akin to a teapot about to boil, confirmed that at this stage, he had yet to encounter Luffy's mother. Indeed, Arthur Dorag observed with incredulity as he witnessed Cooper being brought back to the house. As Cooper passed by Dorag, he leaned in closer and called out, "Cooper, virgin." Feeling the weight of such a humiliating blow to his dignity, Dorag stood alone in Arthur's courtyard for quite some time, lost in thought. It was not until Arthur and Cooper had finished their dinner and were leisurely gazing at him from the windowsill, picking at the remnants of food between their teeth with toothpicks, that he found clarity. "I have come here for but one purpose." Dorag resolved not to engage in a lengthy dispute with Arthur, for he was a member of the Navy. Were it not for his naval affiliation, he would have certainly delivered a sound thrashing to Arthur. "Ah? What purpose?" Arthur feigned ignorance, though he had already surmised Dorag's intentions. Dorag steadied his composure and calmly articulated, "Last year, remnants of the Rocks pirates, which had been obliterated over 6 years ago in the Valley of the Sea God, have begun to gather allies once more, expanding their influence across the seas. This resurgence has plunged the briefly peaceful oceans, which had enjoyed a respite of less than 6 years, into chaos once again, with civilians around the world suffering under relentless pirate assaults. A new era of turmoil is upon us, and the Navy now finds itself lacking the strength to rein in these uncontrollable fiends. Do you comprehend the purpose of my visit?" After delivering his earnest declaration with a grave expression, Dorag hoped that Arthur would grasp the true reason for his presence, to recruit him into the Navy. Given that terrifying display of strength, coupled with Arthur's exhausted demeanor upon returning home, Dorag was convinced that Arthur's prodigious power was not an innate gift, but rather the result of diligent effort, which also required a certain degree of talent. At last, Arthur clenched his fist. Having surmised that Dorag wished to extend an invitation for him to join the Navy, "If he invites me, I shall no longer need to beg him in a servile manner." Arthur responded to Colonel Dorag's earlier invitation. "I am willing to join, but I have one condition." "Colonel Dorag, you speak." Drag seemed somewhat surprised, not expecting Arthur to agree so readily. "I wish to learn the 6 styles of the Navy." Arthur declared his intention, then lifted the nearby Cooper, the eagle-headed figure, "and this fellow shall accompany me as well." "Kubo." Kubo's expression turned momentarily startled, as Arthur embraced him with a force that was somewhat uncomfortable. It mattered little to Kubo, for in his heart, he felt that wherever Arthur was, there lay his home. Simultaneously, Kubo understood the human language. Ha. Upon hearing such conditions, Drago erupted into hearty laughter. "Rest assured, with your aptitude, I shall personally teach you the 6 forms of the Navy. As for the eagle by your side, it too is more than capable of joining the Navy." After speaking, Drago's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he continued, "However, Arthur, your training time in the Navy will be limited. The new recruits trained by Zifa have already been dispatched to the front lines. Among them are 2 remarkably strong individuals, much like yourself." Drago was uncertain whether his words served to elevate the young boy before him. Only through a test of strength could the truth be revealed. Arthur's expression tightened as he contemplated, resting his chin on his hand. The notion of engaging in life-and-death battles after such a brief training period caused him to harbor concerns for his safety. Yet, the choice lay starkly before him, to remain on this canola flower island, trapped in an unending cycle of stagnation, or to join the Navy and engage in grand battles against the pirates of the bygone era. In due time, Arthur would make a pivotal decision regarding the course of his newfound life. While a life of leisure on the island might allow him to revel in a blissful existence, it also presented the allure of fathering numerous children within a year, should he so desire. After all, he was not unappealing, possessing a touch of charm. Each time he passed by the tavern, he was tantalized by the enchanting tavern dancers. After an hour of contemplation, Drago observed Arthur as he lay by the window, climbed onto the eaves, and swung with Kubo's eagle head in hand, performing a myriad of contemplative gestures without arriving at a conclusion. Growing impatient, Drago inquired, "Have you made up your mind yet? Hey, Colonel, can the eagle learn the 6 forms?" Arthur eventually voiced his concern for his beloved companion, seeking confirmation from Drago. If Kubo could grow stronger, he would gain an absolutely loyal partner who would never betray him. He had concluded that the eagle was capable, especially after witnessing it shield him from the gales produced by his abilities during the day. "Very well. I shall join you in the Navy, Colonel Drago. My name is Arthur. I look forward to your guidance." Arthur exclaimed in agreement. However, at that moment, a woman's soft moan echoed from within the village chief's abode. "Oh, Chief, what has come over you tonight? Such vigor, how delightful." Arthur couldn't help but smile at the sound, unfazed and accustomed to it, his heart calm and indifferent. In contrast, Drago felt a surge of heat within, an itch he found difficult to suppress. "Forget those trivial matters, Colonel. The women in this world are far too open. I have no interest in such ordinary women." Arthur teased Drag, observing his bashful demeanor. Drag, far more knowledgeable than Arthur, retorted sharply, "Silence. After traveling the world with that old man for so many years, how could I possibly be unaware? Are we departing now?" Unbeknownst to him, Arthur had already prepared his belongings, which hung from the eagle's head of Cooper, standing resolutely before him. His possessions consisted solely of a chest containing 100,000 berries and a dagger secured at his waist. Nothing else was taken. Upon closer inspection, Arthur noted that Drag stood approximately 5 meters tall. "Before we proceed, I must first assess your strength, Arthur," Drag declared, shifting his gaze from the village chief's bedroom curtains to Arthur. "If I cannot even strike you, how can I gauge your prowess?" Arthur's demeanor suddenly turned serious. This was a method to evaluate his capabilities. "I shall not wield my abilities against you. Regardless of whether you excel in hand-to-hand combat or swordsmanship, unleash your full potential." Drag assumed a fighting stance, signaling the commencement of their duel. Martial arts. Arthur glanced at the blade that was ever present at his waist and shook his head. "Never mind. I only excel in physical techniques, Colonel Dolag. Let us see what you've got." Dolag, brimming with combat fervor, was eager to test the strength of Arthur's formidable punches he had witnessed earlier. The innate talent of an ordinary person could never be honed to such heights. After a decade of honing a single punch, Arthur entered a combat state, standing before Dolag as if transformed. The intense fighting spirit emanating from him startled Dolag, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow merely from the sheer presence. In the next instant, Arthur's expression turned grave as he executed a sudden movement. Appearing before Dolag in a flash, his fist slicing through the air with a sonic boom directed at him, Dolag felt a rush of excitement, realizing the incredible power this man possessed. However, in the very next moment, Dolag retaliated with his own punch. A thunderous explosion echoed through the night as their fists collided, creating a moment where their strengths were evenly matched, neither yielding to the other. "What is happening?" Arthur exerted all his strength into his right arm, perplexed as he observed the pained expression on Dorag's face, as if he were grappling with a formidable challenge. "Could it be that I have trained to such an extent that even the youthful Dorag struggles against me? Have I truly transcended the realm of the ordinary?" Arthur's heart swelled with confusion and exhilaration. This newfound understanding of his own strength ignited a fervent flame within him. He felt no pressure. With effortless grace, he delivered a single punch that sent the Colonel Dorag flying before him. Protecting his head with both hands, Dorag soared through the canola flower field, his body uncontrollably hurtling towards the village chief's home. Another resounding explosion echoed within the chief's residence. "Ah!" A woman's piercing scream echoed through the dust that had erupted from the village chief's home. "Don't touch me." It was not a lady. This was a misunderstanding. Dolag was bewildered as to how he had ended up in someone else's house, inadvertently interrupting their private affair. He lay on the ground, using the nude woman's body as a makeshift pillow. Dolag quickly rose amidst the haze, attempting to explain to the woman, only to discover that the village chief had been rendered unconscious by the earlier impact. "Fight!" Arthur exclaimed with fervor, completely oblivious to his exhaustion from recent training. He charged into the smoke once more, delivering a powerful punch that sent Dorag sprawling away from the woman. He realized that, relying solely on his physical prowess, he could render the youthful Dorag utterly defenseless. Ha ha ha. Arthur incessantly swung his fists at Dolag, his excitement unmistakable on his face. Dolag could only resort to defense, his eyes fixed on Arthur's chaotic flurry of punches, inwardly muttering, "Iron block." In an instant, as Arthur struck Dolag, he felt as if his fists had collided with an impenetrable wall of extraordinary hardness, rendering them utterly ineffective. With a resounding thud, Dolag seized the moment when Arthur was momentarily dazed and delivered a powerful punch to his chin with his hardened fist. Arthur felt a whirlwind of confusion, as if his brain had lost all control over his body, and he soared into the air above the canola field. That force shouldn't be too much, right? Dolag thought. Watching Arthur ascend over 10 meters high, a twinge of apprehension in his heart, yet he did not relent. With rapid footfalls upon the air, he vanished from sight, only to reappear above Arthur, delivering another crushing blow that sent him plummeting into the canola field. The village chief's wife concealed her fair skin with a cloth, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld two formidable figures engaged in combat before her. As Dorag descended from the sky, he spared her not a glance and urged, "My apologies, madam. We are conducting a test of strength. Please escort the chief away from this area." Arthur, having been struck twice with brutal force, swiftly regained his footing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his chest and coughed violently. "Hey, is it possible to employ the 6 styles with pure physical combat? How could I withstand your blows, Dorag? Those 2 punches had nearly cost him his life. I must commend you. You are a true anomaly I discovered in the East Blue. I am a colonel of the Navy, having faced off against both Sakazuki and Borisolino. How could I possibly be bested by a mere recruit fresh to the Navy?" Dorag's words illuminated Arthur's understanding of his current martial prowess. The notion that pure physical combat could rival theirs was astonishing. After all, even during their rookie days, Akainu and Kizuru were regarded as monsters of the naval headquarters. "The heavens do not forsake me." Arthur's heart swelled with gratitude, tears streaming down his face. After years of relentless effort, he finally received validation. Yet, he sensed that relying solely on his physical prowess and swordsmanship left him vulnerable to those who wielded haki, the 6 powers, and various esoteric martial arts techniques. It was imperative for him to master the 6 powers and to learn haki. He resolved not to fight again for the time being. For the first time in many years, Arthur found himself injured, lying motionless in the canola flower field just outside the village chief's dwelling. "Very well, rest as you will." From their brief encounter, Dracul had gleaned some insights. Arthur was undeniably formidable. His admission into the Navy would surely astound everyone. A gentle breeze swept across the island as the trees bowed in deference to Dracul's powerful aura. He approached Arthur, hands in pockets, gazing down at the figure sprawled on the ground. "You possess great strength, yet you lack combat experience. Without experience, even the mightiest physique and strength can be vanquished." Arthur replied with a serene smile. "Thus, I find myself immersed in a delightful emotion, a joy that has the potential to transform my current existence." His nautical skills were lacking, and he yearned to escape the dreary life he had led. Change was imperative. "Colonel, have you completed the eradication of the mountain bandits? Let us depart tonight." "Such haste? Why not wait until tomorrow?" Dracul was perplexed by Arthur's urgency. "Let it be tonight. Cooper, come assist me." Arthur was unwilling to pay rent any longer. Aside from his attachment to the canola fields he had tended for a decade, he felt no nostalgia for anything else. 10 years of unwavering discipline had left him with little social interaction and no new experiences. His mindset remained akin to that of a 4-year-old, yearning for fresh encounters. Dracul could not linger in the East Blue for long. The rampant pirates of the Grand Line necessitated the intervention of newly minted, extraordinary Navy personnel. Particularly concerning was the emergence of the Sky Pirate crew, largely composed of remnants from the Rocks Pirates, now led by the ambitious Captain Shiki, who harbored aspirations of world domination. "I, too, cannot remain in the East Blue for an extended period. My return serves as a routine patrol of my homeland's security," Dracul continued, addressing Arthur. Fortunately, he had arrived here and discovered such a uniquely talented individual. The Navy soldiers, alerted by the earlier commotion, arrived at the canola flower field fully armed. "Colonel, what transpired on the island? Was that the sound of your battle?" They remained on high alert, having found no anomalies aside from the damaged canola fields and a ruined house. Nothing of consequence occurred. I was merely conducting a combat assessment for new recruits. Dracula explained to the soldiers. New recruits? He wishes to join our navy. He then issued a serious command. Indeed, all hands prepare to set sail. We shall return tonight. The assembled troops obeyed orders, swiftly returning to the docked warships to prepare for departure, resupplying, refilling water, and checking the wind direction. Arthur and Cooper followed Dorag from the island to the dock, gazing at the colossal warship moored there, exclaiming, "How magnificent! How many soldiers are aboard this vessel, Colonel Dorag?" Dorag replied, 300. Typically, when embarking on a mission, there would be 800. The tranquility of the East Sea does not warrant such a mobilization. In contrast to the technologically advanced North Sea, the formidable South Sea, and the mafia-infested West Sea, the inhabitants of the East Sea appeared to live in a harmonious society. This region is deemed ideal for retirement, often referred to as the weakest sea. 800 is quite a number, Arthur remarked, somewhat astonished, as he had understood that only a vice admiral's fleet would possess such a configuration. Evidently, Colonel Dorag, as part of the headquarters, also had such resources. This underscores the tension of the era that has emerged with the resurgence of the remnants of rocks. Rest assured, as long as there are no missions, I can train you daily. Dorag smiled, patting Arthur on the shoulder. I see a contagious spirit of righteousness within you. Arthur secretly rejoiced, but replied, You must be mistaken. He had merely joined the navy to gain strength, having encountered a bottleneck in his growth. Dorag's attention shifted to the hilt of the sword at Arthur's waist. By the way, are you a swordsman? Why do you wear a sword yet refrain from using it? At this, Arthur glanced down at his sword, a faint smile gracing his lips. This is a form of self-restraint. Noticing the smile at the corner of Arthur's mouth, Dorag grew curious. Oh, so your swordsmanship surpasses your martial prowess? If you are not well versed in swordplay, I happen to know a formidable swordsman in the East Sea who could teach you for a few days. Arthur firmly declined. No, Colonel Dorag. I only wish to learn the 6 styles at present. Suddenly, the sound of a telephone bug rang from Dorag's pocket. He retrieved it and answered solemnly. This is the naval headquarters, Colonel Monkey D. Dorag speaking. Is there a new directive from headquarters? The telephone bug responded. Colonel Dorag, please return immediately to Marineford. A significant event has transpired on the Grand Line. A significant event? What could it be? Upon hearing this, Dorag's expression grew grave, indicating that new mission orders were forthcoming. Several pirate captains under the command of the Golden Lion Shiki are currently seizing our naval branch bases established on various islands of the Grand Line. However, no trace of Shiki himself has been found. Headquarters intends for you, Sakazuki, and Borsellino to engage in this endeavor. Please return immediately and rendezvous with Colonel Sakaski and Colonel Borsellino at Marineford. The communications officer on the other end of the line conveyed the mission objectives to Dorag. Upon receiving the task directive, Dorag contemplated and turned to Arthur, saying, I apologize, Arthur, but an urgent mission has come up. If you wish to learn the 6 styles, it may prove difficult to grasp the theoretical knowledge during these days of our return. The naval soldiers were taken aback, observing their colonel's leniency towards Arthur, believing he must possess some exceptional qualities. Theoretical knowledge? Arthur expressed a look of disdain upon hearing Dorag's words. Colonel, please allow me to engage in practical application. Theory is futile, for truth is unveiled through practice. The Navy's 6th style necessitates a certain physical foundation, yet Arthur has already established his groundwork. You are far too eager. First, go and register your enlistment information along with your eagle. Dorag pulled Arthur into the office to fill out his personal information. Arthur stared, bewildered, at the resume template. My country of birth? In this world, he had no information in the world government's archives, let alone a country. Surely, you must have a place of birth? The Grand Line? Or one of the 4 seas? Dorag inquired, noticing Arthur's hesitation to put pen to paper. No, Arthur replied. Very well, Dorag replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Such situations were not uncommon. Forgetting one's birthplace and being unaware of one's biological parents was something he had encountered far too often. Just fill in the kingdom of Goya or any other town. I will take care of your registration later. War, orphans, corpses. Dorag had been by Kapu's side, honing his skills since childhood, and had witnessed far too much. His subconscious included Arthur as part of that grim reality. Then I shall write Rog Town as my birthplace, Arthur declared. As for age, I have just turned 14 today. My birthday is October 19th, and my height is 189 centimeters. I have a penchant for dumplings with various fillings. As Arthur meticulously inscribed his personal information beside the ship's cabin, he left certain test data blank for Dorag to complete. Upon receiving the information from Arthur, Dorag mused, "It seems you possess no substantial understanding of your own physique, lacking in practical experience. Once this urgent mission concludes, and if you remain alive, I shall conduct a test for you." He added, "For now, you have no further obligations. Go rest." At this moment, Kubauer, who had been beside Arthur, filled out his own personal information with his feathers and handed it to Dorag behind the desk. Dorag was taken aback. An eagle writing was indeed a surprise. He eagerly glanced at the information Kubauer had submitted, only for his expression to turn dark. Every blank was filled solely with the name Kubauer, beautifully inscribed. "When will you teach me the 6 styles, Colonel?" Arthur inquired before departing, adamant about learning the naval techniques to enhance his strength. Now, you should rest first. All things must be approached step by step. There is no need to rush," Dorag advised, busying himself with the day's reports, oblivious to Arthur standing before him. Arthur, maintaining a neutral expression, intended to leave with Kubauer and asked, "Where will I sleep? My accommodations haven't been assigned yet." After uttering this, he noticed Dorag still engrossed in his tasks, so he took his leave alongside Kubauer, exiting the office. Time passed, and once Dorag completed the reports on the bandit eradication, he looked up, expecting Arthur to still be present. "Have the quartermaster arranged something for you? Where are you?" He wondered aloud, glancing at the clock that read 5 a.m. He peered out the porthole to find that the warship had already set sail from Canola Flower Village, traversing the vast ocean. In the life of a sailor, it was not unusual to lose track of time while immersed in work. At 5 a.m. on the ship's deck, the first thing Arthur did upon waking was to rouse Kubauer, who had served as his pillow. They had spent the entire night lying against the swaying side of the ship, breathing in the sea breeze. "Kubauer, rise and let us go catch some fish," Arthur urged. Arthur grasped the neck of Cooper's eagle head and shook it vigorously, rousing it from slumber. As Cooper's consciousness gradually sharpened, he spread his wings and soared into the dark expanse of the sea, poised to hunt for sustenance. Meanwhile, the first action Arthur took upon awakening was to lie on the deck and commence his exercise regimen. Lacking the training knowledge typical of the pirate world, his workout consisted solely of street-style movements. The naval soldiers stationed on the deck observed the terrifying efficiency exhibited by Arthur and Cooper, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. What on earth is happening with these two? Barely awake for a minute, and they're already delineating their roles? Where is that eagle headed towards the sea? Fishing, perhaps? It's hard to say, but look at that boy's unwavering gaze on the deck. 1, 2, 10. Within a minute, Arthur executed over 300 explosive push-ups, his arms and core showing no signs of fatigue, his speed accelerating with each repetition. Even the professionally trained naval soldiers, watching in astonishment, could hardly believe their eyes. In this realm, the conventional understanding of physical structure had been shattered. Yet mere training could no longer bolster his strength. When would Dragon impart the 6 powers to me? Mastering those techniques would render me formidable even against those who wield the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits. Is he planning to thrust me in a battle? Just as I've joined the Navy, I'm to accompany him into the Grand Line to confront the Flying Sky Pirates? I am woefully deficient in combat experience. Arthur pondered, growing increasingly anxious for his own safety. He was not the sort to recklessly gamble his life on combat, for he currently possessed no compelling reason to risk his existence in such a way. If one were to argue a motive, it would only be the desire to grow stronger. Yet, he believed strength could still be achieved through the acquisition of techniques. He had not yet reached a point where he could only advance through battle. Just then, Dragon emerged from the cabin, opening the door to find Arthur resolutely training on the deck. "Arthur," Drag sought to call him, intending to assign him accommodations. Yet, he could not bring himself to interrupt Arthur, who was engrossed in his training with an unsettling intensity. Time passed, and it was only when Cooper returned, clutching a sizable fish weighing around 10 to 20 pounds, that Arthur ceased his regimen. The daylight was just right. He had completed an array of exercises, including push-ups, sit-ups, shadow boxing, and swordplay. Cooper shouted, pausing in midair to toss the fish onto the deck. He then descended, enveloped in a mist of frost, landing beside Arthur. With a swift motion, Arthur unsheathed his blade and cleaved the fish in two, quickly returning the weapon to its scabbard before offering the larger half, complete with the head, to Cooper. "Eat up, Cooper, replenish your protein." Dolag and the rest of the crew watched in utter astonishment. "Raw fish? No. The breakfast on the ship is about to be prepared. What is the necessity of this?" Arthur turned, bewildered, gazing at the sailors as he bit into the raw fish. His mouth filled with the flesh as he simply stated, "I am accustomed to it." Those three unadorned words made Dorag, standing at the cabin's entrance, realize that the strength of this youth was no mere coincidence. It inexplicably evoked a sense of pity within him, from what he had gathered in Cauliflower Village. Arthur had lived alone since the age of 4, having rescued an eagle that became his companion. Apart from exhibiting politeness when selling game, he spent most of his time honing his physique. Accustomed to it? What is this nonsense? Were you raised by savages? In response to the sailor's curiosity, Arthur calmly replied, "I grew up with Cooper since I was 4. No adults to care for you." My heavens, at 4? Were you capable? The barrage of questions left Arthur speechless, and he chose not to elaborate further. Silence. Each to their own duties. Dorag commanded, directing everyone to their tasks. Indeed, Colonel. Arthur observed the crowd's departure with a sense of bewilderment. He had grown accustomed to this life for a decade, feeling somewhat numb to it all. Were he on the island, he would be hunting alongside Cooper in the mist-laden woods. Does the ship possess a bathing facility, Colonel Drag? Arthur quickly finished his fish, inspected Cooper, and took a whiff of himself, contemplating a refreshing bath. Cooper. Upon hearing the word bathroom, Cooper yearned to spread his wings and flee. Yet Arthur seized him firmly. He despised baths, loathed them. "Follow me," Arthur commanded. Drag, seemingly unbound by the rigid hierarchy of military ranks, escorted him to the quartermaster to procure a well-fitted naval uniform. Cooper was allocated a jacket and a naval cap. "Which of the 6 forms would you like to learn first, Arthur?" Drag intended to introduce the 6 forms to him, allowing him to practice and observe the results. Outside the ship's warehouse, Arthur, clutching his uniform, felt a surge of excitement. Of course, Saru. If I master Saru, I could grasp Moonwalk and Gale Foot as well, achieving 3 feats in one. Drag nodded, recognizing Arthur's intelligence, and replied, "Then go ahead and attempt to step on the air." After imparting this advice, Drag turned to leave, waving goodbye as he said, "The bathroom is on the middle deck. I'm off to rest." Arthur and Cooper stood frozen in place. Step on the air? This defied all logic. In his former world, he would have deemed such a notion insane. Yet, this was the world of One Piece, where the foundation for learning Sora seemed to hinge upon rapidly stepping on air to generate explosive speed and power while airborne. Unsure but resolute, he decided to give it a try. In a simple bathroom on the mid-deck of the ship, Arthur, draped in a white towel, was washing Cooper's foul-smelling body. The bathwater cascaded through the ship's pipes and into the sea. "If you don't like bathing, I'll make you regret it with your stench." Though Cooper was most reluctant, he obediently acquiesced, permitting the cantankerous Arthur to scrub him clean. As dawn broke, the sky brightened gradually. After bathing, Arthur donned only a naval cap and returned to the upper deck to attempt one of the naval 6 forms, Saru, or stepping on air. Each time he lunged forward, propelling himself with vigor, it felt exceedingly strange. In his mind, the very act of stepping on air seemed impossible. His subconscious rejected the occurrence. No matter how diligently Arthur practiced or what methods he employed, he could not remain suspended in midair, even for a second. Thus, he persevered, grappling with growing doubt, yet never halting his attempts. Would this truly work? Just as he began to question himself, Cooper, unable to bear it any longer, took to the air, flapping his wings vigorously. In mere moments, he collapsed onto the deck, utterly defeated. "Cooper," he lamented despondently, harboring deep skepticism about the notion that a creature could tread upon air. From 9 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, the warship glided serenely across the ocean's expanse. The weather in the East China Sea was delightful, with the sun shining brightly and the seascape breathtakingly beautiful. Yet Arthur, in pursuit of mastering the 6th form, devoted every fleeting moment to the arduous practice of walking on air. It was not until the rumblings of hunger echoed from his stomach that he lay down exhausted beside Cooper on the deck, a furrowed brow shadowing his face. "This shouldn't be the case. Logically, my physical prowess surpasses that of Dorag, and I possess all the foundational prerequisites for learning the 6th form. Where have I gone awry?" 5 continuous hours of concentrated training yielded no comprehension for Arthur. At that moment, a major, accompanying Dorag, approached him and Cooper, casting a shadow over them as he scrutinized their figures. The newcomer was a tall, imposing figure with a stern countenance, bald head, and exceptionally pale skin. Adorned with a beak-like mask embedded with metal, in reality, a loudspeaker. He was draped in a black feathered coat and donned deep black trousers, a light purple tie accentuating his neck. With a fierce glare directed at Cooper, the major's forehead veins throbbed as if ready to burst. "You wretched chicken. Upon hearing the insult, Cooper, an eagle by nature, sprang to his feet from the deck, confronting him with indignation. Cooper, what do you call me, a chicken? Come on, you scoundrel. Cooper, despite being raised by humans, inherently believed himself to be a raptor, the mightiest of avian creatures, an eagle. Why then? Was his formidable appearance mistaken for that of a mere chicken? Arthur lay on the deck, witnessing a quarrel between Cooper and the Major, and couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps he was treating Cooper like a chicken in his care. I harbor a profound disdain for chickens. Cooper, I am a raptor. I have expressed my disdain for chickens. Having suffered the consequences of conversing with those who do not speak human language, Cooper found that no one comprehended its explanations except for Arthur. In a fit of anger, it brandished its wings and launched an attack on the Major, determined to uphold the dignity of its raptor identity. As Cooper's wings struck out, the Major exhibited no intention of evasion, his serious gaze unwavering. In an instant, Cooper's wings pierced through the Major's body, cleaving him in two. Witnessing this, Cooper, believing it had killed the Major, felt a surge of anxiety and swiftly retreated to stand before Arthur, breathing heavily. Arthur keenly observed that the body of the split Major, cleaved in twain, produced an abundance of dark entities that transformed into crows, surging towards Cooper. Sensing that the assault bore no malice or intent to kill, appearing merely as a lesson intended for Cooper, Arthur refrained from intervening, recognizing that the adversary bore no genuine desire to harm his sole companion. Cooper. What a predicament. Cooper was mercilessly beaten by a swarm of black entities resembling crows, lying on the ground with a bruised visage, pleading for solace from Arthur. Cooper. He hit me, Arthur. Arthur glanced at him, cradling him with an eagle-headed demeanor. From our recent skirmish, I believe Cooper, after mastering the iron block, should become formidable. One must not only consider oneself, but also one's comrades. He envisioned Cooper's wings transforming into iron, capable of battling 100 foes single-handedly. However, you seem more like an old eagle. The Major approached Arthur, intent on fulfilling Drago's task of instructing him. Rise, rookie, I have skills to impart. You will likely charge to the front in this battle. Arthur, upon hearing this, was immediately discontented, rising to confront him. What do you mean? I'm to be the frontline fodder? From his previous observations of capabilities, Arthur realized he had encountered such a skill before. The ability to transform into a crow upon being attacked seemed unique to one individual, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, the natural type user of the coal fruit. Observing the bald head and the veins protruding from the forehead in a fit of rage, he was 9/10 certain that the individual before him was the Crow commander. Yet, at this moment, he was merely a major in Drago's navy. Or else, Colonel Crow spoke with a sharpness that was unmistakable. As a recruit, you must demonstrate your worth. Do not treat small-scale warfare as mere child's play. Come here quickly. I have skills to impart to you. Despite his acerbic tone, Colonel Crow's intention to teach Arthur skills softened the harshness of his words, leading one to believe that he was the type of person who, beneath a veneer of bitterness, harbored genuine concern for his subordinates. What skill? Arthur followed him to the ship's railing. Major Crow, standing at the ship's guardrail, commanded Arthur, step up. Arthur hesitated, wondering if he intended to push him into the sea. As your subordinate, how could you possibly commit such an act of cruelty? Major Crow scolded in a low but resonant voice, one that echoed across the entire deck of the warship. The sailors on duty at various posts and lookout points gathered to watch. With no other choice, Arthur complied and stepped up. Upon reaching the guardrail, Major Crow tossed Arthur a firearm along with a pack of ammunition. Take this. I shall create a target for you to shoot at. What? Am I to begin my marksmanship training now? Arthur was taken aback, finally grasping Major Crow's intent. Did you not say that practice reveals the truth? Major Crow continued. Thus, I have no intention of imparting theoretical knowledge. We shall commence training directly. Although shooting may be of little use to many formidable individuals, it can often safeguard one's life when physical strength is depleted. You have trained in the Navy's 6 styles for over 5 hours today without any progress. Now, train in shooting for an hour, and then proceed to the mess hall. Arthur glanced at the other soldiers on duty and those stationed in the lookout tower. Everyone seemed diligently engaged in their respective tasks. Having just joined the Navy without a defined role, he felt far from the disciplined image of a soldier. Observing Arthur loading bullets into the gun, Major Crow conjured numerous coal-black crows upon the distant sea using the coal fruit, creating targets for his training. Shoot, Arthur, Major Crow commanded. Back in military training during my school days, I was a marksman with perfect accuracy. Arthur smirked inwardly. He pressed the stock of the gun against his chest, raised it, and aimed at the black crows upon the ocean. He pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. 6 shots rang out, and the 6 cold crows vanished into thin air under the bright sky. Easy, Arthur exclaimed with a proud smile, finding the task exceedingly simple. However, what about the moving targets? The crow's manipulation abilities caused the stationary targets to shift, presenting a greater challenge for Arthur. Undeterred, he lifted his firearm and shot, only to quickly realize that his accuracy had significantly diminished. Yet, he remained resolute, continuing to fire despite his misses, firmly declaring, "As long as I master the rhythm, everything lies within my anticipation." While aiming at the targets, Arthur's mind wandered to the question of why he was unable to swiftly tread upon the air. His thoughts were primarily focused on the 6 styles, and whether the crow's ability to create numerous targets would deplete his stamina. In the future, he might encounter many devil fruit users. If a natural type could fight without exhausting energy, wouldn't he that render them invincible? Observing the crow effortlessly generating multiple targets without showing any signs of fatigue piqued Arthur's curiosity about whether natural types truly consumed stamina. The only certainty Arthur had was that consuming a Zoan-type fruit would grant the strength and remarkable regenerative capabilities of the animal, albeit with a partial loss of mental autonomy to that creature. This differed from paramecia types, which influenced their surroundings. As for natural types, Arthur speculated that they likely affected the environment permanently, transforming it into a state of perpetual nature. This was both a boon and a bane of the devil fruit powers. While they bestowed immense strength, they also demanded a price. For instance, the curse of being unable to swim. Those who consumed a devil fruit would be cursed by the sea, facing certain death if they were to drown without rescue. Reflecting on this, Arthur resolved never to consume a devil fruit. However, he intended to find a human fruit for Cooper, enabling it to articulate human speech for easier communication. In less than half an hour, he had achieved a flawless accuracy with the moving targets. The crow, observing Arthur, noted his exceptional reflexes and concentration as his body moved in sync with the gun's aim, having adapted to the dynamic targets. This individual possessed extraordinary talent. The crow was astounded by Arthur's innate abilities. After an hour, the training concluded. Arthur, accompanied by Cooper and soldiers replacing their posts on the Drago ship, proceeded to the mess hall for a meal. Within the hall, soldiers, having maintained vigilance throughout the day, finally relaxed and engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere suffused with camaraderie. Some spoke of their families, others of brothers, some of their parents, and others of their newly born children. It was as if everyone had joined the facade of righteousness to protect what they cherished, praying for peace and prosperity. Arthur and Cooper listened quietly, remaining silent. When someone approached from behind to greet him, Arthur, engrossed in his meal, did not respond. This led others to perceive him as aloof and exceedingly indifferent, causing them to shy away from him. After 6 hours of slumber, Drago awoke in the afternoon. Yawning, he entered the mess hall, collected his meal, and sat beside the voraciously eating Arthur. "How did the training go, Arthur?" Drago inquired. With his mouth full, Arthur glanced at him, and, upon recognizing Drago, replied, "No progress. My heels and toes simply cannot find purchase on the air. To master the 6 styles of the Navy, one must dedicate at least a year of diligent study, even with a solid foundation in place, as it requires prolonged contemplation." While enjoying his meal, Dorag turned to Arthur and said, "I am pondering a matter, Colonel Dorag." Suddenly, Arthur inquired, "Do those endowed with natural abilities expend physical energy when employing their powers?" "Of course," Dorag replied with a furrowed brow. "If it weren't for the need to conserve energy, I would have thoroughly beaten that old man long ago." Upon hearing these words, the entire cafeteria of sailors erupted in laughter, spewing their food in surprise and gazing at him in sheer astonishment. Dolarg was momentarily taken aback by the gaze of his subordinates as unsettling childhood memories resurfaced. He offered an awkward smile towards Arthur, dismissing his earlier words with a chuckle. Nevertheless, curiosity piqued within him. Considering the speed and strength Arthur exhibited while approaching him on the island yesterday, he should have swiftly mastered the 6 styles. How could he have made no progress? Upon hearing such thoughts, Arthur's eyes widened in realization as he turned to stare intently at Dolarg. He set aside his bowl and utensils, pondering. "Indeed, I have only relied on brute force to tread the air, achieving nothing but destruction. Speed, speed. I must combine strength and velocity to effectively execute the Navy's 6th style, Soru." Arthur hurriedly finished his meal and grabbed Cooper, racing towards the deck. "Hey, what has got you so excited?" Dolarg, perplexed by Arthur's unpredictable nature, quickly finished his meal and followed suit, eager to uncover what discovery Arthur had made. The evening glow bathed the sea, creating a splendid shimmer upon the water's surface. On the deck of Dolarg's warship, Arthur began his explosive training in the Soru technique, utilizing the instant movement to approach his adversaries. With a resounding thud, he repeatedly stomped the air in his attempts to master Soru. Suddenly, a sonic boom erupted beneath his feet, and for the first time, Arthur felt the sensation of landing on the air with his toes. His face lit up with excitement, a bright smile radiating as he bounced through the air, akin to an infinite double jump in a game, truly wondrous. "I did it," Arthur exclaimed, pausing mid-sentence and rephrasing. "Attempting the Navy's sixth style, Soru, through instant movement, indeed, I succeeded after just a few tries." Dolarg emerged from the mess hall, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment as he beheld Arthur utilizing Soru to perform warm-up jumps in midair. He learned it. An overwhelming sense of wonder coursed through Arthur's being. Even he found it hard to believe that he could execute explosive steps and hover in the air. With a sunny smile and chest held high, Arthur's exuberance was contagious. "I did it, Soru," he declared as a sound wave burst forth beneath his feet. Thud, 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 thud. He had successfully mastered the Soru technique through his own rigorous training in less than a day. Next would be the jet bow, he mused, grinning at the astonished onlookers below as he embarked on his next endeavor. Utilizing Soru, he moved at high speed above the warship, his body appearing as nothing more than an afterimage, nearly imperceptible to the ordinary soldiers. "Oh ho ho," Arthur exclaimed with excitement, exuberantly expressing the thrill and anticipation that coursed through him as he moved through the air with increasing velocity. "Slow down, Arthur. Utilizing the six forms in such a manner is incredibly taxing on your stamina," Dorag called from below. While the six forms were undeniably powerful and the ability to learn them in a single day was a rarity, the toll on physical endurance and muscle strength could not be overlooked. The entire expanse above the warship reverberated with the sounds of Arthur's rapid movements. As he danced upon the sound barrier, circles of sonic clouds erupted around him, as if heralding that his future was destined for greatness. This spectacle not only drew the admiration of onlookers but also ignited envy among the naval soldiers aboard the ship. Yet, in his exuberance, Arthur showed no signs of slowing down. Having mastered the moonwalk and shave, he suddenly unleashed a powerful kick in an unknown direction, employing the principles of both techniques. "Arashirt no Kutsu," Arthur proclaimed with fervent enthusiasm, his voice resonating with an invigorating power that echoed in the ears of every individual aboard the warship. With a thunderous roar, a colossal wave of cutting energy surged forth from his toes, slicing through the air as it diagonally hurtled toward the mast of Dorag's vessel. In a moment of hubris, Arthur realized he had lost his sense of direction, inadvertently aiming at the mast beneath the warship. The blade of his weapon sliced through the mast's sturdy exterior, cleaving it in two as it plummeted into the depths of the sea. "Ah!" cried the soldier atop the lookout tower in terror, plummeting into the sea along with the masthead. The soldiers inside the cabin, believing it to be an enemy attack, armed themselves and rushed onto the deck, only to discover that there were no foes in sight. "Foolish nonsense," Dorag scolded Arthur vehemently, clutching his head as if on the verge of collapse. He swiftly harnessed the power of the wind to rescue the soldier from the sea. Arthur plummeted from the sky onto the fractured mast of the deck, and in an instant, a searing pain shot through his feet, causing him to cramp and tumble from the mast onto the deck, howling in agony. "Muscles in agony," Arthur lamented, unable to endure the pain, astonished by the immense physical toll the six styles had exacted on him. Cooper stood in a daze, gazing at Arthur's remarkable feat, incredulous that he could soar without wings. "Drag him away, confine him." Dorag seized Arthur, whose calves were cramping, and forcefully tossed him into the cabin, immediately commanding, "Soldiers, stop the ship and exert all efforts to salvage the mast. My legs, they ache so much." Arthur wailed to the onlookers, fully aware of the trouble he had caused. Dorag scolded, "Who told you to utilize the six styles so recklessly? I admit, you little brat are a genius. But even a genius, or a monster, cannot withstand such depletion." As he spoke, Dorag felt that calling Arthur a genius was an understatement. Perhaps genius was merely the threshold for someone who could master 3 Navy 6 styles in a single day, a feat that warranted the title of monster. Is this the reason why the old man insisted I train my physical foundation diligently? Dorag suddenly comprehended the sternness with which Garp had treated him since childhood. Dorag and Major Crow swiftly activated their powers, quickly mending the mast that Arthur had severed with a gust of wind. That night, confined in a dark lower deck cell, Arthur sat on the bed, clutching his legs and gazing at the serene night sky outside. The exhaustion from overexerting the six styles had wholly dissipated, a testament to Arthur's remarkable constitution. Following intense training, his muscles and physique recovered at a rate far superior to that of an average person. Suddenly, the iron cell door creaked open, nudged by a brown feathered wing, as Cooper entered, clutching a live fish weighing approximately 10 pounds, taking small steps. "Cooper, Cooper, Cooper," he called out, hoping to catch a glimpse of Arthur in the various cells. An eagle with a fish in its beak had barged in. "Hey, eagle, come over here and share that meal with me." Cooper merely cast a glance at the others, realized they were not Arthur, and promptly ignored them, leaving the scene. "Cooper?" Arthur exclaimed upon hearing its voice. "What brings you here? Are they planning to confine you as well?" Upon hearing Arthur's voice, Cooper quickly approached the cage where Arthur was held, guided by its keen sense of hearing, and promptly delivered a fish to him. "Have for me," Arthur said upon seeing the food, and without hesitation, he removed the harmful parts and began to devour it eagerly. "Cooper," it exclaimed, wings crossed over its chest, addressing Arthur. Having long cultivated a disciplined habit alongside Arthur, it was indeed a disciplined eagle. The presence of food signified a replenishment of nourishment, and Arthur, having finished his meal, continued training within the confines of his cage. "Ha ha ha. Arthur, you were confined on your very first day in the Navy, and still, you must train? How foolish. No matter how hard you train, you cannot possibly match the prowess of those formidable beings at sea." A bandit from Canola Village mocked him. "You are merely cannon fodder. Take comfort in idling away your time and enjoy your meager salary." This individual, having witnessed the terrifying nature of the overseas world in his youth, incessantly ridiculed Arthur. Undeterred by the taunts, Arthur remained focused, training quietly alongside Cooper, unaffected by the external noise. Meanwhile, in Dolag's office, he had already conveyed Arthur's astonishing performance during the day to his father, the celebrated naval hero, Carp. It was said that 7 years prior, he had led the Navy to vanquish the formidable Rocks pirates, the tyrants of the seas, thus saving the celestial dragons on the island, earning him the title of naval hero. Perceiving Arthur's indifference, the bandit felt that Arthur was merely posturing and retorted angrily, "You little brat, I'm talking to you." Arthur paused his training and coldly responded, "What could I possibly say to an insect like you? Your words buzz incessantly in my ears like a fly. But regardless of how much you chatter, the disparity between us is glaringly evident." The mountain bandit was left speechless, as if the truth were undeniable. He had achieved nothing in his life and was now captured by the Navy, rendering his existence futile, lacking both strength and talent. He squandered his days in debauchery and with countless loose women, rendering him a worthless being in my eyes. What now? When I engage you, you are rendered mute. Arthur shot him a disdainful glance, holding such individuals in contempt. Enough, the bandit murmured, retreating to a corner of his cell, overwhelmed by self-loathing and regret. Observing the bandit in his despondent state, Arthur resumed his training. Unlike the bandit, who would languish in prison for the entirety of his life, Arthur had merely damaged a mast and was confined temporarily. Soon, he forgot the bandit, focusing instead on his push-ups, contemplating that his understanding of the world would advance significantly once he mastered the 6 styles, bringing him closer to learning hockey. This seemed plausible, especially regarding the iron body technique, which appeared to be a skill derived from hockey, the first step in its hardening process. Arthur theorized that the principles were similar, both enabling the hardening of the body to grant the user a physique as resilient as iron, impervious to bullets. However, hockey demanded a higher level of mastery and surpassed the strength of iron body. Yet, how could one learn iron body? Was the principle merely to accelerate blood flow, thus hastening muscle movement? After a night of trying, Arthur felt no surge of heated blood and found himself at a loss for how to induce such acceleration or enhance his muscle activity. He decided to focus on refining what he had already learned, believing he could eventually master all techniques of the 6 styles. The deck of the warship became Arthur's training ground during the days of his return voyage. He stood watch neither assigned nor subjected to the rigorous training and strict regulations typical of ordinary soldiers and new recruits in the Navy. Instead, he engaged in relentless training, preoccupied with the imminent battle. As days passed, under the influence of Drago, the warship returned from the East Blue to the Grand Line in merely 2 days. The Grand Line, The sea adjacent to the Justice Gate that leads to the three great world organizations loomed ahead. Arthur gazed upon the towering Justice Gate, shrouded in mist. An endless sight that stirred his profound awe. Who could have constructed such a gate? Arthur inquired, standing alongside Drago on the ship's deck. Before them lay a vast whirlpool, its currents surging like untamed stallions, tumultuous and relentless. The immense vortex appeared a deep blue, merging with the sky, resembling an abyss. Arthur, struck by the spectacle, felt the boundless vastness and strength of the ocean for the first time. Perhaps it was the work of deities. Dorag discerned the expression on Arthur's face, and a smile immediately graced his features as he spoke. I am an atheist, Colonel. Arthur retracted his astonishment, turning to Dorag. In my perspective, all deities are mere constructs of human admiration and reverence. It is but a belief forged by individuals who idolize the heroes within their hearts. This faith, this theoretical conjecture, holds validity in any realm. Without belief, humanity is destined to succumb to nihilism. Thus, individuals must create their own faith and aspirations, enabling them to lead a fulfilling existence. Indeed, upon hearing such profound words from Arthur, Dorag suddenly inquired, "What is your faith?" An atheist possesses no faith, Arthur promptly responded to Dorag. If I must assert one, it is my belief in myself. Since arriving in this world, Arthur had encountered an abundance of news reports. Ever since the inception of the World Economic Daily by Morgan in 1484, Arthur had diligently awaited the arrival of the newspapers each day, striving to grasp the information about the outside world. Through these publications, he uncovered the stark reality of existence, a ruthless realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. Arthur was convinced that only by fortifying himself could he live freely and amend the myriad regrets that plagued his heart. He pondered whether following Dorag to sea at the tender age of 14 was the right choice and what future paths awaited him. For he was profoundly unfamiliar with this era, knowing little of its intricacies. Relying solely on oneself, one can achieve nothing, Dorag remarked to Arthur. Just as a majestic door of justice began to swing open before them, the sea surged more violently as two warships emerged from the Marineford waters. They were the long-awaited Admiral Sakazuki and Colonel Porcelino. The three naval titans gathered, with thousands of soldiers aboard the vessels roaring in jubilance. We are set to embark alongside them to vanquish the pirates. The infamous Don Quixote da Flamingo's crew, perhaps I shall etch my name in history. They were all disciples of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, and this mission promised assured victory. The soldiers cheered exuberantly, their spirits soaring. They yearned for the day they might rise to prominence like these formidable colonels. Yet, among them, the chance of one emerging as exceptional seemed almost ethereal. Most would likely become mere fodder, perishing on the front lines of battle. Arthur was taken aback, contemplating. Have they already consumed devil fruits? Does this fleet then possess Forlogia users? Forlogia-type devil fruits, 3 of which were of cataclysmic caliber. What did this signify? It meant that if the enemy lacked hockey, they would face certain death. Even with hockey, it was uncertain whether they could overpower these prodigies. Arthur felt a sense of assurance regarding this mission. Despite his strong biases against Sakazuki, he did not perceive him as weak in the slightest. As the 3 warships drew near, Colonel Sakazuki stood at the bow of his vessel, addressing Dorag. Dorag, I hear you have recruited a monstrous new recruit during your East Blue expedition? The warship of Drago occupied the center, while Sakazuki's vessel was positioned on the left and Burgess's ship on the right. The 3 warships sailed in unison towards the destination of their grand voyage. A fierce sea breeze howled, fiercely filling the sails of the ships and hastening their progress. On the right, Burgess, noticing Drago's ability, expressed his envy, exclaiming, "What a remarkable power! If only lasers could do the same." "Lasers can only explode, can't they, Colonel Burgess?" came the deadpan response from the soldiers aboard, their expressions resembling those of lifeless fish. "Ah, I see. It seems I must rely on my own swiftness," Burgess conceded. Arthur observed quietly, noting that the relationship among Drago, Burgess, and Sakazuki appeared strained, each exhibiting their own stubbornness and individuality. Drago did not respond to Sakazuki's remarks. Just then, Sakazuki keenly sensed Arthur's presence aboard Drago's ship, drawn by the aura he exuded. Arthur's gaze was sharp and resolute, fixed upon Sakazuki, who, though seemingly youthful, wore a cold demeanor. Clad in a justice cloak over a gray hoodie, long trousers, and casual shoes, Sakazuki's navy cap was pulled low, obscuring his expressionless, stern face. In this post-transformation encounter with Sakazuki, Arthur felt the need for rational contemplation, recognizing the duality of their situation. Sakazuki was now his ally, and he could not afford to let past biases lead him to act against his own interests. Arthur bowed respectfully and addressed Sakazuki. "It is an honor to meet you. Colonel Sakazuki, if you do not mind, I would like to engage in some sparring." Sakazuki offered no further acknowledgement. In his eyes, Arthur was merely a rookie unlikely to survive for long. As for sparring, he found it pointless without a clear objective. "Arthur, if you wish to spar with him, perhaps you should reconsider. With your current combat experience, you would be severely injured in an instant," Drago interjected, observing Arthur's expression. Arthur, however, dismissed this concern. "Even with limited battle experience, I have mastered Soru, Jeppo, and Rankyaku from the Six Powers. Surely, I would not be incapacitated so easily." The Six Powers held a prestigious place in Arthur's mind. After training with Drago for the past 2 days, he felt confident he would not be brought down by merely 2 strikes. Burgess, who had been watching Arthur intently, suddenly teased, "How frightening. A spirited youth. Have you learned hockey as well?" "No," Arthur shook his head. "Then perhaps you should keep your mouth shut, young man. It could cost you dearly," Paulicelino advised. Dressed in a casual yellow shirt and kneeling shorts, topped with a naval cap, he exuded an air of nonchalance. At that moment, it seemed as though Arthur had become the focal point of all the naval soldiers. The news of his mastery of the 6 styles on his very first day had already spread throughout the Navy, even being touted as the apprentice of Drago. Upon learning this, Arthur remained unfazed. After all, if someone teaches him something and dedicates time to practice and spar with him, it hardly seemed unreasonable to refer to that person as a master. Kuber hid behind Arthur, intimidated by the aura emanating from Sakazuki, filled with a palpable fear. It felt as if any provocation would lead to a swift demise. Arthur comforted him, saying, "Do not be afraid, Kuber. I shall not allow anyone to harm you." Kuber was the only being Arthur truly cared for. To refer to him as family would not be an exaggeration. Anyone who dared to threaten Kuber would incite Arthur's immediate wrath. However, ordinary individuals could hardly contend with Kuber, who, despite not mastering any of the 6 styles in recent days, was not someone easily vanquished. Sakazuki shifted his gaze from Arthur to the assembled crowd. His tone grave as he addressed them. "The branch of the Marines is under attack by the flying pirates. If we do not provide support soon, our territory will fall into the hands of these marauders." Upon hearing this, the irritable Drac, who was accelerating their ship's speed, retorted, "Am I not already hastening our journey? We shall reach our destination in approximately half a day. What is your rush? Until we reach the shore, you will unleash your abilities, causing widespread casualties, will you not?" "Shut up, Sakazuki." The relationship between the two was strained. However, following Drac's sharp retort, Sakazuki chose silence and departed without uttering another word. In Sakazuki's mind, regardless of any discord among comrades, such biases should never interfere with the execution of their mission, nor did he concern himself with trivial disputes. Curious, Arthur suddenly inquired, "What is going on between you two, Colonel?" Drac glared at Sakazuki and replied to Arthur, "I do not like that man. His heart is exceedingly dark and cold-blooded, though it cannot be denied that he is a soldier of absolute justice. I have undertaken many missions alongside him, and under his command, there has never been a survivor." Upon hearing Drac's account of their rift, Arthur swiftly turned away from the bow of the warship and sat quietly on the deck. It was now 1 p.m., and in approximately half a day, the first battle would commence. Arthur began to fantasize about engaging in combat with fervor, akin to the animated tales he adored. Being a traveler without a system, he found himself contemplating rationally. Even though the mission involved suppressing the expansion of the pirate captains under the Golden Lion, he recognized it as a miniature war of suppression. He understood the gravity of the situation and was uncertain of the strength possessed by those pirate captains. His knowledge was limited to the era at the beginning of the One Piece storyline, the time when Luffy set sail. The current era was marked by the notoriety of the Roger pirates and the nascent rise of the Rocks remnants, of which he was utterly oblivious. Knowing they would reach their mission destination within half a day, Arthur remained on edge throughout the day. He displayed his firearm to Kuber, warning, "Kuber, when the time comes, do not confront this weapon head-on, do you understand? I hope that Kuber will not fall victim to misunderstanding and be shot. Even if one possesses formidable strength, it cannot shield them from the harm inflicted by bullets." Such anxiety and unease enveloped Arthur, especially as it marked his inaugural journey into this new realm. After a decade in the East Sea, he had led a life devoid of strife. Engage in battle? Such an endeavor was foreign to him. before his traversal. He was merely a fitness enthusiast, someone who embraced a laid-back existence. How could he not feel apprehensive? "What's the matter, Arthur? You appear quite unsettled," Dorag remarked. Noticing his disquiet, he crouched beside him, gently patting his shoulder. "I'm not entirely certain," Arthur replied. "It feels as though embarking on my first mission invites peril. Yet I am quite resilient, so I should be fine." Dorag produced a bounty notice and handed it to Arthur, emphasizing the necessity of proper care for such a talent. A loss in battle would be an immense detriment. Arthur gazed at the bounty, which bore a staggering reward of 370 million berries, rendering him momentarily speechless. This bounty had been posted over 30 years ago, approaching 400 million. Curiously, he inquired of Dorag, "Is this individual a remnant of the Rocks pirates?" Dorag nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, he is currently the captain of the 14th Division of the Flying Sky Pirates. Should the battle prove challenging, our aim would simply be to dismantle his crew." Such a terrifying confrontation was merely a training exercise for Sakazuki, Borsalino, and Colonel Dorag during their earlier days. Shouldn't someone of such caliber warrant the deployment of top-tier forces like Garp and Sengoku for suppression? Doubt began to creep into Arthur's mind as he glanced at the trio nearby, pondering the extent of their strength in their youth. Just days prior, he had been effortlessly subdued by Dorag with a mere 2 punches. Despite his own strength surpassing Dorag's, he had gained no advantage nor posed any threat. Reflecting on Borsalino's mention of hockey, Arthur deduced that they must have acquired such abilities by now. Observing the astonishment on Arthur's face, Dorag felt it was premature to disclose too much, fearing it might instill dread within him. With a sheepish smile, Dorag reassured him, "Fear not. You are still a ways off from contending with someone of his caliber." Early, Arthur was perplexed. Though he feigned anxiety, he was eager to confront the situation. "What must I do?" Dorag assigned him a task to thwart the other pirates' assault on the base on the island. But to exercise caution, for intelligence could sometimes be misleading. Should he encounter a formidable adversary, he could utilize the 6 powers to escape. He did not wish for such a rare talent to be lost. The warship departed the Triangle Current waters, sailing at full speed toward its destination, the Aver Sea. Around 9 p.m., in the Aver Sea of the Grand Line, the naval base known as Lionheart Island was illuminated by the fierce glow of battle. Approximately 4 large pirate ships were anchored along the coast, obscured by the inky darkness of the night. They were launching an offensive against the naval stronghold on the island. The sounds of gunfire and cannon blasts echoed incessantly along the shore as the Navy valiantly resisted the pirate onslaught. On the main deck of one pirate ship, a blood-soaked pirate rushed to the side of a towering, robust man. "Captain Apollo, naval reinforcements have arrived. Approximately 3 ships, less than 400 meters away, are heading our way." A fierce storm howled from the warship, and the battle-scarred man cast a disdainful glance toward the distant Navy vessels. "Kapu's son has come, that scoundrel. For his own selfish gain, he stole a treasure from us at God Valley. He gave that treasure to his own son." The earlier storm was Dorag's warning to the pirates. Feeling the mighty storm toss the massive ships, Apollo was filled with fury. "What shall we do? If he unleashes the full extent of his devil fruit powers, our forces cannot withstand the strain." Just then, as if on cue, the transponder snail on Apollo's person began to ring. He answered it, and a rich voice resonated. "Apollo, the Navy has dispatched 400 soldiers, along with 3 nature-type monsters. Be cautious. We are already being targeted by the Magma Imp." "The Magma Imp?" "Sakazuki." Apollo was taken aback upon hearing the name. Moments later, a thunderous crash interrupted the call abruptly. Apollo turned his gaze to the sky above an island engulfed in flames. Countless magma fists erupted from Sakazuki's warship, hurtling into the night sky like the apocalypse itself, indiscriminately bombarding the island below. The anguished cries from the island resonated throughout the surrounding archipelago. Arthur's pupils dilated, his neck craning toward the magma fists piercing the clouds, stunned by the spectacle before him. Was this not Akainu's meteor volcano? Even before engaging in battle on the island, he had unleashed such a massive bombardment, showing no regard for his allies' welfare. He pondered to himself, realizing at this moment that Dorag's assessment of Sakazuki during the day was woefully inadequate. Sakazuki was not one to engage in conversation. Once he had received an answer, no matter what his comrades might say about him, he would not engage in banter. His ruthlessness towards enemies could only be described with the word extreme, as he showed no mercy even to his comrades and innocent civilians. The sky was painted a fiery crimson, with countless magma fists raining down like torrential droplets. They descended with searing heat, striking the island and unleashing a cataclysmic inferno that engulfed the coast, boiling the seawater. The structures on the island, along with pirates and marines, were submerged in molten rock, as buildings were obliterated in an instant, flames consuming everything in their path. Help! This is hell. How scorching! Colonel Sakazuki, please cease at once. We are comrades. The inhabitants of the island fled in sheer panic, their screams and cries intertwining in a cacophony of despair. Molten fists rained down relentlessly, as though heralding the apocalypse, ruthlessly obliterating everything on the island. The ground trembled, while a thick haze of smoke and acrid odors enveloped the air. The entire maritime expanse lay shrouded in a pall of fear and hopelessness, utterly devoid of life. The earthly purgatory had instantaneously transformed into a hell of crimson lotuses. You have gone too far, Sakazuki, remarked Borsalino, holding a snail telephone connected to Sakazuki's warship, gazing into the sky with an expression of indifference, as though he had grown accustomed to such scenes. Despite the risk of collateral damage, we must not allow any evil to escape. A decisive blow is imperative, Sakazuki replied, showing no inclination to lessen the bombardment's ferocity. At the coastline of Lionheart Island, the cannons aboard the pirate ship unleashed a barrage towards Drago's warship, only to be severed midair by a fierce gust of wind, rendering them utterly ineffective against the vessel. Drago bore witness once more to Sakazuki's ruthless methods and angrily exclaimed, "That cold-hearted fiend Sakazuki has begun anew. There are countless innocent civilians on this island. What is the Navy's justice? Founded upon slaughter?" Arthur was deeply struck by Sakazuki's actions. Perceiving him as devoid of any emotion, as if consumed solely by his mission, indiscriminately bombarding another island besieged by pirates. Suddenly, Arthur's warship was lifted into the air by a tempest. Drago leaped from the ship, floating midair as he soared towards Apollo on the island, commanding, "Crow, I will ensure your safe passage through the defenses, lead the soldiers to vanquish and capture all the pirates within the island." He intended to confront Apollo alone, hoping to buy time for the suppression of the pirates on the island. Understood. Upon receiving the command, Major Crow gathered all 800 soldiers on the deck. The warship soared towards the heart of the island's town, landing smoothly under the control of Dorag. "Hurry. Divide into 8 squads and seize the various defensive points of the town. For justice, vanquish the pirates." Fully armed, Arthur leaped off the warship and landed in the center of the town. He surveyed his surroundings, noticing numerous pirates brazenly pillaging, looting, and coercing beautiful women. In the chaos of war, women had become commodities, fervently seized by the pirates. "Arthur! Arthur!" Major Crow shouted, approaching Arthur, who seemed lost in thought. As Arthur stepped into this battlefield, he was overwhelmed by a ringing in his ears and a surge of anxiety. It was his first experience in combat, and he was uncertain of what this sensation entailed. It felt akin to confronting the fear of existence itself, as if he had just arrived in this world, venturing into the mountains of Canola Flower Village in the East Sea, facing the dread of powerful beasts in his quest for sustenance. The island's navy was on the brink of total defeat. Had they arrived any later, it would have been overrun. Cooper, the raptor, trailed closely behind Arthur, vigilant against potential threats. Seeing Arthur unresponsive, Major Crow employed his powers to conjure a crow, which pinned Arthur to the ground. He then issued orders to the other soldiers. "Officers of the 8 squads, heed my command. Spare no effort in expelling and apprehending the pirates who are wantonly terrorizing the civilians on this island. If an officer falls, a lieutenant will take their place. If a lieutenant falls, a sergeant will step up. Do you understand?" "Understood, Major Crow." The Navy personnel responded in unison, ready to fight across the various districts. "We will protect the civilians at all costs. We are not like those scoundrels aboard Sakazuki's ship." Major Crow's rallying cry invigorated the troops. At that moment, every soldier from Dorag's fleet felt they were fighting for their duty, to protect others, and to uphold the justice that lay behind them. Each individual swiftly made their way to their respective fronts, engaging the pirates in fierce combat. Arthur paused for a moment, but as the fear subsided, he drew strength from his innate adaptability to his environment and soon found his resolve. Arthur inhaled deeply, his senses overwhelmed. Yet he swiftly acclimated to the chaotic environment of gunfire and explosions. Observing Arthur's recovery, Major Crow urged him toward the nearby naval base engulfed in flames. "Arthur, you shall accompany me to the naval base for support. The others will handle the pirates within the town. Cooper, remain by my side." Arthur's lingering fear of firearms was vividly etched in his memory, even after a decade of training in the world of One Piece. He doubted his body could withstand the impact of several gunshots. He shielded Cooper as they sprinted after Major Crow toward the ravaged naval base on the island. Cooper scurried on the ground with the agility of an eagle's talon, trailing closely behind Arthur, relying on his innate keen hearing and sharp eyesight. He remained vigilant of his surroundings, guarding against any sudden human ambush. The raven perceived something amiss with Cooper, its eyes suddenly suffused with blood, and the veins on its forehead bulging as it exclaimed, "I have already stated my aversion to chickens." Arthur lowered his head, sprinting alongside Major Raven down the streets of the naval base. "He is an eagle, Major Raven." Upon hearing this, Cooper's eagle-like visage darkened, and disregarding Arthur's caution, he spread his wings and soared into the night sky, casting a solemn gaze over the entire island. Major Raven, witnessing his departure, pointed at Cooper and remarked, "Now that is an eagle." At Lionheart Island, within the naval base, several robust and imposing pirates, exuding an air of dominance, mockingly brandished the bloodied body of the base commander amidst the flames, jeering, "What has become of the Navy in this era? Lacking in ferocity, devoid of the 6 forms of the Navy, have you all grown rusty from languishing in a state of peace for too long? Ha ha ha." The commander of the naval base at Lionheart Island gritted his teeth, feeling a sense of unwillingness, yet he had exerted every effort to resist them. The soldiers tasked with defending this island had nearly all perished in battle. With a heavy heart for his fallen subordinates, he smiled at the pirates and declared, "Though we may not be the elite of the headquarters, the world shall remember our unwavering resistance against the malevolent pirates." After the commander was brutally dispatched by the pirates, their attention was drawn to the blazing fist of the Red Lotus rising from the sea beyond the island. Sakazuki's technique transformed from a colossal magma fist into a series of crimson hellhounds, descending from the sky onto a nearby isle. "What power does that magma brat wield? It seems he has further developed his abilities," remarked a man named Like, gazing at the sky beyond the island. Volcanic ash floated down upon Lionheart Island, a testament to the terrifying nature of Sakazuki's powers. "Heh, the monstrous new generation of the Navy has arrived. Your doom is at hand," the commander taunted the pirates, a smile still gracing his face despite his grievous injuries. Suddenly, the din-din mushy on Like's person began to ring. He discarded the lifeless body of the commander he had just slain and promptly answered the call. The din-din mushy mimicked Apollo's voice and expression, conveying, "Like, the 3 natural-type monsters from the naval headquarters are here to assist. Carp Sun's warship has breached the island. I need you to eliminate them all." The sound of fierce combat erupted from the other end of the line, revealing that Drago was fiercely engaging Apollo. "I understand the support from the naval headquarters, Captain Apollo," Like responded without hesitation. However, hearing of the reinforcements from the headquarters instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Ever since Zephyr retired from his position as an admiral to become the Navy's chief instructor, the soldiers he trained at the naval headquarters had proven to be formidable foes. They were not to be compared with the soldiers stationed at the island's naval base. With his torso bare, Like's body was a testament to raw power. Adorned with numerous battle scars akin to Apollo's, he appeared as a formidable figure, exuding an aura of strength. His visage fierce as if marked by countless encounters with life and death. "Carp's son, the one who conjured hurricanes at sea, causing us much distress. Vice Captain Like, 2 Navy personnel are approaching us. It seems to be that reckless Crow." A pirate stationed at the lookout tower behind the naval base reported as he spotted Arthur and Crow racing toward them. "Is it Carp's son?" Like inquired, striding toward the entrance of the naval base to address his subordinate at the lookout. "No, it's his lieutenant, Crow. Carp's son must be battling Captain Apollo." "There is an intense clash occurring on the shores of Lionheart Island," the lookout pirate replied, only to be interrupted by the sound of an eagle circling overhead. Cooper twirled in the air, emitting a sharp cry that echoed his name, seemingly preparing to lock onto a target. What was that? Battles were raging on the island, yet animals dared to circle above? He gazed upwards through his binoculars at the spiraling Cooper, a look of confusion etched on his face. Once human conflict ensues, neither birds nor land creatures would dare approach even the slightest margin. A sense of unease washed over him, and in an instant, the pirate found Cooper diving towards him at an astonishing speed. The pirate reached for the pistol at his waist, but it was evident Cooper was too swift. There was no time left. Below the lookout tower, Lake was about to push open the base's heavy door to engage in battle when, with a thunderous roar, the steel door, towering several meters before him, was suddenly blasted, leaving a dented mark as it hurtled towards him. Lake quickly sidestepped to avoid it. As he watched the massive door crash into the naval base's structure, creating a gaping hole, he was struck by the sheer force of it. Crows did not possess such might. He seldom resorted to physical combat, he thought, just as two figures emerged from the cloud of dust before the door. Arthur clenched his fists, his heart racing as he cautiously stepped into the pirate's line of sight. Cough, cough, such a violent entrance, Arthur. The crow appeared behind him, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, once again astonished by Arthur's immense strength. The major stood in the naval base square, surveying the surroundings, and soon discovered the bloodied corpse of a base commander. We are too late. Suddenly, a pirate's scream echoed from the lookout tower. Ah! The pirate on the lookout was hurled like a cannonball by Cooper, crashing down onto the base square and creating a large crater. Cooper spread his wings in a show of dominance, standing atop the lookout tower and bellowing in anger. Cooper, I am not a chicken. Lake cast a glance back at his fallen subordinate. What happened? Did you get knocked down by a chicken? Vice Captain, cough, cough. That eagle is no ordinary eagle, the pirate who had been sent flying by Cooper gasped, tearing open his scorched shirt to reveal 6 gaping wounds puncturing his chest, along with 2 imprints from eagle talons. He soon lay motionless on the uneven ground. Cooper. Upon hearing this, Cooper, unable to contain his fury, let out a resounding roar as he dove from the observation tower towards him, intent on tearing apart those who dared to insult him. You wretched beast. Do you know who I am? As Cooper charged rapidly towards him, Lake's eyes were instantly bloodshot, and his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Overwhelmed by rage, Cooper disregarded everything and lunged forward, claws outstretched. In all his years of training alongside Arthur, he had yet to encounter a human capable of besting him. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the entire naval base. Sensing the presence of the man before Cooper, Arthur hastened towards him, urgently shouting, "Come back. That man is not someone you can face." However, the distance of over 10 meters between him and the man named Lake rendered Arthur unable to intervene in time to prevent Cooper from attacking. His speed was insufficient, and it was far too late to halt the impending confrontation. Based on his extensive experience hunting in the mountains, Arthur recognized that the imposing figure known as Lake was a fearsome predator. It had been a long time since he had encountered such an impulsive newcomer. The raven transformed into ash and, with remarkable swiftness, surged towards Lake, piercing through his body and the surrounding pirates. The ash coalesced on the ground into formidable black swords, rising swiftly to impale the bodies of those pirates. In an instant, Lake's subordinates were dispatched by Major Raven. Yet, Lake himself, at the moment the colossal swords emerged, utilized his fists to shatter the ash swords, blocking the attack with apparent ease. Cooper's powerful kick, aimed at Lake, was similarly intercepted, striking one of the black ash swords instead. Startled, he looked up, realizing he could not shatter the ash sword, and spread his wings to ascend further into the sky. Obelisk Cole. Major Crow appeared behind the pirates, his hands crossing in a poised stance as he unleashed a technique. Long time no see, you frenzied scoundrel. Your strength has intensified since our last encounter. Lake greeted Major Crow before immediately launching an attack. You should comprehend that even if you exhaust your stamina, you will not lay a finger on me, Lake. Major Crow transformed his body into an elemental state, showing no fear of the formidable man before him. The two clashed head-on. Arthur, holding a gun, aligned the barrel with Lake's movements, seeking an opportunity to fire amidst their confrontation. The coal fruit, a natural type ability, should render him immune to friendly fire. Arthur fixated on the robust figure of Lake, his eyes and gun forming a straight line. Bang! In the midst of their battle, he seized the moment to pull the trigger. The instant the bullet was discharged, Lake turned his gaze towards Arthur's position, extending his hand at an astonishing speed to shield his face. To Lake, the bullet's velocity appeared almost like slow motion. Is he attempting to absorb the bullet's impact with his palm? Arthur pondered Lake's actions. However, the next moment defied his analysis. Lake's palm, positioned before his face, resembled skin enveloped by scorching steel heated to 1,000 degrees, only to cool down instantaneously. This familiar scene widened Arthur's eyes in realization, an armament hockey coating. With a sharp clang, the bullet struck Lake's palm, producing sparks akin to steel, effortlessly intercepting the bullet's force. Indeed, the battlefield demands relentless combat. Ha! Lake's voice erupted with fervent zeal. After blocking the bullet, his arm tightened, swinging forcefully at the dark cloud of coal dust before him. Major Crow, who believed his natural abilities could wear down his opponent, found himself unnerved at the sight of Lake's colossal black fist. This is armament hockey. A wave of anxiety and urgency surged through Major Crow, shattering his composure as Lake's sudden display of power overwhelmed him. Surprised, are we, Crow? Lake's fist connected with Crow's natural form, delivering a powerful blow to his very essence. In that instant, the raven, struck by a terrifying force, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. A painful groan escaped his lips, mingled with the warmth of his own blood. Pain and fear swiftly invaded the raven's mind, as his body formed a straight line in midair, hurtling towards the nearby inferno of the naval base. With a thunderous roar, the dust within the building settled. Major Raven, under Arthur's horrified gaze, seemed to lose all combat capability, blood spilling from his mouth onto his chest. He leaned against a wall that bore cracks, his body collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of resistance. Arthur, stunned, realized that this formidable Major Raven had been incapacitated by a single punch. He squeezed the trigger with his index finger. Raven, do not assume that we pirates do not evolve. Under the tutelage of Captain and Lord Shiki, I have mastered the art of armament hockey to contend with you nature element monsters. Leek, without even glancing at the bullet Arthur fired, relied solely on his hearing to gauge its arrival. He then extended his arm, enveloped in hockey, effortlessly deflecting the projectile. Undeterred, Arthur continued to pull the trigger, believing that firearms were a universal source of fear for humanity. Yet, the undeniable reality before him shattered that notion. You were the one who just smashed that heavy door, weren't you? Leek approached Arthur confidently, pointing at him. I was genuinely astonished. I thought it was that guy Raven who had grown stronger. His expression shifted to one of disappointment as he continued, I did not expect it to be an unfamiliar face. Who are you? A new force sent by the Navy headquarters, or perhaps a new disciple of Zephyr? With the mastery of armament hockey, Leek's confidence was palpable. Although his skill was rudimentary, it was sufficient to easily neutralize a nature element user as weak as Major Raven. Hovering in the air, Cooper observed the unfolding situation below, feeling an inexplicable sense of fear. After expending the bullets in his gun, Arthur reached for the ammunition pouch at his waist, preparing to reload, his face a mask of disbelief. Noticing Arthur's flustered demeanor, the battle-hardened Leek instantly recognized him as someone lacking any combat experience. New recruit, Lake pondered, a furrow of confusion creasing his brow. If he were indeed a novice, how could he have just shattered the imposing gates of the naval base with a single blow? After a few moments of contemplation, Lake set aside his thoughts and swiftly dashed to Arthur's side, unleashing a powerful punch. With no time to reload, Arthur was compelled to discard his firearm and retaliate with all his strength, aiming his own fist toward Lake's forceful strike. Thunderous reverberations filled the air as their formidable fists collided, sending a shockwave that rippled across the ground, creating a sonic barrier that expanded behind them. What? Lake exclaimed in shock, staring at the diminutive figure before him who had the audacity to block his formidable punch with mere fists. The pain in his bones was excruciating. Arthur, locked in a clash with him for several seconds, felt the agony radiating from his hand gradually siphoning away the strength from his arm, eliciting a wail of despair. The hardness of their fist was not on the same level. This was no mere sparring match, for the opponent was striking with full force, entwined with a potent aura that Lake lacked. How terrifying! Lake, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, snapped back from his astonishment, observing the grotesque grin on Arthur's face. I thought you were some sort of monster, possessing brute strength, yet devoid of intellect. How could ordinary fist possibly contend with the aura I have painstakingly developed to counter nature-type abilities? With that, Lake opened his mouth wide and let out a spine-chilling battle roar, utilizing his free left arm to deliver a devastating hook to Arthur's face. That fist was larger than Arthur's entire head. Following this, witnessing Arthur's loss of strength to resist due to his injury, Lake's right fist pierced through Arthur's guard, landing a blow squarely on his chest. How resilient! The toughness of Arthur's body was astonishing, as if it had been tempered through some rigorous process. Lake marveled at the sensation of his fist making contact, utterly astonished by the sheer robustness of Arthur. Lacking practical combat experience, Arthur was momentarily dazed, failing to react in time, and briefly lost consciousness as he was propelled off the ground. Lake had sent him flying, crashing through the stone wall surrounding the naval base. Seeing this, the injured rookie Crow Major attempted to rise and assist, only to find himself utterly powerless. He could not get up, helplessly watching as Arthur endured the tremendous impact against the stone wall. In the air, Cooper, witnessing Arthur's plight, dashed towards Lake, intent on launching a surprise attack to kick him away from Arthur. With a swift dive, its talons clenched, Cooper aimed for Lake's neck as if hunting for prey. Sensing danger, Lake turned to face the descending Cooper. "You little beast, dare to approach again? It seems your master is this naval youth," he jeered. In response to Cooper's assault, Lake remained unfazed as he launched a punch toward it. The instant their claws collided with his aura-infused fist, Cooper realized it was no match for this human. In that fleeting moment, it was sent hurtling away, soaring into the sky. What is happening? Arthur, trapped within the wall, regained consciousness, shook his head, and felt the blood trickling down to his chin. Why did I just lose consciousness? What manner of beings inhabit this era? Are they not mere minions, easily vanquished by a single blow from someone like me? A time traveler? He pondered, extricating his limbs from the wall to stand before the figure once more. His stooped form quickly straightened, and upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback to find that the pirate, who had seemed diminutive moments ago, now loomed before him like a formidable beast. An aura of death emanated from the creature as it fixed its gaze upon him. This sensation was akin to when he first arrived in this world, foraging in the wilderness for sustenance, only to encounter a colossal predator, instinctively yearning to flee for his life. Do not underestimate the remnants of the Rock's pirates. We are now the elite warriors of Captain Shiki of the 1st Division. Lake bellowed into the sky. Arthur, dizzy and disoriented, wiped the thick substance from the corner of his mouth, only to discover it was his own blood. The sight of his own crimson fluid caused his eyes to widen, and his breath quickened, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably within a fleeting moment. It was not out of fear, but rather the realization of his injuries. As adrenaline surged through his system, I will die. He will kill me and devour me. Various dire outcomes flooded Arthur's mind. Instinctively, he reached for the hilt of the knife at his waist, yet he hesitated. As Lake indulged in the fear emanating from Arthur, he suddenly noticed that the terrified Arthur began to calm down. Years of combat experience left him feeling uneasy, and just as he decisively swung his fist intending to kill, a resounding thud echoed. Arthur's iron-like fist was effortlessly grasped in the palm of Arthur's hand, halted by an extraordinary strength. In that moment, Arthur realized that he had not merely existed in the tranquility of the eastern sea island. He had been locked in a struggle against the fierce beasts of the mountains and forests since childhood, fighting relentlessly for survival, perpetually teetering on the edge of life and death. At that instant, feeling his life threatened, he instinctively regarded the pirate's first mate before him as a ferocious beast. How can you possess such immense power? I am truly intrigued. Lake, astonished, recognized that Arthur, who had just moments ago appeared as a lamb ready for slaughter, had suddenly transformed into a figure of unwavering resolve. He attempted to wrench his fist free from Arthur's grip, only to find it difficult to move without exerting considerable force. Cooper, where have you gone? Come and assist me. Despite his newfound self-awareness, Arthur felt acutely that he could not defeat this formidable foe alone. He exerted every ounce of strength to block Lake's fist, swinging his leg rapidly in front of Lake. Raging foot. A wave of slashing energy erupted from Arthur's toes, extending several meters. Upon witnessing this, Lake's eyes widened in astonishment as he wrapped his formidable aura around himself, shifting it to his chest in preparation for the impending impact. For he found himself unable to free his hand from Arthur's formidable grip. With a thunderous roar, the raging foot wave collided with the aura armor enveloping Lake's chest, sending him careening through the air and crashing into the second floor of a nearby naval base. Cooper. Arthur knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, gasping for breath and spitting blood in agony. In these fleeting moments, the injured Cooper heard his call and clumsily returned from the sky to the naval base, gripping Arthur's shoulders with his claws. Do not act recklessly any further, Cooper, Arthur warned, casting a glance into its eyes. Cooper understood that this was no ordinary playful confrontation. His sharp gaze had already turned serious. Together, they beheld the towering figure of Lake emerging from the smoke, standing over 4 meters tall, resembling a small giant, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and approaching them with an expression of exhilaration. This pirate possessed the ability of armament hockey, albeit at a seemingly low level, possibly just recently acquired. One misstep could lead to their demise. Arthur reiterated his caution to Cooper, fearing its impulsiveness. He glanced at the injured Major Crow and listened to the fierce gunfire erupting from the nearby town, realizing that reinforcements were improbable. A mere beastly eagle and a seemingly inexperienced naval recruit believed they could defeat an established veteran? Lake wiped away the blood at his mouth. The raging foot attack had inflicted internal damage upon him, and he roared to the heavens in excitement. What a joke! I am destined to become a core member in Lord Shiki's dominion over the world. The blood trickling from Lake's lips attested to the formidable power of the Navy's 6 styles raging foot. However, the technique also drained a considerable amount of stamina. It seems your mastery of Haki is rather rudimentary. Perhaps you have just begun? Arthur remarked softly, mocking Lake's composure. At that moment, Lake sensed a remarkable shift in Arthur's aura. His steadfast and composed eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, as if he were a true beast fixating on its prey. This unnerved Lake, making him feel like the hunted. What is happening? Why does this fellow suddenly exude the presence of a formidable adversary? Lake felt a pang of trepidation. As he approached within 10 meters of Arthur, he dared not advance any further. He stood rigidly at a distance, confronting the unyielding Arthur, who seemed impervious to the atmosphere around them. Arthur's expression was grave, and the anxiety for his own life drove him further into a frenzy. Lake suddenly spoke, taunting. Navy brat, your body trembles so, yet you think you can defeat me? All I need to do is hold on until Apollo defeats Cap's son. By then, you will be as powerless as an ant before Captain Apollo. Arthur knew nothing of Apollo from the Rocks Pirates. Previously, Apollo may have been an inconsequential figure within the Rocks Pirates, yet he had now risen to become the captain of the 14th Division of the Flying Pirate Crew. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur's calf muscles exploded with power as he surged towards Lake at lightning speed, declaring, "You have no chance of victory. Should Cooper and I join forces earnestly, you are no match for us." Upon hearing this, Lake was consumed with rage, his muscles tensing abruptly as he bellowed, "Arrogance." He surged forward, unable to bear that Arthur, who had just seemed like a meek lamb, dared to put on such a facade. As the two approached, they each unleashed a punch, colliding with a force that rendered them evenly matched. At that moment, Cooper, perched upon Arthur's shoulder, exerted all his strength to peck at Lake's neck. Lake, concentrating all his might in his right fist to contend with Arthur, found himself unable to retreat or evade. Arthur gritted through the excruciating pain in his fist, refusing to yield a single step. Driven by the primal instinct to protect his own life, his fighting spirit was as solid as a rock, determined to vanquish the ferocious beast before him. The beak of the eagle pierced Lake's neck, contorting his face in agony and diminishing the force of his clash with Arthur. In that instant, Arthur's fist breached Lake's defenses, delivering a devastating blow to his abdomen with unrelenting power. The sound of muscle rupturing echoed as shockwaves radiated outward, the contours of his muscles indented into his body. Struck by this immense force, Lake's muscles convulsed, blood spilling from his mouth, his body racked with unbearable pain beyond his control. It felt as though he had been struck in the abdomen by several tons of weight, leaving him instantaneously devoid of bodily autonomy. Cooper soared before Lake, his eagle-like talons striking fiercely against his face, leaving a gruesome mark that rendered half of it a bloody mess. "Ah!" Lake screamed in disbelief as the advantageous situation was abruptly reversed. Arthur had no intention of pausing to grant him a moment to breathe. With the swift execution of his 6th form, he appeared before him, unleashing a powerful punch to his chest. Bang! Another explosive gust from his fist pierced through Lake's torso, contorting his face in agony as blood gushed forth once more. Boom, boom, boom. Hissing sounds filled the air as Arthur relentlessly assaulted Lake's form. While Cooper's claws tore into his upper body, his fists fell like torrential raindrops, each strike landing with precision, every blow resonating with a palpable force. Lake swayed under the onslaught, utterly incapable of retaliation. The brutal impacts, each a visceral connection, aimed to penetrate his very being, echoing with sharp collisions. Over the course of 2 minutes, Lake's robust physique endured a relentless barrage of hundreds of punches. His body bore the marks of these assaults, contorted and lifeless as he knelt before Arthur and Cooper. Witnessing the pirate vice captain's utter inability to resist, Arthur stood before Lake, bellowing in fury, his mouth agape as saliva splattered onto Lake's face. He was in a frenzied state, akin to a ferocious beast with its maw wide open, yearning to consume its prey. "The Navy has recruited a scoundrel like you," he scoffed. Lake, crumpled on the ground, twisted and gasping for breath, managed a bitter smile. "You must be eradicated as a threat." Yet, deep down, he recognized his defeat, even unable to recall the events of the past 2 minutes. An endless agony consumed him, as if his flesh were igniting in the air. It was unfathomable that the newly acquired mastery of Haki had succumbed to a seemingly inexperienced youth. Yet the truth stood stark before him. He was immobile, his mind still clinging to consciousness. Arthur quickly regained his resolute gaze, hands in pockets, his demeanor icy as he addressed him. Through this battle, you've made it clear that when Cooper and I unleash our full potential in tandem, those of your caliber are destined to be mere punching bags. Cooper's bloodied claws gripped Arthur's shoulder, his sharp gaze fixed on the pirate before them. After the battle concluded, Major Crow came to Arthur's mind. His fists throbbed faintly as he secured Lek with iron chains. He then proceeded to the room within the naval base where Major Crow had been leaning to check on his condition. "I'm fine, Arthur. It's just that my body was suddenly struck while in a relaxed state." Major Crow gradually recovered. The injury he sustained was due to his unanticipated encounter with Lek's armed hockey. Through this conflict, Major Crow also recognized his shortcomings, realizing the need to enhance both his physical strength and training. He learned that when Arthur's life is threatened, he transforms into a ferocious beast, relentlessly overpowering his enemies while remaining remarkably rational. Such a person, provided he does not fall in the line of duty, is destined for greatness within the Navy. However, as Dorag's trust in the Navy's justice wanes, he too began to question the righteousness of the Navy. Sensing that the upper echelons are training merciless killing machines for the sake of their missions, most of the time, he was plagued by doubts about his own weakness, never experiencing a sense of his own strength. Seeing that Major Crow was unharmed, Arthur made his way to the plaza outside the base, picked up his weapon, and loaded it with ammunition. This is the world of One Piece, where monsters and geniuses abound. After this battle, he pondered, was it truly so challenging to defeat even a mere lackey of the Rocks pirates? Or perhaps the Rocks pirates harbored no genuine weaklings? Arthur was filled with reflections. This battle imparted much knowledge and enlightenment. In this world, even after sustaining grave injuries, the human body can rise to retaliate. Its structure incomparable to that of beings from Blue Star. Armed with pure physicality and an intense will to survive, Arthur managed to overcome his opponent. For he refused to perish at the hands of an unknown foe, with his ambitions of traversing the world of One Piece still unfulfilled. At the naval base on Lionheart Island, the ground was strewn with the bodies of both Navy personnel and pirates, and Arthur stood amidst this grim tableau. He gazed upward, listening to the distant explosions and volcanic eruptions on nearby islands, the detonations of the glitter fruit and the ash from the volcanic fruit rapidly blanketing his face. With his weapon laden with ammunition, Arthur turned back to Major Crow. "The coast is still in battle, Major. What must I do now?" "Arthur, you can assist the other soldiers. I must retrieve important documents from the base," Major Crow replied, clutching his wound as he ventured deeper into the damaged naval base. Only Arthur and Cooper remained in the plaza. They exchanged a moment of silence. "Cooper, what shall we do next, Arthur? What else can we do? I am now a soldier who joined the Navy to learn the Six Styles. I must head to town to resist the pirates and protect the civilians." Arthur quickly composed himself and, accompanied by Cooper, made their way toward the gunfire echoing in the town, hearing the desperate cries of civilians calling for help. "Cooper," Arthur called out, halting in his tracks. He drew his firearm, aiming at a pirate sprawled on the ground, a remnant of the battle, previously sent flying by his kick. Bang, 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 bang. He unleashed 4 shots, crippling the pirate's arms and legs to thwart any attempt to rescue the defeated vice captain. It seemed he possessed a transponder snail. Arthur reloaded and returned to where Lake stood at the base, retrieving a transponder snail from him before heading towards the town of Lionheart Island, engulfed in chaos and flames. Not only here, but the surrounding islands had transformed into realms of despair. On the coastline, Monkey D. Dragon faced off against Captain Apollo of the Flying Sky pirate crew in a fierce clash. "Monkey D. Dragon, I trust my subordinate has already annihilated all your men on the island." Apollo stood firm, engaging in a battle of physical prowess, ever vigilant against Dragon's potential ambushes empowered by his natural element devil fruit. He restrained himself, awaiting the favorable news from his subordinate, Lake, while keenly observing Dragon's facial expressions for a sense of satisfaction and to induce humiliation upon his adversary. However, after prolonged combat, Apollo noted a significant disparity in Dragon's fighting capabilities compared to their last encounter. "That damn bloodline of Garp S. His growth is astounding." Apollo gritted his teeth, cursing the name of Monkey D. Garp in his heart. In the face of Apollo's threats, Dragon remained resolute. "If I cannot trust my own men, who else can I rely on? As long as Shiki is absent, none shall rescue you. Surrender now." The fierce confrontation continued along the coastline. Meanwhile, having defeated Lake in the town of Lionheart Island, Arthur launched Cooper into the air, searching for civilians in need of rescue. "Help! Someone save the child in my arms. Please, anyone, hurry." Arthur passed by a house engulfed in flames and was startled to see a woman clawing her way out of the basement, desperately shielding her child and crying for help. Her leg was trapped beneath burning debris, and despite her severe burns, she clutched her infant tightly. Witnessing this plight, Arthur rushed in to extricate her, continuing his search for others in peril. He encountered children unable to save themselves and scorched adults alike, rescuing all he could. Regardless of their condition, Arthur tirelessly saved the civilians of Lionheart Island, yet the brilliance in his eyes dimmed under the weight of such tragedy. Having borne witness to the harsh realities beyond the East Sea, his perceptions were irrevocably shaken. Kneeling on the town streets, he gently placed a battered child down, reflecting, "This is the world beyond the East Sea. No, perhaps this is the unspoken truth and reality within the realm of the Pirate King." Bang! A bullet whizzed past Arthur's back, narrowly missing him and striking a nearby burning structure. Cursed misfire. The pirate prepared to fire again, only to realize that his pistol was devoid of ammunition. Swiftly, Arthur turned to confront the pirate who sought to ambush him. As the pirate reloaded, Cooper swooped down from the sky, his talons seizing the pirate's neck. The sharp claws pierced through flesh, lifting the pirate high into the air before casting him downwards. With a resounding thud, the pirate fell before Arthur, lifeless. Arthur gazed at the corpse of the fallen pirate, quickly regaining his composure, and then turned his attention to the sounds of battle emanating from the shore where the pirate ship was docked. "Cooper, you go assist the townsfolk. I shall investigate the commotion at the coast." Cooper circled above Arthur, calling out in response. This time, Arthur's mission was to join Dorag in vanquishing the pirate stronghold known as Lionheart Island. The pirates in the surrounding archipelago were entrusted to Sakazuki and Borisolino. In truth, he was merely a newly enlisted recruit in the Navy, tasked with fulfilling his duties and engaging in skirmishes with minor pirates. Yet, the longer the battle raged, the greater the toll of casualties. As he wandered through the town of Lionheart Island, he was confronted by the grim sight of numerous corpses of Marine headquarters soldiers, prompting him to yearn for a swift conclusion to the conflict. Arthur raced through the streets, his expression grave and unwavering. He pondered the situation. It seemed only natural that the nameless remnants of the Rock's pirates had allied themselves with the formidable Shiki, the Golden Lion. Following the incident at God Valley, the future emperors of the sea might have retreated into seclusion, subtly expanding their influence. Only Shiki had inherited the audacious ambition of the Rocks to unify the world. Now, nearly 7 years had passed since that time, and Shiki alone continued to roam the seas with prominence. Where, then, had figures like Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom vanished to? As Arthur dissected the maritime events of recent years in his mind, a throng of pirates emerged ahead, engaged in fierce combat with Navy soldiers. He fixed his gaze on the approaching marauders, fists clenched tightly. More Marines arrived, dispatching another soldier to intercept him. Before the pirates could devise a strategy, Arthur surged forward, delivering a single punch that sent a 2-meter-tall pirate soaring into the distant sky. The sheer force was akin to that of a ferocious beast, utterly unstoppable. Following this, he employed the Navy's 6 forms, the gale foot, swiftly aiding his fellow soldiers in clearing the beleaguered pirates ahead. "You truly are a monster, Arthur. The pirates we struggled against for so long were dispatched with such ease by you?" One soldier exclaimed. "What is the situation at the Navy base on the island?" Arthur remained silent, his breath steady and his gaze resolute as he sprinted toward the coast where Dorag awaited. The soldiers watched him, akin to a speeding superhero, as he swiftly vanished from their sight. "Ah, what a fortunate era to be part of," Arthur mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. "To attain all that I desire, I must forsake everything to grow stronger." The waves along the coast surged and roiled tumultuously. In the midst of a fierce battle, Apollo and Dorag were abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of anguished cries echoing from above. Both warriors repelled each other, creating distance as they turned their gazes towards the source of the screams. Apollo, spotting a figure plummeting from the central sky of the island, could not help but chuckle. "No one among your ranks could accomplish such a feat, son of Carp. It must be Rake who has dealt with the crows, rampaging through your men without restraint. Ha." Dorag, unfazed, summoned his powers to propel a figure from the air, manipulating the elemental forces of wind to bring the person before him. Upon recognizing the individual as a pirate, a smirk crept upon his lips. "Perhaps, just perhaps, a couple of days ago, I recruited a rather formidable new soldier." As Apollo observed the pirate in Dorag's grasp, his mirth swiftly dissipated. What was amiss? Rake should have been decimating those accursed Marines on the island, should he not? Having just mastered the armament hockey, he ought not to have been defeated by the crows. Apollo pondered, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Thud. One after another, pirates were hurled into the arena where they stood. Apollo's expression grew increasingly grave as he realized they were all his subordinates. He retrieved his transponder snail to contact his comrades on the island. Dorag, standing before him, made no effort to impede the call. He too was eager to ascertain the situation on the island. As Apollo's transponder snail connected, another voice resonated from the nearby dock entrance, linking to his device. In the dimly lit streets, Arthur approached, holding the transponder snail that had just been activated in his right hand, while his left gripped a pirate bearing the unmistakable marks of a brutal punch upon his face. Leak. Apollo thought of his subordinate first, but the figure before him was far too different. I have always believed that maintaining kindness would lessen the hostility I encounter when I step into this world. Arthur arrived at the shore where the two stood, speaking with a calm demeanor. Upon seeing Arthur, Dorag joyfully inquired, "Arthur, what is the situation on the island?" In contrast, Apollo's expression darkened as he noticed the familiar din-din mushi in Arthur's hand. Veins bulged on his forehead in disbelief. "Why do you possess Leek's din-din mushi? You naval brat. Are you referring to that nearly 4-meter-tall, muscle-bound pirate vice-captain? I had him thoroughly beaten, though he still clings to life," Arthur replied, tossing the din-din mushi into the air towards Apollo. As Apollo caught the din-din mushi and confirmed it belonged to his subordinate Leek, another pirate's figure was unceremoniously thrown down before him by Arthur. "I have incapacitated nearly all of your men," Arthur stated, casually drawing a bounty poster from his bag. He read aloud, "Beast Apollo, bounty of 370 million. Is that you?" "Arthur, do not be careless," Dorag warned, sensing Arthur's relaxed demeanor towards Apollo, which filled him with concern. Having battled Apollo for some time, he understood that the latter appeared to be holding back some latent power. Arthur, now serious, disregarded any caution. He was exhilarated, trembling with fervor and a high fighting spirit. After witnessing the devastation in town, he was eager to conclude this battle and dedicate himself entirely to mastering the 6 styles. Each passing second meant another life lost. The situation on the island had tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the Navy. "Colonel Dorag, we merely need to defeat this individual to end the conflict, correct?" Arthur mused, believing that having chosen to join the Navy and learn the 6 styles, it was his duty as a soldier to protect the civilians and the populace. At the same time, this confrontation illuminated the extent of the innocent casualties that Sakazuki's recent bombardment would cause on the island. Wind kick. Arthur delivered a powerful kick towards Apollo. His stature was even more imposing than that of Lake, who he had just battled, and it was evident that their strengths were not on the same level even before the confrontation began. "So you have defeated Lake?" Apollo's expression darkened. In response to Arthur's approaching kick, he effortlessly shattered it with a single punch in midair. Indeed, Arthur's voice lowered as he met the gaze of his opponent. A sense of shock coursed through him, realizing that the other had effortlessly shattered his previously formidable gale kick, which had the potential to injure the vice-captain of the pirates. Apollo almost instantaneously materialized before Arthur. His imposing figure radiated an aura of intimidation, reminiscent of his moniker, the Beast. With the force of thunder, Apollo unleashed a powerful punch. The sheer might of his blow compressed the surrounding air, creating a tremendous shockwave that surged toward Arthur's face. By the heavens! Arthur's eyes widened as he desperately attempted to evade. However, Apollo's speed surpassed his expectations, leaving him no choice but to clench his fists and brace himself for a full-force punch. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided, and within mere moments, Arthur's strength was shattered by Apollo's overwhelming haki and physical power. The sheer force of his haki was slightly greater than Arthur's own, and he found himself unable to withstand this formidable foe. In that instant, it seemed as though Arthur's entire world had frozen, with only Apollo's fierce, hardened haki-imbued fist remaining in his sight. In the next heartbeat, a gentle gust of wind reached Arthur before Apollo's fist, swiftly coalescing into a wall of wind capable of mitigating damage. With a resounding thud, Apollo's fist broke through the wind barrier and struck Arthur with tremendous force, taunting, "Consider this a gift from my subordinates and a token of gratitude to you, little brat." Arthur spat out a mouthful of blood, his body being driven into the coastal ground by the immense punch. Suddenly, a raging whirlwind, akin to 1,000 blades, mercilessly assaulted Apollo's form. Having learned of the situation on the island and witnessing Arthur's injury aboard the warship, Dragon summoned the full extent of his devil fruit powers. A terrifying tornado swiftly materialized over the waters near Lionheart Island. As if under his command, transforming into the shape of several eastern dragons that surged toward Apollo. Cap's accursed son. The fierce storm caused the vessels docked at nearby islands to sway violently, with masts of several pirate ships snapping under the relentless winds. That devil fruit ability you wield should have belonged to us. Damn you, Cap. Apollo was taken aback by the tempest conjured by Dragon. At that moment, even with his body enveloped in haki, he could not withstand the overwhelming onslaught of elemental wind dragons. He could only exert all his energy to defend passively with haki, desperately seeking a breakthrough to reach Dragon. Damn that Cap's son. Apollo roared in anguish as he was struck by the elemental wind dragon's fierce assault, lamenting. Do you not fear for the civilians on the nearby islands as you expend so much energy to unleash your powers? In theory, haki can counter devil fruit abilities, but that remains merely theoretical. In practical combat, if haki is not sufficiently powerful or has not been mastered, it is often rendered ineffective against devil fruit powers. A wicked pirate, reveling in the pleasure of slaughter, spare me your sweet words. Your era is over, remnants of the Rock's pirates. The full force of Drago's abilities became incredibly grave. Surrounding winds howled like dragons over the sea, startling all who inhabited the nearby islands. Towering waves surged, resembling a cataclysmic flood, rushing towards the adjacent islands. Such a terrifying technique was no less formidable than Sakazuki's devastating bombardment of meteoric volcanoes upon the islands. In the center of a small isle near Lionheart Island, Sakazuki, bloodied and battered, gazed intently at the commotion unfolding on Lionheart Island and the tumultuous sea. He stood over a severely burned pirate captain, wielding a 2-meter-long wild katana. The island's surroundings bore an uncanny resemblance to the aftermath of a volcanic eruption, littered with molten rock and strewn with corpses. Who is truly the pirate here? Mocked the molten imp, the pirate beneath Sakazuki's foot, his tone dripping with derision. What does it matter if a few innocents perish, as long as I can vanquish scoundrels like you? Sakazuki's face contorted with fury as he swiftly ended the pirate's life with a single stroke. The frigid winds cooled the island's searing magma, gradually solidifying it into volcanic rock, which spread across the isle. Shortly thereafter, a soldier braving the tempest rushed from the outskirts of the island, exclaiming, Colonel Sakazuki, our ship and the pirate's vessel have both been sunk by Colonel Drago's powers. After vanquishing the pirate captain on his island, Sakazuki strode towards the coastline, peering through his telescope at Lionheart Island. Once that fellow Drago unleashes his abilities, there is no stopping him. After a considerable time, as dawn approached, the storm over the waters near Lionheart Island began to subside. Dorag expended tremendous energy as he approached Arthur, who had been smashed into the ground. Gazing at Arthur, who was snoring in the V-shaped pit, he was momentarily taken aback. This fellow possesses remarkable physical resilience, managing to sleep in such conditions. He speculated silently, reaching out to pull Arthur from the depths of the hole. Blood soaked Arthur's body, and he instantly regained consciousness, appearing to Dorag not as dire as he had anticipated. Arthur quickly regained his upright posture, brandishing the firearm slung across his back and addressing Dorag. I hope I won't be held liable for my damaged gun, Colonel. It is a relief to see you unharmed. Dorag maintained his serious demeanor, scrutinizing Apollo, who had been thrust into the island by his ability. Apollo slowly rose from the rubble, his body bearing various wounds, and he glared at Dorag with a sinister grin. Ha ha ha, I am not dead yet, son of Carp. Upon hearing Apollo's voice, Arthur swiftly turned his gaze toward the dock town, pointing at Apollo and exclaiming, he can still stand, Colonel. With a thud, Dorag's power surged beyond its limit, gradually draining his stamina. Coupled with the exhaustion from their previous skirmish, he needed a moment of respite. He thought to himself, I require a brief pause. This is infuriating, facing 370 million pirates alone. Dorag felt the strain considerably. While the techniques derived from the devil fruit were flashy, their underdevelopment rendered them less effective. Had they been sufficiently honed, the time taken to execute that last move would have sufficed to eliminate Apollo. He lamented this missed opportunity, wishing he had not resisted his father's rigorous training. As Apollo approached Arthur from the debris, he seethed. You little brat, that was my full-powered strike. How can you still be standing? Apollo's eyes bulged with rage, his body marred by bloodstains. The ground beneath him stained crimson. Why? Arthur scoffed and smiled at him with disdain. Because I certainly will not faint before the battle concludes. Just moments ago, in full form, Apollo was an insurmountable foe. Now, weakened by Drag's formidable attack, Arthur resolved to retaliate, realizing that his current combat prowess without a sword was rather feeble. Relying solely on his fists against such a seasoned adversary would likely lead to his demise. He felt fortunate to have gained insight into his own strength through this confrontation. Suddenly, a throng of injured soldiers rushed in from the island, encircling him with their weapons drawn. "Surrender, Apollo. Your subordinates and vessels have been utterly destroyed by our navy. Do not resist futilely." Arthur navigated through the crowd, approached Apollo, and gazed up at his disheveled state, taunting, "You were quite imposing just now. But now you truly appear a mess, huh? You too, Navy brat." Apollo retorted with a similar sneer, defiantly surveying his surroundings. He realized that in his current condition, he was likely to be shot, yet surrendering would almost certainly lead to his demise at the hands of Shiki. The failure to capture the Navy's stronghold in the Avar archipelago was an outcome Shiki would never tolerate. "Hold your fire, esteemed Navy veterans. I wish to exchange blows with him." Arthur extended his hand to halt the Navy soldiers aboard Drag's vessel. He noticed their somber demeanor. Many familiar faces from only 2 days prior were absent from this battle. The soldiers glanced at Drag, who was kneeling beside them, catching his breath. Drag nodded in agreement, permitting Arthur to proceed. At last, the soldiers retreated from the immediate vicinity of Arthur and Apollo, creating a space for the two to engage. They understood that Drag sought to cultivate rare talents like Arthur, individuals with distinct personalities and strong convictions. The flames on Lionheart Island had been extinguished by the force of Drag's recent attack. Amidst the thunderous storm on the island's coast, all eyes gathered upon Arthur and Apollo. The torrential rain soaked through everyone's attire as they bore witness to the unfolding conflict under the tempest's wrath. Many soldiers continued their rescue efforts, with both pirates and Navy suffering casualties. "Do you hear the cries for help in this town?" Arthur, drenched in rain and blood, charged toward Apollo and delivered a powerful punch to his side, inquiring, "Even in your injured state, do you not feel the weight of their suffering?" With a solid blow, Arthur sent the weakened Apollo staggering back a few steps, clutching his side and forcing a pained smile. "Ha ha, what do you mean, boy?" The malevolent grin on Apollo's face caused Arthur to furrow his brow in anger. "I mean, do you hear the cries of the civilians?" Upon hearing the news, Apollo erupted into even more raucous laughter. "Are you jesting? Speaking such things to me? I am a pirate." With that, Apollo charged towards Arthur, unleashing a fist larger than Arthur's entire frame, sending him staggering backwards. Arthur raised his hands in front of him, bracing himself for the impact. "You insufferable Navy. You dare pose such trivial questions merely to duel with me? It is precisely because I am now with the Navy that I inquire about such matters." Arthur slid across the ground for about 7 or 8 meters before regaining his footing, bellowing back at Apollo. "Otherwise, you would have already been reduced to a heap of rubble, beast." He stood tall, imbued with righteous indignation. Had he not accompanied Drago aboard to witness this world, he would have remained oblivious to its brutal reality. Bored, Apollo thought, finding Arthur's inquiries rather juvenile. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his wrist, he clenched his fist and charged towards him. In this merciless world where the strong prey upon the weak, the powerful will always trample the powerless. The weak are merely playthings for the strong. Do you comprehend the essence of this statement, you child who has yet to fully mature? Upon hearing these words, Arthur's expression darkened, and he chose to remain silent, seemingly conceding the truth in Apollo's assertion. It appeared that possessing absolute strength in this world indeed allowed one to act with impunity. Yet, as a member of the Navy, representing justice, he was compelled to uphold his principles and confront Apollo. The two engaged in close combat, with the weakened Apollo throwing a punch at Arthur, contemplating that at least if he could kill him, he would have someone to accompany him in death. However, in the blink of an eye, Arthur sidestepped the massive fist. Grasping Apollo's stout forearm with his left hand, Arthur swiftly struck down with his right elbow, delivering a resounding crack as the bone shattered, echoing throughout the vicinity. Apollo convulsed, the excruciating pain of broken bones forcing a cry from his lips, his face contorted into a mask of agony. His already frail body collapsed to the ground. His towering frame of 5 meters now stooped, barely surpassing Arthur's height. Witnessing this, Arthur clenched his fists tightly and unleashed a flurry of blows to Apollo's face, repeatedly chanting, "Let us see who falls first." To preserve the honor of his sky pirates, the beasts, Apollo swung his other arm relentlessly at Arthur. However, he soon faltered under the onslaught, his head enduring a barrage of strikes, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. From dawn until the first light of day, Apollo was mercilessly pummeled into a state of oblivion, lying prostrate before Arthur. Arthur gazed at Apollo, whose body was battered and bruised, pondering. I simply cannot fathom why some find pleasure in mercilessly slaughtering the innocent. Especially after experiencing it firsthand, the weight of such a realization is truly burdensome. Must the price of growth be paid with my hopes and fervor? No, I will never become that kind of person. I shall steadfastly uphold my kindness and the resolve to grow stronger. Otherwise, how will I endure the 30 more years until I can reunite with Luffy and the others as they set sail? With the mission on Lionheart Island complete, the battle came to a close. Navy soldiers approached the unconscious Apollo, swiftly binding his hands and feet with iron chains. Count the casualties. Contact Colonel Sakazuki and Colonel Borsalino. Have their objectives been achieved? Indeed, if they had not finished, would they require assistance? Once all the pirates were secured in the central prison ship of the Lionheart Island town, Drago laid out all the supplies. In the center of the now-ruined square, he established a simple relief station for the townspeople. The storm had subsided by morning. After tallying the casualties and the number of captured pirates, the Navy soldiers bore white cloth bandages on their bodies. Upon receiving new orders, Drago noticed Arthur's absence at the relief station and inquired of his soldiers, "Where's Arthur?" "He's atop the church tower." One soldier pointed to the tallest structure in town, where Arthur sat alongside Cooper. "Other areas are awaiting our arrival. Should the colonel go?" "Yes." "And what of Sakazuki and Borsalino?" Their ships were swept away by the storm. After learning of Arthur's location, Drago made his way in that direction, stating, "No need. They must have notified the headquarters for reinforcements, and we need not concern ourselves with them." Atop the church on Lionheart Island, Arthur leaned against a rectangular stone pillar, holding a piece of meat as he gazed out at the tranquil azure waves of the morning sea, observing the mountains and waters in solitude. He listened to the wind and rain as he rested peacefully. Guests come and go daily, blossoms bloom and wither with the passing years. Arthur murmured softly, briefly recounting his experiences over the past decade. He gazed out at the ocean beyond the island, the remnants of smoke rising from the ravaged town below, unable to bear witness to the dire conditions that unfolded beneath him. He pondered why, on his very first voyage, he would encounter such calamity. Could this truly be the norm of the world? Doubts crept into Arthur's mind as he reflected on Luffy's protagonist aura, which seemed to attract predominantly favorable circumstances. If I remain within the Navy, enduring such events with alarming frequency, it won't be long before I seek to depart from this path. Cooper had never witnessed such emotions in Arthur. It appeared to him as a sign of transformation following the trials of humanity. Cooper nestled his head into the crook of Arthur's arm, spreading his wings wide as he enveloped him, offering solace in his own unique manner to the visibly disheartened Arthur. "You have saved many as well, Cooper," Arthur said, taking a bite of the meat in his hand and wiping the grease off on Cooper's feathers. "Cooper, I am here to console you, not to serve as your tissue." As the two comforted each other, Dorag crawled up from beneath the church, peering at the two of them atop the church bell tower. With an expression resembling that of a dead fish, he scrutinized them. "Hey, Arthur, do you still have this kind of interest?" Arthur trembled, startled by the sudden proximity of Drago, and hastily pushed away Cooper, who was embracing him. To prevent any misunderstandings, he hurriedly explained, "What are you doing, Colonel Drago? And please, do not misconstrue our relationship. He is male." Cooper, equally startled, flapped his wings in annoyance, striking Drago's head with an expression of indignation. Observing Drago's calm acceptance of this treatment, Arthur felt an unexpected sense of joy. Devoid of any semblance of managerial superiority, this trait bore a striking resemblance to Luffy. It was no wonder that Luffy had inherited such genes. "My apologies, Arthur, for interrupting your tranquility," Drago began. "But we have received a new mission that requires us to mobilize to Punk Hazard to escort several experimental subjects to the Holy Land of Mariawa." He conveyed the details of their task, having recognized Arthur's strong sense of responsibility following their confrontation the previous night. "Not tranquility. Cooper and I are the most important partners." "Do you understand?" Arthur retorted, intrigued by the mention of Punk Hazard, a name familiar to him as the site of a fierce 10-day battle between Akainu and Akiji over the position of admiral. Ultimately, the island had transformed into a polar landscape, divided into frigid and scorching extremes. As Drago ascended to the pinnacle of the Great Bell, he sat alongside Arthur and Cooper, gazing out at the sea. "Have you heard of the MADS Illegal Scientific Research Organization? There have been reports about them in the news, I believe." Arthur was well acquainted with MADS, a notorious organization led by the renowned scientist Vegapunk, recognized as the most formidable genius in the future world. He recalled a news article he had seen in Morgan's reports about the development of a perfect clone, which had swiftly been retracted by the world government's overwhelming authority. Arthur replied to Drago, "Indeed, I am aware. They are led by the notorious loan shark, Dufeld, right?" Drago's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Arthur with newfound respect. "You seem to know quite a bit, Arthur. The government and Navy have invited that group of self-proclaimed peace-loving madmen to the island to conduct scientific research and experiment on various subjects. The primary objective of this mission is to escort two individuals with rather unique physical traits, though we possess scan intelligence on them." Sighing as the morning sea breeze brushed against him, Arthur lamented, "What kind of vessel have I joined? Just when I thought I had completed a significant task, I am dispatched on another? Is it possible to have a day or two off, Colonel?" He expressed his grievances, pondering the lack of respite. If work did not include breaks, what distinguished it from mere labor? He mused that he might as well return to selling vitality-enhancing products. Drago reassured him, "We will remain in place for a day to await the arrival of supplies, and then we shall set forth. Additionally, your commendable actions during the recent mission have been reported to headquarters. Many civilians rescued in the town have spoken highly of you." Arthur's face flushed with embarrassment, and he dismissed the compliment with disdain, expressing a desire for dumplings instead. "Colonel." He was averse to praise and had no intention of becoming a hero. Yet, it seemed the halo surrounding him could not be obscured. "Ha ha ha. Just wait a moment and listen to how the higher-ups promote you." Dorag chuckled heartily, patting him on the shoulder. "In the annals of naval history, there has never been a rookie bold enough to confront a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. You are the first. What about Carp?" Arthur inquired of Dorag, intrigued to learn about Carp's exploits. Upon hearing his father's words, the old man Dorag was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that he, too, had never relied on firearms. According to Admiral Crane, he had not once employed a gun throughout his naval career. Therefore, one might wonder how long it would take for Admiral Carp to deal with a pirate like Apollo. Arthur's curiosity was piqued, and his interest surged. Dorag, resting his chin in contemplation, slowly responded, "As for Apollo, it depends on my father's mood. If he feels inclined to toy with Apollo, he could engage him for an entire day." "Are you not going to toy with it?" Arthur exclaimed, his eyes widening with curiosity. After all, it was a character he adored. How could he possibly remain unexcited? He was indeed a fervent admirer. A single punch would easily subdue someone as arrogant and murderous as Apollo. Escape would be utterly out of the question. Dolag spoke slowly, revealing that Cap had truly aged over the 30 years. In this era, he must have been in the prime of his life. Arthur mused to himself, hoping for a chance to meet him in person. The two engaged in lively conversation, before long returning to the town. Arthur's heroic actions from the previous night had garnered immense admiration, moving the common folk of Lionheart Island to tears. "Look at that eagle. It rescued me from the fiery abyss." Upon hearing the refugees' collective praise, Cooper joyfully folded his wings, hopping around them in a delightful dance, coaxing bittersweet smiles from many who had been grieving. "I often heard people say," Arthur remarked, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he observed the beloved Cooper standing behind Dolag. "Whether human or beast, being close to someone from a young age shapes one's character and demeanor to resemble that individual. I truly understand this now. Just like you. Your presence is remarkably infectious, you know," Dolag commended, sensing the justice that resided within Arthur's heart. Yet, he seemed to notice that Arthur was not particularly fond of crowded places. It was perplexing. While he hardly interacted with others, he conversed easily with Dolag. In fact, it appeared that the only connections he formed aboard the ship were with Dolag and the Raven. He had scarcely spoken with any of the other soldiers at all. Soon, Major Raven received a message from headquarters via a coal-gray raven that he had crafted, which fluttered to Dolag's side. "Ah, that was efficient. The headquarters truly takes good care of its prodigies," Dolag remarked, accepting the document from the raven's beak. Scanning its contents, he addressed Arthur. "Dolag, if this individual is indeed as remarkable as you described in the combat information, I propose we temporarily promote him to sergeant to observe his capabilities." "There's no need for observation. I lack the aptitude for leading troops into battle," Arthur firmly declined, fully aware of his limitations. Beyond himself, he felt incapable of altering anyone else, nor did he wish to. He had no desire to assume a supervisory role, focusing instead on humbly learning and gradually enhancing his own strength. Dualage exclaimed in disbelief. "You leveled up 5 ranks in one battle. Are you out of your mind? There is a salary to be earned." "How much?" Arthur inquired with keen interest upon hearing about the salary. 10,000 Bailey. Arthur expressed his profound dissatisfaction with such a meager salary, to the point of disdain. He mused that he could effortlessly sell more game, potent kidneys, and the eggs of male animals, all of which would yield far greater profits. He could easily find an island adorned with mountains, woods, civilized towns, and villages, where acquiring a sum of 10,000 would be a trivial endeavor. Unless, of course, the inhabitants of that island held a disinterest in game and meat. A notion he found utterly implausible. What is it that you desire? Dorag inquired, noticing Arthur's discontent and wishing to appease him. Arthur, having maintained his discipline for over a decade, found himself grappling with something difficult to articulate this morning. He leaned close to Dolag's ear and whispered, "If only I could find a more comely maiden." Dolag, upon hearing this, promptly placed the document he held into Arthur's palm and then pushed him aside. Ignoring Arthur henceforth, he proceeded to fulfill his responsibilities at the relief station. Disappointed, Arthur gazed at the document in his hand, his brow furrowing in distress. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, shouting at Dolag, "I shall have my ways in the future. You celibate fool. Cooper. Virgin. The colonel's dignity was insulted, and Dolag emanated an invisible aura of menace towards Arthur. "Now, could you teach me a technique from the 6 styles?" Arthur, feeling a twinge of fear, realized he was no match for Dolag and had no choice but to request a different reward. Alas, Dorag shook his head at Arthur, then brought a pot of iron sand from the warship to Arthur's side. "First, dip your fingers into it for a few days, allowing me to assess your foundational skills, and I shall teach you the art of finger gunning." "Finger lock?" Arthur tilted his head in confusion and replied, "I dare say my grip strength and wrist power might surpass yours." "Colonel, what did you say?" Dorag turned to look at Arthur with a serious expression, deeming his words somewhat audacious. "I speak the truth. The disparity in our strength is not particularly vast. As long as I exert my full effort to grip something, I shall not relinquish it unless I am dead." Arthur was not boasting, but rather stating his reality. With a thud, Dorag, curious, fetched a wooden barrel from the town and assumed a posture for an arm wrestling match. Glancing at Arthur, "Shall we try? Let us give it a go." Arthur approached and clasped his hand. This action instantly ignited a flicker of amusement among the soldiers and injured civilians resting in the medical tents, offering a moment of levity in such a heavy atmosphere. Both exerted their strength nearly simultaneously, and within 2 seconds, Dorag, whose wrist was locked with Arthur's, realized that Arthur's wrist remained immovable, akin to steel rods. It felt as though his skin was glued to Arthur's palm, rendering him incredulous. Despite having fought through the night without rest, Dorag's raw strength was still insufficient to match Arthur. "Your swordsmanship must be remarkable, Arthur," Dorag observed, eyeing the sword that hung motionless at Arthur's waist. "Self-restraint, unless absolutely necessary." "I shall refrain from using it," Arthur replied, then deliberately conceded his wrist to Dorag, eliciting cheers from his troops and the civilians. "I shall take a brief rest, Colonel." Arthur climbed aboard the warship and made his way to the quarters. He collapsed onto the hammock he had fashioned himself, gazing at the ceiling while reflecting on the battle from the previous night. At this moment, Arthur's heart was stirred by the formidable power of the devil fruit. Shaking his resolve against becoming a mere novice, who wouldn't he desire such strength that could transcend levels of combat? The devil fruit, perhaps in no time. He drifted off to sleep in his hammock. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the officers convened to discuss Arthur's battle report. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with purple hair, a scruffy beard, and an air of utter disdain. He was Zephyr. Just months prior, he had been an admiral. After the tragic loss of his wife and child at the hands of pirates who harbored hatred for him, he had shifted from frontline combat to nurturing talent in the rear. With his head held high and a tilt of his neck, he addressed those present, as per tradition. "I shall mentor any prodigies that I discover. Does anyone have any objections?" Some officers, feeling discontent, spoke up in rebuttal. "Zephyr, you've only been a teacher for a year and have already trained numerous geniuses. Surely, we should be allowed to bring forth a generation of talent ourselves?" "Indeed," one individual retorted, soon followed by another. "Geniuses cannot always flock to your side, Zephyr, even if you were an admiral just a few months prior. Shall we adhere to tradition and settle this through a duel?" Zephyr rose from the conference table, revealing a broad grin that showcased his pearly whites as he addressed the assembly. "Come at me all at once. I shall resolve this in an instant to spare us the waste of time." In the conference room, the instructors fell into an abrupt silence upon hearing such a suggestion. Who would dare to stand against the notorious Rocks pirates, the Roger pirates, and those who vanished following the battle at God Valley? What is it? Have not some of you claimed that my alcoholism has rendered me incapable? Zifa, noticing the lack of response, provocatively remarked, I must leave to train the new recruits, Zifa. You scoundrel. So, possessing strength grants one the liberty to act as one pleases, does it, Zifa? Well played. The instructors gradually exited, leaving Zifa alone, perusing Arthur's dossier. I hope this assessment is not merely a facade or propaganda crafted by your subordinates, Drago. I have been searching for such a person for quite some time. Last night. The dialogue between Arthur and Apollo, which culminated in their brawl, was meticulously uploaded to the Navy headquarters by Drago. That sense of justice and duty profoundly resonated within Zifa. It seemed as if this individual was precisely the one he had been desperately seeking, distinct from those with overly cold or languid dispositions. Ah, Zephyr. A woman with a mix of black and white hair entered the conference room. You remain as stubborn as ever. Have you frightened everyone away again? It's inevitable, He. Zephyr replied. I am singularly focused on nurturing a hero capable of transforming an era. They are soon to be dispatched to Punk Hazard, tasked with transporting Kaido and an experimental subject named Abel. I sincerely hope there are no unforeseen complications along the way. He proceeded to inform Zephyr about Dragon's upcoming mission, which caused Zephyr's expression to shift dramatically. Kaido? The one from the Rocks Pirates? Indeed. I hear that the individual known as Abel belongs to the Lunarian tribe, He confirmed. Zephyr could not suppress a smile and inquired, Does Garp know? Of course. But he is utterly indifferent, claiming it is merely a rite of passage for his son to become a formidable marine. He replied to Zephyr's question. Researching beings that surpass humans biologically, and gathering that group of mad scientists MSD together, what exactly do the celestial dragons aim to achieve? What are those 5 elders plotting? Regardless of their intentions, it has nothing to do with us, He stated as she beckoned Zephyr to follow her outside. Holding a bottle of potent liquor, Zephyr, appearing slightly inebriated, trailed behind He. Don't be like that, He. I can manage on my own. Zephyr, you are a man with a story. But you cannot allow yourself to be in such a state every day. Sengoku has returned and wants me to escort you to the marshal's office for a meeting. Warriors of the Warring States? Zephyr's senses were instantly sharpened upon hearing this name. It must be connected to the mission in the Aval Sea. Those young ones have done remarkably well. Suru was not surprised by Zephyr's deduction regarding the meeting. After all, a few years ago, he had briefly ascended to the pinnacle of the Navy with a plethora of tales to tell. The two arrived at the office of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. Zephyr gently brushed aside Suru's support, straightened his posture, and endeavored to present himself more like a soldier rather than a despondent drunkard. He then opened the door and stepped inside. You have arrived, Zephyr. Upon entering, he was greeted by a robust man with black hair. Within the Fleet Admiral's office, several formidable men exuded a powerful presence, seated on either side. Zephyr instinctively walked in and settled beside a man with a wild, curly hairstyle and spectacles. Since your retirement, all the responsibilities have fallen upon my shoulders, Zephyr, the curly-haired man remarked, dressed in a black suit, arms crossed defiantly. He was the current admiral of the Navy. The wise strategist, Sengoku. Spare me, Sengoku. I am no longer capable, Zephyr replied with a smile, dismissing the comment lightly. At present, he was solely focused on nurturing the younger generation of strength. Let us commence. The Golden Lion plans to lead the remnants of the Rocks pirates in an assault on the naval bases surrounding the Aval Sea. Steelbone Kong interrupted the nostalgic exchanges, urging everyone to deliberate. I have heard that scoundrel, Shiki, is searching for something related to the historical texts, Zephyr interjected based on his knowledge of recent maritime events. Does that sea harbor such artifacts? The government has strictly prohibited any inquiry into the matters of the historical texts. The intelligence was undeniably accurate. Hence his fierce clashes with Roger and his crew. As a result, Karp had been dispatched to separate them during their direct confrontations. Steelbone Kong shared what he knew with the assembly. The Roger pirates are also in search of the historical texts. Before the battle at God Valley, Roger had already traversed the world with his companions. He discovered that there exists a hidden final island in this world, which can only be reached by gathering 4 red historical markers. But why do they need to clash? Suru pondered. If those ruffians truly start causing chaos, it is the innocent civilians who will suffer. She was perplexed. The notoriety of the Roger pirates soared following that battle. Even Morgan's leveraged the World Economic News to herald this era as that of the Roger pirates. According to my intelligence, there are some unreliable rumors. That rascal Shiki has gathered the scattered remnants of the Rock's pirates from across the globe and is amassing powerful weaponry. Sengoku spoke gravely, sharing his insights. As the only commander under the current fleet admiral, he had the most interactions with the Flying Sky Pirates. Those troublesome fellows must be dealt with one by one. Sengoku. Steel Bone Kong slammed his palm on the desk, his expression resolute. I absolutely will not permit that pirate crew to rise again. In response to Zephyr beside him, Sengoku remarked, we still lack the formidable combat strength necessary to achieve our goals. Admiral Kong, the Navy must now initiate a comprehensive conscription, gathering a cadre of promising recruits to be entrusted to this individual for training and guidance. Steel Bone Kong concurred, acknowledging the necessity of this proposal. As the current naval forces are insufficient to confront the impending tumultuous era, I shall organize a grand recruitment campaign across the world, he proclaimed. Sengoku. I command you to bolster our forces in the Sea and reassign 3 base commanders to new posts. Upon your return to the Grand Line, assist me in investigating the whereabouts of Edward Newgate, as his trail has eluded us for years. Steel Bone Kong issued orders to all present. Having received an absolute directive from the 5 elders to eradicate all remnants of the Rock's pirates. No, I have not discovered his whereabouts either, Sengoku continued. However, there have been recent rumors along the Grand Line of a particular island experiencing frequent seismic disturbances. I must investigate this matter. The high-ranking naval meeting persisted, deliberating the future direction of the seas, with all present acutely sensing the upheaval of the times. Zephyr, growing somewhat impatient, interrupted the discourse on the progress of the era and the motives of the notorious pirates, stating, could it be that scoundrel, Shiki, has set his sights on ancient weapons? Perhaps he seeks to harness them to dominate the world? At this declaration, the assembly was taken aback, casting astonished glances at Zephyr, who garnered their consensus on this hypothesis. Report. Admiral Steelbone Kong. We have encountered a situation. A shipment of explosive rocks destined for the New World has come under the scrutiny of the Flying Sky Pirates. A soldier rushed into the office, delivering the urgent notification to the admiral. What? The warring states displayed an expression of astonishment, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Explosive rock, a substance capable of rivaling the might of ancient weaponry, is heralded as an ultimate weapon with destructive power on par with the 3 great ancient armaments. This peculiar rock detonates with unparalleled ferocity upon contact with oxygen, wielding a force comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. The transport vessel harbored 10 pieces of explosive rock, sufficient to obliterate an island. Steelbone Kong was visibly unsettled, his face betraying fear. As the others succumbed to disquiet, only Zfa remained disdainful, his calmness unervingly composed as he spoke. What would that guy Shurji do with such a formidable weapon? He would stop at nothing to achieve his ambitions. Steelbone Kong abruptly rose, his expression grave as he commanded, relay orders to the entire fleet, regardless of who it is. They must rush to assist the vessels transporting the explosive rock. We absolutely cannot allow that weapon to fall into the hands of Jean Shitsi Shurji. In the central chamber of the warship anchored in the Sea, the radiant glow of the evening sun poured into the cabin where Arthur resided. Arthur stifled a yawn, a wave of soreness coursing through his body, rendering him momentarily rigid. How vexing. Had yesterday's fervent battle led to such a painful aftermath during his much-needed respite? Rubbing the corners of his eyes, he turned over to behold a hawk-headed figure nestled upon his hammock, peacefully slumbering. All must be vanquished without exception. Dorag. Why did you imprison them? At that moment, a cacophony of rage, fury, and hatred erupted from outside the cabin, rousing the slumbering Cooper from his dreams. Is that you, Cooper? This voice prompted Sakaski to step outside. Arthur, donning a navy cap, noticed a plate of dumplings on the table beside the hammock. He picked it up and leaped out from the hammock to investigate the situation. In the waters near Lionheart Island, several warships laden with supplies were fervently aiding the civilians on the nearby islands. They would be taken to Justice Island for trial and subsequently subjected to public execution before the eyes of the world. This would serve as a reckoning for the civilians of the sea. Calm yourself, Sakaski. Arthur approached the bow of the warship, sitting down on the deck and gazing at the altercation between Dorag and Sakaski below. Upon witnessing the formidable aura of Sakaski, he suddenly pointed towards the island where his mission was being carried out and inquired, "Are there any survivors on that island, Colonel Sakaski?" At that moment, Arthur's eyes sparkled with alertness, having shed all traces of drowsiness. His words immediately drew Sakaski's attention. "What did you just ask, recruit?" Confronted by those eyes brimming with unrelenting hatred for pirates, Arthur remained undaunted, locking his gaze with Sakaski's. I ask you, Colonel, are there any survivors on that island? Including civilians and the naval personnel stationed there. In Arthur's mind, Sakaski was a naval officer capable of indiscriminately slaughtering civilians to fulfill his mission, extreme yet efficient. Cooper instinctively retreated behind Arthur, seeking refuge from Sakaski's fearsome gaze. The pirates on the island have been annihilated. The mission is complete, Sakaski replied, his expression unchanged. Calmly addressing Arthur. What about the civilians? The sacrifice was unavoidable as long as we could eliminate the pirates. Sakazuki, growing increasingly impatient, quickened his pace of speech. If we allow them to run rampant, how many more will fall victim to their plundering? Such inquiries made Sakazuki feel as though Arthur was deliberately trying to put him in a difficult position before the others. Arthur, feeling quite displeased with him, nonetheless continued rationally. I did not inquire about anyone else. I simply wish to know how many civilians still live on that island. What is it that you are protecting? Captain Sakazuki? Sakazuki gazed intently at Arthur, well aware that he could not disclose the truth in front of the public on Lionheart Island. Such revelations would only incite panic. That's enough, Arthur, Dragon interjected, sensing the escalating tension between the two. We have received new orders. There is no point in arguing. Outside the island, a group of soldiers rushed toward the center. Report. The warship transporting the prisoners has arrived at the shore. Colonel Dragon, please hand over the members of the Flying Sky Pirates, 14th Division for their transport to Justice Island. Prepare the troops. All injured personnel, return to recuperate, the rest. Board the warship, Dragon commanded, summoning a gust of wind to forcibly shift the warship from the heart of Lionheart Island to the coastal dock. Am I a saint? Arthur pondered alone, quickly dismissing the notion. No, I am not. I am merely a normal person, but if I continue to endure such tasks daily, I will soon become anything but normal. He gazed at the nearby island, which should have been a thriving town, now transformed into a desolate wasteland of lava rock. Anyone familiar with Sakazuki's temperament must have realized what unfolded on that island. Arthur ceased his questioning, silently vowing never to involve himself in such matters again. After mastering the 6 powers, he resolved to depart from the burdensome organization of the Navy. His destination, Punk Hazard. As the warship plummeted toward the dock, Arthur, carrying a box of supplies from another vessel laden with resources, made his way to Dragon's warship. He noticed the pirates they had defeated and captured the previous night being escorted onto another ship designated for transporting prisoners. Dragon, arms crossed over his chest, regarded Arthur as he passed, offering him a confident and resolute expression, one that conveyed a superior's high expectations of his subordinate. Arthur looked at him with a face of disdain. Upon sensing the rejection, Dorag immediately retorted, "You scoundrel! What kind of expression is that? I have high hopes for you." The colonel remarked, "Each person has their fate, and nature selects the strongest." After saying this, Arthur turned and departed, clutching the supplies. "What do you mean, Arthur?" Dorag, feeling his expectations diminish, sensed something unusual in Arthur's state of mind. It was not the thought process or intelligence one would expect from a 14-year-old. "We have nothing. Hurry up. Let us move on to the next target," Arthur replied to Dorag. Soon, the warship was fully resupplied. Dorag personally counted the remaining troops ready to proceed to the next destination. There were 800 men, but only 371 remained, including himself. On the deck, Dorag stared sternly at the documents in his hands. This number was sufficient to escort the experimental subjects, and the journey would take approximately 2 days. Arthur, carrying an iron pot, ascended to the deck and began fervently inserting his fingers into the iron sand, preparing for training his finger strikes. He possessed a foundational strength in his wrists and fingers. However, he felt a profound inadequacy in his ability to pierce through a person's body with just a finger. As the warship slowly departed from the Lionheart Island dock, Arthur, engrossed in his task, suddenly lifted his gaze towards a distant, ominous island. The isle was riddled with volcanic rocks, and some bubbling lava still oozed from the ground. There were also black statues striking poses of escape that remained intact. "This has nothing to do with me," Arthur thought, lowering his head in silence, choosing to ignore those sights and continue his training. The once beautiful sunset now unsettled him. The affairs of this world were inherently illogical. He felt compelled to swiftly cast aside all the ideals and beliefs that resided in his mind. "Once I master the 6 styles, I shall peacefully depart from the Navy." With 5 fingers vigorously thrusting into the iron sand, he began to transform himself. believing that one should act in accordance with their role, striving to prevent others from overthinking. His pace of striking the iron sand increased. As the evening glow gradually descended into the sea, sweat streamed down Arthur's body, dripping onto the ground and into the sand pit. His fingers bled, raw and red, causing his expression to grow increasingly frantic. "Curse it!" Arthur suddenly erupted in fury, kicking over the iron sand before him. "Why can't I calm my mind as I usually do?" Sergeant, upon learning that Sergeant Arthur had been promoted through 5 ranks, the soldiers began to address him differently. "Eh?" Arthur gritted his teeth and glared at them, exuding an aura of menace akin to a wild beast in a state of frenzy. "Oh, it's nothing, Sergeant. I merely wish to inquire about your well-being. Are you feeling unwell after the battle?" The soldier's concern swiftly returned Arthur to a semblance of calm. He paid them no heed. He tidied the iron sand on the deck and, accompanied by Cooper, made his way back to a rudimentary bathing area on the lower deck. "In this era teeming with monsters, I seem to amount to nothing, Cooper," Arthur lamented, poking at Cooper with a feather, his face a portrait of turmoil. Cooper, a diminutive 10-year-old bald eagle, pointed with his soap-slicked feather at the blade that remained ever at Arthur's side, calling out, "Arthur, you could use that knife, you know." The blade at Arthur's waist had serendipitously appeared upon his arrival in this world, its sharpness unparalleled. He had refrained from taking lives, exercising restraint. I feel I am not yet at that juncture, Cooper." Arthur paused in his ministrations to the bird, drawing the blade from his waist and holding it aloft. The blade, exceeding 1 meter in length, shimmered in a pale blue hue, adorned with exquisite patterns reminiscent of delicate snowflakes. At a glance, its quality was evident. Though Arthur remained oblivious to its true nature, he realized that even with tremendous force, he could only bend it slightly, showcasing its remarkable resilience. The weight of the weapon in Arthur's grasp felt substantial and comfortable, as if it had been tailored specifically for him. Its sharpness was such that after his first real combat on Lionheart Island, he sensed that ordinary bravado could not withstand its keen edge. During battles, he would become exhilarated and fervent, risking unintended fatalities. Though he did not wish to take lives, he had indeed harbored lethal intent towards Apollo the previous night, striking with deadly precision. The black hilt, the intertwined black and blue stitching of the handle, and the pale blue blade with its snowflake-like patterns collectively bespoke of extraordinary craftsmanship. Were he to sell it at market value, Arthur had a premonition that this singular knife could afford him a life of luxury in the world of pirates. Yet, such an ephemeral existence was not the aspiration that had brought him to this realm. "Sergeant Arthur, the colonel requests your presence in his office," shouted a soldier from the staircase leading to the lower deck bathing area. "Understood." Arthur promptly retracted his blade in response. "Hurry, Sergeant Arthur. The colonel seems to have an urgent matter to discuss with you." After relaying this message, the soldier returned to the upper deck. Arthur continued to caress his sword, focusing intently upon it. "I have yet to bestow a name upon you, Cooper. My techniques predominantly revolve around swordsmanship. Yet I feel as though I am unable to unleash its true potential, unable to harness the power of this blade." Suddenly, Cooper recalled the moments spent hunting game with Arthur in the fragrant fields of rapeseed, when Arthur initiated his assault with the swift steps of a master. He struck down the delectable beast with such speed that Cooper could scarcely perceive it, as if caught in the grasp of an eagle's talons. This was merely one of the 2 combat styles Arthur employed with his blade. The other was notably slower. Speed and slowness, offense and defense. As Cooper reminisced about those memories, he shuddered once more and remarked, "Cooper, perhaps it would be wise for you never to wield it." Cooper swallowed hard and addressed Arthur. "Are you foolish? Even when faced with death, I would not forsake it. Am I to be led to slaughter? Given the current reality of combat, my martial prowess appears quite ordinary. After a decade of rigorous training, I struggle even against the subordinates of 300 million pirates." In the colonel's office aboard the warship, had we finally uncovered the truth we sought? In early 1490, another non-affiliated nation met a fate akin to the demise of God Valley in the West Sea, ultimately vanishing without a trace. On that tranquil night, Drago and Major Crow were diligently investigating the truth they had long pursued. In the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar, the West Sea's God Valley vanished. Upon returning from that naval mission, Admiral Carp was lauded as a hero. At the age of 17, Drago had relentlessly inquired of his father, Carp, regarding the events surrounding God Valley, yet received no definitive answers. In 1487 of the Sea Circle calendar, another non-affiliated nation in the South Sea perished in a similar manner, with no news reporting the reasons behind it. in early 1490 of the Sea Circle calendar, which is this year. Yet another non-affiliated nation in the North Sea met a similar fate, disappearing into the depths of the ocean. Major Crow recounted all the intelligence and information he had gathered over the years to Drago, revealing a common thread. Each time a non-affiliated nation vanished, the celestial dragons would embark on their annual excursion. Drago pondered Major Crow's analysis and queried, "Is there something amiss in this pattern, Crow? I suspect the old man is deceiving me, yet I yearn to uncover the whereabouts of those nations." Outside the office, Arthur, having bandaged his palm, had been waiting for some time, eavesdropping on their conversation. Were they discussing the celestial dragon's annual hunt resulting in the destruction of a nation? Arthur was taken aback. Refraining from knocking on the door, could this be the harbinger of Drago's departure from the Navy? Then he sought to develop his own army, positioning himself as the leader of the resistance against the world government. With a resounding clap, Dorag abruptly rose from his seat, exclaiming passionately, "I can endure the likes of Sakazuki, who would sacrifice everything for a mission. However, I absolutely cannot tolerate living under the shadow of a grand conspiracy orchestrated by a colossal organization. It seems that the member states are entitled to enjoy all the bounties bestowed by the world government, while the non-member states are relentlessly subjected to wars more horrific than hell itself. What is the reason behind this? There must be an explanation, and it undoubtedly relates to the celestial dragons. I am now aware that 6 years ago, the old man was hailed as a hero for protecting the celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods in the West Sea. Yet now, he perceives that race's beasts as scum. Do you comprehend my feelings, Crow?" Fueled by a desire to uncover the truth and understand the essence of Navy justice, Dorag suddenly erupted with fury. It was the first time Crow had witnessed such intense anger from him since he had followed him from the North Sea. It was as if he had reached the brink of his endurance, desperately yearning to unveil the truth. Who instigated the wars in the non-member states? Who supplied them with arms? These were the questions that plagued Dorag's mind. In that solemn moment, he gazed out of the porthole, only to catch sight of a figure. Who was outside? Dorag suddenly noticed someone standing outside and asked in a low voice. "Knock, knock, knock," Arthur replied. "It is I, Colonel." "Come in, Arthur," Dorag called out. Soon seeing Arthur enter with his eagle, standing in the office, Arthur glanced around. "Arthur, did you hear everything just now?" Dorag inquired seriously. Noticing the relaxed expression on Arthur's face, it was as if they had transformed into entirely different individuals, far removed from the battlefield. "I did hear. However, you did not summon me here to discuss what you were just talking about, did you, Colonel?" Arthur replied candidly to Dorag. Observing Dorag's usually composed demeanor now brimming with fury, he sensed the tension. Just earlier, news had arrived from the warship escorting Apollo, reporting that Apollo and his deputy, Lake, had perished while attempting to rescue the wounded. Dorag conveyed this newly acquired information to Arthur. Upon hearing it, Arthur's expression remained indifferent, and he asked nonchalantly, "Were they killed by someone?" "No, they succumbed to their injuries," Dorag stated, hands clasped before his chest, gazing sternly at Arthur. "It seems their resilience and ability to withstand blows require further training." Arthur understood the underlying implications. Facing an incapacitated opponent and enduring dozens of full-force strikes without death would indeed be monstrous. Dorag continued to explain to Arthur. Deputy Captain Lake died from a wound in his neck. Apollo perished from a series of severe blows after sustaining grave injuries, dying before any help could arrive. "They are dead, so what more do you wish to argue on their behalf, Colonel?" Arthur replied, reflecting on his first experience with taking a life. It felt no different from hunting animals. He felt no turmoil within, instead posing the question, did their bounty reflect their strength, Colonel? Or was it merely bolstered by their killings and the remnants of their former pirate crew? This inquiry prompted Dorag to ponder for a moment before responding. The bounty on a pirate necessitates multifaceted assessments and observations. The unjust slaughter of innocents can significantly inflate the bounty. However, it is primarily determined by the threat posed to the world and their inherent strength. "Oh, I see," Arthur acknowledged. He had not studied military doctrine since joining the Navy and was unaware of many intricacies. Killing a pirate worth 300 million. A remnant of the former Rock's pirate crew, and yet remaining so composed. To Dorag, Arthur appeared to possess the potential for greatness. "The Navy is a vast organization, Arthur. What you heard outside was my quest to discern the true significance of being part of this institution." After discussing Apollo and Lake's tragic demise, Dorag redirected the conversation. "Oh, I do not quite understand, Colonel." Arthur feigned ignorance. though he comprehended the nature of the Navy. "Let me explain it to you, Arthur." Colonel Crow immediately stepped forward to elucidate. Colonel Dragon now perceives the Navy as a brutal organization of the celestial dragons, trafficking weapons in non-member nations and inciting rampant warfare among them. This enables the celestial dragons to reap immense profits, indifferent to the loss of life. The demise of these non-member nations, ravaged by war, remains unreported by the media. Arthur, confronted with these assertions, appeared increasingly detached and unconcerned. He believed that the affairs between nations bore little relevance to his current capabilities. Such matters were not within the realm he intended to engage with in the future. As the years passed, Colonel Dragon's demeanor grew grave once more, his brow furrowed. "I have discovered a merciless operation of the celestial dragons every 3 years. They seem to select a worthless non-member nation for slaughter, merely to amuse themselves with the games they have devised." As a traveler from another world, Arthur was already cognizant of these occurrences. He maintained his composure. "If what you say is true, Colonel, what will you do?" "I shall sever my ties with the Navy, rescue those suffering in the depths of despair, and overthrow the world government." Dragon's resolute expression and powerful tone were imbued with boundless fury. "I cannot fathom why I would be an accomplice to such an organization." Upon encountering the elder, he was determined to seek clarity. It seemed he had already resolved within himself. Was this truly the impetus for his departure from the Navy? Arthur pondered. Then, the forthcoming punk hazard marks the moment when Dragon met Vegapunk. Informing Arthur of this matter was also Dragon's way of laying the groundwork for the future. Once the truth was unveiled, he would begin to amass strength. Arthur was the only youth he had encountered who remained an enigma. He witnessed Arthur on Lionheart Island, fighting fearlessly, unyielding in the face of death, resolutely determined to vanquish his foes. Arthur. Dorag suddenly regarded him with an expression akin to that of one observing a creature of the night. "You must understand, should the headquarters become aware of your existence, the lengths to which they would go to compel you into the Navy are unfathomable. I am uncertain. What methods would they employ?" Arthur inquired, his brow furrowing in perplexity. "They would impose a coercive mandate upon you to enlist in the Navy, resorting to the slaughter of your village's inhabitants, compelling you, threatening you, and even employing cunning strategies to ensure you serve as a formidable force within their ranks." "Ha ha ha," Arthur chuckled, poking his cheek, his laughter taking on a slightly manic tone. "We will not be intimidated, right, Cooper?" Cooper, with a serious expression, nodded at Arthur and called out, "Cooper, for we have no one to care about." "Ha ha ha, don't even think about it." Dorag intended to share tales of the government's and Navy's malevolence, but was taken aback as the two suddenly transformed, erupting into laughter within the cabin. "Are you both neurotic?" "No, Colonel." Arthur promptly regained his composure and saluted Dorag. Cooper, mimicking Arthur, also rendered a salute. "Get out of here, Arthur. You are still too young. You need more experience." With a thud, Dorag expelled them from the office, sending them tumbling into the narrow corridor. With a bang, Dorag slammed the cabin door, ejecting the two. In the dimly lit corridor, Arthur slowly rose from the ground and mused. "We are but shadows. Who would dare threaten us, Cooper?" "Cooper, I am a raptor, devoid of human registration." "Ha ha ha." Arthur wished to evade thoughts of political matters. He cherished his freedom and yearned to discard all burdensome concerns. The battle in the Aversea significantly altered Arthur's worldview. Confronting the harsh realities of life, he gradually realized that such cruelties elicited little concern from others. So why should he care? "I forgot to mention, Arthur. The Grand Conscription is about to commence. Following the Pankaz mission, you must return and demonstrate your worth." The voice of Dorag resonated within the cabin. Grand Conscription? A global initiative to recruit formidable fighters, where exemplary performance could lead to immediate promotions, perhaps even attaining a rank akin to mine. The next day, Dorag rose early to train Arthur, witnessing him and Cooper, having concluded their training the previous night, beginning anew. Like two perpetual motion machines, they awoke earlier than anyone else, brandishing their blades and flapping their wings upon the deck. Their coordination in wielding the sword was remarkably fluid, far surpassing the grace of merely throwing punches. Dorag opened the cabin door and observed Arthur swiftly brandishing a blade shimmering with a pale blue hue. The sea was devoid of morning mist that day, yet Dorag felt an inexplicable chill in the air as he rubbed his shoulders. "Arthur." With a thunderous sound, Arthur ceased his movements, as if a terrifying force had dissipated around him. His eyes gleamed sharply as he stood still for several seconds before sheathing his blade, restoring his composure and turning to face Dorag. "Colonel, it is only around 6 o'clock. Shouldn't he be resting?" You wish to learn the 6 styles. We want to arrive at Punk Hazard until tomorrow, so I have time to teach you today. With that, Dorag stepped closer to Arthur. His gaze lingered on the blade at Arthur's waist for a moment before he spoke slowly. To master the finger gun, one must first grasp the iron block. Therefore, mere finger strength will not suffice. Arthur wiped the sweat from his brow, gasping for breath. How do I learn the iron block? I cannot accelerate my blood flow. The principle of the iron block is to enhance blood circulation, thus accelerating muscle movement. Dorag stroked his chin, pondering how to instruct Arthur. Well, since you have just warmed up, try to feel the flow of your blood within. Once you sense it, direct that energy to the parts of your body you wish to expand, such as your arms, fingers, chest, or even your entire body. These words sparked a realization in Arthur, who clapped his hands together, his eyes widening in understanding as he looked at Dorag. Oh, can I expand and harden any part of my body? Exactly, isn't it? Dorag responded, observing Arthur's mischievous grin. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, he delivered a swift punch to Arthur, exclaiming, "You rascal! Do not let your thoughts wander into such depravity. You are a young man in the throes of adolescence." Depravity? Arthur replied with a faint smile. How can that be depraved? Colonel, this is merely an exchange between living beings, a union of spirit and flesh, from which the crystalline essence of genetic cells emerges. Otherwise, how would you and I exist? Dorag interrupted him, finding himself at a loss for words against Arthur's logic. Very well. You should first attempt to sense your own breath and the flow of blood within you. In this world, everyone possesses a latent potential to clearly perceive the essence of others, even their forthcoming actions. To learn the iron block, you must first learn to perceive, correct? Yet, Arthur was quite adept at sensing energy. When hunting swift prey, he would tap into his instincts to gauge the emotional shifts and alertness of his quarry. Without further objection, Arthur followed Dorag's guidance. He slowly closed his eyes, regulating his erratic breathing, gradually calming himself. Immersed in the sensations of his body, he became aware of a warmth within, though his breath remained steady. Meanwhile, Cooper, who had been watching Arthur's actions in a daze, was suddenly roused as Arthur tapped him on the head, exclaiming, "Stop just staring. Join in." Reluctantly, Cooper brushed his head with his wings and followed suit. He began to sense the flow of blood and attempted to accelerate its movement. Drag, with unwavering confidence, expressed his belief in Arthur's remarkable abilities. With a solid foundation in physical training, mastering the 6 styles posed no challenge for him. The intelligence agency under the world government had trained individuals from a young age on a secluded island, only to enable them to barely grasp the 6 styles upon reaching maturity. It is thus conceivable how terrifying Arthur was, having instantaneously acquired techniques such as moonwalk, shave, and gale. Given his excellent physical condition and foundational knowledge, learning should have been a straightforward endeavor. Under Drag's tutelage and guidance, Arthur swiftly discovered the nuances of these techniques through his own methods. Just as he hardened his index finger, a piercing scream erupted from nearby Cooper. Following Drag's instructions, Cooper attempted to accelerate his blood flow. However, his right wing spasmed uncontrollably. The entire wing extended rigidly, as if in a cramp, causing him to cry out loudly on the deck. Cooper, his right arm twitched. Dorag found it quite normal. After all, experiencing cramps during training with iron blocks was to be expected. In contrast, Arthur, having successfully mobilized his blood to stiffen his fingers, wore a devilish grin. Humph. How's that? Did you succeed, you little monster? Cold sweat beaded on Dorag's forehead. Seeing the smile on Arthur's face and the outstretched index finger before him, he assumed Arthur had triumphed. However, Arthur's smile gradually froze, and discomfort washed over him. I can feel it. My fingers have gone numb. After enduring the antics of the 2 fools for a while, Dorag sighed in exasperation as he watched the abstract beings writhing on the ground, howling. Once you relax your bodies, it will naturally dissipate. Just keep practicing, he advised. He returned to the cabin, preparing to attend to his task files, pondering, what is wrong with that guy? Has he lost his mind after the battle on Lionheart Island? Curiously, Dorag turned and glanced at the window, observing Cooper and Arthur. He noted that one moment they were bickering, and the next, they were swiftly flapping their wings and engaging in a brawl on the deck. The clattering sound from the deck reverberated through the cabin corridor, leaving Dorag utterly astonished. Is this iron block? Just a moment ago, they were cramping, and now they are using the iron blocks to pummel each other? He struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding outside, a sudden feeling of being deceived creeping into his heart. After a few minutes of fighting, they abruptly paused their iron block melee. Cooper, I'm going to the weapons room to grab a gun and shoot your iron wings, huh? Cooper. Arthur joyfully rushed into the cabin, only to be met with the discontented and perplexed expression of Colonel Dorag, who stood in the corridor, glaring at him. Colonel Dorag? Why are you still here? Perhaps I should personally assess the hardness of your metal, Arthur. Arthur chuckled awkwardly, cautiously attempting to squeeze past him, but was seized by the collar and dragged toward the armory. No, that's unnecessary. Please, Colonel, I merely wish to play a prank on you. I understand. Every genius has their quirks, Arthur. I was similarly treated under the old man's tutelage. Let us coexist harmoniously during the day's training on the durability of iron blocks. But I'm not a genius. Dorag was both amused and infuriated by this statement, his face a mix of anger and envy. If you aren't considered a genius, then what am I? Cooper, save me. Arthur called out for aid. Cooper burst through the cabin door with a serious demeanor, exclaiming, Cooper, who dares to harm my Arthur? In the next moment, he lunged at Dorag in an effort to rescue Arthur, only to find himself ensnared by Dorag's other hand, transformed into a bewildered eagle held aloft. Throughout the day, the sound of gunfire and screams echoed from aboard Dorag's warship. After a full day of iron block testing, both Arthur and Cooper emerged victorious. They had laid a solid foundation and adapted swiftly. It had been less than a week since they joined the Navy. Arthur had grasped the fifth of the 6 techniques, with only the paper drawing and life restoration remaining. Once mastered, he would be free to depart from the Navy. On the island of Punk Hazard in the New World, an explosion erupted within a laboratory. Flames engulfed the central structure, casting an ominous glow across the island. Cooper, donning a headset, circled above, surveying the situation below. On the coast, Dorag's warship lay anchored. The government was particularly concerned as 2 experimental subjects had escaped. Requesting backup. How many have fled? Dracul Myhawk held an urgent communication snail, listening to the voice within for several seconds before it was abruptly cut off. Had the difficulty of the mission escalated once more? He gazed at the snail in his hand, seemingly accustomed to such unforeseen events. The flash of lightning was a manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. This was troubling, for there were formidable beings on this island. Arthur stared at the laboratory building ahead, ablaze with flames, intermittently crackling with dark red lightning. He instantly recognized it as Conqueror's Haki and sensed a powerful aura of intimidation slowly approaching from the unseen depths of the atmosphere. Raven, your injuries are too severe. Leave 100 soldiers aboard the ship to guard it, Dracul analyzed for a few seconds. Then calmly began formulating a battle plan for his subordinates. The remaining 271 will accompany me to investigate the situation on the island. Understood, Colonel, Raven responded. His physical condition not particularly robust. To recover from such serious wounds in 2 days seemed nearly impossible. All soldiers, fully armed, swiftly surged towards the island. And Arthur felt an ominous foreboding regarding this mission. It had been scarcely a week, and he could hardly believe he had traversed from the East Sea to undertake a mission in the Grand Line. Now, he found himself in the New World, having been promoted to sergeant. What is the situation on the island, Cooper? Arthur inquired, holding the communication snail to contact Cooper. Cooper, Arthur said, his voice laced with concern. You seem unwell. Just now, a sudden flash of dark red lightning appeared before my eyes, almost causing me to faint. Cooper's tone was exceedingly frail, as though his spirit had been subjected to some unseen assault, rendering him disoriented. Do not overexert yourself, Cooper. If you are feeling unwell, please return to my side. Arthur was deeply worried, having never witnessed Cooper in such a state. Cooper, 2 individuals approached you, Arthur. I feel so dizzy, I can no longer endure. Just after Cooper spoke, he lost his ability to fly and plummeted towards the entrance road of the island before them. Cooper, what terrifying secrets does this island conceal? A profound dread enveloped Cooper, an instinctive urge compelling him to unfurl his wings and rise. Yet, no matter how fervently he struggled, he found himself utterly immobilized. The intangible menace that loomed over him rendered his body weak and powerless. The eagle's innate sharpness and pride had vanished from his gaze, leaving him as a creature poised for slaughter. Stay there, Cooper. I will be with you shortly. Arthur, upon sensing the distress emanating from Cooper, abandoned the group and hastened towards the heart of the island. For the past decade, had it not been for this eagle, Arthur might have succumbed to madness in this world. His concern for Cooper's safety and the palpable fear in his tone gnawed at him. The soldiers were powerless to match his swift pace, and within mere seconds, he had vanished from their sight like a fleeting breeze. Sergeant, good heavens, how can we possibly master such speed? Arthur, Dragon exclaimed, taken aback by the astonishing speed at which Arthur surged towards the island. Had this individual been suppressing his true capabilities all along? Dragon couldn't help but question, for the swiftness displayed moments ago was indeed staggering. The gracefulness of his stride made it arduous for Dragon to even perceive Arthur's figure. On the island, Cooper lay paralyzed with fear, striving to maintain his composure. He beheld the devastation and flames engulfing the surroundings, the sounds of gunfire and explosions abruptly ceasing beneath streaks of black and red lightning. Soon, he spotted two figures, one tall and one short, emerging from Punk Hazard. The towering figure wielded a massive spiked club, adorned with a pair of horn-like appendages, resembling a formidable beast, exuding an extraordinary aura that surpassed any creature Cooper had encountered in the wilderness. The shorter figure, with flowing white hair and a peculiar tattoo gracing his forehead, bore a pair of black wings on his back. The duo approached leisurely, as if sauntering through their own garden, eventually stopping before Cooper to regard him intently. "I am utterly astonished, Abel. Never has any creature withstood my conqueror's haki, yet this eagle adorned with a naval cap has endured it. This white-headed eagle appears to be so weakened by your domineering presence that it cannot move." "Kaido," Abel remarked, noticing the transponder snail perched atop Cooper's head. "It seems it may comprehend human language, Kaido." This revelation piqued Kaido's curiosity further. Observing Cooper's facial expression suggested that it indeed possessed understanding. Creatures capable of resisting conqueror's haki are exceedingly rare, nearly impossible to find across the globe. The imposing presence of the two towering humans instilled an even greater sense of terror within Cooper, as an overwhelming sensation of despair and suffocation spread throughout his being. "Hello." Kaido crouched down, a smile gracing his face as he extended his palm towards the diminutive Cooper, who stood barely a meter tall. "Would you care to become my pet and create a ruckus in this world together?" Cooper was momentarily taken aback, trembling all over, instinctively nodding his head. However, the instant Arthur's visage surfaced in his mind, he abruptly shook his head fervently towards Kaido, signaling his refusal. "Very well, then perish." The expression on Kaido's face darkened with rejection as he slowly lowered the spiked club from his shoulder. Had the entity been a wild raptor? Kaido might have chosen to release it, or perhaps confine it for gradual taming. Yet, adorned with a naval cap, it was evident that it belonged to someone in the Navy. Unfit for his use, it was better to eliminate it. "Brother Kaido, be cautious." Just as Kaido assumed a swinging stance, he suddenly noticed a figure leaping towards him, a fist poised to strike. How swift! Kaido's nerves tensed, astonished by such speed. "Cheers!" Arthur bellowed, landing a powerful punch on Kaido's spiked club, forcefully pushing him away from Cooper. Kaido was taken aback by the sudden assault. Stumbling several meters before swiftly regaining his composure, a glimmer of excitement flickering across his face. "Interesting, a Navy officer in slippers?" "Cooper," Arthur exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Cooper's figure, relieved that his life was spared. Thankfully, he had made it just in time. "If you had dared to die early, I would have killed you, Cooper," Arthur scolded as he cradled Cooper in his left arm. Cooper, who had nearly met his demise, was in tears, his eyes brimming with fear as he clung to Arthur. "Is this eagle yours, Navy brat?" Kaido inquired, intrigued by Cooper. "How much?" "I would like to acquire such a sentient creature." Stunned both physically and mentally, he could scarcely fathom that the subjects being transported to the PH-006 experimental facility were none other than the youthful Kaido and the future Calamity, Ember. Once Arthur had soothed Cooper back into a state where he could regain his ability to fly, he released him into the air. Turning to face the two familiar figures before him, he took a deep breath to steady himself and smiled. Priceless, not for sale. The air was filled with the unrelenting sounds of explosions from the PH-006 laboratory, the entire facility engulfed in flames. The three exchanged glances on the main thoroughfare leading to the base. Kaido hoisted his weapon back onto his shoulder, bemused by the combat stance the Navy brat had adopted. "What is that stance supposed to mean? You wouldn't dare to challenge us, would you?" Kaido remarked with a relaxed smile, then unleashed his conqueror's haki towards Arthur. The overwhelming force surged from him, resembling a crimson tempest that assailed everything in its path. Arthur gazed into Kaido's eyes, acutely aware of the invisible pressure bearing down on him. The air before him crackled with dark red lightning. The impact sought to shatter his will, threatening to render him unconscious. Yet, if even Cooper could withstand the might of the conqueror's haki, how could it possibly penetrate Arthur's ironclad resolve? Regardless of the overwhelming crimson force, Arthur felt a surge of exhilaration as he clenched his fists, unwavering in his stance. A smile crept across his face. He yearned for a confrontation. The excitement bubbling within him compelled him to engage in a fierce battle with the two before him. However, the calmness on Kaido's face instilled a sense of trepidation within him, as if the opponent could effortlessly obliterate him in a single blow. How absurd. To think an eagle would wish to kill me, yet pose such questions, Arthur mused, shaking off his doubts. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, leaving behind a sonic boom cloud before Kaido and Abel. Witnessing this, Kaido cursed, "Foolish indeed, not even aware of your own strength." Arthur utilized the sixth technique, shave, and appeared before Abel. With a powerful punch, he gazed into his opponent's eyes, exuding an air of calmness and composure, showing no intention of evasion. A resounding impact echoed as Arthur's formidable fist struck Abel's cheek with precision. The sensation upon contact felt akin to striking a thick steel plate. Abel remained unmoved, effortlessly absorbing the full force of Arthur's blow. Arthur, taken aback, could hardly believe that not even a scratch had marred his adversary's skin. "Have you had your fun, Navy?" Abel fixed his gaze upon Arthur, flames raging fiercely behind him. In an instant, he reached out and seized Arthur's face, hurling him into the distance. The physique of the Lunaria tribe caused beads of sweat to form on Arthur's brow. Steadying himself upon landing, he unsheathed the blade from his waist, grasping it firmly in his hand, no longer perceiving the encounter as a mere battle. Drawing the sword was a matter of self-preservation, and for him, it did not constitute a breach of his self-imposed restraints. Arthur's self-discipline stemmed from a desire to avoid senselessly taking innocent lives. He sensed the looming specter of death between them, a stark contrast to the previous confrontations with Apollo and Lake, who were entirely on a different echelon. "Are you a swordsman?" Abel observed Arthur, who was wielding a blade in both hands, and calmly addressed Kaido beside him. "Brother, allow me to handle this fellow." "Oh, do as you wish. I shall provide you with protection," Kaido replied, eager to witness the might of the Lunaria tribe, quietly taking his place as an onlooker. As Kaido assessed Arthur in that moment, the smile on his face gradually faded. He noticed an extraordinary focus and concentration emanating from Arthur, forming an aura of formidable strength that he had never witnessed in any swordsman or powerful being before. "What is this fellow's deal?" Kaido pondered, sensing a tranquil yet menacing energy radiating from him. Was it merely an illusion? Nevertheless, they had ample time to explore and engage on this island. Arthur was not merely fighting on Lionheart Island to gauge his own strength, he was unleashing his true skills for survival. His intuition was not mistaken. The fear he had felt moments prior was justified, as the opponent possessed both the motive and the capability to end his life in an instant. Is there no intention of launching an attack? The Navy appears rather youthful. How old could they be? 14 years old. Arthur's tone turned exceedingly frigid as he responded to Abel. His resolute gaze and unwavering posture with the blade revealed no hint of vulnerability. Arthur drew his sword, and the familiar, chilling aura caught Cooper's attention in the air, prompting him to glance back. "Just a year younger than myself, yet regrettably, he is a naval officer." Abel dashed towards Arthur, wielding his massive blade and bellowing as he brought it down upon him. The blade descended with terrifying speed, poised to strike Arthur's forehead in an instant. Seizing the moment, Arthur unleashed a remarkable surge of strength, deftly swinging his own weapon to deflect Abel's assault, exclaiming, "Dragon strike." The speed of his swing was both swift and composed, heavy yet unhurried. With a thunderous clash, Abel barely had time to process the situation before he felt an incredible force repelling his sword and arm away from him. His entire body became unsteady, tilting backward. A tempest of blade winds erupted before him, creating a sonic barrier, a result of Arthur's defensive maneuver. Had he truly lost his balance? Abel's face contorted in disbelief, unable to fathom such a reality. Chasing the spike. At the moment when Abel's body lost its balance, Arthur unleashed the combination he had diligently practiced for a decade. With a swift motion, he wielded his blade towards Abel's chest, executing a diagonal slash from the right shoulder to the left abdomen. Ugh! Abel let out a roar as he endured the tremendous force of the strike, his body losing balance and crashing to the ground. With a thunderous sound, Arthur's blade pinned him firmly to the earth, causing the nearby surface to abruptly sink and begin to crack. Is his body truly impervious to such damage? Arthur gazed in astonishment at Abel beneath the tip of his sword, marveling at the resilience of the Lunaria race. Arthur summoned all his strength for a second explosive roar, attacking Abel's body with all his might. Yet, he found himself unable to inflict even the slightest injury upon him. As the flames on Abel's back blazed fiercely, it seemed that the suppression was merely a one-sided display of skill. Observing this, Arthur executed a lateral kick, propelling Abel away from him. The repelled Abel quickly regained his footing, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at Arthur, lamenting, "Unfortunately, you cannot wound me. This foretells your inevitable defeat." Arthur, breathing heavily, maintained his defensive stance with his blades poised. "Step back, Abel." At that moment, Kaido approached with an expression of grave seriousness, blocking Abel, who was intent on rushing to Arthur's side. "What is the matter, brother Kaido?" Abel inquired, puzzled, for Kaido had just encouraged him to engage in battle. And now he regarded Arthur with such intensity. "Had you employed your haki earlier, you would likely have been cleaved in two," Kaido remarked to Abel. "But it appears he lacks haki." Kaido believed that this Navy officer must not be allowed to remain, for he could pose significant obstacles in the future. Unbeknownst to him, Arthur had no intention of staying with the Navy for long. Once he mastered the 6 forms, he would undoubtedly resign. Kaido's words heightened Arthur's tension, as he could only hope that Dragon would arrive soon. The duel, having commenced only moments ago, had yet to last a full minute. "Navy brat, may I propose a condition?" Kaido said, once again brandishing his weapon. "What?" Arthur responded with a wary tone, his gaze firmly fixed on the 2 individuals before him. Should they make any sudden movements or exhibit aggression, he would react instantaneously. He merely needed to endure until Dorag arrived to provide support. "As a condition for sparing your life, how about you relinquish your weapons and join me in piracy? Do not waste your talents serving the government as a mere dog." Arthur listened intently to Kaido's proposition. Should he align himself with Kaido's faction, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a vice-emperor in the future. The allure of such an offer was significant, for Kaido was known to be benevolent and forgiving towards his subordinates, allowing ample room for advancement. After a moment's hesitation, Arthur, with a cold and resolute expression, declined. "You just attempted to kill my eagle. I must refuse your offer." "What a pity," Kaido remarked, and at that moment, the kanabo he wielded crackled with ominous purple lightning. Arthur's brow furrowed deeper. This strange phenomenon emanated from Kaido's body, influencing the surrounding atmosphere. Could it be haki? It seemed unmistakable. Arthur had no intention of retreating. The aura of the attack was within his threshold of acceptance. As the frequency of lightning around Kaido's shoulder intensified, so too did his charge. With a sudden surge of power in his legs, he blinked forward, swinging down with lethal intent. Thunder Bagua. Arthur positioned his blade in front of him, ready to deflect the attack. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom, generating a terrifying shockwave between their weapons, distorting the terrain around them in an instant. This world does not welcome the weak. Observing his Thunder Bagua being thwarted by Arthur's blade ignited an unwavering resolve within Kaido to recruit him at all costs. Arthur remained impassive, though the muscles in his slender arms appeared ready to burst as he calmly replied, "Indeed." In the next moment, Arthur's immense strength surged to an astonishing degree that left Kaido incredulous. With a resounding crash, Arthur's blade deflected Kaido's kanabo. What? His body lost balance? Kaido was taken aback as he leaned backward, mirroring Abel's earlier stance. Turning to face forward, he found Arthur had leaped with incredible agility, descending swiftly upon him with a decisive strike. "This is why I venture out to seek greater strength." The blade slashed diagonally across Kaido's chest, and Arthur landed, astonished, realizing, "I cannot wound him. His body is even harder than Abel's." Kaido, reeling from Arthur's strike, staggered backwards, kanabo in hand, his expression one of shock. The physical resilience of these individuals left Arthur astounded. It was akin to striking a bare body, and yet not inflicting a single scratch, truly monstrous. "Hey, brother, do not steal another's battle. Even with haki, his current might cannot possibly harm me." Kaido's expression darkened immediately. Abel held immense confidence in his lineage and physique, and indeed, the reality corroborated this. "Apologies, I merely recalled some individuals who once inflicted excruciating pain upon me the moment he struck you, regardless of whether it was an illusion." Kaido felt compelled to intervene. However, it appeared he had underestimated the terrifying constitution of the legendary Lunaria tribe, which seemed even more resilient than his own formidable body. "Weren't you also struck? Step aside, I shall handle this myself." Abel, wielding his blade, charged once more towards Arthur. He noted that Arthur's breaths had quickened considerably, a clear indication that Kaido's earlier blow had severely depleted his stamina. "How vexing. In just a few days at sea, I encounter nothing but you monstrous beings," Arthur grumbled, steeling himself to engage in fierce combat with Abel. The blades clashed, and in the absence of any particular techniques, their struggle was nearly evenly matched. "Troublesome adversaries have arrived," Kaido mused as he sat on the ground, observing the duel, before turning his gaze towards the horizon. He spotted the eagle from earlier, accompanied by hundreds of Navy soldiers, hastening toward their location. You were Kaido? Dracula Mihawk, at the forefront of the contingent, upon recognizing Kaido, refrained from ordering an attack. Indeed, Kaido replied with a grin, unleashing his conqueror's haki upon the Navy behind him. In an instant, the 270 soldiers led by Mihawk fell unconscious to the ground. Observing his men incapacitated, Mihawk remained unfazed. Is it possible that the experimental subjects you were tasked with transporting are indeed them? Mihawk speculated, gazing at the inferno consuming the PH-006 base in the distance. No wonder the headquarters kept the details from me. Ah, and a trade was made as well. Kaido suddenly pointed towards Arthur, who was locked in combat with Abel, and inquired curiously, is that youth one of your soldiers? Mihawk, I could allow you to depart, but let this battle come to an end, Kaido. As a colonel, Mihawk was obligated to prioritize the safety of his subordinates. Should a conflict arise with Kaido, it was ultimately his fallen soldiers who would suffer. The opposing side consisted of merely 2 individuals, both formidable enough to match him. Allowing them to continue unchecked would yield no honor for his soldiers, nor any opportunity for advancement. The question remained whether they could even prevail in combat. This is unacceptable, Kaido firmly rejected. Both you and I are leaders. Let us end this duel with the legendary race I have witnessed in my recruitment. Dolag quickly noticed the white-haired youth clashing with Arthur, particularly the black wings that unfurled behind him, ablaze with fire at their center. Once, in the distant past, these were rare beings inhabiting the Red Earth continent, now nearly extinct. The bloodline of the Lunaria tribe enables them to generate fire within their bodies. This flame possesses a certain aggressiveness. When it dissipates, their speed dramatically increases, albeit at the cost of their defense. They are capable of surviving in various natural environments. Legend has it that they were referred to as gods. What do you intend to do, Kaido? Dolag inquired, his face a mask of astonishment. The Rock's pirates have been annihilated. Would it not be better for all of you to live in seclusion and tranquility? Huh? Kaido scoffed disdainfully, responding, how can one erase the hatred towards the world government? Drag, well aware of personal vendettas, understood that persuading Kaido was futile. He knew well of Kaido's past. Approximately 15 years ago, at the tender age of 14, Kaido had caught the eye of the world government due to his formidable talents. Under the pretext of the Ika Kingdom joining the World Federation, they demanded the kingdom surrender Kaido to serve in the Navy. Reluctant to become a mere political pawn, Kaido fled into the sea after being forcibly captured, ultimately turning to piracy. From that moment forth, a deep-seated animosity towards the government took root within him. I would prefer not to see your subordinates perish in vain. So keep silent, Drag observed quietly. Kaido warned sternly, expressing his intense disdain for the Navy. With a thunderous roar, Drag swung his massive hand, summoning a howling gale that rushed towards the experimental base, which Kaido had ravaged. In an instant, the raging fire was extinguished, and a tempest descended from the heavens. Humph. That devil fruit was Captain Rock's treasure. I never imagined you would consume it. Kaido, witnessing Drag's powers, felt no surprise. He was aware of the true terror that the cache of devil fruits possessed, sufficient to overturn the current reign of the celestial dragons. Regrettably, they had ultimately been seized by the celestial dragons and became objects of contention among various factions. Is that blade not a form of self-restraint? Drag pondered as he observed Arthur's battle, recalling her words. They were all quite young. Yet he hadn't anticipated that someone of the same age could engage so fiercely with the Lunarians. Both Kaido and Drag gazed into the distance where the blades clashed incessantly. Should they engage in combat, it was likely neither would gain the upper hand. However, Drag's greater concern lay with his subordinates, who were somewhat intimidated by Kaido's reputations, leaving him to merely observe. Meanwhile, Arthur relentlessly swung his arms, gazing upward at the enormous blade ahead. With each block, he effortlessly deflected Abel's strikes without exception. Arthur's breaths grew increasingly labored. After barely managing to withstand a strike from Kaido, he found himself plunged back into the fray with scarcely a moment to recover. Why engage solely in defense, resorting to petty cunning? Abel, relentless in his assault, felt a surge of frustration as he discovered that no matter how forcefully he struck, his blade would merely rebound. Beneath that formidable concentration and unwavering focus, he was unable to discern any vulnerabilities in Arthur. Drink. Jean ignited the blade of his sword with the flames behind him and struck forcefully towards Arthur. As the sinuous blade of fire approached, Arthur's calm demeanor faltered, revealing a hint of discomfort. He deftly evaded Abel's assault, leaping back a considerable distance to create space. Arthur addressed him, despite exerting such tremendous effort. I cannot inflict harm upon you. Until I discern a flaw, why should I engage? Abel, taken aback by Arthur's thoughts mirroring his own, paused momentarily. He then broke into a smile, one tinged with condescension towards Arthur. What a pity. Your blade cannot wound me. Thus, you shall never triumph over me. Every rigid entity harbors vulnerabilities. Do not hastily draw conclusions based on a lifetime of assumptions. I did not, Abel exclaimed, unfurling his ebony wings to unleash a torrent of fiery projectiles towards Arthur. Arthur's keen gaze discerned a subtle clue. With each fiery bullet he conjured, he noted that the flames behind Abel diminished slightly. As the fire-infused projectile soared through the tempest, it was deftly deflected by the blade in Arthur's hand. Meanwhile, Abel, sensing Arthur's scrutiny, seized the moment when Arthur swiftly swung his knife to block the bullet. In an instant, he extinguished the flames on his back, experiencing a remarkable surge in speed, and vanished from his previous location in the blink of an eye. Where is he? Arthur, devoid of any imposing presence, failed to exude his aura. He remained poised, swiftly wielding his blade to deflect the fiery bullets. In an instant, Abel emerged from behind Arthur, his imposing shadow cast by the night enveloping him. Ding! As Arthur deflected the last fiery bullet, his eyes widened in alarm upon seeing the shadow on the ground, causing a surge of panic. Realizing he could not turn around, Arthur immediately employed the iron technique he had just learned to harden his entire back. Finished. Abel decisively struck down with a blade from behind Arthur. In the distance, Dorag sought to intervene and save him, but was thwarted by Kaido wielding a spiked club, who declared, "If you dare to make a move, I shall slay you, and all the navy behind you." Do you truly believe I fear you, Kaido? Dorag retorted defiantly. However, he hesitated, knowing that to engage would mean sacrificing the lives of his subordinates for Arthur's sake. While he grappled with this moral dilemma, Q-Bar, without a moment's hesitation, surged forward towards Arthur with remarkable swiftness. Cooper. Unfazed by the warning, Cooper unfurled his wings with utmost determination and soared towards Abel, positioned behind Arthur. And you, Eagle. Kaido's conqueror's haki surged forth once more, cascading towards Cooper. The innate animal instinct within him was momentarily quelled by the overwhelming force of the haki, causing his wings, which had been aimed at Arthur, to become inexplicably rigid. Faced with the choice between fear and the most significant person in his life, he could only choose Arthur. Despite being struck down by the haki, he did not lose consciousness. However, he found himself incapacitated. A blade cleaved through iron, and blood began to flow from Arthur's back, pooling on the ground. It was the first time he had endured such a heavy blow in this world, a pain more excruciating than that inflicted by a fist. A ghastly gash marred his back. Still standing? Abel taunted, poised with his weapon, the blade embedded in the earth, oblivious to Arthur's resilience. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Arthur hunched over for several moments, the expression of endurance on his face beginning to waver. Suddenly, the blade he held in his hand underwent a transformation, an icy chill emanating from it, trickling down to the ground beneath him. The earth around him began to freeze, and in an instant, the frigid air enveloped the ghastly wound on Arthur's back, forcibly staunching the flow of blood. Cold air? Drag's expression was one of astonishment as he prepared to act, gazing at the peculiar sight beneath Arthur's feet. Has it frozen? Why is Kaido perplexed? He cast a sidelong glance at Drag and inquired, "Hey, is he a devil fruit user?" Abel, sensing the ominous turn of events, swiftly swung his sword towards Arthur, intent on cleaving him in two to end the battle. The blade whistled through the air, poised to strike, when he beheld Arthur vanish from before him. The instantaneous movement was silent, undetectable even by animals. "I knew this sword was extraordinary, ha ha ha!" Arthur exclaimed joyfully, reappearing behind Abel and delivering a swift strike downward. Disappeared? Upon regaining his senses, Abel ignited the flames behind him, bracing himself to withstand Arthur's impending strike. With a thunderous crash, Arthur's powerful blow descended upon his left wing, the sensation akin to striking steel resonating throughout Arthur's being. Yet, it did not inflict harm. In that fleeting moment of injury, it seemed as though the blade's true potential had been awakened, and it ought to have been capable of wounding him. Arthur was perplexed. Before him, Abel's left wing was cloaked in a thin veneer of frost, while the flames that raged within, impervious even to torrential rain, were quelled somewhat by the encroaching chill. The frigid air spread across Abel's left wing, its biting cold causing discomfort to his visage. The entirety of his left wing was ensnared by the extreme temperature, rendering it exceedingly rigid. How painful! Abel uttered a low, mournful groan. Coldness? Is this the power of that blade? Dorag felt a profound shock as he sensed the shift in the surrounding atmosphere. Under the chilling influence of Arthur's blade, the raindrops encircling Abel's body transformed into icy dew, cascading down upon him. Is it over? Arthur, recovering from his astonishment, exerted force once more, propelling Abel several dozen meters away. The ground beneath Abel was marked by a shallow indentation from a slide. What is concluded? I ought to have informed someone that my body is remarkably resilient. Arthur approached Cooper, his gaze sharp as it swept toward Kaido. Then, from a distance of over 10 meters, he unleashed a frigid wave from his blade. A chilling strike imbued with elemental ice hurtling toward him. Kaido nonchalantly blocked it with his spiked club, only to discover that his entire weapon was instantly enveloped in frost. The coldness continued to spread to Kaido's palm, the piercing pain creeping over him. Frowning, Kaido grew wary, contemplating, what is this? This is the second time. I was just being courteous in respecting your invitation, Kaido. Arthur's fury ignited, his murderous intent and the blade in his hand directed at Kaido. Do you truly believe that your self-assured composure will remain unshattered? With that, Arthur placed Cooper upon his shoulder, akin to a hawk's grip, ensuring it clung tightly to him. With a resounding thud, Dorag, who had been poised to strike beside Kaido, unleashed a sudden attack, his fist enshrouded in Conqueror's haki, crashing into Kaido's face. Kaido's body was propelled violently into the surrounding woods, several large trees splintering upon impact. I have long harbored disdain for you, Kaido. Dorag shouted at him. Witnessing this, Abel, with his black wings flapping vigorously, soared toward the forest, anxiously calling out, Brother Kaido. Seizing the opportunity, Dorag summoned a gentle breeze, transporting the unconscious soldiers to the coastline where the warship was docked. Arthur, we must retreat now. It is acceptable to consider the mission a failure. Dorag remarked as he activated his powers, adding, Kaido's physique is extraordinary. We cannot defeat him. We will be worn down to nothing. At this moment, Arthur, filled with rage yet guided by reason, resolved to withdraw. They hastened toward the warship anchored off the island, planning to pay a visit to Punk Hazard after Kaido's departure. Meanwhile, Kaido's roar reverberated across the island, a bolt of violet lightning descending from the obsidian sky into the forest he had just traversed. 1,000-meter-long azure dragon soared from the island, ascending into the clouds beneath the night sky. Do not check any more. Arthur boarded the warship, preparing to set sail. As soldiers lay scattered across the deck, gradually regaining consciousness. However, Sergeant, the wound on your back reveals bone. The medic gazed at the horrific injury on Arthur's back, visibly distressed. A man adorned with scars is still striking. I am not a delicate maiden. Arthur brushed him aside, brandishing his blade towards the myriad dragons soaring in the sky. Moreover, the battle is far from over. The sails of the warship billowed swiftly, steering towards the open sea. Dorag stood resolutely on the deck, his gaze sternly fixed upon Kaido above. Prepare for a sinking. I cannot guarantee everyone's safety. On the deck, Arthur shed his tattered garments. With his bare torso raised and sword aloft, determination filled his eyes. His lithe physique resembled a masterpiece of sculpture. As the rain gradually washed away the blood that adorned him, standing at 189 centimeters, he appeared to weigh little over 70 kilograms. Yet the strength emanating from such a slender form surpassed all expectations. Cuckoo, the throat of the cougar perched atop Arthur emitted a tremulous sound of fear. It had grown alongside Arthur in the East Sea, never having encountered such a colossal creature. Do not be afraid. Death is but a possibility, Arthur reassured it. The rigorous training I have subjected you to was precisely for moments like this. A chilling frost enveloped the blade in Arthur's hand, intensifying and swirling with increasing velocity. In this moment, the blade appeared to accumulate power with each passing second. Before him stood Drago, fully manifesting his commanding aura, harnessing the power of the devil fruit to manipulate the tumultuous winds above the boundless ocean, stirring the waters into a tempestuous dragon of storm, poised to counter Kaido's dragon breath. Amidst the thunderous clouds, the azure dragon form of Kaido pursued the warship, gathering a fierce dragon breath in his maw. His anger was palpable. We are at sea, Brother Kaido. Eliminate them in one breath. Abel, atop Kaido, declared as he unleashed a fiery slash towards Drago's vessel. Monkey D. Drago, you should remember how Carp dealt with me in the past, Kaido growled, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath that surged towards the warship. Why do those whom the old man once bested now seek vengeance against me? Drago mused. waving his hand to summon a colossal storm dragon, several hundred meters in diameter, to intercept Kaido's breath. The transparent storm dragon collided with Kaido's fiery breath, neutralizing each other's attacks in a momentary stalemate, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Addressing his subordinate, Colonel Crow, he commanded, "Crow, obstruct that Lunaria fire slash." "The coal will ignite instantly upon contact with such flames, Colonel," Crow replied, fear evident in his voice, as he was a natural-type coal fruit user. The inherent weaknesses between their powers, combined with his lingering injuries from 2 days prior, made him hesitant. Before Drago could finish his thought, he witnessed Arthur employing the 6th-style Soru and Shuinpa to charge towards Abel's fiery slash. Instantly alarmed, he shouted, "Arthur, I'm going ahead. It's too exhilarating. This world demands combat," Arthur proclaimed as he soared towards the heavens. Upon nearing the fiery slash, it morphed into a gaping maw of flame under Abel's control, as if intent on consuming Arthur. With a decisive strike, Arthur propelled himself forward, exclaiming, "I shall carve a hole for you both. Who dares to frighten my eagle?" In an instant, the intertwining of frost and flame extinguished the fiery slash with the blade's extreme cold, solidifying it into an ice sculpture that plunged into the depths of the ocean below. In Abel's eyes, Arthur's speed appeared as mere afterimages, radiating an aura of frost that pierced through his strike. Arthur sliced through that attack and, in an instant, found himself hovering above Kaido's head, directly over Abel. At this moment, he raised his blade high above, preparing to deliver a downward strike. "Do not cover my eyes, Cooper," Arthur exclaimed, as Cooper, clutching his head tightly, shielded him with his wings. In a state of panic, Cooper was taken aback by the sight of the colossal azure dragon, its eagle-like head leaving him utterly bewildered. With a resounding clash, Abel raised his sword to parry Arthur's blade. In this standoff, Arthur suddenly unleashed his full potential, his arm strength surging to its utmost limit. With a heavy exhale, Kaido's dragon form faltered, the brilliant flames of its breath extinguishing in an instant. He called out to Abel, asking, "What are you doing, Abel? You are of that legendary lineage. Why is it so challenging to contend with a boy merely a year younger than you?" With a fervent cry, Abel unleashed his pent-up rage against the Navy and the government. Flames surged violently around him, enveloping Arthur in an instant. A thunderous roar echoed as Kaido, deprived of his dragon's breath, was struck squarely by the tempestuous water dragon, momentarily dazed, before his colossal form plummeted towards the ocean below. Abel. Even the scattered tempest could not extinguish the flames engulfing him at this moment, as he forcefully repelled Arthur with a single strike. Off balance, Arthur steadied himself by standing on Kaido's back, gazing at the nearly frenzied Abel before him. The chilling aura emanating from the blade shielded him from the searing heat. In this combat, he finally grasped why Kaido would eventually be hailed as the mightiest across land, sea, and sky. He was taken aback, feeling as though he had stepped into a fantastical realm. Standing atop Kaido's azure dragon form, he faced the fire calamity, Ember, who was a year his senior. "Brother Kaido, please maintain your stance." As Abel's flames surged around him, they coalesced into 5 colossal fire dragons that charged towards Arthur. "I shall eliminate him at once." Cooper, standing on Arthur's shoulders, noticed that Arthur's body had begun to tremble from fatigue. Arthur's gaze pierced through the fiery dragon as he fixed his eyes on the enraged Abel, slowly sheathing the blade in his hand. "Commence." As Arthur's voice resonated, he concentrated all his strength at a singular point, his aura surging dramatically. Utilizing the last remnants of his energy and vitality, he assumed a posture that propelled him forward. "If this strike fails to wound you, it seems I must endeavor to master the art of dominance." Arthur allowed his body to settle, and in the next moment, he drew his blade and vanished from sight. His form akin to a fleeting flash of light as he pierced through Abel's figure, which lay several meters away. 5 colossal dragons of flame were cleaved in twain by a single stroke, instantly crystallizing into ice sculptures as they plummeted toward the depths of the sea below. As Kaido regained consciousness, he felt a terrifying shock coursing through him, and he expressed concern for Abel. Just moments ago, he had perceived the previous attack through his observation haki, yet doubts lingered in his mind, questioning whether Abel had sustained any injuries. Suddenly, with a crack, the blade in Abel's hand that had been defending against Arthur's assault fractured in two. A deep indentation marred his chest, a testament to the violence he had endured. However, there was no blood or visible wounds. He stood silently, motionless. A biting frost rapidly spread across his chest, but he harnessed flames to forcibly extinguish it, alleviating the pain within his body. The blade was broken? What had transpired? His chest throbbed painfully. Abel, seemingly unfazed, turned his gaze towards Arthur, who exuded a terrifying aura behind him. A sideways glance revealed Arthur, shrouded in darkness, wielding his weapon like a monstrous entity. As he fully turned, he realized that Arthur was drenched in blood. "No more fighting. We leave, Cooper," Arthur stated, his calm demeanor belied by the tremors in his eyes. In his swift approach towards the enemy, he unleashed a powerful slash, his most formidable sword technique. In the past, this move had guaranteed a swift kill against any beast in the forest, yet now it failed to inflict harm upon the figure before him. Valhalla. Kaido sensed that Abel bore no injuries, and he could no longer underestimate the lineage of the Lunaria tribe. He laughed excitedly at the creatures beneath the sea. "Kill him. Abel, that fellow appears calm on the surface, yet his inner essence is already in turmoil. With just one strike now, he will definitely not rise again." Abel heeded Kaido's words, stepping forward to gaze upon Arthur. "You two are an anomaly, albeit on the wrong side." He acknowledged Arthur's strength, and then, utilizing his ebony wings, he struck forward, sending Arthur hurtling away from Kaido. In that moment, Arthur plummeted from the sky into the depths of the ocean. Still grappling with the incomprehensible, why was the human body so resilient? Harder than steel itself. Foul winds. Above the sky, Kaido, in his colossal dragon form, conjured a swirling vortex. The dragon's body spun like a top, drawing in all the tempestuous gales summoned by Dracula. Countless slashing strikes manifested, cascading downwards towards the depths of the ocean. The ships below were engulfed by these malevolent winds, succumbing to their destructive force, while Dracula and Corvus hovered in the air, exerting every effort to rescue those in peril. This was a farewell, Dracula, as Kaido carried Abel away from this tumultuous region. Arthur gazed at the ship sinking beneath the waves, reflecting silently. "My 100,000 berries remain in the hold. Cooper, fool. In what state are you to still concern yourself with money? Go assist the Navy and save some lives, Cooper." "I am perfectly fine," Arthur asserted with unwavering resolve, despite the severe wounds he had sustained since arriving in this world. However, he remained blissfully unaware that his strength was utterly depleted. Cooper swiftly carried Arthur from the skies to the shores of Pancacid, then proceeded to assist in the rescue efforts. Upon reaching the Pancacid coast, Arthur sheathed his blade and ventured alone into the nearby woods, his gaze vacant and a faint smile upon his lips. He sought a safe haven to rest and await Cooper's return. Despite his relentless efforts, Arthur felt increasingly overshadowed by the innate gifts of others. His vision began to blur as he muttered incessantly. "Some traverse realms and become invincible. Others are imbued with extraordinary abilities. Yet what do I possess?" It seemed that apart from this blade, he was bereft of anything else. As he continued onward, his body swayed more and more, until ultimately, he could no longer maintain his balance and sank to the ground, sitting cross-legged and cradling his weapon in a moment of respite. "Take a break," he muttered. Moments earlier, when he had narrowly evaded Kaido's devastating thunderbagwa, it felt as though his body was on the verge of exploding. The subsequent battle was sustained solely by sheer willpower. With his eyes closed, he soon succumbed to unconsciousness, appearing to an onlooker as if he were merely resting. Before long, two figures emerged in his vicinity. One was a woman with golden short hair, clad provocatively and wielding a firearm. The other was an individual with an enormous head, significantly larger than that of an average person. "What a terrifyingly youthful man," the oversized headed man remarked about an experimental subject from that lineage. The woman raised her gun, a seductive smile gracing her lips as she aimed at Arthur. "Vegapunk, he seems to have passed out. Shall we eliminate him? He appears to pose a considerable threat." "Stand down, Bagan. He is a Navy officer," Vegapunk instructed the woman, halting her actions. "Then shall we take him to the laboratory for further examination?" Bagan suggested. Glancing at Vegapunk, "I share that sentiment," Vegapunk replied, stepping out from the foliage to inspect Arthur's wounds. "The flesh around his injuries has completely frozen. Is he a devil fruit user?" Bagan inquired with curiosity. "Uncertain. We will ascertain that once we examine his blood." At Punk hazard, hundreds of soldiers were gradually rescued from the shore, yet Drag did not find Arthur among them. Cooper, who had just saved numerous soldiers, anxiously leaped up from where he had last seen Arthur, desperately searching for him. Cooper, where could Arthur have gone?" For Cooper, Arthur represented his parents and comrades. Without Arthur, he felt like an eagle devoid of its soul. "Do not fret, Cooper. Given his nature, he must have stubbornly wandered off to some place. He is certainly still on this island," Drag reassured him. However, Cooper was not inclined to heed any words, his gaze unwavering as he swiftly ascended into the sky, scanning the island for Arthur's figure. How is it that an eagle shares such a temperament with a human? Drag mused silently, before commanding the crows to dispatch over 20 soldiers to scour the entire island. With the warship sunk and all supplies lost, he had to seek assistance from the island's laboratory to sustain his contingent of 370 men. In the PH-001 laboratory of Punk Hazard, Arthur was brought in by Vegapunk and Bagan, placed on an examination table where they extracted samples of his blood and cells. They were currently analyzing the activity and density using instruments. Remarkable. This individual's cellular activity surpasses that of an ordinary human by hundreds of times. It is astoundingly vibrant. Vegapunk exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he observed Arthur's cells under the microscope, eager to conduct a thorough study. However, such research would require considerable funding and time. Several hundred times. Bakine was astounded by this figure, her disbelief palpable as she gazed at her younger self within a container. Within the entire MADS organization, Bakine was the sole individual basking in idleness. The price she paid was her contribution to cloning technology, successfully creating a clone, though not yet activated. It was still developing within a nutrient-rich vessel. Soon, both of them were captivated by the envious and exhilarating sounds of Arthur snoring. Possessing such genetic cells meant that the rates of aging, lifespan, and growth would far surpass human limitations. Vegapunk, as the leader of the MADS organization, had descended into a fervor bordering on madness in his obsession with science. He longed to dissect Arthur's body for an in-depth study. Yet the fact that Arthur was a naval officer posed a complication. We have conducted research on Zoan-type devil fruit users, and even those with animal traits do not possess such attributes. Bakine marveled. Indeed, ordinary cells perish within mere hours when exposed to air. Vegapunk continued conversing with Bakine. This individual's cells not only survive, but exhibit a phenomenon of self-healing. Hey, Vegapunk. Bakine, increasingly envious, cast a shocked glance at Vegapunk, her mind racing with ruthless ideas. What if we dissect him and sell the findings? How about that? Vegapunk exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Bakine. The affluent individuals from around the globe yearn for prolonged lifespans and enhanced vitality. If we could utilize this fellow's blood and cells for their injections, would we not find ourselves in a position of immense wealth? Administer a dose to me first. My skin has already begun to show signs of aging. Bakine has always been a woman who values wealth above all else. As she spoke, her demeanor grew increasingly frenzied and uncontrollable. However, Vegapunk outright refused her request, cautioning, "Be cautious with your words. To him, this injury is but a minor inconvenience. He is likely exhausted and merely resting. Yet he may still be awake enough to hear our conversation. Do you believe he is listening in this state?" Bakine suddenly turned her gaze toward Arthur, who lay snoring on the examination table. A wave of terror washed over her, prompting her to step back a few paces. It was as if she were staring at a monstrous creature, fixated on the unconscious Arthur. Both Vegapunk and Bakine had misjudged the situation. Arthur, in a state of slumber akin to that of an infant, had not heard their exchange. Upon closer inspection, the man possessed a physique that, while seemingly ordinary, held considerable promise. Bakine approached the examination table and touched Arthur's upper body. Her attention was drawn to the sheath at his waist, and she swiftly grasped it, drawing forth the blade for scrutiny. Such exquisite snowflake patterns on the blade, it must be worth quite a sum, she mused. Vegapunk, have you determined whether he is a devil fruit user? Despite his state of unconsciousness from exhaustion, Arthur's spirit still radiated the vitality of a youthful son. No. His blood does not contain the traits of a devil fruit user, Vegapunk revealed through his testing instruments, confirming that Arthur was, in fact, not a wielder of such powers. Is it not? Bakine exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening as he gazed at the blade in his hand. Could this knife possess the ice powers that rivaled those of the devil fruit? He regarded Arthur's weapon with a covetous glint, treating it as a treasure, before suddenly clutching it to his chest. Oh dear, Bakine, can you not rid yourself of that insatiable greed? You are truly obsessed with wealth, Vegapunk scolded him. To even contemplate selling such a precious item? If that blade indeed wielded the power of extreme cold, it would be priceless, regardless of the market. Once word got out, how many would risk their lives to seize such a treasure from the sea? Greed is an intrinsic trait of womanhood, you unromantic fool, who only immerses himself in scientific pursuits, Bakine retorted with a dismissive smile. Our thoughts are not on the same plane, Bakine. Ever since you parted ways with Whitebeard, do you not fear that he might discover the deeds you have committed? Ha ha ha. Bakine laughed heartily, her laughter imbued with a captivating charm. Now that we are all apart, what is the point of reminiscing about the past? Lingling, Whitebeard, and Girolioza, No matter how profound our previous connections, once severed, they bear no significance. Rayleigh traverses the depths of the ocean in search of formidable beings to fuse with, yearning to create a powerful lineage. That scoundrel Shiki has perfectly inherited Captain Jibek's ambition, aspiring to dominate the world. As for Whitebeard, his nature suggests he is quietly amassing strength. Ever since he consumed that fruit, he has vanished from sight. John, armed with his silver axe, remains stationed on Honeycomb Island, continuing his piratical existence. As the Navy dares not disturb that territory, despite her lingering allure, she has begun to show signs of aging. Upon hearing Bacon's words, Vegapunk gleaned a general understanding of the whereabouts of the Rock's pirates crew. Are you not being selfish? Wishing to claim everything for yourself? I will not transform your clone into your original self, Vegapunk remarked about Bacon. With eyes closed, Bacon nonchalantly replied, do as you wish, once she matures. She will no longer be me. At that moment, Arthur, having slumbered for several hours, suddenly clutched his forehead and slowly sat up on the examination table. It hurts. Where am I? The first thing Arthur did upon waking was to reach for his left waist. However, he felt nothing but the bandages and his own flesh. The familiar sensation of the hilt completely absent. Standing before Arthur, Bacon opened her eyes in astonishment, holding Arthur's sword and gazing at him in disbelief. Pondering, after sustaining such severe injuries and losing so much blood, he awakens in less than 4 hours? As Arthur turned his neck in search of his blade, he saw Bacon, heavily made up, clutching the sword's hilt tightly against her bosom. Is this Stussy? Arthur's heart raced, quickly realizing the vast difference between them. More akin to a decrepit clone of Stussy, Arthur soon deduced that this woman before him must indeed be Stussy's original form. Observing Arthur's stern countenance, which radiated an intimidating chill, Bacon attempted to speak, but in an instant, Arthur lunged for the sword sheath nestled within her bosom, declaring, please return it to me. Before Bajin could react, Arthur abruptly seized the blade from her grasp. What a brutish fellow. Such behavior will hardly endear him to women. Suddenly, Bajin adopted a playful demeanor, attempting to tease Arthur. Arthur looked at her with disdain and casually remarked, Auntie, this is our first meeting. Do not act as if we are well acquainted. I am not your type. The term auntie struck Bajin like a bolt of lightning, causing her to bristle with indignation. The impact of those two words was profoundly wounding. She immediately retorted, hey, before you stands a slender, exquisitely sweet mature maiden. How old are you now? Arthur could easily discern from Bajin's heavily applied makeup that she was significantly older. With her hands on her hips, she tossed her golden hair and declared, a woman's age is not something one should casually disclose. At 45, you are already a matron in your eyes. Suddenly interjected Beijapang, who was analyzing Arthur's blood. This statement pierced Bajin like a sharp blade. Arthur glanced at Beijapang, momentarily taken aback, pondering, is this person truly Beijapang? Beijapang, have you lost your mind? Bajin shouted at him, her face etched with age lines in her fury. Why must you indiscriminately reveal my age to a child? I am merely 14, having just turned last week. You are 45, a staggering 31 years apart. I cannot fathom how you could consider yourself a maiden. Arthur, known for his straightforwardness towards those he disliked, delivered his words with blunt honesty. Upon hearing Arthur's comments, Bajin was struck as if by a thunderclap, rendering her momentarily immobile. Soon, her legs seemed to lose strength, and she collapsed to the floor, pounding her fists against the laboratory ground in a frenzy. Could you refrain from uttering such hurtful words? After all, I am the ideal type for many men. Do not believe that big-headed monster's words. Although she was hurt, she attempted to present herself with a youthful demeanor, seeking to provoke a reaction from Arthur. However, faced with a woman 31 years his senior attempting to charm him, Arthur remained expressionless, shaking his head as he surveyed his surroundings. Hey, such disrespect towards women will bring you misfortune. Bajin, realizing her attempts at allure were being disregarded, was consumed by rage. The innate competitive spirit of a woman surged within her mind. After learning about Arthur's genetic makeup from Beijapang, she found herself harboring thoughts akin to those of Charlotte Lingling. Wait, Bakeen suddenly shifted from rage to a state of bewilderment, gazing at the awakening Arthur. In the future, I shall age, yet I possess a semblance of beauty now. Is it not a terrifying thought that I could utilize this fellow's genes to create a child, thus harnessing the vitality of those cells to preserve my youth? She contemplated seducing the youthful Arthur to engage in an intimate relationship, subsequently employing the offspring cells for research, eliminating the need to seek out others or chase after the elusive fruits of youth. With her lips adorned in crimson lipstick, Bakeen bit her finger, scrutinizing Arthur. her smile growing increasingly exhilarated. It appeared that due to the battle, Arthur had exhausted his strength and fainted. He analyzed the events of hours prior and examined his body. The bandages enveloping him caused him to furrow his brow. This formidable bandage has been wrapped around me twice. What magical power does it possess? Would the youth be interested in engaging in something extraordinary? A means to better understand women? Bakine rose and approached Arthur, casting him a flirtatious glance. Her alluring demeanor seemed to project an image of Bakine 30 years hence. I generally do not strike women, Arthur stated solemnly, locking eyes with Bakine, devoid of any interest. He warned, however, should you continue to present yourself in such a manner, I fear I might transform you into a pig's head. Completely hopeless. Bakine, upon hearing such outrageous words, promptly distanced herself from Arthur. She thought it deranged. Any ordinary man would find it impossible to resist under such circumstances. Arthur, however, ignored Bakine. Aware that had it been her clone, it would undoubtedly have stirred some feelings. He sensed his own strength, noting that it felt akin to the power he had experienced following the battle on Lionheart Island 2 days prior. Indeed, once ordinary training reaches its limits, one must seek methods to transcend. If I accumulate little by little, after 30 years, I could become a formidable force, Arthur mused. Nearby, Vegapunk observed Arthur's expression, sensing that Arthur was entirely oblivious to the changes in his own body. Yet, he had merely taken advantage of Arthur's unconscious state to forcibly bring him here for the Navy's research and had no intention of enlightening him. Just having extracted the bloodline factors from Kaido and Abel, he was engaged in new research and development, which might require 10, 20 years, or even longer. He had no further energy to expend on experiments involving Arthur. Vegapunk. Dr. Bakken approached Vegapunk, who was engrossed in studying Arthur's blood, and delivered a sharp blow to his head. Vegapunk fell to the ground, clutching his head in pain. Bakken, what are you doing? If you dare to speak of my age again, I shall reveal your secrets to the world government and sever your funding chain completely. You are far too rough with me, the leader of this organization. You are 12 years my junior and ought to show respect to your elders. You are merely a woman idling about in MADS, and yet I, as the leader, must still afford you respect? Do not jest. Were it not for my connections, Kaido would never have willingly handed over the blood samples to you. He destroyed the PH-006 laboratory and abducted a Lunalia youth, inflicting significant losses. Yet you have obtained their samples, have you not? While the two argued, Arthur searched the laboratory for food, as he was quite famished and needed nourishment. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the experimental base. Vegapunk rushed to the monitoring room and observed a multitude of Navy soldiers gathered outside the laboratory doors. Kapu's son. Bakken stared in shock at Dragon and the assembled Navy outside. As a pirate, there was an innate fear of the Navy. Do not worry, as government-employed scientists. The Navy will not act against us, Vegapunk reassured Bakken, calming his anxious demeanor. The world government has contracted the entire organization and on Punk Hazard Island. Only he and Bakken remained. Not worried, Bakken retorted. Vegapunk, Kaido, and that Lunalia fellow have already fled this place, and our research has concluded. He warned Vegapunk. If the Navy outside receives arrest orders, these mad scientists, who have committed crimes all over the world, will undoubtedly be apprehended. Upon hearing this, Vegapunk recognized the gravity of the situation. Their relationship with the government was merely one of employer and employee, not one of unwavering loyalty. The government had invested substantial funds for their research on Kaido and the Lunalia, leading to the development of astonishing technology. The lineage factor could either benefit the seas or be weaponized to bring about destruction. The technological documents had already been submitted to the government and other members of the MADS organization, causing Vegapunk to grow increasingly concerned. This apprehension was soon validated. The following morning, as Dragon arrived at the PH-001 laboratory, he found himself seeking assistance at the laboratory's entrance. Suddenly, the transponder snail attached to him rang. The transponder snail? Why now? Dragon held the transponder snail in his hand, his face filled with confusion. What orders could possibly be forthcoming? After a few seconds of silence, the superior's voice finally emerged. Monkey D, Dragon, we have received intelligence regarding your mission's failure. By order of our superiors, we request the immediate apprehension of the leader of the MADS organization, Vegapunk, along with Miss Bakken. Huh? Dorag was taken aback by such orders, bewildered, and inquired. How do you know? I have yet to report. Several hours prior, the naval base near Punk Hazard had been assaulted by Kaido, leaving it engulfed in flames. with both the island's assets and naval vessels seized by him. They are the experimental subjects of your mission, and it is evident that your task has already been deemed a failure. Furious upon hearing this, Dorag seethed as he communicated with headquarters. Then why was the mission brief incomplete when it was assigned? The voice on the other end quickly explained. This was to prevent soldiers from becoming anxious and developing a state of unrest, thereby ensuring mission efficiency. This undeniably meant that the ordinary soldiers at headquarters were sent to confront an insurmountable adversary without any foreknowledge. It was tantamount to sending them to their doom. At this moment, Dorag found himself engulfed in confusion regarding justice. What is justice, after all? Suppressing his inner fury, Dorag calmly accepted the mission. To make amends, I request your assistance in completing this task. Disillusioned with the upper echelons of the Navy, he continued speaking to the phone. I need reinforcements. My ship was sunk by Kaido in this battle. Request for support acknowledged. Please await the arrival of the naval fleet at Punk Hazard, came the response. Once the call ended, the faces of all soldiers present turned pale with shock. So it was true. We had merely become pawns in someone else's game for the sake of fulfilling a mission. The remnants of the Rocks pirates had encountered us twice in just a week. Hearing the soldiers' murmurs, Dorag felt a tumult of unease, wavering in his commitment to this mission. What was the nature of this order? Had Vegapunk discovered something extraordinary? In the laboratory, the indecisive Vegapunk and Bakken contemplated whether to grant Dorag access. Outside the monitoring room, Arthur, having unearthed a large box of apple pies, leaned against the door, eavesdropping on their conversation. Hey, that's my food, kid, Bakken scolded, angered by the discovery of her rations. Arthur glanced at the irate Bakken and then at the large bite he had taken from the pie, letting out a sudden grin. Oh, it's mine now. In just a few days at sea, he realized that disregarding such notions of morality made life considerably easier. Fine, but eating it means you owe me a favor. Bakken's attitude shifted abruptly, her tongue darting across her lips as she gazed at Arthur. Don't even think about it, Bakken. I'm not interested in older women. Arthur firmly rejected her, oblivious to her intentions. Hey, young man, Vegapunk remarked, glancing at Arthur, who leaned against the sliding door. As his soldier, what do you know about Dragon? Arthur promptly replied, he is quite contradictory. I've only interacted with him for 4 days. However, I've inadvertently learned that he has begun to question the righteousness of the Navy. Before they could utter another word, the heavy door of the laboratory was smashed open by Dragon's fist. Alarms echoed throughout the base once more. Vegapunk remained remarkably composed, while Bakken grew increasingly agitated. I don't want to be caught. I must leave. Do as you wish, genius, Vegapunk replied nonchalantly. Bakken quickly packed his belongings and dashed toward the back door of the laboratory without a moment's hesitation. Bakken, if you flee, what will become of your clone? Handle it as you see fit. That individual is not me. You may set any program you desire. With that, Bakken exited the laboratory. Arthur watched Bakken depart, feeling a sense of selfishness emanating from him. He then turned his gaze toward the exposed Stussy in the nutrient solution container, pondering. This woman is so irresponsible toward her own clone. Is she truly selfish? No wonder the future clone would be engulfed in confusion. A battalion of over 300 distressed soldiers entered the laboratory, gradually making their way to the hall and supply warehouse for resupply. All troops, stand down. I will inspect elsewhere, Dragon instructed, organizing the soldiers while planning to search for Vegapunk alone. But Colonel, what about our mission? A soldier stepped forward, displaying concern. Mission? Dragon's mind was devoid of such thoughts. He was more intrigued by why this operation involved transporting Kaido and that legendary clan. Why hadn't he been informed of the specific mission details? He intended to confront Vegapunk for clarity and uncover any underlying conspiracy. Listen, everyone. If we continue to execute tasks shrouded in mystery, sacrificing ourselves for the ambitions of the world government, it would be wiser to forget the mission and relish the present. As the highest-ranking officer present, Dragon's word was law. The others bowed their heads in silence, acknowledging the truth in Dragon's words, enjoying the moment took precedence. In the laboratory, Arthur finished his apple pie and made his way from the monitoring room to a more spacious area within the laboratory. Although his body still ached, he felt a surge of power coursing through him. Gazing at his hands, Arthur attempted to harness the energy flowing through his veins. In an instant, a dark, iron-like hockey enveloped his wrists. This power clung to him as if it had become part of him, rendering his skin as unyielding as steel. Is this the initial stage of armament hockey? Arthur felt a slight surprise. The gains from this battle were indeed considerable. However, He realized that he could not fully control the situation. His haki manifested intermittently in his hands. If it were an ordinary person from this world, they would surely believe something was amiss with their body. But Arthur, as a traveler, could easily recognize many familiar things, objects, and powers. He did not find it particularly astonishing to begin mastering haki. After experiencing 2 battles, he sensed that possessing haki did not necessarily guarantee victory over those devoid of it, such as himself. He had endured a strike from the thunderous 8 trigrams of the 28-year-old Kaido without haki and withstood the haki-infused punches of Lake and Apollo in the Aver Sea. At Lionheart Island, to him, haki served merely as auxiliary strength, proving effective against certain natural abilities. After 10 years, it had only just begun to manifest. His haki seemed to be at the level of the average Wano citizen, necessitating further practice. Arthur attempted to swing his fist, feeling somewhat peculiar. It seemed no different, merely covered by a layer of haki. He struck his fist against his palm and discovered it was terrifyingly hard, a notch harder than iron. Most importantly, the observation haki made Arthur suddenly pause, struck by the thought. Had he perhaps built a solid foundation? He learned techniques swiftly. Why not delve into observation haki? Suddenly enlightened, Arthur closed his eyes, gradually recalling Rayleigh's teachings on haki, allowing himself to feel the surrounding entities with his eyes shut. He practiced, attempting to locate the exit of the laboratory without sight. At that moment, Vegapunk emerged from the monitoring room, observing Arthur bumping around the laboratory hall with his eyes closed. Curiously, he inquired, "What are you doing, Navy boy?" "Practicing observation haki." Arthur sharply turned his head towards him, pointing. "I'm not mistaken, am I? You should be standing outside the monitoring room." "That's not observation haki. That's merely distinguishing sounds." Vegapunk scoffed at Arthur, then patiently awaited his own fate. Indeed, there were times when he could rely on intuition to evade certain attacks even with his eyes shut. Arthur began to practice, having previously trained out of concern for survival and life. Now, after the battles, it felt as though his latent potential was gradually awakening, and a new strength was swiftly emerging. "MADS leader, Vegapunk." Drago's voice echoed through the corridor, soon revealing him at the entrance of the laboratory where Arthur and Vegapunk stood. Drago gazed at the two, initially shocked to see Arthur seemingly unperturbed, and asked with concern, "Arthur, are you all right? Your injuries aren't too severe, are they?" "Except for a dull ache, it seems I'm fine," Arthur replied, well aware of his own body. His recovery abilities were swift, though this time, scars remained as a testament to his ordeal. "That is good, doctor," Vegapunk expressed with concern before immediately turning his attention to the laboratory. As rumored, he possessed a thick mane of short brown hair, seemingly affixed to his large head. "I have heard whispers of your reputation, Vegapunk. It is said that consuming the brain bra fruit has led to your current cerebral expansion." Dr. Monkey D. Dragon approached Vegapunk, eager to uncover the nature of his research. What brought Kaido here? Why was the only surviving Lunarian boy present? What kind of experiments was the world government undertaking? "Monkey D. Dragon, if you intend to apprehend me, you would forfeit a scientist capable of altering the course of the world." This was Vegapunk's first encounter with Dragon, and he felt a tinge of fear towards the stern-looking man before him. Yet, he did not flee. "I have just received orders from headquarters. The higher-ups have instructed me to arrest you, Vegapunk." Dragon's voice was firm, his brow furrowed as he inquired, "If you tell me what the world government has employed you to do here, I might consider sparing you." Why had the world government suddenly issued a warrant for his arrest? Dragon, puzzled, gazed at Vegapunk, awaiting his response. "I have utilized the blood of Kaido, along with that of a Lunarian named Abel, to create something known as the lineage factor." Vegapunk, seeking to ensure his own safety, resolved to divulge the entirety of his work to the man before him. "Lineage factor? Is it yet another weapon of war?" Dragon questioned, his disdain for conflict evident. "You may genuinely believe that this technology is an unprecedented discovery. Once it is unveiled to the world, it will be sufficient to plunge the globe into chaos." Vegapunk exclaimed with excitement, his obsession with research reaching a fever pitch. The lineage factor represented the pinnacle of his current technological achievements. "What exactly does it do?" Dragon asked, his astonishment palpable, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "It can be applied across various fields, such as enhancing inferior genes and bloodlines. More importantly, it can be utilized to replicate the abilities of devil fruits. Although I have yet to commence practical application, this remains my current hypothesis." "You mean to say it could turn the unique abilities of devil fruits into replicas?" Their dialogue continued, though Arthur displayed little interest. swiftly exiting the laboratory with his knife in hand. He addressed Dragon, "Colonel, this matter does not concern a mere sergeant like me. I shall take my leave. Cooper may well have gone mad searching for me." After a brief wait, Dorag, who was engaged in conversation with Vegapunk, disregarded Arthur. Consequently, Arthur departed alone, wielding his sword. As the matters of the technological realm bore little relevance to his aspirations, what he sought was strength, not mere mutation, the pursuit of swordsmanship, physical prowess. And an aura of dominance constituted his true objectives. The battles from 2 missions had imparted upon Arthur a profound realization. In this world, physical strength is paramount. Everything else is merely a matter of technique. Even his ability to fend off opponents with swordplay, to deflect Kaido's force through skill, and Abel's maneuvers all fell under the category of technique. After enduring 2 heavy slashes, could I truly remain agile? It seems I have underestimated my own resilience. Arthur strolled leisurely from the laboratory to its entrance, placing his palm before his mouth to emit a sharp whistle. The sound swiftly resonated throughout the central region of Punk Hazard. Cooper, who was searching for Arthur atop the island's highest point, recognized the familiar whistle and promptly dove from the peak of Punk Hazard toward the PH-001 base. Cooper cried out loudly for Arthur, soaring above the laboratory with outstretched wings. "Here I am, Cooper." Arthur waved at the sky while standing in the clearing outside the laboratory. Cooper's beak and talons were stained with the hot blood of a beast he had hunted on the island to satiate his hunger. Upon spotting Arthur, Cooper frantically returned to him, repeatedly nudging his face with his head. "All right, come with me. I wish to have you assist me in my training." Arthur placed Cooper on his shoulder and ventured into the dense forest beyond the laboratory. Having awakened his Kenbunchika haki, Arthur resolved to train his Busashoka haki. And the most effective method he could conceive was to blindfold himself and allow Cooper to attack him relentlessly. Here, atop the Red Earth continent, where ethereal mists enveloped the landscape, the scenery was breathtaking. The vast green belt of forest was home to many castles inhabited by the celestial dragons. At the pinnacle of everyone's dreams lay the Holy Land, Mariehua, where the 5 elders convened in the grand hall of the Panga Castle. Before them stood a naval intelligence officer draped in a cloak of justice. The 5 elders had already dispatched the son of the hero garb to apprehend Vegapunk. The officer reported to the 5 elders, as long as he remains in Punk Hazard, even if Vegapunk attempts to flee, he cannot escape. One of the 5 elders remarked, "What of Admiral Dorag? His warship was sunk at sea during an engagement with the test subjects, and we need to send a ship for support. Has Kaido managed to escape? Such a pity, that ultimate biological entity." They decided to send a CP-0 unit to retrieve them, ensuring Vegapunk's survival for their purposes. The 5 elders deliberated on whom to assign for the escort. The naval officer inquired, "Who should we send?" Currently, the CP intelligence agency had several promising candidates in training, but only a handful were available for action. Send Jernica. He is well versed in the Rokushiki techniques and possesses considerable strength among the current CP-0 members. The intelligence officer, instead of departing after receiving orders, presented them with Arthur's battle report, exclaiming, "There is an astonishing discovery related to this mission, esteemed 5 elders." The 5 elders took the report detailing Arthur's combat prowess, their expressions shifting to one of profound interest. The youth depicted in the document had demonstrated remarkable performance in battle, managing to contend with Kaido just 5 days after joining the Navy. Admiral Kong decided to present his information for your consideration, seeking your insights. The 5 elders, upon seeing such intelligence, were left in a state of shock and deep contemplation. "Swordsman, the battle against Kaido ended in a stalemate? Is this true? Is this individual one of Drago's recruits? If the records are accurate, he is indeed a talent worth nurturing. However, it is imperative to ascertain his loyalty to the Navy and the government. Without a doubt, the Grand Conscription is imminent. It is prudent to observe him first." The consensus among the 5 is that Arthur, at the age of 14, is at a pivotal stage where he possesses a burgeoning will of his own, making it challenging to instill governmental ideologies and mold him into a cold-hearted individual. The documents describe Arthur as a fervent-hearted youth of justice, concerned for the welfare of the common people, and possessing a kind spirit. This assessment is based on Arthur's words spoken to the civilians and Akainu on Lionheart Island. In Punk Hazard, the rain and mist envelop the forest. After a night of torrential downpours, the island appears rejuvenated, teeming with vitality. Beneath the shade of a colossal tree, Arthur is honing his observation haki with Cooper. He sways his body, his feet rhythmically stepping upon the muddy ground, evading Cooper's claw strikes with each movement. Cooper was taken aback. pondering why he could not land a single blow on Arthur, despite the latter seemingly closing his eyes. He had anticipated seizing this opportunity to unleash a flurry of strikes, yet from the early hours of training until now, he had failed to connect even once. After evading for so long, he began to grasp that the ability known as Kinbunchika Haki seemed to require a state of inner tranquility. Arthur continued to sway his body. Dodging Cooper's attacks while articulating, one must cultivate a serene mind, harnessing mental fortitude to enhance one's senses and perceive the opponent's presence before evading. Cooper, who was actively engaging Arthur, paused, caught in a moment of realization that was both enlightening and perplexing. To put it simply, it involved magnifying an animal's instinctive sensitivity to danger infinitely and then mastering that awareness. Arthur appeared to embody this knowledge entirely, for he had lived within the food chain for a decade, constantly aware of the threat of predation from other creatures. It is noteworthy that some individuals spend their lives unaware of possessing such power as Haki, while he effortlessly recognized it and began to gain control. The ability to profoundly sense another's presence is known as Kinbunchika Haki. Once this power is enhanced, one can discern the position and number of unseen adversaries, as well as predict their subsequent actions. Kinbunchiku is intricately linked to one's mental state. It necessitates calmness to be effectively employed. In moments of emotional upheaval and irrationality, the use of Kinbunchika Haki becomes impossible. This perfectly aligned with Arthur's tranquil demeanor in the face of all challenges. Recognizing the significance of strength, he found it not difficult to learn these concepts, though it required time to familiarize himself and achieve mastery. As dawn gradually broke, a flock of seagulls soared over Punk Hazard, delivering the morning news. Arthur suddenly opened his eyes wide, pointing at the seagulls soaring in the sky, and said to Cooper, "Cooper, fetch me a newspaper." With a sudden flourish, Cooper unfurled his wings, soaring towards the seagulls in the sky. Upon sighting the majestic bald eagle, the flock, believing they were to be preyed upon, scattered in a flurry of feathers. One particularly sluggish seagull found itself ensnared in midair, gazing vacantly at the bald eagle before it, both adorned with hats. The seagull, threatened by Cooper, had no choice but to comply for its survival. It reluctantly extracted a newspaper and, holding it in its beak, presented it to Cooper. "Ah," exclaimed the eagle, "I have witnessed humans commit robbery, but never have I seen an eagle steal a newspaper." After his outcry, Cooper released the seagull and returned to perch upon Arthur's shoulder, presenting him with a newspaper he had retrieved, as long as the paper was not one sold within the confines of Civilization Island. Arthur was able to read it without spending a single penny. "What news from the New World?" Arthur inquired, opening the newspaper, only to furrow his brow immediately upon scanning the headlines. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." The naval hero, Cap, had joined forces with Roger to confront the Golden Lion, resulting in the latter's failure to seize the world government's secret weapon, leading to his humiliating retreat. The world government had intensified its prohibition against the exploration of historical texts, threatening to arrest any violators as criminals. The former celestial dragon, Don Quixote Homing, had descended to live among the common folk in the North Sea, where he found his existence far from pleasant, becoming the target of public scorn. His wife had passed away, and his 2 sons were reduced to scavenging for scraps to survive. In the Grand Line, the military kingdom of Jarsburg had given rise to a 13-year-old war hero named Douglas Barrett. 2 days later, amidst the thick fog shrouding the New World seas, a warship flying the flag of the world government approached the coast of Punk Hazard. The flag bore a cross, adorned with circles at each end and in the center. At the bow stood a youth named Guernica, appearing no older than 16 or 17. His face resembled a white mask, with one eye black and the other white, marred by a scar over the right eye, and he donned robotic-like ear coverings. Besides his youthful countenance, the rest of him appeared to have been modified and wounded. He clutched a permanent log recording the coordinates of Punk Hazard Island, gazing towards the army gathering along the coastal shore. Where were the Vegapunks? A quick survey revealed no sign of the Vegapunks among the crowd, aside from Dorag, Crow, Arthur, and over 300 soldiers from the Navy headquarters. Almost all bore heavy bandages, their appearances suggesting severe injuries. The warship soon docked, and Dorag approached Guernica with a smile, initiating a conversation. "Monkey D. Dorag. What on earth has happened?" Guernica inquired again, confirming the absence of the target they had come to escort. He regarded Dorag with a cold stare, suspicion evident in his eyes. "The target has escaped. We have suffered significant injuries from Kaido and that Lunarian tribe, rendering us incapable of completing the mission." "Escaped?" Guernica retorted. "Punk Hazard, being a hub for technological development, possesses neither warships nor vessels. Even if there were, it should have been impossible for you, with Dorag's capabilities, to have fled. His anger surged. A failure of such magnitude would undoubtedly invite reprimand from their superiors. What sort of jest is this? Despite his fury directed at Dorag, Guernica found himself powerless against the latter's strength. I am not jesting. Do you only see the mission and disregard our battered bodies? Dorage lamented to his subordinates. Soon, Guernica, through a keen observation of the crowd, noticed a youth of similar height to his own, marked by an unsettling scar that ran across his front and back. Calmly gazing at him, after 2 days of recuperation, Arthur's wounds had begun to scab, and the scars that would forever remain on his body were a harrowing sight. Surely, the research results have been obtained? Guernica inquired again. When we were tasked to search the laboratory, we found no one. Sensing Dorage's growing agitation over his subordinate's predicament and the tension mounting between them, Guernica chose to relent. He could only silently bear the outcome and ordered all naval personnel to board the warship. Upon boarding, Arthur and Cooper hurried to the mess hall window, their faces alight with joy as they called out to the chef inside. Hey, do you have dumplings? Could you prepare a bowl for me? Cooper, I crave raw meat. He demanded a bowl of raw meat. Arthur translated Cooper's words to the chef. Soon, he realized that the chefs inside were expressionless, their demeanor cold as they began preparing their meal. This left Arthur perplexed. Despite their apparent humanity, they seemed robotic in nature. Before long, Arthur was presented with a large bowl of dumplings, while Cooper indulged in a bowl of raw meat, devouring it gleefully. Life in the Navy was hardly humane. 2 missions had nearly cost me my life, yet the satisfaction of a good meal was undeniable. Arthur eagerly stuffed his mouth with his favorite dumplings, all filled with fish. Beside him, Cooper voraciously consumed his meal, and the two found an unprecedented sense of relaxation. After their meal, Arthur led Cooper to the deck, where he enjoyed the sea breeze and gazed out at the ocean. Just how much did you both consume? Dorag, after submitting the mission report, emerged from the cabin and scolded them upon seeing their transformed figures, now resembling 2 plump individuals. Arthur burped and replied, 1 bowl. Arthur, I have arranged something for you, Dorag said as he approached from behind. Upon our return to Marlin Vondo, someone will provide you with further instruction. Who? Blackarm Zephyr, the former admiral of the Navy, had transitioned to become the current chief instructor of the entire military due to certain circumstances. The name Zephyr resonated profoundly with Arthur. Was he here to teach me? Arthur's face lit up with anticipation as he sought confirmation. Dolag nodded and continued. The grand recruitment will host a martial arts competition on the training islands near Marineford. Based on your rankings and performance, you could be promoted directly to an officer. If your potential is entrusted to Chief Instructor Zephyr for development, your growth could be astonishingly rapid over the next 2 months. To this day, Dolag had never encountered someone like Arthur, who appeared utterly ordinary, even now standing bare-chested. Yet, he possessed potential that rivaled the lineage of Kaido and the Lunarians. Information gleaned from Vegapunk regarding Arthur's capabilities. His cellular vitality surpassed that of Kaido, and even that boy named Abel. No wonder he could be so formidable without any guidance. However, Arthur was more concerned about the training methodology of paper drawing than the imminent grand recruitment. He inquired of Dolag, I feel as though I am perpetually on edge, unable to relax my power as you suggested. This was related to Arthur's habits. Mastering paper drawing required him to unwind, to become as fluid and supple as water. Yet, he found it impossible, having grown accustomed to maintaining his strength at all times, ever prepared for battle. Arthur Dorage found it quite challenging to comment on the matter. After a moment of contemplation with his hand on his chin, he remarked, it appears you may be ill-suited for mastering the 6 forms of the Navy, or rather, unable to fully grasp the entirety of them. Previously, Arthur had swiftly comprehended the 6 forms in a single day. However, during his 2-day endeavor to learn the paper drawing technique in Punk Hazard, he struggled to make any progress. Dorage investigated further and discovered that Arthur's nerves were perpetually on high alert, preventing his body from relaxing. The paper drawing technique required a state of tranquility, which stood in stark contrast to Arthur's condition. What now? I joined the Navy specifically to learn the 6 forms, Arthur exclaimed, his anxiety mounting. What do you mean I'm not suited for them? Arthur, your mastery of the 5 forms is already impressive. The paper drawing technique holds little significance for you, Dorage replied, gesturing with his fingers to mimic a dragon's claw. With your remarkable finger strength, why not allow me to teach you the dragon claw technique instead? The notion of being unable to fully learn the 6 forms left Arthur perplexed. His primary motivation for studying them was to enhance his physical prowess. Yet he found himself unable to master the complete set. Well, my fingers are better suited for grasping the hilt of a sword, he thought, feeling a tinge of disappointment as he sighed and slowly departed the deck. 5 forms are sufficient, I suppose. Suddenly, he realized he had heard something familiar and turned abruptly to face Dorich. Colonel, what did you just say? Dragonclaw? Arthur's eyes widened with anticipation as he gazed at him. When we reach Marineford, you should seek counsel from Zifa, Dorich advised. The Navy's 6 forms are not techniques that everyone can master completely. Even mastering 2 or 3 of them is already considered extraordinary. Arthur understood this truth intuitively. Yet, he remained hopeful that he could learn the Dragonclaw technique, which was a physical skill. Before that, please teach me the Dragonclaw technique. Arthur, brimming with enthusiasm, suddenly compared Dorich's Dragonclaw technique with Cooper's Eagle Claw. His expression shifted dramatically as he felt a sense of peculiarity. The Dragonclaw technique involved transforming 5 fingers into 3 claws, the pinky and ring fingers bent and merged, while the middle and index fingers also bent and merged, perfectly resembling a dragon's formidable talons. However, Cooper noticed Arthur's unusual gaze fixed upon his feet. He glanced down at his own sturdy feet, then lifted his gaze, tilting his head to compare them with the hands of the 2 individuals. Dorage gazed in astonishment at the 3 robust eagle claws protruding from Cooper's feet, contemplating the phrase eagle claw fist. Fond of the eagle, Arthur proclaimed loudly, Cooper, you should learn this as well. Master the Colonel's technique, and you can rename it as your own, Cooper. While the trio engaged in conversation, Colonel Crow suddenly approached Dorag, saying, I must take a leave to return to the North Sea, Colonel. The intensity of this mission has proven to be quite overwhelming. The soldiers are weary, and I too am fatigued. Dorag let out a deep sigh and continued, I believe I will embark on a journey to Full-Time Tree to explore both contemporary and ancient history. Noticing the 2 were about to discuss matters further, Arthur took it upon himself to step away, heading to the deck to engage in a spar with Cooper's Eagle Claw technique. This exchange led Arthur to surmise that Monkey D. Dorag was likely on the verge of defecting from the Navy. Colonel Crow glanced at Arthur, nodded, and spoke softly to Dorag. He is a rare genius, Colonel. If you truly wish to leave the Navy, to be sure to recruit him. At merely 14, he had mastered 5 of the 6 techniques of the Navy in a single week, along with demonstrated proficiency in both armament hockey and observation hockey. His swordsmanship was equally elusive, swift as lightning. With such brilliance, how could Dorag possibly let him go? 2 days later, the return journey swiftly passed through the waters of the Grand Line, specifically the Marineford region. The sound of steel echoed beneath the waves as the Gate of Justice gradually closed. After approximately 2 hours of navigation, the warship slowly approached the docks of the Marine headquarters. As the ship docked on the deck, Guernica and Arthur were engaged in a spirited exchange with Guernica, an adept of the Navy's 6th style, being comprehensively outmatched by Arthur. The warship lowered its gangway, yet the soldiers did not hasten to disembark. Instead, they stood in astonishment, captivated by the duel unfolding on the deck. What was happening? Why were none of the soldiers coming down? Below deck, Admiral Zephyr had already received word and awaited the arrival of the ship, having been intrigued by Arthur's potential and combat reports. He had come specifically to witness the prodigy in person. As he stepped onto the gangway and boarded the warship, he discovered hundreds of naval personnel and government officials gathered, their attention fixated on the 2 young combatants. Upon noticing Admiral Zephyr, a soldier, drenched in cold sweat, saluted him with great respect. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him, and a path was cleared amidst the throng. Falcon Claw. Arthur struck a pose reminiscent of the Dragonclaw technique while exclaiming the words Falcon Claw, infuriating Dorag nearby. Dorag immediately berated him. Hey, if you've mastered my technique, you must call it by its rightful name. Arthur, you scoundrel. Finger gun. Guernica, unwilling to back down, clashed his finger gun against Arthur's claw. In a swift motion, Arthur seized his right index finger with a grip akin to that of a hawk's talon, firmly binding his finger in a relentless hold. Immovable, Arthur then abruptly twisted, laughing as he remarked, this hardness is likely incapable of withstanding even Cooper's assault. With a crack, Jernica's finger joint dislocated, causing his facial expression to contort in agony. Jernica let out a scream as Arthur's left fist struck him, sending him flying into the ship's cabin, creating a large hole. The sounds of jubilation erupted on the warship's deck in celebration of Arthur's victory. The faces of the government officials darkened upon witnessing Jernica's defeat. This outcome signified that the Navy remained more formidable than the CP intelligence agency, yet wielded less power. Indeed, what a spirited youth he appeared to be. Zephyr approached Arthur, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Dressed in a purple leisure outfit and adorned with a cape symbolizing justice and status, he stepped before Arthur. With a broad grin, his teeth gleaming, he regarded Arthur with an air of camaraderie. His robust physique and commanding presence made it abundantly clear to Arthur the vast chasm that lay between them. This acute perception was instinctual. At this moment, he was undeniably an insurmountable opponent. Arthur pinched his nose, grimacing as he looked at Zephyr. The scent of alcohol is overwhelming. Ha! What's wrong with a man enjoying a drink, lad? Zephyr bellowed with laughter. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the deck broke into a cold sweat. For Zephyr was, in the hearts of all sailors, a true legend, previously embodying both power and might. A little alcohol could be an elixir, too much, a poison. Arthur, shaken by his formidable presence, instinctively performed a salute. Yet this overwhelming aroma of liquor emanating from you brings forth an immense sense of moral decay. Upon hearing those words, Zephyr's smile gradually faded, and he scrutinized Arthur with a serious expression. Observing Arthur's vigorous and spirited demeanor reminded him of his former self. You're absolutely right, Dorak. Leave this lad to my arrangements. As you wish, Commander. Our naval leave for the mission in the Aver Sea has been approved. Dorag flashed a grin at Arthur as he departed from the warship, as if to imply that Arthur would face some consequences. What about me? Hey? Arthur called out loudly to the retreating figures. He, too, was a participant in the Aver Sea mission and had sustained injuries in Punk Hazard. He believed he deserved a break as well. Just then, Jernica, who had been bloodied by a punch from Arthur, emerged from the cabin and addressed Zephyr. Can we leave this warship? We are heading back. Sparring is not a duel. As long as no limbs are broken or lives lost, there is no issue, he noted. Yet he felt a certain apprehension towards Arthur's strength. No matter how he attacked, he could not pierce Arthur's defenses. I understand. Follow me, you little rascal, Zephyr responded, turning around. Arthur noticed the words justice emblazoned on Zephyr's cape, which appeared both heavy and sorrowful, contrasting starkly with his earlier smile. Reluctantly, Arthur followed Zephyr with Cooper into the dock of Maritford. The rumored admiral, Blackarm Zephyr, was reeking of strong, pungent alcohol. If I had to endure what you went through in that news, I would likely go mad, Arthur mused. If he could somehow rectify the regret of Zephyr's demise, perhaps he could gain a formidable ally in the future. Everything Zephyr did seemed to revolve around his own interests. Upon hearing Arthur's words, Zephyr abruptly halted, turning around with an angry glare fixed on him. What nonsense are you spouting? He bellowed before extending his heavy palm to ruffle Arthur's hair. I alone shall bear that tragic experience. A brat like you, whom I am about to mentor, should not even think about it. The warmth in his words held an immense sorrow for Arthur. The very thought that Zephyr devoted his entire life to the Navy, only to be slain by a disciple he raised, was incomprehensible to him. I will never endure such a fate, rest assured, Commander Zephyr. Arthur suddenly acknowledged the man before him. The title of the Merciful was indeed well-deserved. It was said that Zephyr was strict, yet at that moment, Arthur could not perceive any semblance of a stern instructor in him. Soon, Arthur followed Zephyr to the training ground. As night fell outside the training camp of Instructor Zephyr, Arthur, having endured a day of relentless torment, found himself utterly exhausted. His once indomitable will and body were now wearied to the brink of collapse. Even Cooper lay incapacitated from the beating. The severity of the training starkly contrasted with the benevolent instructor Arthur had imagined during the day. In the midst of training, Zephyr seemed to transform into an entirely different being. Even when faced with the brink of death, he would not relent in his relentless pursuit of pushing one's physical limits. I will never fall in battle, Arthur murmured through gritted teeth, dragging his body, which had reached its utmost limits, and once again rose to his feet. He had lost count of how many times he had been brought down by Zephyr that very day. Zephyr, upon witnessing Arthur's indomitable spirit, beamed with an even brighter smile and mockingly remarked, "This is merely the first day of battle. Who knows how many days and nights of combat lie ahead? This skirmish is merely a test. Days and nights of fighting?" Arthur, with a wry smile, felt the weight of reality. He believed that his current self was truly incapable of enduring such trials. Unbeknownst to Zephyr, he had already come to regard Arthur as his disciple. The infectious charisma and aura emanating from Arthur, coupled with his approachable demeanor and the absence of any semblance of hierarchy in his gaze, were qualities Zephyr found rare. In the present Navy, certain nobles, upon learning of Zephyr's position as the chief instructor, spared no expense or connections to place their children under his tutelage for rigorous training. Thus far, no individual like Arthur had ever graced his presence, daring to jest about matters Zifa had buried deep within. This lad must be taught a lesson. The two stood still for a moment, then, as if compelled by an unspoken signal, charged towards each other. Their fists collided with a ferocity akin to a tempest. With a resounding crash, Arthur's face was struck by Zifa's colossal fist, leaving him in a state of utter humiliation. His own punch, lacking in length, could not touch Zifa in the slightest. "What a forgetful fellow you are," Zifa chastised. "After being battered for an entire day, you still charge headlong into battle. You are ill-suited for hand-to-hand combat. Draw the sword at your waist that emanates a chilling aura." Zifa was astounded by Arthur's resilience. After enduring a full day of punishment, he could not fathom how Arthur still managed to rise. Wasn't there a limit to human endurance? His physique, after all, seemed no different from that of an ordinary person. Zifa felt he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Watching as Arthur once again fell to the ground, Zifa counted silently, 1, 2. Just as he reached 2, he witnessed Arthur laboriously push himself off the ground, straighten his back, and, gasping for breath, once more clenched his fists, adopting a fighting stance to confront him. "I will not fall," Arthur proclaimed once more, having joined the Navy for just a week. He understood that should he lose consciousness in battle, only death awaited him. First lesson. Zephyr suddenly shouted at him. "What would you do if you encountered an invincible foe, Arthur? There is no such thing as an unbeatable opponent." Arthur's nerves and body had endured a day of relentless punishment, now thrumming with a fervor that dulled the pain he once felt. "Since you say so, then why don't you attempt to conquer me?" Zephyr chuckled once more, intending to earn Arthur's complete submission beneath the moonlight. He had easily discerned the grim fate awaiting Arthur should he continue with such a reckless approach to combat. Before him stood the legendary Admiral of the Navy. And Arthur certainly would not let this opportunity for sparring slip away. "As you wish, instructor, let us see." Arthur panted as he unsheathed the blade at his waist. Gripping the scabbard with his left hand while raising the sword with his right, cautiously advancing towards Zephyr. His brow furrowed as he realized that this time his blade emanated no icy power. Zephyr observed Arthur as he calmly strode forward, his entire concentration and focus directed inward, devoid of any intention to attack. This struck him as peculiar, for a swordsman typically radiated an aura of lethal intent. Yet, apart from the tranquility, he sensed nothing from Arthur. It was as if he had transformed into a different person upon drawing his sword. A deep breath from Arthur resonated through the surrounding air, capturing the attention of the elite members within the training base's dormitory. What is happening? The lad's demeanor has transformed significantly after drawing his blade. In the nearby female dormitory, a girl clad in a pink short-sleeved shirt leaned out, quietly observing the sparring below. Her roommate, taken aback, expressed her astonishment. "He's quite resilient, just like Kaki," remarked the girl in the pink shirt unexpectedly. "Are you mesmerized, Ji-Yuen?" Her roommate gazed at her with a mix of confusion and disdain. "That guy, Cake, fainted in mere hours at the hands of General Zephyr. In this training base, not all elites are disciples of Zephyr. Other instructors provide education and training, and those who catch Zephyr's eye are exceedingly rare. The girl in the pink attire is one of them." "Indeed," Ji-Yuen replied, somewhat astonished. "He appears weak yet managed to endure an entire day. As a female swordsman, I have never encountered such an unusual fighting style." In the boys' dormitory not far away, an unremarkable-looking man climbed through a window, shouting boisterously towards the girls' dormitory. "Hey, I certainly didn't faint after just a few hours." Before he could finish his sentence, his dorm mates pulled him back inside, hastily covering his mouth. On the training ground, Arthur remained undisturbed by their idle chatter, maintaining a leisurely pace. "What are you doing?" Zephyr inquired, intrigued but not rashly attacking. "Not engaging and moving so slowly. Could there be a hidden technique at play? Your brute strength is futile against me. The disparity in our power is too great." During his time as a general, he frequently battled various formidable swordsmen and knew well that one must never underestimate or lose focus during a duel, lest they suffer immediate and devastating consequences. However, the current Arthur was incomparable to the formidable warriors he had faced before. Noticing Arthur's prolonged inaction, Zephyr took the initiative to charge forward, throwing a punch. "The day is waning. Although you are strong, you have yet to break my record for endurance." He did not exert his full strength, instead adjusting his force to match Arthur's limits, ensuring that Arthur would not be harmed. At this point, he was certain Arthur could not withstand the blow and would soon succumb to slumber. As Zephyr's powerful fist approached, Arthur suddenly drew his arms into a blade-like stance. his eyes flashing with determination. Rebound. A resounding boom echoed through the air. In an instant, Zephyr's fist collided with Arthur, only to be unexpectedly deflected. The sudden surge of force left Zephyr astonished, causing him to lose his balance entirely. What? Zephy's expression was one of astonishment as he pondered. Did he just, in that fleeting moment, skillfully diminish the force of my punch? Commence. The ground of the playground beneath Arthur fractured under his formidable aura as he lunged forward with his blade, aiming fiercely at the off-balanced Zephyr. All the elite spectators stood in solemn respect, unable to fathom the scene unfolding below. The tip of the blade shot forth with astonishing speed, but Zephyr, suddenly stepping onto thin air, evaded the strike with a deft sidestep, leaving Arthur's thrust to miss its mark. As Arthur's gaze shifted in disbelief towards the astonished Zephyr, he pondered, can the sixth style, shave, be employed in such a manner? I had thought that move was infallible. Is this what it means to be a general? Cooper, who lay on the playground, had never witnessed such a formidable human being capable of evading Arthur's blade. What a jest! I once believed myself to be powerful. Arthur mused as he observed Zephyr deftly dodge his thrust, only to deliver a punch in return. The force was considerably greater than before. Boom! A thunderous fist struck Arthur, driving him deep into the earth. It is over. I must admit, you are the third individual to endure at my hands. Zephyr laughed, yet Arthur, drenched in blood, rose once more. In less than 2 seconds, he stood again, tearing away the bandages that concealed his lean physique, revealing 2 scars earned in the skirmish at Punk Hazard. I shall not fall. Arthur's aura intensified as he steadied his wavering body, determined to maintain his standoff against Zephyr. Are you not afraid of death? Zephyr, moved by Arthur's tenacity, gestured towards Cooper and questioned, continuing like this is merely a display of bravado. Look at your companion. Even he has learned to submit. If I were to fall, we would all perish. Arthur retorted, for he was no longer the naive traveler from Canola Flower Village. After enduring 2 harrowing tasks, he realized that every battle wagered his very life. Moreover, it seemed he had already stared death in the face once. To push Arthur to his limits, Zephyr launched another assault. Suddenly, Arthur discovered that he could sense Zephyr's intent to attack, his body instinctively reacting in anticipation. With a slight adjustment, he evaded Zephyr's punch and countered with a slash aimed at his opponent. Zephyr, realizing his blow had missed, quickly sidestepped as the blade sliced through the air, cleaving a line into the ground. Zephyr, sensing something amiss, furrowed his brow. Was that mere coincidence? How amusing, Arthur grinned. Let me ask you something, instructor. I prefer to be called Z, or perhaps Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr introduced himself to Arthur. Very well, Teacher Zephyr, Arthur amended. Before you bring me down, could you enlighten me as to whether observation hockey can perceive hidden or unmotivated beings? Zephyr, taken aback by the mention of observation hockey, realized that the sensation he had felt earlier was no mere illusion. Arthur had indeed employed hockey to dodge his strike. His anticipation for Arthur grew, and he replied, no. Observation hockey can only predict those who harbor intent to kill or hostility. If someone silently lurks beside you, it is exceedingly difficult to detect them. At last, Arthur comprehended the principles of observation hockey, alleviating his earlier doubts. It was not akin to a radar. Now, allow me to witness the extent of your limits, Arthur. The battle test persisted for 2.5 days at the training ground of Zephyr. Zephyr gazed incredulously at Arthur, whose muscles appeared on the verge of bursting. The tenacity exhibited by Arthur was unprecedented. No matter how many times he was knocked down, he would rise once more to confront him. Hey, go fetch me something to eat. Cooper, Arthur commanded, nudging Cooper with his leg. Upon receiving the order, Cooper immediately soared over the ocean in search of sustenance for Arthur. Despite maintaining a vigilant grip on his sword, Arthur's gaze had become vacant, losing its luster. After experiencing 2 real battles, his endurance and stamina had significantly improved. He could hardly believe that he had managed to endure for so long. It was astonishing to witness such rapid adaptation and growth during a sparring match. One could hardly fathom how much he would evolve over the next 2 months. I shall not fall. Arthur emitted a primal roar akin to that of a beast, preparing for the next clash and anticipating the attack. Nor shall I yield. We are far from finished. Zephyr echoed, adopting the same defiance as Arthur. Suddenly, a frantic instructor under Zephyr's command rushed into the marshal's office, exclaiming, Marshal Kong, we have grave news. What has happened? Is there another war breaking out overseas? Kong, beleaguered by recent events, wondered if it was yet another conflict involving non-member states. No, Marshal Kong. The chief instructor Zephyr and the new recruits summoned by Dorag have been engaged in combat at the training base for nearly 3 days. The instructor reported, his face etched with concern. What? Kong exclaimed in astonishment. The new recruits had been sparring with Zephyr for 2 consecutive days? Marshal, you must intervene and stop Chief Instructor Zephyr at once. If this continues, it could lead to dire consequences. The elite members of the training base had been granted a full 2 days off due to the intense sparring session between Arthur and Zephyr. That young man is truly stubborn. Only a fool would persist in such a manner. Surely, he has reached the absolute limits of his physical endurance, thought the new recruit named Kaji as he observed the 2 combatants. The ground was in utter disarray. Just how many days would this bout continue? Hey, Kaji, look over there. A soldier beside Kaji exclaimed, tapping him on the shoulder and pointing towards a distant group of female soldiers. Jiajin gazed around, his eyes widening in astonishment. Shiryan and a group of female soldiers were observing the sparring match between Zephyr and Arthur not far away. Today, she looked exceptionally beautiful. Jiajin flicked his rather sparse crew cut, resolutely deciding to confess once more. The people around him were momentarily at a loss for words and exclaimed in unison, when has she ever not been beautiful in your eyes? Zephyr and the newcomer had evidently lost their minds. Jiajin stretched his limbs and glanced back at his companions. Brothers, watch my performance. This time, I will undoubtedly succeed. While Jiajin's appearance was rather ordinary, he possessed an unbeatable quality, absolute confidence and optimism. With a running start, he dashed towards Xian's direction, then suddenly dropped to his knees, performing a dramatic sliding kneel before her long, graceful legs. What are you up to now, Jiajin? Xian shot him a disdainful look. The instructor is still engaged in combat with that newcomer. What are you trying to accomplish? Be my girlfriend, Xian. Jiajin abruptly raised his head, shaking his unremarkable face. This is my 36th confession to you, which I have dubbed the romantic dive kneeling confession. You are a good person, Jiajin, but we truly are not suited for each other. Xian covered her forehead in exasperation, feeling embarrassed despite having gone through this numerous times before. I will never give up. Xian. At that moment, Steelbone Kong received word and swiftly arrived at Zephyr's base, witnessing Arthur fiercely battling Zephyr on the training ground. The rapidly swinging blade barely grazed Zephyr, while Zephyr's fists occasionally connected with Arthur. Both of them wore smiles, and the news of the new recruit's tenacity had reached the ears of the Gorosei. Steelbone Kong stood quietly on the sidelines, arms crossed, observing the spectacle. I never imagined it would be this terrifying to witness firsthand. You must stop them, Marshal. Someone might get hurt. Zephyr knows his limits. Do not rush him. The naval instructor was momentarily speechless. He had summoned Steelbone Kong to put an end to this sparring match that had lasted nearly 3 days, yet he had not anticipated his presence as an observer. Keep it up. Zephyr's uncontrollable laughter echoed in everyone's ears, watching the resolute Arthur wielding his sword. It felt as though he glimpsed a glimmer of hope for the future of the Navy. Within half an hour, Cooper had caught 2 plump, juicy fish from the vast waters of Marineford, one for himself and the other tossed onto the training ground. Kubo cried out above the training base, alerting Arthur, who was engaged in combat with Zephyr. Upon hearing this, Arthur exerted force, causing a collision between Zephyr's fist and the blade he wielded, resulting in both combatants being pushed back. Seizing the moment, he employed the Marine 6 style salute to leap into the air, seizing the fish and devouring it raw. Eating it raw? Are you a savage? Zephyr chuckled at the sight, saying, if you can't handle it, the training base cafeteria has an abundance of delicious food. I am far from defeated, Master Zephyr, Arthur replied. He consumed the protein-rich parts of the fish and discarded the remainder. With his body replenished, he re-engaged in battle with Zephyr. This sparring session promised to be a significant enhancement for him. Unlike actual combat, Zephyr bore no intent to kill. He merely sought to test and exhaust Arthur. He realized that Zephyr would relentlessly push his limits, providing Arthur a chance to discover where his true boundaries lay. This skirmish gradually drew the attention of the elite recruits. Those who graduated from this place were at least of officer caliber, and astonishment was etched on every face. On the 4th morning, a hurried, coarse breath echoed across the training grounds of Marineford, overseen by Chief Instructor Zephyr. The sun rose over the horizon, illuminating the sea and gradually enveloping the towering headquarters building. So stubborn and earnest, are we? What is your reason for fighting, Arthur? Ever since Zephyr's family had been slain, he had wallowed in despair, unaccustomed to such prolonged combat. Moreover, having spent the past 6 months instructing students rather than maintaining his own training like carp, He accepted his dwindling stamina. Although he aimed to exploit every ounce of Arthur's potential, he never anticipated that the youth, drenched in sweat and blood, would resolutely confront him. Gripping the blade tightly, morning light illuminated half of Arthur's face, and his once lustrous eyes, now dulled by fatigue, rendered him strikingly cold. "Why do I fight?" Arthur adjusted his breath, his voice hoarse as he responded to Zephyr's inquiry. "This battle allows me to grow stronger. It is as simple as that. I know you will not kill me, which is why I have chosen to discover my true limits. As a result of this sparring test, the scars on both the front and back of Arthur were completely torn open. His body was covered in congealed sweat and a trace of blood. 6 months prior, Akainu had lasted less than a day and a half. Yet you, Arthur, have endured an exhausting 4 days." Zifa inhaled deeply, striving to restore his stamina as much as possible. His gaze fixated on Arthur, akin to a relentless beast. Throughout the battles of recent days, he had extracted every ounce of skill and technique from Arthur. The 6 styles, observation haki, and armament haki had all been pushed to their limits. He could hardly fathom why Arthur still stood. The comparison between their haki levels and physical strength seemed to be 1-to-1. Arthur, meanwhile, maintained a firm grip on the sheath at his waist with his left hand while his right hand aimed the blade at Zifa. "I have always approached this sparring session with utmost seriousness. As for how I have persevered thus far, I cannot say," Arthur replied. He cast a glance at Cooper, who stood atop a nearby streetlight. Subconsciously, his mind had begun to regard Cooper as a protector. After a decade of hunting for sustenance, he felt that falling would mean the end of any chance for revival. Arthur was unaware of the reasons behind his endurance. He simply believed it to be the fruit of his diligent training. This remarkable physical potential, coupled with his unwavering will, left Zifa momentarily speechless, unable to envision the formidable warrior Arthur would become. The elite individuals residing in the dormitory nearby stirred, observing the commotion of the ongoing battle below. Would Zifa's theoretical lessons still continue under such circumstances? The fight seemed to drag on indefinitely. Perhaps Zifa should resolve it with a single punch. Over the past 4 days, the new recruits had spent their first day merely spectating. The following days had been filled with the teachings of other instructors on naval combat knowledge, survival skills, and essential training, all while witnessing the clash between the two. At noon, was perseverance truly astonishing? After finishing lunch at the Guion, he instinctively sat on a bench outside the playground, sipping a beverage and watching the duel unfold. "Hey, Guion, you're here again," he remarked as Kaki shamelessly joined him on the adjacent bench. "They should be able to determine a victor today, right?" Guion immediately stood, casting a disdainful glance at him before returning her attention to the arena. "Hey, Kaki, why don't you try attacking me?" "Huh?" The expression on Jiajia's face momentarily froze. How could he possibly bring himself to strike Jiyuan? He inquired. "Why?" "I wish to understand how that peculiar swordsmanship of his can deflect punches many times stronger than itself." Jiyuan had never encountered such an unusual style of swordplay. As a seasoned female swordsman, she was naturally intrigued by the techniques of the newly arrived youth. "I am reluctant," he reluctantly accepted, fearing that he might hurt Shizuka. "If the force of my punch grazes you, it would pain me as well." Shizuka remained silent. As an elite Navy officer soon to confront pirates at sea, Shizuka felt that Kaji's remarks were an affront to her dignity. "I am a soldier. Do you dare to underestimate women, you scoundrel?" She rebuked him fiercely, harboring a deep-seated disdain for men like Kaji. Yet, she did not wish to wound his pride with harsh words. "I understand, Shizuka-chan," Kaji quickly complied upon seeing her anger. Rising from his chair, he flexed his knuckles and inquired, "How much force should I use?" With unwavering determination, Guion drew the approximately 2-meter-long blade from his waist, gripping it firmly with both hands. Observing this, the surrounding elites instinctively distanced themselves from the two. "Very well," Kaki declared, flexing his muscular arms, his expression suddenly turning serious as he swiftly positioned himself before Guion in a stable stance. He launched a powerful punch aimed directly at the blade in her grasp. Guion, her face a mask of astonishment, watched as Kaki's fist approached her blade, gritting her teeth as she realized it was futile to attempt to deflect it. Consequently, she braced herself and forcefully parried the blow, standing her ground against him. Unable to achieve it, Guion exclaimed in shock. The two were evenly matched in strength, and soon they were both repelled by the force of their clash. "What's wrong? Have you found any inspiration?" Kaki inquired, retracting his aura. Guion shook her head, beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks. "No, I cannot elevate my aura and power in that fleeting moment. After observing the sparring between Zifa and Arthur for 4 days, she had meticulously absorbed every sword technique Arthur employed. She discovered a commonality, whether deflecting an opponent's attack or striking with his blade. Arthur would suddenly unleash an astonishing force in his swings, reaching the critical threshold of his physical capabilities to engage his adversary. "Stop, Arthur!" Zifa's voice rang out across the playground. The onlookers turned their gaze towards the scene. Arthur's once labored breaths had transformed into a feeble pant. The two retreated a significant distance, locking eyes. Zifa regarded Arthur, whose body was drenched in weakness, fatigue, and exhaustion, and decisively halted the combat. "That's enough. I fear you may genuinely perish if you continue to expend your energy." Upon hearing this, Arthur, too, was disinclined to persist. His body was signaling discomfort, a stark contrast to the earlier fervor of battle, now manifesting as nausea and a sense of queasiness. Arthur sheathed his blade and, feeling disoriented, scanned his surroundings. He noticed the new recruits from the Navy staring at him with expressions of sheer astonishment, as if he were some kind of monster. His spirit waned, and he forced himself to steady his trembling form as he made his way toward a more secluded, shadowy alley of the military structure. He murmured to himself, "I need to hide and rest for a while. Cooper, keep watch for me." Having never experienced such an intense battle and depletion, he now comprehended the true terror of this world. The past 4 days had been spent under Zifa's relentless strain. While it was not a genuine fight, it was sufficiently harrowing. In the gaze of the crowd, Arthur stumbled into a narrow alley of a semicircular military building and collapsed, losing consciousness. Cooper spread his wings to block the entrance, preventing the curious students from entering, calling out, "Cooper, no one is allowed to approach. Quick, take him to the infirmary." Why did he go into the alley alone? He must have fainted. That's only natural. Zifa approached slowly, and the crowd parted to create an entryway. He stared at Arthur in the alley, puzzled, contemplating, why did he choose to collapse in a hidden, narrow place rather than under the watchful eyes of the crowd? Such actions are utterly incomprehensible, akin to observing a primitive man seeking a hidden cave to recuperate after sustaining injuries. This behavior left Zephyr, Guion, Kaki, and the elite naval officers in a state of perplexity, gazing at Arthur, who lay alone, drenched in blood and fainted in the alley. They inexplicably felt a twinge of pity. They could not fathom the experiences that shaped Arthur's journey. Little did they realize that all of this was intricately linked to Arthur's encounters since his arrival. If he did not find a concealed place to rest, he would undoubtedly fall prey to the carnivorous beasts lurking in the mountains and forests. "Cooper, you are not allowed to approach." Cooper, adorned in a naval cap, immediately assumed a defensive stance upon seeing Zephyr advance towards him. "You wish to protect him?" Why?" Zephyr chuckled at the sight of Cooper, who, despite resembling an endearingly naval bald eagle, was resolutely posturing to defend Arthur. Cooper remained silent, only to be swiftly seized by Zephyr's hand, his demeanor suggesting he might faint for days, necessitating professional care and nutritional support for his well-being. Soon, Arthur was escorted to the infirmary. This skirmish rapidly became the talk among the Navy ranks. That night, Admiral Karp, returning from an overseas pursuit of the Roger pirates, docked his vessel at a shipyard in Marineford. Waha! The moment he docked, his hearty laughter echoed throughout Marineford. "So bay out," he exclaimed, joyfully. The youthful and vigorous Karp laughed heartily as he traversed the plaza of Marineford Bay, making his way to the office of Admiral Sengoku with unbridled enthusiasm. With a broad spirit and an air of vitality, he exhibited no signs of aging. Upon his triumphant return, Karp rushed to Sengoku's office, flinging the door open and entering with a booming laugh. He had entrusted all matters aboard the warship to his aide, Bogart. "Get out, Karp, I have no time. I am attending to official duties." As soon as he entered, Sengoku berated him. However, Karp paid no heed to Sengoku's reprimands and began to brew himself a fine cup of tea he found in the room. "Do not be so cold, Sengoku. Bring out the senbei." Sengoku, accustomed to Karp's antics, cast a glance at him. "No, Karp, 4 days ago, a young man who had fought with Zephyr for 4 days arrived in Marineford." Karp, poised to sip his tea, was taken aback by this revelation. He stared at Sengoku, astonished. "What? 4 days? Indeed, that individual was recruited by your son, Dragon, from the East Blue." Observing Karp's shocked expression, Sengoku felt an unexplainable satisfaction, a smile creeping upon his lips. An astonishing performance, unprecedented. Karp, engaged in overseas missions, had been entirely unaware of this development. The news had even reached the 5 elders. who insisted on nurturing him and instilling unwavering loyalty to the world government. That scum is no longer favored by anyone, Karp remarked, retracting his astonishment. Sipping his tea as he inquired, "Where's Dragon? What is he doing?" Admiral Kong granted him a leave. "He spends his days drinking in the nearby towns," Sengoku replied. But suddenly his hand froze over a task document on the table. His gaze fixated on the file. "What is this? A military hiring order from Jaltsburg, a non-member nation? Did they not just produce a war hero? Are they lacking troops for further expansion and seeking the Navy's assistance?" Upon finishing his tea in one swift gulp, Karp learned of his son's news and immediately rose to his feet. "I shall go see him first. Sengoku, prepare the senbei. I will return shortly to partake." "Who is to prepare your senbei, you scoundrel Karp?" Sengoku's train of thought was interrupted, and he momentarily set aside the task at hand. "I am now a general, and I have the authority to command you to fulfill any duty. Defying my orders could land you in a military tribunal. Oh, do as you wish. Just remember to have it ready." Karp's voice grew fainter, completely disregarding Sengoku's words. "Curse it," roared the warring states, striking the desk with fervor. "The grand conscription is about to be announced, and there you are, busying yourself. In the dead of night, within a town on Marineford Island. A gathering of numerous undercover naval soldiers indulged in drunken revelry. That monstrous newcomer makes me feel as though I am not grounded in reality, you know?" One lamented. "I, too, find it astonishing. I endured 4 grueling days under the watchful eye of Admiral Zephyr, a full 4 days, and I am merely 14. Moreover, his blade nearly caught the Admiral off guard. It was utterly terrifying. Admiral Zephyr is a formidable general." Meanwhile, Drago sat at the tavern's counter, a slight haze of inebriation clouding his expression as he savored the taste of whiskey in solitude. Upon overhearing the remarks of other soldiers on leave, he maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he had long anticipated Arthur's astonishing test results. "Ha." Suddenly, Drago smiled. "I told you that your talent would astonish the entire army, didn't I? Oh, have you encountered some troubling matters? Drinking so much?" Karp walked in from the tavern, taking a seat beside Drago. The intoxicated soldiers, upon seeing Karp, instantly stood in solemn respect, offering him a profound military salute. Karp gestured for them to sit down and continue their revelry. He overheard the earlier remarks about Arthur. "Old man, have you returned from your mission?" Drago glanced at his father, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Karp, usually jovial before outsiders, appeared exceedingly composed in his presence. "What old man? Call me Dad. Now speak up. What troubles you, Drago?" Karp playfully punched Drago's head and ordered a drink from the waiter, intending to console his son regarding his worries. Drago, holding his head, peered into his drink with a tipsy resolve, stating bluntly, "Father, tell me, what truly transpired in the God Valley of the West Sea? I plan to visit O'Hara tomorrow. If you don't inform me, I shall investigate myself." Drago's tone was gravely serious, a desperate yearning to comprehend the reasons behind his fight, as years of doubt had escalated to an uncontrollable extent. In response, Karp too grew serious. "Do not seek those answers, Drago. Focus on being a good Navy officer. Your talent and strength will lead to a promising future." Karp heavily evaded the question, a refrain from Drago's persistent inquiries. Did something called the hunting game occur there? Was it organized by the celestial dragons, with the Navy aiding in concealing the information, am I right? Over the years, numerous similar events have unfolded on the seas. The first matter upon their reunion was the truth Drago sought. He despised war and could not fathom why the Navy had to obey the world government, allowing non-member nations to perish one after another. Faced with such inquiries, Karp fell silent. He could hardly believe that his son would eventually concern himself with such political matters. From a young age, he had instilled in Drago the importance of living in the moment. "Your silence, father, seems to imply acknowledgement," Drago mused, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. "Drago, live well in the present. Focus on your responsibilities. Do not ponder over the unknown answers," Karp advised him. "Avoid seeking answers that do not require knowing. Yet countless innocent lives are perishing due to the world government. We are the embodiment of justice. Why should we not raise our voices against this?" Whenever the topic of war arose, Dorag's tone would escalate. Yet he quickly recognized that he ought not to unleash his fury in the presence of his father. He forcibly subdued his emotions and lifted the glass from the bar. Taking a sip, "We can only do what is within our means, Dorag. Do not burden yourself so heavily." As a father, Karp merely wished for Dorag to remain in the Navy, living as an officer much like himself. He yearned to shield his son from the darker facets of the world, yet it seemed that nothing could prevent the inevitable. Karp raised his glass as well, clinking it with Dorags. By the way, after sharing a drink with his son, Karp glanced around and suddenly inquired, "Where is that fellow crow? Why isn't he with you?" "He has returned to the North Sea for his leave." It seems this mission has profoundly affected him. The father and son, Mengqi, conversed throughout the night until dawn. And only then did Karp slowly make his way back to Sengoku's office. "Are you asleep?" Karp entered and found Sengoku had dozed off while handling work documents. In the corridor outside the office, Zephyr suddenly passed by him, heading to the marshal's office to report. "Hey, Zephyr, where are you going?" Karp called out to the familiar face, immediately pursuing him. Zephyr cast a sidelong glance at Karp. "Karp, I am going to report the combat test results of the new recruits to Kong." His face was marked with dark circles. He hadn't slept in 4 days and had only rested for 1 night before returning to work. New recruits? It has been nearly a year since the last conscription. Are you referring to that young lad who just joined? Karp followed him. After every mission, there was usually a brief respite, which he intended to use to unwind. "Time flies, doesn't it, Karp?" Zephyr remarked as he arrived outside Steelbone Kong's office, gazing at the vast ocean below the naval headquarters. "We are both over 40 now." The naval vessels, distinguished for their performance among branches worldwide, were continuously docking at the harbor below. Under the sun, naval soldiers were engaged in various combat training exercises. Indeed, Karp was influenced by Zephyr's sudden nostalgia, gazing towards the sea alongside him. The sea breeze seemed to carry the essence of changing eras. While they both gradually succumbed to the passage of time, in the prime of their lives, they began to reminisce and soon opened the door to enter the office behind them. "Zephyr, it's been almost a year. No wonder you met him so early," Karp remarked with a bright smile, only to suddenly notice the dark circles under Zephyr's eyes, indicating a lack of sleep. "Marshal, I heard from the new recruits that you also reviewed the combat assessment?" Karp began, but Zephyr interjected, handing him a document from his hand. "Yes, truly a resilient individual. I have never encountered such tenacity," Karp responded while examining Arthur's combat assessment report. Zephyr had praised him as the most promising genius in the annals of the Navy. However, Karp pondered, it remains uncertain whether he possesses the awareness for commanding troops. In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, combat prowess is merely one of many necessary abilities. Karp conveyed his concerns to Zephyr. The Navy is in dire need of talent. Yet the reports from the Dorag warship as civil officials indicate that he abandoned his team for the sake of his own ambitions at Punk Hazard. This raises doubts about his suitability for command. He may only be able to accompany other officers on missions at sea. Commanding ability? Zephyr rested his chin on his hand, casting a discreet glance at the nearby Karp. "I can undoubtedly vouch for his combat prowess. As for his leadership skills, those can be honed over time. After a couple of months of guidance from me, wouldn't it be splendid for Karp to gain some experience?" Karp plopped down onto the adjacent sofa and rummaged through the cabinet in front of him, extracting a packet of white snacks resembling chips and began munching on them. Suddenly called out. He froze, holding the bag of sunbae and pointing at himself. "Me? A rookie alongside me. Are you wishing for his premature downfall?" This remark left both Zephyr and Kong at a loss for words, as Karp's missions invariably led him to confront the most formidable pirate crews currently sailing the seas, notably the Roger pirates. What risks accompany your involvement, for instance, in this mission where you were initially tasked with pursuing the Roger pirates? Why then did you end up teaming up with them against that scoundrel, the Golden Lion? Kong, as the admiral, was immediately apprised of the situation. News of the incident had already circulated, and nearly every faction on the sea was aware of it. An unforeseen occurrence, Karp began to defend himself, and indeed, "I fell into Roger's trap. It was that fellow who led you to thwart the Golden Lion, wasn't it?" Zephyr discerned the embarrassment etched on Karp's face. After all, that crew was always a step ahead in receiving intelligence. "The Roger pirates possess exceptional informants," Kong analyzed. "Yet, even if I were to collaborate with him, that should not permit Shiki to acquire the explosive rock, right? Who knows what mischief he might concoct with such a weapon?" Karp hastily interjected, asserting his innocence, claiming that his contributions outweighed his misdeeds, ultimately minimizing casualties and panic to the greatest extent possible. In summary, Zephyr settled onto the sofa where Karp was seated. In the upper echelons of the Navy, strength often supersedes the need for excessive decorum. From the battle, I discerned that the sergeant named Arthur is an exceptionally diligent individual. His performance in combat could be described as unyielding in spirit and unwavering in resolve. Of course, This commendation pertains solely to his perseverance in battle, excluding other aspects. Such a high appraisal is unprecedented in naval history. Perhaps there have been others, yet they remain obscured in the annals of time. What a formidable assessment this is, Zephyr. Bear in mind, he is merely a recruit who has been in the Navy for a week. Upon hearing such remarks, Garp suddenly interjected, well, if he is truly that formidable, he will undoubtedly become a powerful force within the Navy. With this statement, even Kong swiftly rose from his position and, alongside Zephyr, hurriedly moved to Garp's side, forcefully covering his mouth. Silence, you fool Garp. Everything you have ever claimed has resulted in failure, serving only as cautionary tales. After undergoing Zephy's rigorous strength assessment, Arthur succumbed to a deep slumber that lasted an entire day, showing no signs of awakening. Outside the medical room of the training base in Malinfando, Cooper, treated as a mere pet, dozed atop a lamppost, vigilantly awaiting news. Day and night passed in a seamless cycle of warmth and chill, as it steadfastly kept watch for 2 full days. Until finally it spied Arthur stirring from his bed by the window through the medical room's glass. Beneath the cerulean sky, the gentle warmth of the sun enveloped Cooper. It hastily fluttered from the lamppost to perch on the window, extending its eagle head to scrutinize the still drowsy Arthur closely. Inside the room, Arthur noticed Cooper gently touching its own beak and inquired, Cooper, how long have I been asleep? Cooper raised its talon, with 3 claws folded and 2 extended, gesturing in response to Arthur's question. 2 days, huh? Arthur fell into silence, compelled to acknowledge that in comparison to true warriors, he still remained quite feeble. However, he noticed a significant enhancement in both the strength of his limbs and his mental fortitude since awakening, rendering him stronger than before. On the bedside cabinet lay a naval uniform accompanied by his sword. Arthur glanced at them, donned the naval cap, slipped into the uniform, and examined the blade closely. What shall I name you? With the ability to freeze foes, this blade possesses an icy power in the throes of life and death combat. Yet during the test battles, this power did not manifest. I surmise that only in genuine conflict, when faced with dire straits, will the true chilling force emerge. I shall name you Frostblade. To keep it simple, Frostblade, Ice Dragon. Henceforth, you shall be known as Ice Dragon. Arthur smiled at his blade, and in that moment of bestowal, a surge of formidable energy coursed from his being into the sword. As if responding, he gazed at it in astonishment. Did it just sense the power I infused after naming it? Bewildered, Arthur sheathed the sword, stretched his still aching limbs, and made his way towards the infirmary. Cooper? Arthur inquired. Are you feeling any better? Is your body still in pain? He still felt somewhat unwell and likely required several days of recuperation for a full recovery. Arthur expressed his gratitude towards Cooper, touched by the concern it showed, reminiscent of human empathy. Upon hearing this, Cooper hurriedly trotted behind Arthur, its endearing yet silly demeanor capturing the attention of all the doctors and nurses in the infirmary, provoking laughter from those around. You, newcomer, still need to rest for a while, a doctor called out as he noticed Arthur attempting to leave. However, Arthur, famished and eager to find something to satiate his hunger, paid no heed to the doctor's warnings. Observing this, the doctor quickly followed him outside, scanning the vicinity only to find that Arthur had vanished. Hey, aren't you the patient? Outside the training base, Arthur strolled with Cooper, making his way to the cafeteria in search of a hearty meal. Arthur glanced back at Cooper, who was walking stealthily, and advised, Cooper, you might as well stay on my shoulder. The image was akin to a silly bird, resembling a nearly 2-meter-tall chicken trailing closely behind him, with its neck stretched forward, clutching onto its trousers. Cooper agreed and swiftly spread his wings, landing on Arthur's shoulder, instinctively assuming the role of an eagle hat. The appearance of Arthur and Cooper drew the attention of all the new recruits in the training ground. Some gazed at him with envy, others with jealousy, some with disdain, and others with irritation. A few regarded Arthur as if he were a monster. Such tenacity and perseverance are not qualities typical of humanity. At merely 14 years of age, when most youths are still performing menial tasks, one might wonder if he is indeed a prodigy. In this era, many naval geniuses have perished on their missions. Given his temperament, an early demise seems inevitable. Everyone here is driven by the pursuit of rank. How many can genuinely hone their sense of justice? Becoming the focal point, Arthur sought a clear space, clenched his fist, and channeled a surge of energy into his wrist. The armor-like exterior of his hockey immediately enveloped his knuckles. Arthur observed impassively, this is indeed far harder than iron. The assistance of a strong ally has proven remarkably effective in training. Reflecting on his sparring sessions with Zephyr, He felt no desire to endure such torment again, both mentally and physically. Even now, his muscles remained sore and fatigued. Having joined the Navy for almost 2 weeks, he had mastered hockey in 5 of the 6 forms of the Navy's techniques. Should he resign? After contemplating this dilemma, Arthur concluded he still had room for growth and decided to cast aside thoughts of leaving the Navy for the time being. In these 2 months, you must also strive to grow stronger, Cooper, he said to his companion perched above. However, Cooper turned his gaze toward a woman approaching Arthur. He looked up to see a girl clad in a peach-colored short-sleeve shirt. Arthur squinted, scrutinizing her, and thought, "Is that Guion?" It seemed he had caught glimpses of her gaze during his 4 days of combat with Zephyr. She bore a peach-colored scabbard at her waist, with a white hilt. Unmistakably a swordswoman. While she possessed striking beauty and a slender waist, her pronounced curves and ponytail made her figure appear overly large to him, inducing a slight discomfort. As she was not his preferred type, nevertheless, it was undeniable that she was indeed a captivatingly beautiful young woman. She approached within less than a meter of Arthur, hands on her hips, nearly 3 heads taller, casting a shadow over him. Arthur looked up at her, gesturing awkwardly toward her chest, his face already glistening with beads of sweat. "She is significantly larger than my head," he thought, feeling a wave of perspiration. She took a deep breath and scrutinized Arthur from head to toe, finding no discernible difference between him and an ordinary person. Thus, the two maintained a fixed gaze for several minutes, observed with evident frustration by Kaji, who was engaged in physical training on the playground. "You are Arthur, correct? I am also a swordsman. Let us spar," Guion suddenly spoke, extending a challenge to Arthur. Arthur was taken aback, having been stared at for several minutes. He felt a flush creeping to his cheeks. He promptly declined, saying, "No, I have just awoken from a coma, and every part of my body aches." "What? A woman who has confessed to me 36 times, and you simply reject her?" Kaji, upon hearing this, halted his training and angrily approached Arthur. "This is a matter of swordsmen. It does not concern you, Kaji. Mind your own business," Guion advised, understanding that Arthur had yet to recover fully. "I refuse to accept this. I demand a one-on-one duel." Kaji, undeterred, stormed towards Arthur with great strides. The atmosphere was thick with hostility, triggering a response in Arthur's mind. Sensing danger, his observation haki activated. Arthur furrowed his brow, letting out a weary sigh. "What law have I transgressed to make such an enemy?" "It's nothing. I simply find it displeasing that you rejected my goddess," Kaji retorted, standing before Arthur and throwing a punch directly at him. Utilizing his haki, Arthur anticipated the attack, swiftly evading Kaji's blow. "Your goddess? Has she consented to this?" Arthur questioned Kaji. "Do you presume her to be your goddess without her agreement?" Kaji quickly regained his stance after missing his target and swung another punch at Arthur. "I have no reason to fight you," Arthur warned Kaji. "However, should you seek trouble again, I will not hesitate to retaliate." He swiftly dodged Kaji's punch, realizing his body was still not fully recovered, severely lacking in coordination. At that moment, Cooper seized the opportunity and struck Kaji with his sturdy wings, delivering a blow akin to a steel block. Boom! Kaji, still unsteady from his missed punch, was sent sprawling backward over 10 meters by Cooper's wings. Cooper stood on Arthur's shoulder, and after Cooper pushed him away, he stretched his neck to solemnly observe Kaki. "Alas, I truly dislike individuals of your ilk, Kaki." When Shigeyama witnessed Kaki suddenly emerging to engage in a scuffle with Arthur, he held his forehead and departed. Arthur had yet to recover, and any sparring would have to wait for a while. "Wait, Shigeyama, I am striving to reclaim you." Kaki reached out to retain Shigeyama. "Reclaim what?" "This is merely a simple exchange of techniques. He has injuries and has declined my invitation. We are not connected beyond being comrades. Why are you here?" Shigeyama did not spare him a glance and strode away. This scene prompted Arthur to shake his head, realizing that no matter the world, there are always sycophants. Arthur fixed his gaze on the defiant Kaki. "Why do you specifically target me?" "Shigeyama must be approaching you due to your unprecedented performance, you scoundrel." Kaki retorted angrily at Arthur. "When the grand conscription competition arrives, I will make it clear to all of you that I am the most suitable choice for her." "You are mistaken. I have no intention of competing with you." Arthur regarded Kaki as one would observe a lunatic. Such individuals were typically deemed beyond redemption in his eyes. Within the elite training base, in the classroom, Arthur, wishing not to disturb others, voluntarily sat in the last row with Cooper. He was taken aback by how leisurely military life in this world turned out to be. However, the training was indeed rigorous, pushing individuals to their limits. in the foundational knowledge of navigation essential for the Grand Line. A female instructor draped in a cloak of justice was lecturing the current batch of yet-to-graduate elites about the pertinent knowledge regarding the navigation pointers of the Grand Line. Every soldier held a spherical compass pointer in their hands, known as the recording pointer. This was an indispensable tool for navigation in the Grand Line, required to record the magnetic field of an island after arriving there for a specified duration. Cooper gazed blankly at the recording pointer on his ankle, looking at Arthur. "Cooper, do I need to learn this too?" "Of course, if you can comprehend it, then learn," Arthur replied, focusing intently. This knowledge would be crucial for survival in future nautical endeavors. The permanent pointer, a unique type of pointer that, once the magnetic field of an island is recorded, will remain permanently unaffected by magnetic fields, locking in that island indefinitely. Due to its rarity, it is typically reserved for recording frequently visited islands. As Arthur listened to the lecture, his gaze gradually drifted, unable to resist casting glances at the young and beautiful female soldiers. Is she a military flower? Arthur stole a glance at her, secretly pondering why Kaji had the audacity to pursue her so fervently. In this vast classroom, Shij's beauty captivated him above all else. The first lesson focused on wind direction observation, a fundamental aspect of navigation, thus demanding earnest attention. As the sessions progressed, instructors on navigation techniques, nutrition, and various marine knowledge took turns imparting essential maritime wisdom to the elite recruits. Arthur diligently noted down what he deemed important, recognizing its significance. The final lesson was a self-assessment of personal style, with less than 2 months remaining until graduation, when Chief Instructor Zephyr entered the classroom accompanied by 2 ordinary instructors. All dozing or distracted students immediately straightened up in reverence. His presence commanded respect. This assessment form requires you to thoughtfully complete the first 10 questions. The last 10 can be answered at your discretion. The ordinary instructors distributed a paper resembling an examination sheet, passing it down to the desk where Arthur sat. The bewildered students exchanged glances at Cooper and asked Arthur, "Does he need to fill one out?" "Of course, he wears a cap. He's a soldier." Arthur replied with a calm demeanor as the 2 instructors shared a knowing look and handed Cooper an assessment form and a pen. Arthur observed the assessment sheet in his hand, which posed challenging questions. 1. What would you do when faced with an insurmountable enemy? 2. How would you choose between a soldier's life and your own? 3. Admiral Karp's annotation. New question. If a baby and an elderly person are stranded on an island, and you possess a small boat that can carry only 2, how would you decide? 4. What attitude do you adopt when executing a mission? 5. When encountering world nobles during a task, would you prioritize protecting civilians or the nobles? 6. What drives your desire to grow stronger? 7. As the future of the Navy, how do you perceive this organization? 8. When faced with a mission that demands a sacrifice of life, how would you choose? 9. If you had to choose between a civilian and a soldier's life, whom would you select? 10. How would you evaluate your sense of justice? 11. Would you sacrifice everything to appease world nobles? 12. Would you lay down your life to protect world nobles? The assessment form spanned 2 pages, with a total of 20 questions awaiting responses. Aside from the first 10, the remainder delved into perspectives on the celestial dragons and their protection. The elite gathered in this classroom were either offspring of nobility or exceptionally talented individuals in various fields. Gazing at the questions on the paper, Arthur felt as though he were being tested on human nature and morality. Deep within, he harbored values of self-sacrifice. However, none of the queries compelled him to make such a sacrifice, especially the last 10 questions, all established for the benefit of the celestial dragons. If one were to flatteringly fill in those last 10 questions, ensuring the comfort of the celestial dragons, surely one would ascend to a high position, wouldn't they? Arthur scoffed with a smirk, then began to scribble haphazardly. After each question, he merely inscribed the words depending on the situation in large characters. Once he finished, he glanced over at Cooper, who was writing the assessment with his mouth, and his expression darkened. "Why did you write my name all over?" Cooper, startled, turned his neck to look at Arthur. "Cooper, but I can only write your name." After all the assessment papers were submitted, Zephyr first glanced at Arthur's work, a smile creeping onto his lips as he muttered under his breath, "You little rascal, do you intend to keep everyone in the dark about you?" Arthur had joined the Navy primarily to grow stronger, not out of an unwavering commitment to it. Should this organization disappoint him or prove to be of no value, he would leave without hesitation. Zephyr's gaze fell upon Arthur, who sat in the last row by the window, gazing out at the sea, the ocean breeze caressing his face. From the direction of the shipyard scrapyard, it seemed there were people firing cannons. Arthur, looking towards the shipyard scrapyard, heard a deafening explosion. Uncertain if it was cannon fire, Zephyr, usually adept at reading people, found himself unable to discern the nature of Arthur. Did this fellow truly possess a sense of justice? Yet, the previous reports regarding the falsification by the bureaucrats on the Dragon's warship were also dubious, Zephyr pondered as he continued to peruse the documents. As the evening glow descended, after a day filled with knowledge, Arthur, accompanied by Cooper, approached the podium in front of Zephyr. "What is it, lad?" Zephyr squinted at Arthur and the white-headed eagle perched atop him. "Do you have something to inquire?" Arthur was uncertain whether Zephyr was simply too occupied or if the other instructors were also unaware. It had been 6 days since he arrived at Marineford. Yet he had not been assigned a dormitory room. However, that was not his primary concern. Vice Admiral Garp should have returned, right? "Zephyr-sensei," Arthur inquired. "That fellow is training at the shipyard scrapyard. If you wish to see him, go find him," Zephyr replied, gathering a stack of documents as he exited the classroom. With the class concluded, Zephyr felt it was time for him to take a well-deserved rest. "Hello." Arthur was suddenly tapped on the back by a slender, pale finger. Both he and Cooper turned around to find Guillaume, who had yet to leave the classroom. They inquired, "What's the matter? Shall we engage in a sparring session?" This was the second time Guillaume had posed such a question today. Arthur regarded her thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand, musing, "Well, these individuals are destined to become renowned vice admirals in the future. Forming alliances with them would undoubtedly be advantageous for me. Moreover, Guillaume seems to be quite loyal." She even expressed concern for Luffy in front of Carp. However, interacting with her might provoke unwarranted animosity from that sycophant, Kaki. Is it merely a case of a toad yearning for a swan, doomed to sit in a well and fantasize? But am I truly a toad? Clearly not. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Arthur decided to set aside his reservations. Despite the lingering pain in his muscles, he could not turn down the opportunity to forge connections with influential figures. "Let us give it a try. I am eager to test the capabilities of my ice dragon." He resolutely agreed. "Ice dragon? What is this ice dragon?" Guillaume inquired with curiosity. "My sword is named Ice Dragon. I bestowed that name upon it upon waking this morning," Arthur replied, feigning calmness as he walked out of the classroom. In such close proximity, he began to grasp the essence of the term alluring. Guillaume's captivating presence rendered even the most steadfast men unable to quell their desires. Watching Arthur depart, she could not help but feel a pang of frustration. Is my physique and beauty insufficiently captivating? Or does that fellow possess some physiological flaw? Arthur accepted Guillaume's proposal for a spar, and together they exited the classroom, arriving at a training ground bathed in the glow of the evening sunset. The blades clashed incessantly. Every time Guillaume initiated an attack, Arthur's suddenly explosive strength would send her sprawling backward, rendering their swordplay abstract to onlookers. Guillaume's attacks were relentless, while Arthur merely defended with his blade. Indeed, this is a matter of physical discomfort, he thought, his gaze fixated on Guillaume's dynamic movements as she wielded the Kinjur, her undulating form dazzling him. He contemplated delivering a powerful strike to send Guillaume retreating over 10 meters. Then, shaking his head vigorously, he exclaimed, "No more, sister." "Sister?" Guillaume, steadied after being knocked back, furrowed her brow and gazed at Arthur. "I am merely 13 years old. How old are you?" "You're 13? Arthur exclaimed, utterly incredulous. Guillaume appeared remarkably mature, her figure strikingly voluptuous, embodying the essence of womanhood. Now, she claimed to be 13? "Oh, 14, Arthur pondered, struggling to comprehend. The only explanation he could formulate being that individuals in this world mature far too swiftly. "So you are even older than me, yet dare to call me sister? Do you think I am old?" Upon hearing Arthur's reluctance to continue the fight, Guillaume assumed a stance of a swordsman poised for a decisive strike. She sheathed her blade, crouched low, and steadied herself, ready to unleash her power. "No, you are quite beautiful, but I've heard you are the sister of General Crane?" Arthur sighed, attempting to shift the topic, feeling the absurdity of the situation. "Are you also the type who flatters and ingratiates, forming friendships based on social connections?" Guillaume unsheathed her sword and, with a swift movement, appeared before Arthur, striking with vigor. In her eyes, it was the most ferocious and rapid attack. Yet in the next moment, clang. Guillaume's strike towards Arthur was abruptly deflected to the top of his head, the blade pointing skyward, effectively neutralizing the force of her slash. This is the observation hockey. Arthur had anticipated the speed of her attack. Guillaume stared in shock at Arthur. who had countered her downward strike. His combat style aimed to exploit vulnerabilities in an instant, threatening to obliterate his opponent. A chilling aura enveloped the ice dragon blade as Arthur, seizing the moment Guion lost her balance, stepped forward decisively, delivering a powerful downward slash. Guion shuddered, feeling an intense chill rapidly enveloping his entire being. His rigid body retreated more than 10 steps before coming to a halt, trembling as he stood on the training ground, clutching his shoulders against the biting cold. "You are mistaken. I am not that kind of person." Arthur, somewhat displeased, sheathed his sword and made his way towards the derelict shipyard. "Wait," Guion exclaimed, feeling a chill run through her as she called out to Arthur. "What strange ability did you use on me? Are you perhaps a wielder of a devil fruit?" Arthur halted and turned, pointing at the sheath at his waist. "You are mistaken, dear sister. It is this that has rendered you so frozen. The power of that blade." Guion was utterly astonished. She had sensed its extraordinary nature during their earlier sparring session, but she had not anticipated such a terrifying capability. After Arthur bestowed a name upon his blade, he could summon its frigid powers at will, though not to their full extent. "She is but 13 years old? 13? I genuinely cannot comprehend how she has grown so much," Arthur remarked, gesturing with his hands to illustrate Guion's stature. "Cooper, I am but 10 years old." "Arthur, I did not inquire, Cooper." One person and one eagle arrived at the shipyard scrapyard, where the sound of explosions intensified, growing ever closer. Arthur soon spotted a robust man in his prime, his entire form cloaked in dark hair, relentlessly pummeling the bow of a derelict warship with his fists. The sturdy iron plating of the ship's front was being warped and dented with each strike, each blow resonating with a deafening crack. That towering figure was the young Cap. Arthur dashed towards his direction. "Kubo, that human actually treats a warship like a punching bag." During his routine fist training, Carp noticed someone approaching and abruptly halted, turning to face Arthur. "New recruit? Eagle? What brings you to the abandoned shipyard?" Carp, drenched in sweat, scrutinized Arthur's facial features, quickly recognizing him from the information on file. Hearing the incessant, jarring sounds of explosions nearby, he had come to investigate. As Arthur approached Carp, he realized something. The so-called legendary naval hero seemed quite ordinary after all. It was through diligent sweat and a spirit of rigorous training that such a legend was forged. "Ha!" Carp burst into laughter, feeling a sense of pride over the commotion he had caused. "New recruits often wander into my vicinity. They see me and wish to train under my guidance. Yet many abandon the endeavor when confronted with the agony of bone fractures. Moreover, I am not particularly fond of mentoring students." Listening to Carp's hearty laughter and his words, Arthur grew increasingly curious and inquired, "Bone fractures?" Carp gestured towards the front of the warship and explained. "It involves repeatedly striking this massive sheet of steel with your fists. With sustained effort, one can forge an indestructible pair of iron fists. This process is excruciating. Through countless fractures and healing, one continually evolves. Many are unable to endure it." Rather than dissuading Arthur, these words ignited a profound interest within him as he gazed at Carp. His fists instinctively clenched, pondering whether attempting Carp's training method would enhance his physique. Indeed, joining the Navy seemed like the right choice. Sensing Arthur's eagerness, Carp immediately asked, "Care to give it a try?" Arthur then brought Kubo to an abandoned warship and, lifting him from his shoulder, declared, "Kubo, no more slacking off. You shall join me in this endeavor." "Cooper, I understand, Arthur." After settling Cooper, Arthur gazed at Carp's expectant expression and walked alone beneath a warship, contemplating the immense iron hull before him. "You cannot employ hockey or any other abilities, young man, otherwise it would not be deemed training." Carp delineated the rules of his regimen before resuming his own exercises. Arthur promptly followed suit, striking the bow of the warship with his fists. Possessing extraordinary strength, each punch he delivered reverberated with a thunderous boom. Yet, in comparison to Carp, his efforts fell slightly short. "This fellow possesses remarkable talent," Carp mused, astonished by Arthur's prowess. Realizing that the assessments relayed in the documents from the soldiers under Drago's command were entirely truthful. Does this painful training truly lead to strength? Arthur pondered, enduring the agony as he kept pace with Carp's rhythm, relentlessly throwing punches. With his initial strike against the warship's bow, his knuckles soon became a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled. Much like practicing with a blade, one's hands would inevitably suffer before achieving mastery. Only a madman would wager their body and bones for a chance at a brighter future. Despite the excruciating pain, Arthur quickened his pace, refusing to let discomfort impede his movements. This grueling training aimed to shatter and then heal his bones, rendering them harder than steel. Such fortitude was essential for Arthur's physical development. Cooper. The only cry echoing through the shipyard scrapyard was Cooper's lament. In the following 2 months, Arthur devoted nearly all his spare time to striking at warships, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. On January 1st, 1491, at precisely 11:40 a.m. at Marinvondo Bay Square, monsters summoned from across the globe gathered en masse. An unceasing stream of warships approached from overseas. Beneath the blazing sun, the naval headquarters had erected a grand arena for selection trials, established to celebrate the newly recruited Navy officers and the graduating elites. The newly appointed officers hurried towards the colossal arena, while the new generation of elites made their way to the stands to witness the strength benchmark test of their graduating peers. Repeated fractures and subsequent healings had augmented the density of Arthur's bones. In the center of the arena, amidst the clamor of the crowd, Arthur stood alone, gazing at his fists, which were wrapped in medical bandages. Such training would fortify his wrists, preventing them from collapsing in combat. By day, he absorbed theoretical knowledge and training advice from Zephyr, and by afternoon until nightfall, he relentlessly engaged in combat training with Carp. He felt a marked enhancement in his physical capabilities. However, as Zephyr had remarked, he seemed ill-suited to battle with his fists. In the stands, Carp, Zephyr, and Sengoku sat in a row. I cannot fathom how exceptional a diligent individual with significant potential will become in the future, Carp mused, chewing on senbei while glancing at the motionless Arthur below. This assessment stemmed entirely from Carp's observation of Arthur's relentless training over the past month. He had never witnessed such determination before. Why are you like this, Carp? Sengoku, seated beside Carp and also enjoying senbei, inquired with confusion. The Admiral, Sengoku, noticed the somber expressions on both Zephyr and Carp's faces. Just look for yourself, Sengoku, you corporate drone, Zephyr remarked. This cohort of the world conscription seems to have attracted some hidden monsters, with the new recruits surpassing those of the previous year. I've heard there is a user of a freezing-type devil fruit, Zephyr continued. Moreover, there are numerous zone types, and their overall strength is significantly greater than that of the Sakazuki and Palusalino cohort. The arena, specifically designated for the world conscription, gradually filled with all the newly recruited officers, totaling a remarkable 1,000 individuals. Giants. Arthur squinted as he counted, discovering that there were 6 giants remaining in the arena, 1 female and 5 males, some of whom he recognized. Let us commence swiftly. I cannot discern how resilient these diminutive beings truly are. One of the giants disdainfully cast a glance at the tiny figures below, his expression rife with disappointment. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Jaji's eyes were filled with bloodshot fury as he glared menacingly, thinking to himself, does he believe that his stature grants him the freedom to act with impunity? His fists were clenched tightly, awaiting the signal for the duel to commence at midnight. For this moment, Jaji had endured a month of rigorous training in silence, all to astonish the entire audience. After surveying the crowd, his gaze fixated on Arthur, who stood still as a placid lake. Ha ha ha, what can the diminutive race accomplish? Watch as I send you all flying with but a single swing of my axe. Ha ha ha, the 5 giants erupted in a defiant laughter, utterly disregarding the elite troops beneath their feet. Ring the bells. Strike down as many as you can to determine the officer ranks. Commence. Outside the arena, Steelbone Kong personally declared the commencement of the contest. As the clock struck noon, with a resounding chime, Steelbone Kong commanded the battle to officially begin. With a thunderous roar, the giants wielded their weapons with reckless abandon, sending several elite soldiers soaring into the sky above the ocean. Let us swiftly eliminate them all. Cooper, Arthur declared, drawing his sword and standing resolutely beside Cooper. Cooper. With that, Cooper soared into the sky, swiftly diving towards a giant brandishing a weapon, delivering a powerful strike with his talons to the giant's head. The tremendous force of his claws sent the colossal figure hurtling into the sea, creating a magnificent splash. Was it truly the eagle that sent the giant flying? What a ludicrous notion. A tumultuous uproar erupted in the arena, and with each step Arthur took while wielding the back of his sword, an elite would be sent sprawling across the battlefield. Get away, you worthless brutes. Gaji leaped high into the air, delivering a punch that struck a giant squarely in the abdomen. The terrifying force of his blow sent the giant reeling, utterly defenseless. What? Where do these little men get such strength? Gaji dispatched everyone standing in his way with a single punch, aiming directly for Arthur. Was this fellow playing a game? Baseball? Perhaps? Gaji observed Arthur casually maneuvering through the crowd, swinging his sword, and with a burst of energy, he charged at his side, unleashing a devastating punch. With a determined step, Arthur felt a sudden drop in his momentum as he noticed Gaji barreling towards him. He swiftly pivoted and deflected Gaji's fist with the back of his sword, leading to a stalemate. Arthur narrowed his eyes, locking onto Gaji's gaze, and coldly declared, "Farewell, Gaji." "Huh, you don't truly believe your strength surpasses mine." Gaji's boast was abruptly cut short as he felt an overwhelming force catapulting his body through the air. Had Arthur skillfully neutralized the power behind his punch with the blade? Gaji soared through the air in disbelief, suddenly shouting, "This gap is impossible." With a powerful swing of his sword, Arthur sent Gaji's entire form soaring into the heavens. Observing Gaji's uncontrolled ascent, he shook his head disdainfully. "You are not the only one beyond redemption. As I pursue the path of becoming stronger, I too find myself equally lost." With that, Arthur's aura intensified once more, shattering the ground beneath him. His calf muscles bulged as he darted through the crowd, swinging his sword with the sole intent of swiftly concluding this grand tournament of 1,000 officers. Whether giants or other elite trainees who had been honing their skills for over a month, all were sent flying into the sea by the back of his blade. Regardless of whether they were imposing officers or prodigies of remarkable talent, they were all effortlessly crushed before him. The entire arena transformed into a stage for a sword dance, with all present becoming mere targets. After half an hour of this spectacle, only Cooper, Arthur, and Gaji remained on the field. "Jump." Arthur, brandishing his knife, cornered Cheyenne at the seaside of the military port, insisting that she leap into the abyss below. "You monster, Arthur," Cheyenne retorted, having retreated to the precipice, gazing into the ocean that lay just a step behind her. At that moment, Cooper, soaring through the air, suddenly launched a kick towards her. "Fool! Cooper, come back!" Arthur shouted in alarm, yet Cooper had already adopted a diagonal dive, unable to halt his advance. In a swift motion, Cheyenne wielded her knife, effortlessly deflecting Cooper's talon with the back of her blade. As Cooper, this is Arthur's method of exertion, since the power being dissipated. His body consequently lost its equilibrium and was instantaneously propelled backwards into the sea by Ji-Yuan's sudden burst of energy. Alas, Arthur sighed, covering his face. With only the two of us remaining, how delightful it would be to engage in a mutual sparring session using the 6 styles. Storm's foot. Arthur raised his leg, unleashing a wave of azure energy that cleaved through the ground, lunging vertically towards Guillaume. With a light clang, Guillaume effortlessly deflected it and chuckled, "I must admit, you are a genius to have developed such a defensive sword technique. Did you learn it without paying tuition?" Arthur felt a pang of regret that the prematurely graduated Kizuru, Akainu, and Dragon were absent from this martial test. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to measure himself against them. "But how could I aspire to your level? Why should I pay tuition?" Guillaume retorted, believing that her self-taught skills were a testament to her own talent and aptitude. "What good is tuition?" In the next moment, Arthur charged towards Guillaume, his movements swift as lightning, and struck at her with his blade. Guillaume attempted to parry and counterattack, yet was met with a surge of explosive force from Arthur's strike, akin to a harp string snapping and plunging into the depths of the ocean. The greatest flaw of this technique lay in its dependency on the wielder's explosive power. Should an opponent exceed that momentary strength, the technique would falter. Arthur slowly sheathed his sword and retrieved the kublai that Guillaume had sent tumbling into the sea. "Clearly, you cannot withstand my explosive swordsmanship." Arthur's victory rendered the arena silent. What was anticipated to be an all-day competition concluded within half an hour. Steelbone Kong glanced at the clock, 12:29 p.m., and promptly announced Arthur as the victor of this tournament. A day later, in the new world of the Grand Line, the newspapers heralding the rise of the so-called monster, the Navy's new star, spread across the seas. Inside a colossal pirate ship soaring through the skies of the new world, a magnificent hall akin to a palace housed several fearsome pirates, scarred and imposing, standing beside a golden lion-headed throne. A man with long, lustrous golden hair and 2 sheathed swords at his waist, exuding an aura of dominance, sat upon the throne. He held the Navy's daily report in his hands, his forehead bulging with veins as he fumed. The captain of the 14th Division was defeated by this fledgling brat? The remnants of the Rocks pirates had largely gathered here. As they observed the enraged Golden Lion Shiki, none dared to utter a word. What genius! What monster! They had yet to encounter the likes of me. The incompetent Navy can only sow discord and manipulate public sentiment. Shiki seethed as he gazed at the newspaper, his fury escalating. The so-called geniuses and monsters of the Navy had no idea how many had perished at their hands. Monster geniuses? They merely scraped the surface of what I can offer. He understood all too well that this was merely a tactic employed by the Navy to bolster morale and recruit more soldiers. The content of the report indicated the Navy's massive conscription campaign had concluded, and they were preparing to dispatch troops to suppress and wage war against the pirates of the New World. To calm his foul mood, Shiki lit a cigar and placed it between his lips, muttering, "If it weren't for that meddlesome Roger showing up with Garp a month ago, I would have seized that battleship loaded with explosives." He could not comprehend why Roger, also a pirate, lacked ambition and instead chose to lead a life of adventure akin to that of an ordinary person. In his view, a pirate ought to pursue grand enterprises, perpetually expanding their influence, ultimately utilizing all available resources and manpower to dominate the world. Merely indulging in treasure hunting? Was there any distinction between that and masquerading as a pirate under the guise of an adventurer? If they possessed ancient weapons, would this era not belong to them? Shiki expressed his deep concerns, harboring doubts about whether the historical texts collected by Roger's crew contained information regarding the whereabouts of these ancient weapons. Noticing Shiki's escalating agitation gradually subside, a calm officer adorned in a robe with a sword at his waist stepped forward and said, "Master Shiki, I have received news that Whitebeard is robbing a group of youngsters on our territory and has docked his ship at a port called Sphinx." Whitebeard. After 7 years of absence, has he finally reemerged? Upon hearing the name Whitebeard, Shiki spirit soared, as if he had encountered an old friend. "Let us pay a visit to our old companion," Shiki declared, waving his arm and activating the powers of the float fruit to alter the course of their pirate ship. However, a navigator rushed forward to caution. The Navy has also learned of this news. If we proceed to meet, it will undoubtedly attract attention. The Navy does not permit remnants of the Rock's pirates to convene. Now that the pirates are aware, it is likely the Navy has been informed as well. This action signifies yet another impending disaster of conflict with the Navy. And so what? Shiki retorted, turning to draw the pistol from his waist and aiming it at the navigator, decisively pulling the trigger. The bullet pierced the navigator's thigh, causing him to scream in agony while clutching his leg. "Did you think I would fear a confrontation with the Navy?" Shiki glared fiercely at the navigator, his frustrations from recent months mounting and seeking an outlet. At the Marineford military dock, alarms echoed throughout the island. Soldiers and officers gradually boarded the naval vessels, preparing for combat. "So, for my third mission, I am to set sail with him?" Arthur stood on the deck of the ship where Garp was stationed, casting a deadpan gaze at the man before him clad in a gray hoodie, the hood obscuring his naval cap, his expression grave and foreboding. The figure standing in front of him, hands tucked into the pockets of his hoodie, was none other than Sakazuki, who had boarded Garp's ship. "Do you harbor any prejudice against me?" Sakazuki approached Arthur, his icy demeanor penetrating as he fixed his gaze upon him. During the previous mission in the Ever Sea, a rookie had the audacity to criticize him, a colonel of the headquarters. Since that incident, he had held a disfavor towards Arthur, perceiving him as morally misguided and unfit for the Navy. Oh, nearby the Karp warship, on another ship belonging to Sengoku, Kizaru observed the escalating tension on the deck of Karp's vessel. It appeared that those two individuals were at odds. Noticing this, Karp struck the heads of Arthur and Sakazuki with his clenched fists, admonishing, "Do not harbor such strong biases against your comrades. Our mission is to venture into the New World and prevent an encounter between the Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard." Both men immediately cradled their heads in discomfort, each sporting a prominent bump. What was the meaning of that punch? It hurt so much. Arthur cursed silently, unable to fathom the scene before him. Had even Akaina been struck by Karp in his youth? What puzzled Arthur further was why he had been brought out to sea for a mission. Surrounded by such formidable figures, he had already contemplated leaving the Navy. Akainu, nursing his injured head, was still brooding over Arthur's previous accusations regarding the collateral damage of innocence in the name of duty. "Let me ask you, Major Arthur, if we do not sacrifice a few for the greater good of eliminating those wicked beings, do you comprehend the horrific massacres that could transpire in coastal villages and towns?" He lifted his head, resuming his confrontation with Arthur, his eyes ablaze with wrath towards pirates. Gazing into those eyes, filled with murderous intent toward pirates, Arthur furrowed his brow, perceiving not only fury and hostility, but also a deep-seated hatred and a story yet untold. "What experiences do you possess? What are the objectives and aspirations that led you to join the Navy?" Akaina pressed on, undeterred by Arthur's silence. On the deck of the warship, the dialogue between the two men captivated everyone's attention, making it the focal point of interest. Alas, sighed Carp, witnessing the explosive temperament of Akainu, as he allowed the two to resolve their prior discord. Arthur, engulfed in a sudden haze of confusion, reflected upon the events of a decade past. It seemed he had lived in constant trepidation, fearing a sudden pirate assault upon the island that could lead to his demise amidst flames and blades. His relentless pursuit of strength was solely to amend the lingering regrets within his heart. Arthur quietly lowered his gaze, fixated on the deck beneath his feet, lost in profound introspection and recollection, while his fingers traced the scar on his chest inflicted by Abel. It appeared as though he had been dwelling in a splendid fantasy since his arrival in this world. It was only when he became acutely aware of his existence in reality that Arthur finally extricated himself from a decade of monotonous existence. Cooper? With an aura of lethal intensity, the extreme human approached, questioning Arthur. Cooper, wearing a grave expression, flapped his right wing and pointed at Sakazuki as he strode forward. "Step aside, you white-headed rooster in a naval cap," Sakazuki retorted instantly, attempting to block his path. "Cooper, who do you call a chicken?" Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Cooper was instantly engulfed in rage and charged at him, attempting to strike. Sakazuki stood his ground, unyielding, just as Cooper was about to be struck by a swift kick. Arthur intervened, pulling him back. "We must go, Cooper." "Cooper." "Arthur, do not stop me. I shall make him pay." Cooper, held tightly by Arthur, suddenly glanced at his face and noticed that his expression had darkened. Since Cooper was rescued by Arthur in the forest and raised until now, he had never witnessed such a gaze of self-doubt and confusion in him. "What?" Sakazuki remarked teasingly as Arthur departed. "Have I struck a nerve?" Arthur turned to face Sakazuki and replied softly, "Even if I do not possess a wealth of painful experiences, my purpose remains unclear. Nonetheless, I firmly believe that your indiscriminate killing of civilians is utterly unjustifiable." Sakazuki was suddenly taken aback by Arthur's utterly dim gaze. Just moments ago, Arthur had radiated an air of righteousness, filled with a gleam of hopeful aspirations for the future, yet now, not a single ray of light penetrated his eyes. Had his noble spirit vanished? Carp also noticed the disappearance of that formidable aura around Arthur, furrowing his brow and quietly pondering, what has transpired? At the dock beneath the warship, a contingent of over 1,000 recruits, enlisted from the world's grand conscription, was gradually setting sail to various locales to suppress pirates and execute their missions. "Sister, why must I be assigned to the North Sea with this fellow?" Guion, draped in the insignia of a major, questioned, pointing perplexly at the fellow major, Kaki. Beside her stood a middle-aged woman, adorned in patterned trousers and a white shirt. Her gloved hands poised elegantly. Though in her middle years, she still exuded a spirited demeanor. "Reinforcements are needed globally, little Guion. Bear with it and gain some experience alongside your sister," H-Guy advised, her gaze fixed on Zifa's retreating figure as he bid farewell to his students at Carp's warship. "Rest assured, Guion, I will protect you at all costs," Kaki declared, tousling his few centimeters of hair and attempting a charming smirk towards Guion. After the duels of the previous day, Kaki had come to understand the vast chasm of talent that separated him from Arthur, a divide that seemed insurmountable no matter how hard he tried. Despite a month of diligent training, he had been swiftly eliminated by a mere strike of the blade. He had envisioned seizing victory, dazzling the audience, and seizing the moment for the 37th declaration of his affections for Guion. Now, however, all his ambitions lay in ruins. "Who asked for your protection?" Guion shot him a disdainful glance before silently boarding the deck of Major H-Guy's warship. "Don't be so cold, Guion. You know I won't give up," Kaki protested. But Guion remained unresponsive. A massive fleet of the Navy departed from Marineford, traversing the gates of justice like a swarm of shooting stars, destined to uphold order and justice across the globe. After watching Carp's warship sail away, Zifa felt a tinge of disappointment as he returned from the Marineford docks to his training base. Observing the new recruits assembled in the training ground, he sighed. "Not everyone meets my expectations. Well, they are all students I have taught." Soon, Zifa released all his expectations for Arthur, recognizing that he was not someone easily controlled. He adjusted his demeanor, donning a confident smile as he approached the training ground to personally welcome the second cohort of new recruits after the departure of the Admiral. In the New World, within the communication room of the Roger pirate ship, the Aljackson, a question arose. Has Whitebeard appeared in the New World? Shaki? Newgate? Whitebeard? In the communications room, GOLD, Roger and Jabba stood behind Rayleigh, who was attentively listening to the incoming transmission. Upon hearing the name Whitebeard, astonishment painted their faces. For it had been quite some time since they last encountered that familiar moniker. Was Roger also listening intently? A sweet feminine voice emanated from the microphone held by Rayleigh. Both Roger and that fool Jabba are by my side. Rayleigh nudged the two with his shoulder, casting a disdainful glance at them. What is that expression, Rayleigh? I am the captain and have the right to know vital intelligence, don't I? Roger suddenly wore a gleeful smile. If that scoundrel Newgate has reappeared, we should promptly seek him out for a nostalgic chat, and perhaps a good brawl as well. Ha ha ha. Jabba chimed in, as the navigator. It is my duty to strategize, right, Rayleigh? Rayleigh, exasperated, endured their banter before responding into the microphone to Shaki. Please continue, Shaki. Your information has always been trustworthy. All right. Old Ray, Shaki sighed. Continuing, the territory of Shiki the Golden Lion has been attacked by young crew members recruited by Whitebeard, who have plundered a considerable amount of treasure. Upon learning of Whitebeard's whereabouts, Shiki personally led his pirate crew to make contact with him. Currently, the Navy has already received intelligence and mobilized. If you plan to stir up trouble, be cautious. The target is Sphinx Island in the New World, a place previously plagued by sea quakes. Sengoku, Garp, and several officers recruited from the World Military Draft are also heading there. Although aside from them, there isn't much formidable opposition worth your trouble. As Shaki concluded her briefing, her voice fell silent, not immediately disconnecting. Ha ha ha. True to form, those two have always been at odds, Roger laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Jabba wore a look of concern, realizing the gravity of the situation. Are they really going to make contact? Is this leading to a war? After the downfall of the Rocks pirates, the world government ordered a worldwide search for their whereabouts. Now, the strongest former officers of the Rocks pirates are about to approach. This could prompt the government to take drastic action to intervene. What if they form an alliance? What are Shiki's intentions? Should we wade into these murky waters? Rayleigh mused, preparing to hang up the transponder. However, Shaki's alluring voice chimed in from the microphone. Did you forget to say thank you, old Ray? I'm at Sabaody Archipelago. Do come visit me when you have time. Her playful words successfully lifted the tense atmosphere in the room back to one of joviality. Jabba immediately teased, Oh ho ho. Rayleigh, someone is thinking of you. Ha ha ha. Quickly, say something sweet, Rayleigh. Roger laughed, giving Rayleigh's shoulder a hearty pat. Thanks to Shaki, we are privy to many secrets ahead of time. Riley's face flushed as he brought the microphone to his lips. Thank you, Shachi. I will make time to visit you. Lacking the skill to express himself eloquently, Rayleigh could only agree to meet with Shachi. I am waiting for you, having brewed the wine you enjoy. Shachi said before the call was abruptly ended. Rayleigh, in the future, Shachi will undoubtedly be a devoted wife. When you visit the Sabaody Archipelago next time, you two should quickly have a child together, Roger remarked earnestly. I also believe your relationship is well established. She has strong feelings for you, Jabba chimed in from the side. Suddenly, Rayleigh, clad in a purple coat and with a head of golden hair, turned around, glaring furiously at Roger and Jabba, who had just teased him in front of Shachi. Ah, you too. The sound of fists flying echoed in the communication room. On the deck, a blue-haired child and a red-haired child were playfully sparring, eliciting laughter from the numerous crew members present. Shanks, I told you, if I ever encounter a guy like him, I could easily knock him down with a single punch, exclaimed the blue-haired boy, baring his sharp teeth as he relentlessly swung his fists towards the red-haired child's head. Buggy, have you paid close attention to the contents of the newspaper? This time, it doesn't seem to be merely public sentiment from the Navy. That knife in his hand and his serious demeanor suggest he is far from being a weakling. The two were engaged in a discussion about the newly released headline concerning a young boy, Arthur, published by the Navy. Suddenly, the door to the communication room swung open, and Rayleigh, sporting a head full of bandages, emerged alongside Roger, commanding, turn the ship around, destination, Sphinx Island. Captain, the blue-haired boy, upon seeing Roger's battered appearance, immediately released the red-haired child in front of him and rushed to Roger's side. Why have you allowed the vice-captain to pummel you into this state? Where is your captain's authority? You are still too young to understand, Buggy, Roger replied, chuckling heartily despite his injuries as he recounted the tale to Buggy. Best not to tease someone while they are conversing with their girlfriend, Jabba quickly added. The entire crew of the Roger pirates shook their heads as they looked at the three, exclaiming in unison, We simply cannot endure you all, Captain, Vice-Captain, Mr. Jabba. Combined. You are over 100 years old. Stop behaving like children. In the new world, in the waters near Sphinx. The moonlight cascaded down as a tempest roared across the sea. The world transformed into a deep blue hue, both silent and tumultuous. In the crow's nest of the towering mast, Arthur lay concealed, his navy cap obscuring his entire face. The sea breeze rustled the sails, creating a symphony of sounds. Cooper, like a solitary eagle, perched atop the mast, gazing down at the fleet sailing upon the tumultuous waters below. He was right. Aside from my relentless struggle for survival, I possessed no tales of anguish to share. Arthur lifted the brim of his hat, revealing eyes devoid of any glimmer. A poignant saying suddenly echoed in his mind. Do not advise others to be virtuous if you have not endured their suffering. For those who have suffered may not necessarily possess virtue. He pondered the tragic experiences that Sakazuki might have endured. Just days ago, the look he had received was filled with a blend of sorrow and rage. Am I perhaps too sensitive to the emotions of others? Arthur found himself engulfed in confusion. Abruptly, he was yanked back to the harsh reality, uncertain of his purpose. What I wish to achieve in 30 years. By then, I will be Arthur calculated silently, continuing, a weary old man at 45. Will I still hold true to my original intentions? 30 years, a significant portion of life. After merely a week at sea, the burden weighed heavily upon him. Arthur felt he could no longer rely on the fervor he had when he first arrived in this world. Enduring for another 30 years seemed insurmountable. As they reached the Sphinx waters, a warning signal echoed through the ship's intercom. Upon receiving the command, Arthur stood, wiping down his firearm and checking the ammunition at his waist. Satisfied, he leaped from the crow's nest. Seeing this, Cooper swiftly spread his wings and dove toward him. Grasping Arthur's hand, Arthur clutched one of Cooper's talons, landing gracefully on the deck and fixing his gaze on the 100-man squad lined up before him. Having attained the rank of major, he was tasked by Garp to lead the squad, serving as the combat personnel for boarding enemy vessels. This mission aimed to intercept the notorious Captain Shiki. Every warship would become a battlefield, and no one would offer assistance. Each must tread carefully. Under the command of Admiral Karp, his aide-de-camp Bogart delivered orders to the officers of various squads aboard the warships. The night enveloped the sea in a shroud of darkness, rendering everything silent and still. Suddenly, the vague outlines of a fleet appeared on the distant waters, gradually becoming clearer. Renowned pirate ships emerged one by one, their silhouettes flickering in the shadows, as if they were phantoms rising from the abyss. The enemy ships unleashed their cannons with a thunderous roar, the projectiles crashing into the sea near Arthur's vessel. Upon spotting the enemy, preparations for battle commenced. In this pitch-black ocean, the sound of cannon fire shattered the tranquility. Oh, there it was, the formidable fleet under the command of that scoundrel Shiki. Karp stood at the bow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he gazed intently at the approaching vessels of numerous pirate crews. He then turned his gaze to the deck behind him. Where Sakazuki stood, let us quell their fervor, Sakazuki. Sakazuki withdrew his hands from his pockets, stepping forward to raise them towards the sky. His arms transformed into flowing magma, resembling a demon towering at the ship's prow, continuously erupting with his fists. Meteor volcano. Sakazuki proclaimed the name of his technique. Mere seconds later, the ocean was illuminated by a colossal magma fist descending from the heavens. The terrifying power of a natural disaster-level devil fruit ability unveiled once more before Arthur. Ha ha ha. I anticipated your meddling. Garp, Sengoku. A figure loomed above, standing in the air, wielding blades in both hands. A lit cigar clenched between his lips as he gazed down upon the sea. As Sakazuki prepared to launch the meteor volcano, he was suddenly taken aback by the sight of that figure. Shiki. Karp gazed at the familiar figure in the sky, his expression darkening as he called out. The Golden Lion, startled, never anticipated that he would personally engage in battle at the front lines. What do you seek from Whitebeard? The government should have issued a strict decree forbidding any contact with the remnants of the Rock's pirates. Shiki, with an expression of displeasure, gazed at the naval ship below, where Admiral Sengoku stood. Sengoku, you loyal hound of the government, you continue to utter words that are most unpleasant. With that, he slowly raised the blade of his sword and swiftly swung it towards the naval vessel where Akainu was stationed. Wave slash. As Sakazuki halted the eruption of the meteor volcano, Karp's figure swiftly appeared before him. He unleashed a punch capable of cleaving the sea, taunting, before we engage. Perhaps you should worry about your fleet. Karp's fist, imbued with haki, shattered Shiki's wave slash from a distance. Utilizing the Marine 6 styles, he rapidly returned to the bow of his ship, momentarily pushing back Sakazuki. You need not feign concern, Carp, Shiki retorted, swiftly summoning an island from behind his pirate fleet with the power of the float fruit, shielding the entire pirate armada. The colossal magma fist rained down upon the island, which served as a shield for the pirates. Everyone stood in shock as Sakazuki's devastating attack was intercepted by the island. For the first time, such a calamity had been thwarted. Is this the infamous Golden Lion, Shiki? How terrifying. Wait, wouldn't he use that island to crush us, would he? Soldiers murmured, unable to conceal their astonishment. From his elevated position, Shiki gestured towards the island above his pirate fleet, declaring, "Do not forget who commands the skies. I can simply bring you down." Carp removed his justice cloak and, with a series of rapid air steps, charged towards the Golden Lion in the sky. Like a blue flash, he reached Shiki in an instant, engaging him in fierce combat. The massive island loomed over the Navy fleet, casting a shadow that instilled tension and terror. "Disperse. Quickly," Sengoku ordered, calmly observing Carp's battle with Shiki in the sky, refraining from intervening as he awaited the emergence of potential foes. "Can I cleave through that island?" Arthur pondered, awestruck by the spectacle. Had he not ventured to sea, he might never have comprehended how the warriors of the bygone era fought. The demonstration of the devil fruit's power left him recalling how Luffy's crew had once defeated such a formidable opponent. At this moment, the Golden Lion Shiki appeared youthful, lacking a ship's helm, baldness, or signs of aging. He was in his prime. "What shall we do, Major Arthur?" inquired 100 poised marines behind him. "Remember, Cooper, under no circumstances should you engage with that golden-haired figure wielding dual blades. If you see him, flee," Arthur instructed Cooper before turning to face his 100 soldiers. The soldiers, filled with anxiety and dread of death, awaited Arthur's command. As the island descended into the sea, they prepared to embark. Arthur issued his orders. "He has brought an island, intending it as the battleground for our impending clash." "Understood." The island plunged into the depths of the ocean as warships scattered in all directions, engulfed by the tumultuous waves that drowned everything in their path. The waves crashed against the hulls of the ships, reminiscent of a cataclysmic flood, an overwhelming sight. Those warships that failed to escape the island's grasp sank swiftly into the frigid abyss. Meanwhile, 2 individuals embroiled in conflict soon fell upon an island engulfed in fiery magma. "Make landfall. All troops, disembark." With a commanding shout, the warring states ushered dozens of warships to race towards the shore. Simultaneously, the pirate fleet began to land from the opposite side of the island, signaling the imminent clash of titans. On the nearby waters, a massive sailing ship resembling a white whale bore witness to the unfolding drama. A pirate crew of 1,000 gazed intently at the distant conflict between the Navy and the aerial pirate crew. Apart from the seasoned sailors, the ship was filled with youths aged 10 to 16, serving as officers. Most were societal outcasts and abandoned souls, whom he had adopted into his expansive family of pirates. "How impressive, father! Are these your former comrades from the ship?" one child exclaimed. He must be a devil fruit user, to have twisted an island into a battlefield for the 2 forces. A man with golden seaweed-like hair, calmly observing the distant island, listened intently to his son's remarks from the deck of the ship named Moby Dick. "Ha ha ha," Whitebeard chuckled, raising a massive bottle of liquor. "After all, it's only natural for Shiki to be enraged after I seized a substantial treasure trove from his territory as our starting capital. Towering and robust, Whitebeard sat upon a specially crafted chair on the deck of Moby Dick, his physique a testament to his strength, standing nearly 7 meters tall. His crescent-shaped white beard was the origin of his moniker, Whitebeard. As he surveyed the battles on the distant island, he surmised the intentions of his former comrade from the Rocks Pirates, the Golden Lion, for coming here. "Shall we assist him? After all, none of us have a fondness for the Navy," a pineapple-headed boy inquired, his enthusiasm palpable. The deck was alive with fervent desire for battle, each crew member eager to join the fray. Whitebeard downed the liquor in one swig, grasped his weapon, rose from his seat, and strode towards the bow of Moby Dick. "To dare cause chaos in these waters, both the aerial pirates and the Navy are our foes." As he spoke, a radiant circular aura enveloped his fist. "With no allies in sight, it is time to expand our territory and our crew in the new world, my sons." Upon hearing the command of Whitebeard, the pirates aboard the ship were instantly invigorated, erupting in jubilant cheers. All eyes were fixed upon the towering figure of Whitebeard as he firmly planted his feet. His right arm, imbued with a concentrated aura, swung forcefully towards the ocean before him. With a resounding crack, the air above the sea shattered like glass. unleashing a terrifying seismic force that surged towards the flaming island ahead. In an instant, the surrounding waters convulsed violently, as if the very heavens were collapsing. On the island, Arthur, who was engaged in combat with a 100-man squad of pirates, was taken aback by the sudden upheaval. What is happening? The island is tilting. His first instinct was to gaze skyward. He quickly discerned a vast web-like rift in the distance over the ocean, continuously generating earthquakes and tsunamis in this maritime domain. The familiar sight and scene instantly revealed to Arthur that it was the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. As if drawn by this colossal disturbance, both the navy and pirates on the island were captivated. A hearty laughter, "Roara," echoed, accompanied by two towering tsunamis surging on either side of the island. This mirthful sound was punctuated by the boisterous laughter of the Golden Lion, who soared into the sky. His gaze fixed upon the familiar silhouette at the bow of a massive sailing vessel in the distance. "Whitebeard, you rascal, I finally see you." With that, Shiki, for the sake of his crew, wielded his blade, unleashing a series of slashing waves into the 100-meter-high tsunamis, shattering them into fragments that fell like torrential rain upon the island, extinguishing the inferno conjured by Akainu. Torrents of seawater plummeted from the sky, crashing upon the shores, where warships and pirate vessels were partially submerged beneath the waves. "It has been many years, hasn't it, Shiki?" Whitebeard greeted the Golden Lion with a smile, though his forehead was tense with veins bulging. "You've brought war to this sea. I trust you are prepared to sink beneath the waves." Sphinx Island. The homeland of Whitebeard was now under severe threat due to Shiki's audacious incursion with an island and the navy. At this moment, Whitebeard harbored nothing but animosity towards him. Although separated by 100 meters, their exchange flowed freely. "Your words remain as infuriating as ever. My purpose for coming this time is quite simple." The Golden Lion floated in the sky, extending an olive branch towards Whitebeard. "Join me as my right-hand man, Whitebeard." "Huh," Whitebeard exclaimed, his face contorted with disdain as the aura of the tremor fruit solidified once more in his grasp. "What are you suggesting? That I become your subordinate?" A flicker of anger ignited within him. He was resolutely unwilling to join the ranks of the Golden Lion. His only desire was to roam the seas with his beloved children. Shiki continued, "If you join us, we could rule this world together." The captain was foolish and reckless, leading to our downfall in God Valley. "With your current strength combined with my ambition and vast forces, everyone will bow before us." Such an overt attempt to recruit former comrades had left Sengoku, the admiral, deeply troubled. Under his command, several warships set sail to intercept the Moby Dick at sea, engaging in naval combat to prevent its landing. On the island, fierce battles erupted between the frontline vice admirals of the navy and the flying pirate crew. Bang, bang, bang. Arthur led his 100 men, desperately seeking cover as they fired upon the opposing forces. The skirmish escalated, igniting a fervor within Cooper, who yearned to charge forward. He was promptly halted by Arthur's command to remain behind. "Don't you dare go, Cooper. Stay by my side," Arthur shouted, firing his weapon with fervor. He took refuge behind a solidified lava rock, where nearly every bullet felled an enemy pirate. Soon, he discerned that about a dozen members of the flying pirate crew bore the same aura as Apollo from Lionheart Island. It was likely they were remnants of the Rock's pirates, now serving under the Golden Lion. What is the worst that could happen? Death? Charge. Arthur waved his arm towards the rear ranks, clad in the justice cloak befitting a major, as he led his 100 soldiers forward through the hail of bullets. Sengoku himself was directing the forces and had yet to engage in battle on the island. The Golden Lion, Shiki, hovered in the sky, conversing with Whitebeard aboard the distant Moby Dick. "We did not support rocks back then. You must understand, Whitebeard." Shiki's voice resonated across the island. "If we had not bickered among ourselves and had united, not even the celestial dragons could have stood against us." With a mighty roar, Whitebeard, 100 meters out at sea, summoned the power that could trigger quakes within his fists. "I have a family to raise, so I refuse you, Shiki." "Are a bunch of kids more important than conquering the world, Edward Newgate?" The disappointment surged within Shiki upon hearing such words from Whitebeard. Was he truly a man of immense strength, yet solely focused on building a powerful family? What a joke. With the superhuman capabilities of the tremor fruit and his own honed monstrous prowess, he was merely intent on embarking on adventures around the world with his adopted family. The Golden Lion Shiki, consumed by fury, intertwined his formidable aura with both hands. The lightning-like essence enveloped the blade, bursting forth above the island's center. He forcefully gestured towards the Moby Dick, where Whitebeard resided. "What just are you playing at, Whitebeard?" Shiki roared. expecting Whitebeard to share in his ambition to conquer the world, to stand upon the same path as him. Yet, in that moment, he found himself looking down upon Whitebeard. Even as he could not deny the immense power and the newly awakened abilities of the devil fruit that Whitebeard possessed. 200-meter slashes erupted from Shiki's renowned blades, akin to two enraged lions cleaving through the sea with unstoppable force. The slashes tore the ocean as they surged towards the Moby Dick. Since you have rejected my overtures, I shall indulge you in this contest. Observing this, Whitebeard swiftly raised his arm, summoning the power of the tremor fruit to rip through the heavens and seas, clashing with Shiki's dual slashes from afar. The collision of these two forces unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave, ravaging everything in Arthur's island like a deluge. In a moment of respite, Carp suddenly appeared behind Shiki, delivering a punch aimed at his forehead. Your persuasion has failed, Shiki. Fist of the hero. Do not revel in your triumph yet, Carp. Shiki retorted, spinning around in a heartbeat, his aura-wrapped twin blades effortlessly parrying Carp's strike. Your title of naval hero was merely a stroke of luck. The clash of their formidable auras erupted with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves rippling across the island. In an instant, both Shiki and Carp were hurled backward by the force, crashing into the land. Carp transformed into a blur, landing at Arthur's feet and stirring up a cloud of dust. Arthur, taken aback, swept his hand forward, generating a powerful gust that dispersed the smoke, revealing Carp, who was crouched and grimacing, cradling his head in distress. What is happening? Arthur was filled with bewilderment as he gazed at Carp in the pit, pondering, wasn't Carp supposed to be a one-punch man in his youth? How could he, alone, fail to defeat the formidable Shiki? Carp, lying in the pit, opened his eyes and stared at Arthur for several seconds before speaking. Arthur? I am here leading the troops. General Carp, you appear quite fatigued, Arthur calmly remarked, tilting his head to evade a bullet. Cooper, drenched in sweat, rapidly flapped his wings against Arthur's back and pointed towards the approaching Shiki. The overwhelming aura emanating from Shiki made him feel as though he were suffocating. Arthur swiftly turned, grasping the hilt of his sword with utmost vigilance. General Carp, this is not an adversary I can handle. The extensive release of haki certainly depletes one's energy and leads to exhaustion. After a brief respite, Carp had just climbed out of the pit when he spotted Shiki striding towards them from not too far away. What is it, Carp? Shiki inquired with a mocking smile, brandishing his sword as he locked eyes with Carp. Back then, you had yet to engage me with your full strength, had you? Aha. Carp clenched his fist and smiled at him, saying, Indeed, Shiki, it is rather unfortunate that you all failed to unite 7 years ago. The Golden Lion scanned his surroundings and noticed approximately 100 Navy soldiers encircling him with their weapons drawn. He immediately raised his hand and forcefully clenched it, lion's might. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and the ground began to writhe as countless particles of soil swiftly amalgamated into 6 indomitable peaks resembling lions, encasing everyone within their formidable presence. The lion-like peaks emitted a roar that echoed like thunder, deafening all who stood in the vicinity. Ascend into the skies. Upon witnessing this, Arthur hurled Cooper into the air, while the other soldiers remained ensnared by the soil, which clung to them like quicksand. Subsequently, he executed the 6th technique to soar upwards, narrowly evading the jaws of danger. The Golden Lion floated upward, hovering in the air with narrowed eyes, gazing down at Arthur. He addressed Carp. Carp, could this fellow be the genius fabricated by your newspaper? What relevance does this have to our confrontation? Carp's expression darkened. Under the Golden Lion's capabilities, he was utterly incapable of shielding the soldiers ensnared by the earth. The great swordsman's swordsmanship and physical techniques, combined with the awakened superhuman abilities of the float fruit, allowed him to effortlessly lift any non-living entities, even to the extent of altering the terrain. He was already struggling to contend alone. Just right. This time I shall ensure your navy suffers a loss. The Golden Lion, harnessing his powers, accelerated the attack speed of the 6 lions, launching a more ferocious assault on Arthur. Upon hearing this, Arthur, who had intended to flee the battlefield, abruptly halted midair. He pivoted and employed moonwalk to remain suspended, chest out, gazing defiantly at the Golden Lion, akin to a pre-battle warm-up, bouncing lightly in the air. Arthur, do not halt. Leave this place. Carp exclaimed in astonishment at Arthur's sudden cessation, bewildered by his intentions. What is the worst that could happen? If I lack a goal, I will become a mere shell, devoid of spirit, living without purpose. What meaning is there in such existence? I must live for myself, pursue the aim of becoming stronger, to relish in various exhilarating battles, to savor the beauty of life. Arthur, engulfed in confusion, slowly drew the blade from his waist, his eyes devoid of the luster they held in the fields of rapeseed. Yet, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Even understanding the gap between himself and the golden lion, he chose not to flee. He wished to test this so-called disparity. "What are you doing? Leave at once." Carp shouted hoarsely at Arthur as he unsheathed his sword. Only he understood that even if Arthur could withstand the captains under the golden lion, engaging with a top-tier powerhouse of such a distinct caliber would result in instant annihilation with a single blow. But it was too late. Arthur was engulfed in the maw of the 6 towering lions. He exhaled a horrified, deep sigh. Arthur. Yet, the engulfed Arthur erupted with a strike, cleaving through the heads of the 6 mountainous lions, escaping from their grasp. "My future path is still filled with splendor." Arthur raised his blade high. The chilling aura burst forth magnificently. The frost rapidly coalesced around his blade, swirling and spinning at an ever-increasing pace. "Huh? Are you planning to strike at me?" The golden lion laughed heartily, gripping the hilts of his twin swords tightly. "What audacity! Unleash, ice dragon." With his momentum fully unleashed, Arthur charged toward the golden lion, unperturbed by the latter's might. With a thud, he propelled himself off the air, generating a sonic boom in midair as a forceful impetus for his dash. The frigid aura on his blade swiftly crystallized into an enormous ice dragon, roaring forth as it lunged toward the golden lion. "Arthur." As the frost dragon Kuber struck the golden lion with a devastating blow, it was instantly reduced to countless shards of shattered ice under the weight of an overwhelming force. Following this, a swift wave of energy surged skyward. Arthur's attack was effortlessly obliterated by the golden lion's slash, leaving his entire left arm pierced by the force of the wave. Blood spattered as Arthur staggered backward, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene that had just unfolded. "Genius?" The golden lion swiftly lunged forward with another swift strike aimed directly at Arthur's neck, exhibiting astonishing speed. Despite employing his observation hockey, Arthur could not entirely evade the onslaught, and the renowned blade, Sakura, pierced through the left side of his neck. Body coordination. Arthur's eyes widened in shock as his body suddenly stiffened, feeling a piercing sensation in his neck, realizing he had lost control over his own form. He was violently propelled backward by an overwhelming force, nearly succumbing to the onslaught. What astonished him further was the realization that he had never anticipated being dispatched by the golden lion in such a manner. "Stop pretending in front of me. I have no idea how many of your kind I've eliminated, you wretched marine brat." The golden lion bellowed at Arthur. Observing the frigid energy enveloping his hand, he promptly dispelled it with his domineering aura. How severe was this chill? It sent sharp pangs across his skin. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, Carp appeared at the side of the golden lion, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing over 100 meters away, colliding relentlessly with the island's rocks and terrain. With a grave expression, Carp gazed in the direction Arthur had flown when his transponder snail began to ring. He immediately answered the call. "Cap." Sengoku's voice echoed through. "Whitebeard's ship has landed on the coast. What are you doing? Do not indulge solely in the thrill of battle." Sengoku. Arthur has been pierced through the neck by Shiki and is heading towards the flying pirate crew's camp. "I must go rescue Cap," he barely managed to say before being interrupted. "The overall situation is paramount, Cap. Do not let personal feelings sway you because he is a promising talent." Sengoku's cold voice resonated from the transponder snail. "Many soldiers' lives depend on your decision. We await your rescue." Caught in a dilemma on the front lines, Cap faced a battlefield rife with gunfire on one side and the advancing golden lion Shiki on the other. If he allowed Shiki to pursue Arthur, it would surely mean Arthur's demise. He had to intervene. "Leave Whitebeard to me, Sengoku. I cannot extricate myself from this situation," Cap reported before disconnecting the call. The golden lion, approaching Cap, flexed his limbs and, as if unaffected by the previous blow, smiled at him. "How does it feel, hero? To witness the future of the Navy being slaughtered before your very eyes? Even if I do not pursue him, my subordinates will surely reduce him to fragments." Cap ceased further dialogue. Crimson lightning crackled around his fists, and he resolved not to waste words any longer. The fierce battle between the two ensued. Amidst the ringing in his ears, dizziness, and overwhelming pain, Arthur struggled to his feet, clutching his neck wound with his nearly powerless left hand. He could barely stand, his body swaying, his vision blurred. Blood dripped from his body, falling drop by drop to the ground beneath him. "Kill that Navy officer. He looks seriously injured. Hurry. Finish him off with a single stroke. Fire. Open fire immediately." At the front lines of the flying pirate crew, throngs of pirates rushed madly towards Arthur's location. An unending tide of chaos. Bang, bang, bang. Kuber. Cooper soared from the sky, enveloping Arthur's entire form with ironclad wings, shielding him from the bullets fired by the pirates. An eagle? The pirates were taken aback by the scene before them. Then, they witnessed Cooper unfurling his immense wings, positioning himself in front of Arthur like a devoted bodyguard, fiercely protecting him. "I apologize for the trouble," Arthur said to Cooper, as the chilling air instantaneously froze his wound, staunching the blood flow with a resolute solidity. The frost glimmered like crystal, encasing the injury on his left shoulder and the gash on his neck. Gradually, his vision began to clear, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was encircled by ravenous pirates. Truly formidable. Yet even the slightest collision shattered my attack in less than a second, Arthur suddenly chuckled. Recalling the moment he had swung his blade at the Golden Lion, a wave of trepidation washed over him, sending shivers down his spine as he reflected on a saying, "One who is lowly in status yet unafraid of the strong often meets a dire fate." He had nearly met his end, and laughter erupted from him uncontrollably. What was wrong with him? Was it the presence of Garp that emboldened him to challenge the Golden Lion? Or was it the boundless adulation he had recently received within the Navy, leading him to lose himself? He believed it was neither, rather. It was a simple desire to ascertain whether he possessed the capability to contend with someone of the Golden Lion's caliber. Now it was abundantly clear, his life had hung by a thread. Bang, bang, bang. Cooper flapped his wings, his eagle talons relentlessly slashing the throats of the pirates who dared to approach Arthur with blades drawn. "Cooper, let us flee." "Arthur, there are numerous formidable humans nearby. I shall take you away from here. I shall not retreat." Arthur quickly regained his composure, though his gaze was scattered, his body ensnared by an icy tempest. With his right arm raised, he brandished his blade forward in a sweeping motion, instantly encasing the pirates who charged at him in statues of ice. Though the area affected was limited, it instilled a sense of dread among the marauders. "Join me in this battle, Cooper." "Cooper, Arthur. How was I unaware before that you are a reckless madman?" Cooper felt a surge of urgency, yet upon witnessing the resolute expression on Arthur's face, he ceased his attempts to dissuade him. I, too, was engulfed in trepidation. Suddenly, Arthur, wielding his blade, observed that all the pirates charging towards him were in retreat. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the ground before him, where over 100 pirates lay completely encased in ice, resembling exquisite ice sculptures. However, I was ensnared in the harsh grip of reality, unable to escape. At that moment, a young man with a samurai topknot, clad in a gray haori, stood before him, gazing intently. His demeanor was calm and composed as he regarded the frost swirling around Arthur's form, the character inscribed on the back of his haori. He glanced at the nearby encased subordinates and slowly drew the sword from his waist, preparing to confront Arthur. The Navy, ever meddling, instigates wars and trades weapons, all the while inflicting the most devastation upon the world, yet they brandish themselves as the heralds of justice and guardians of peace. You appear somewhat divergent from those who are embroiled in battle and chaos. Why do you align yourself with such a faction of executioners? Cooper sensed a tranquil, yet formidable strength emanating from Arthur, akin to his usual self, a warrior who fought with a blade. He remained vigilant, acutely aware of the numerous corpses strewn about, each second claiming another life. At that moment, Arthur recalled Sakazuki's probing questions and smiled once more. I shall forge my own experiences and, along the path of continual strengthening, pursue the life of freedom I desire. Just as Arthur's words settled in the air, the samurai before him silently crossed over Cooper's form, blade in hand. The sword, imbued with haki, sliced effortlessly through the icy whirl around Arthur, aiming directly for his neck, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The swiftness of the attack, imbued with an insatiable intent to kill, was caught by Arthur's observation haki. In an instant, Arthur deftly intercepted the lethal strike with his own blade, forcefully pressing downward. With his body thrown off balance, Arthur struggled to control the force, and the samurai's blade struck the ground, carving a deep chasm into the earth. The frost rapidly crystallized, sealing the weapon within the fissure, rendering it immobile. As the blade was ensnared, the samurai realized too late that his swinging arm, along with the blade, was pinned to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur executed a swift diagonal cut from below, slicing through the samurai's torso. The sheer power of his strike shattered even the defenses of haki, leaving the samurai aghast at being grievously wounded by what appeared to be a near-defeated adversary. The entire exchange transpired in mere seconds, their clash as swift as lightning. Captain Sison. The nearby pirates, upon witnessing this scene, cried out in terror. their disbelief evident as they gazed at the blood gushing from Syson's chest. The enemy's blood splattered across Arthur's entire face, nearly staining it crimson, with the liquid seeping into his eyes. Cooper swiftly turned, brandishing his talon, and delivered a powerful kick that sent the warrior flying from Arthur's presence. What does it take to pursue a disciplined individual? After severely wounding his foe with a single strike, Arthur began to mutter to himself, merely repeating the same day. Engaging in solitary endeavors, battling the wild creatures of the mountains and forests, and then selling the invigorating meat, he had led a solitary existence for over a decade. The aura surrounding Arthur stabilized as his body surged once more, solidifying his previously wavering form, standing resolute with his blade in hand. The pirates rushed to assist the fallen warrior, their faces etched with disbelief. Is the chasm between geniuses truly so vast? As Sisson rose to his feet, he was met with a pristine crescent strike rushing towards him. Before he and the nearby pirates could react, they were all pierced by that lethal blow. Frost spread across the ground, and in an instant, they were transformed into human-shaped ice sculptures. Cough, cough. Utilizing the blade's ability, Arthur swiftly encased his adversaries in ice. However, he soon succumbed to the wounds on his neck, crimson blood uncontrollably spilling from his lips as he coughed violently. Waves upon waves of pirates surged towards him, plunging both Arthur and Cooper into a desperate battle. In the eastern part of the island, a brilliant golden light shimmered, dazzling like a beacon of salvation. Colliding with the formidable shockwave that had just emerged from the sea, the island was once again engulfed in violent tremors. The pirates under Whitebeard's command advanced towards the front lines, where the flying sky pirates clashed with the navy. A spectacled azure firebird appeared in the sky not far from Arthur, calling out to his companions behind him, "It seems we have reached the front lines. We must follow what Dad instructed and create a significant stir to make a name for ourselves." Ha ha ha, Marco, at just 12 years old, you are already commanding everyone. Are you truly untroubled by this? Less chatter, onward. A group of officers, all aged under 16, charged towards the front lines where he stood. As they ventured deeper, Marco, in his phoenix form soaring above, noticed fierce skirmishes occurring near the hundreds of ice sculptures below. Wait, there's something ahead. He hastily signaled his comrades to slow their pace, leading them to investigate. An eagle and a naval officer were engaged in combat with 3 officers from the Flying Sky Pirates, teams 11, 9, and 7, all possessing animal-type devil fruit abilities. Get down. Get down. Do not reveal our presence. Everyone concealed themselves behind the lava rocks descending from the meteor shower, watching as Arthur battled fiercely against 2 captains. With Cooper and a woman resembling a black panther locked in a fierce struggle, blades clashed as Arthur valiantly faced 2 foes alone, his weapons glinting ominously in the heat of battle. After several minutes of observation, the 2 captains found themselves completely encased in ice, immobilized by the power of the blade in Arthur's hand. Cooper, Arthur, save me. Cooper was covered in blood, his body marred by the claws of a humanoid panther. With 3 deep gashes across his eyes, he staggered backward, calling out for Arthur. Fresh from battle, Arthur struggled to breathe, but rushed towards Cooper with his blade drawn. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell to his knees, realizing the immense physical toll of wielding the blade. If I survive this, I shall resign. Who in their right mind wishes to endure such perilous confrontations daily? Damn it. Arthur harnessed the chilling energy of his blade and aimed a strike at the panther that was viciously attacking Cooper. However, the creature evaded the icy onslaught and swiftly redirected its assault towards Arthur, pouncing upon him and pinning him to the ground. With its limbs restraining him, it roared. "You beast! Can you still fight in such a pitiful state? What is your body made of?" The roar splattered Arthur's face with saliva, and as he noticed the slight upward curve of his lips, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He couldn't help but comment on her striking physique. "With such curves and a lithe panther-like form, you must be quite beautiful, Andy." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the blade, proclaiming, "Ice Dragon, bloom upon her." Before the woman could react in anger or shock, a violent surge of frigid energy erupted from the blade, enveloping her form in a dazzling display. Realizing the impending danger, she felt the icy tendrils invade her body, her beastly shape beginning to freeze at an alarming rate. "I am merely 23 years old. Who are you calling Auntie?" As her body approached the brink of becoming a frozen statue, she glared at Arthur, baring her teeth, and slashed at his head with her lethal claws. The claws left 3 deep scars on the left side of Arthur's face, blood oozing from the wounds as he gritted his teeth. Fixated on her as she gradually succumbed to the ice. "I have no preference for the aged. To me, you are indeed an auntie." Arthur lay on the ground, catching his breath for a few moments before turning to glance at Cooper, who, like him, lay motionless on the ground, gasping for air. His body similarly marked by brutal scratches. Cooper, I apologize for my weakness, Arthur. These individuals are all cadres. Your ability to endure for such a duration is truly remarkable. Soon, Arthur rose and approached Cooper, intending to assess his injuries. Not far behind the volcanic rock, a group of familiar youthful faces emerged once more. Arthur, upon recognizing these familiar visages, let out a furious roar and charged at them with his weapon. Damn it, heavens! Open your eyes and behold the wounds and blood upon me. I refuse to believe you are utterly oblivious. However, Arthur soon reflected that had he not dared to test the disparity between his strength and that of the Golden Lion, he would not have suffered such grievous injuries in an instant. This served as a bloody lesson in ignorance and hubris, one that he would etch into his memory. Carp fiercely battled the Golden Lion, while Sengoku engaged in a fierce struggle with Whitebeard. Both encounters were evenly matched. The island, brought forth by the Golden Lion Shiki through his float fruit, lay in ruins due to their own combat prowess. The very earth trembled violently, shaking with intensity. In the island's heart, Arthur, besieged by Whitebeard's cadres, wielded his blade to defend himself, the veins in his right arm visibly strained. The force of his strikes stirred a tempest, sending those cadres, who were not much older than himself, flying with each swing. Just fall already, Navy, you appear quite fatigued. Marco, in his hybrid form, concentrated his energy and leapt before Arthur, delivering a fierce kick, phoenix stamp. With a swift motion, Arthur deflected a dual-wielding swordsman before him, unleashing a tempestuous wind that surged toward Marco. The roar of the wind, reminiscent of a shattering sound barrier, enveloped Marco entirely. What an absurd display of power! You should be gravely injured. Marco screamed in agony as the flames of the phoenix that adorned him were extinguished by Arthur's strike, sending him spiraling into the sky. Thrown off balance? In the heat of battle, while taking deep breaths to regain his stamina, Arthur observed that the once renowned commanders of the Whitebeard pirates were now mere children. Still what behind the years? Some of the crew had yet to join the Whitebeard pirates. Just as Marco was sent flying by Arthur's blade, a humanoid figure, a glow like diamond, shattered every obstacle in its path and barreled toward Arthur. If I cannot defeat the Golden Lion, surely I can best you. Arthur, witnessing this, flexed his right hand, the muscles bulging as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword as if it had responded to his will. Once more, he summoned Frost, rapidly coalescing a potent force ready for his command. Fly, Navy, he commanded. Wait, Jozu, halt your assault. Like a demon of frost, Arthur sprinted toward Jozu, his blade poised. How swift! Dodge, Jozu. He possesses an unusual power. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates rushed to their comrade's side, intent on halting Arthur's advance. The blade radiated a bone-chilling cold, and with immense exertion, Arthur reached Jozu first, delivering a decisive strike. Clang! The diamond shell emitted a crisp sound as the sub-zero frost rapidly crystallized around it, transforming Jozu, who was caught mid-charge, into a resplendent ice sculpture. Yet, even encased in ice, Jozu's eyes burned with determination. Soon, the interior of the ice began to shatter under his brute strength. Can the powers of the devil fruit break through the might of my blade? Arthur was taken aback. This realization dawned upon him. The frost was not absolute. Without inflicting injury first, the ice could be shattered by Haki and the capabilities of a devil fruit. With a thunderous crash, Jozu unleashed his own powers and brute force, breaking free from Arthur's icy prison, sending Arthur hurtling backward with a single blow. Ah, it hurts. Arthur, who had been thrown back, coughed up blood once more, gasping for breath on the ground. At that moment, a flash of yellow light appeared nearby, swiftly materializing in front of him. It was Borsalino, curiously observing the battered Arthur and inquiring, "What are you doing, Arthur? You seem to be in quite a predicament." He scanned the surroundings, incredulous at the sight of 4 infamous bounty pirates, each worth over 100 million, transformed into crystalline ice sculptures. You cannot possibly be suggesting that you are responsible for this, can you, Arthur? The area was distant from the front line of the conflict between their respective forces. And Borsalino's disbelief deepened. It was as if Arthur had been fighting alone and without support for an extended period. How much longer will this battle persist? Whitebeard and the Golden Lion have already met, and Whitebeard has rejected the Golden Lion's proposal. What benefit does the Navy gain from continuing this fight? Upon encountering Borsalino, Arthur posed this question regarding the stakes of the conflict. I am merely following orders. I do not know, Borsalino replied nonchalantly. His demeanor gave Arthur the impression of idleness. Yet he had arrived at the front line, leaving no justification for such behavior. The sound of the orchestrated resounded across the island with a deafening roar, causing everyone to immediately cease their fighting. Is this the equilibrium of power in this era? Arthur swiftly scooped up Cooper, his legs unleashing an incredible speed as he darted across the battlefield, disappearing from Borsalino's line of sight in the blink of an eye. How astonishing! Borsalino exclaimed with an incredulous expression, observing Arthur as he departed from the area. With such severe injuries, how can you run so swiftly? What is your physique composed of? Forged in iron, Arthur replied to Borsalino. I shall first ensure Cooper's well-being. I entrust you with dealing with those rascals. Aren't you a rascal yourself? Borsalino, emerging from his astonishment, gazed upon the transformed sons of Whitebeard before him. How terrifying! The Whitebeard pirates, each one resembling a monster. He became the instrument that would take Arthur's place in battle. Swiftly traversing the battlefield, Arthur returned to the shore where the warship was anchored. Numerous wounded soldiers were receiving treatment here, and Arthur quickly located a tent, placing Cooper onto an empty sickbed. Excuse me. Arthur seized a doctor who was washing his bloodied hands, forcibly dragging him to Cooper's side. Please attend to him, Arthur implored, gesturing towards Cooper lying on the hospital bed, only to be met with a disdainful glance. It is merely a hawk, Major Arthur. There are countless wounded in need of care here, the doctor replied flatly, his eyes widening as he took in the extent of Arthur's own battle injuries. He is worth the strength of 1,000 ordinary soldiers. We fought side by side on the front lines, vanquishing 4 airborne pirate captains. Shouldn't he be afforded some priority? Arthur's emotions surged, his concern for Cooper's injuries palpable. The faces of the 4 doctors, already astonished, froze once more. I understand. Leave it to me. Please hurry. I know your work at the rear is arduous. In an effort to reassure them, Arthur deliberately uttered words of sympathy and understanding. I apologize for the trouble. Cooper, Arthur suggested, let's return to the forest. Cooper, who was undergoing treatment, suddenly cried out. He had been rendered dazed by the woman with the ability of a Black Panther. Once we survive this, I will take you away, Arthur said, leaning closer to Cooper and gently scratching his armpit. This alleviated Cooper's distress, allowing him to calmly accept the military doctor's care. It turned out that during this era known as the Roger Pirate era, the greatest boss of the seas was none other than Shiki the Golden Lion. Arthur removed his cloak of justice and navy jacket, proceeding to the shore to wash away the bloodstains that marred his body. The overwhelming presence and the powers of the devil fruit could suppress the capabilities of blades. However, could one truly freeze an opponent without inflicting any harm? He began to organize the lessons learned from the recent battle and summarize his experiences. Soon, having cleansed himself of the blood, Arthur returned to the camp, observing Cooper wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Remarkable, he remarked, you radiate an aura of death, yet you appear far from dying. Turning around, Arthur spotted a youth with twin ponytails and lips adorned with lipstick, silently capturing his own image with a camera, undetectable in his actions. If Sakazuki resembled a hellhound, then Borsalino looked akin to a monkey with a shimmering yellow hue. He already had a nickname prepared for them. Who the hell are you? Arthur felt the stranger's disdain directed at him, cursing in a manner that seemed inhuman. I am drunken Aiming Ming, a civil officer in the Navy. I have a penchant for giving nicknames, and I am also a journalist, he declared, approaching Arthur with an assertive demeanor, grabbing the collar of his shirt. Arthur glared at him. You love naming? Were you just cursing my demise? No, you misunderstand, drunken Aiming Ming hurriedly clarified. I merely enjoy bestowing nicknames. But look at you. It is a miracle that you are still standing in such a state. He produced a mirror and held it before Arthur. Instantly, Arthur was taken aback by his reflection. The gash on the left side of his face was still oozing blood, and the wound on his left arm retained its frozen appearance. His body was a tapestry of injuries, resembling a monstrous being on the brink of death before the eyes of others. I was contemplating what dazzling nickname to give you, one that would etch your name into the annals of history. Your physique is peculiar, resilient, and destined for greatness, the fighting spirit still simmering within him. Arthur disregarded his injuries, striding over to Cooper. I believe the battle is nearing its end. Cooper, we shall file our application upon our return. As soon as Arthur's words fell from his lips, he suddenly found the world around him transformed into a vivid crimson landscape. Following this, a deluge of shockwaves surged forth like a flood. Under the overwhelming aura, Cooper nearly succumbed, foaming at the mouth and about to faint. It had been a long time. Whitebeard, what brings you and Shiki here? A cheerful voice echoed across the island, where fierce battles and roars filled the air. Roger, you meddlesome band of pirates. It's just perfect. Hand over the historical texts. Upon hearing Roger's voice, Shiki's anger intensified. Ha ha ha, Roger? In contrast, Carp felt a surge of exhilaration. Beneath the reckless, surging power of Conqueror's haki, the weak could hardly stand, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. It was as if the weak were being sifted out, while the strong remained steadfast. This was the Conqueror's haki. The Roger pirates had arrived. Drunken aiming did not succumb to the torrent of haki. Instead, he ascended to the highest point of the warship's mast to survey the situation on the island. Arthur ensured Kuber was settled, alleviating his only worry, before resolutely making his way back into the forest. Initiate. As he uttered these two words, his body suddenly sank, yet from his previously weakened state, a fresh surge of power erupted forth. The cells within him activated at an incomprehensible biological speed, transforming into the strength and velocity that propelled his limbs. Have you lost your mind? To fight with such injuries? If you don't perish, who will? Shouted Zui Ai Ming, abruptly covering his mouth, realizing he might truly be cursing someone to death. Having learned from a previous lesson, Arthur merely smiled faintly and began to harness the power of his blade, rushing towards the island, declaring, I shall never fall. In an instant, a towering 100-meter ice wall erupted from his blade, piercing through the sky. Amidst the blood and chaos, the battle raged on, day and night. This fierce confrontation lasted for 2 days and nights, as the island brought forth by the Golden Lion was forever submerged beneath the depths of the sea due to the disintegration caused by the powers of the Tremor fruit. The sinking of the island left no foothold, ultimately forcing a cessation of the battle. This conflict would be remembered as the Great Naval Battle of the Sphinx Sea, where the Whitebeard pirate crew rose to fame. Arthur's indomitable spirit during this clash with future titans was etched in the minds of all who witnessed it. At the G-14 Marine base in the New World, the Navy fleet arrived on this island for a brief period of regrouping and resupply. What did you say? You wish to resign? Roared Sengoku from within the base, causing the seagulls outside to flee in fright. I can't continue like this. If I persist with these missions, I will perish, replied Arthur, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, arms crossed, and an irritable expression on his face as he stood in Sengoku's office. Pfft. Carp, upon hearing this, spat out his tea and asked, Why, Arthur? I wish to resign to recover. My left arm was nearly rendered useless. No. To be precise, I nearly lost my life. Arthur stated calmly, acknowledging the necessity of his departure for his own well-being. Are you willing to abandon your righteous duty? To forsake your responsibilities? Sengoku inquired, his hands clasped together as he gazed into Arthur's eyes. Justice? Upon hearing this, Arthur scoffed disdainfully. I am afraid my injuries render me incapable of executing justice. He was acutely aware that within the Navy, justice was a mere illusion. This vast organization served solely as a military tool exploited by the celestial dragons, with enlistment merely a means to attain greater strength. Sengoku, pointing to the latest newspaper spread across the table, continued, the battle in the Sphinx Sea has been reported to the world through these papers. Your courageous exploits have once again graced the headlines. I have already prepared a promotion request to submit on your behalf. And yet you choose this moment to announce your departure from the Navy? The newspaper clearly outlined a plethora of exaggerated tales surrounding his combat endeavors. Upon seeing the photograph emblazoned on the front page, a surge of fury welled up within Arthur, prompting him to roar. I have stated time and again that I detest all forms of public opinion and deceitful propaganda. Furthermore, I am but an ordinary soldier. What purpose does your publicity serve? To bolster morale? Or to entice more recruits into the Navy? Sengoku found it utterly unacceptable that a freshly decorated, promising swordsman would choose to abandon the Navy. Given the current scarcity of combatants and manpower, he was resolute in preventing Arthur's departure. Thus, he sought to soothe. Take some time to recuperate, Arthur. I shall report this matter to the higher-ups. Fuming, Arthur stormed out of the G-14 base office, hoping to use his injuries as a justification for a peaceful exit from this organization, only to be met with rejection. The onlookers sighed, incredulous that Arthur would make such a decision after the battle had concluded. I have heard that his eagle suffered severe injuries during this conflict, which has left him quite dissatisfied. Perhaps we should assign him some tasks related to wartime assistance? It could also hone his military abilities. The officers began to speculate on the reasons behind Arthur's resignation. Coincidentally, I have a substantial government contract from Jaltsburg to employ the Navy for combat. Let us send him to test the waters. At this, Sengoku suddenly recalled a prior military assistance mission. Indeed, nurturing him could yield results that rival our own. We cannot simply relinquish him. Kapu, he remarked, I hold Arthur in high regard. How is Sakazuki's condition? Has he regained consciousness? Not yet. He remains in a coma. However, within the confines of the room, Sengoku did not share Kapu's sentiments. They had just emerged from a fierce battle, and their own injuries had yet to heal. Astonishingly, the gravely wounded Arthur awakened within a day, only to submit his resignation. Such individuals cannot sever their ties with the Navy. He had just sensed Arthur's resolute determination to leave the Navy, believing that should they become adversaries in the future, it would pose a significant threat. The Jarlsberg Nation, a military non-affiliated entity within the Grand Line, has waged war against neighboring countries since its inception. At the G14 base's coastline, Arthur sat alone, perusing the world economic news in his hands. It appeared that a vast multitude of people in this world remained unemployed, subjected to exploitation until their last vestiges of economic capability were ruthlessly discarded. The contents of the newspaper were rather straightforward. The headline proclaimed the Navy's efforts to cultivate Arthur, accompanied by photographs of 4 captured leaders of an aerial pirate crew, serving as recruitment propaganda and a declaration of justice. Justice shall not perish. It will eternally stand atop the world, contributing impeccably to the peace of the common folk. What sort of justice is this? I have been part of the Navy for 2 months and have yet to see a single salary. Selfless dedication? Arthur tore the newspaper to shreds and cast it aside near the rocky shore. The notion that one could not resign even after achieving merit while injured seemed utterly absurd to him. If his injuries healed swiftly, the prospect of resignation would become even more unattainable. Having grasped the fundamentals of the Navy's 6 styles, Arthur could gradually learn at his own pace. His 3 missions had proven to be quite enlightening, revealing the harshness and peril of this world. Combat and slaughter were not merely passionate clashes. Each encounter bore the potential for death. With disdain etched across his face, Arthur strolled towards the town adjacent to the G14 base, where every G base served as a massive military supply point established by the Navy, naturally accompanied by towns for economic development and sustenance. Upon entering the town streets, Arthur discovered a crowd gathered around a commotion, and, driven by his curiosity, he pushed through to investigate. He found a young girl, adorned with iron collars around her neck and limbs, her body covered in gang tattoos, embroiled in a brawl with a group of adults. Shush, if you dare shout. I'll send you flying, one onlooker threatened to cry out, but Arthur swiftly placed his finger to his lips, signaling for silence. After several missions, the luster in his once bright eyes had faded, replaced by a profound gaze that instilled a chill in those around him. The onlooker fell silent, intimidated. You unruly little girl, causing chaos on our turf. Let's see if we don't take you down, taunted one of the adults. Come on, who is afraid of whom? The girl, named Dole, defiantly retorted, her face bruised from the blows she had received. Arthur, filled with indignation, stood before the brawlers for quite some time without them noticing him. As they continued their fray, he stepped forward, delivering a punch to the head of one assailant, sending him crashing to the ground. Bastards, who dares to ambush our Navy? As a few adults prepared to retaliate with curses, they turned to see Arthur's Navy cap and, realizing their folly, quickly fled the scene. Who are you? In contrast, the girl exuding a punk aura stood up and shouted at Arthur, Why did you hit me? Arthur calmly fixed his gaze upon her, revealing not a trace of anger, and replied, What's wrong with wanting to hit you? Udole held her swollen head, glaring angrily at Arthur for a moment before calming down. She fished a cigarette from her pocket, placed it between her lips, and then lit it with a match, taking a deep drag. Door, exhaling a ring of smoke towards Arthur, remarked, Even though you struck me as well, I must express my gratitude, for you have aided me in driving them away. Before Arthur, Dor presented herself as a spirited young woman, clad in a black crop top that revealed her midriff. Her lower attire consisted of exceedingly short shorts that showcased her long, fair legs. Complementing her ensemble were a pair of stylish casual shoes, and her lips were adorned with a subtle shade of lipstick. With her eyes closed, she stood before Arthur, inhaling smoke. Suddenly, she felt a tug, and upon opening her eyes, she discovered that the cigarette in her hand had vanished. My cigarette. As Dewar raised her head, she noticed a cigarette dangling from Arthur's lips. What are you doing, Navy? You little brat, why are you smoking? You delinquent girl. Hurry up and go home. Arthur, with the cigarette he snatched from Dewar, spoke fiercely, his demeanor a far cry from the upright figure he once embodied. At that moment, he exuded a more rebellious aura than the delinquent girl before him. What did you say? Why are you smoking my cigarette then? Dewar, infuriated, clenched her teeth, and swung her fist at Arthur. He effortlessly caught her punch with his palm and casually tossed her aside onto the ground nearby. Are you an idiot? Arthur pouted, scolding her. What I've taken is, of course, mine. Ah, I can't believe someone like you is in the Navy. Dewar cried out in pain as she fell to the ground, and upon opening her eyes, she realized she had been flung several meters away in an instant. He is so strong, she thought, gazing at Arthur, who had just entered a restaurant, her eyes widening as she instantly recognized he was unlike the ordinary patrolling sailors, prompting her to chase after him. In the bustling street, onlookers quickly dispersed at the arrival of the Navy, their presence instilling a fear of disorder. The crowd flowed incessantly. Having just returned from a skirmish, Arthur, amidst the lively atmosphere of the town, thought of procuring some wild delicacies for Cooper, who was at the military hospital. Dewar hurried into the restaurant Arthur had entered, glancing up at the sign that read, "Guaranteed to satisfy your hunger." This place must be expensive. He can't possibly be wealthy. A curiosity sparked within her as she strode inside. The restaurant was lavishly decorated, and at the table where Arthur sat, an extravagant feast was laid out. "Dewar, you notorious troublemaker, I don't want you here. I have an appointment with someone, and he's right there, the Navy." As the waitress obstructed Dewar, she pointed accusingly at Arthur's table. "Wait, are you referring to him?" The waitress, sweating profusely, glanced at Arthur's table. Arthur, engrossed in his meal, devoured the most expensive dishes without sparing a glance, channeling his emotions into his food. The restaurant dared not offend Arthur, a member of the Navy, and reluctantly allowed Dewar to enter. Upon entering, Dewar timidly approached Arthur's table, where she could hear him repeatedly making sounds akin to chomp, chomp, chomp. "You injured me when you threw me. You owe me medical fees," she said cautiously, patting her clothes from the fall, speaking delicately from behind him. "Ah?" Arthur turned around with a fierce expression, glaring at her as she touched him. "Are you speaking to me about money?" Dahl was startled by Arthur's gaze. "You can enter such a restaurant. You must have ample wealth, right? Isn't it reasonable to ask for some medical expenses?" Arthur's voice grew increasingly louder. Where would he find money? He could scarcely recall what money looked like, for he had not a single coin to his name. The diners around them turned their curious eyes toward his outburst. Observing this, Dahl interjected, "Please do not shout so loudly. Others might misunderstand." "Why should I care what they think?" Arthur retorted indifferently, his anger rendering him oblivious to the stares. "All right, let us not discuss money then. You must be quite the formidable Navy officer, right? Can you teach me how to fight?" Arthur glanced at the scars on his body and then scrutinized the girl before him, asking with curiosity, "What is your name?" "Dahl. My name is Dahl. The fierce fighter of the streets," she confidently declared, punctuating her introduction with a few punches into the air, showcasing her martial prowess. Though a decade had passed, Arthur vaguely remembered a future vice admiral named Dahl. In appearance and demeanor, this girl bore a striking resemblance to her miniature counterpart. "Want to learn how to fight? Pay the tuition, and I shall teach you," Arthur said, resuming his indulgence in the sumptuous feast before him. Despite his small stature, his appetite was voracious, surpassing his physical size. "Why don't you ask me what I would do with fighting skills?" Dahl inquired, her eyes filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why this Navy officer was so approachable. Perhaps it was merely an illusion? Suddenly realizing his identity as a Navy officer, Arthur casually asked, "Then why do you wish to learn to fight?" Dahl clenched her fist with excitement, replying, "Of course, to become the Queen Bee. I shall rule over all the ruffians in this town." Such a modest ambition made Arthur pause mid-bite, staring at her in silence for several seconds before laughing softly. "Heh. What are you laughing at?" Dur shouted in anger upon hearing Arthur's contemptuous laughter, only to realize that she seemed utterly unfamiliar with the naval officer before her. In a fit of rage, Arthur issued a warning. "If you shout at me again, I will have you locked away." "I was mistaken. How could we act as if we were intimately acquainted upon our first meeting? Who do you think you are, a wayward girl or a whimsical spirit? How infuriating." For the next half hour, Arthur focused solely on his meal, disregarding Dole. Yet, Dole did not depart, patiently awaiting his completion of the meal before trailing behind him. As Arthur prepared to leave, the waiter approached him with a forced smile, presenting the bill. "Esteemed Navy gentlemen, your meal totals 230,000 berries," featuring a selection of small marine delicacies and fish sauces. The waiter recited the menu items with exaggerated deference. "Please sign your name, so we can arrange for collection at the G-14 Naval Base." Arthur took the paper and pen from the waiter, inscribing his name before departing the restaurant. "This time, I nearly met my demise on each of the 3 missions. If I don't recoup my losses, I shall not bear the name Arthur." He muttered angrily as he exited. "What is his name?" Dole exclaimed, leaping to catch a glimpse of the paper in the waiter's hand. "Arthur? Wait. A few days ago, a battle occurred in the Sphinx Sea, and the one dubbed the Frostblade Master is him. How could a notorious little girl like you possibly set foot in this establishment? You ought to leave. I want him to teach me how to fight, haha." Upon discovering Arthur's identity, Dole excitedly matched his pace, as if resolved to pursue a newfound ambition. She dashed outside the restaurant, shaking her head, and soon spotted Arthur pausing in front of a nearby clothing store. He should change into something cooler. Perhaps attire that can adapt to the temperature, she mused. As Arthur stepped into the clothing store, Dole, in her eagerness, collided with him, her head striking his wounded waist. Arthur grimaced in pain, letting out a pained exclamation. Damn. Lacking the adrenaline of battle, his body was in a state of relaxed recovery, making the sudden impact all the more jarring. The intense pain nearly caused him to falter, and he glared at Dole with fierce intensity after enduring it for half a minute. "I didn't mean to hurt you. I have injuries myself," Dole said, her expression one of sincere apology as she awkwardly smiled and began to retreat. Observing her fearful demeanor, Arthur sighed and began to peruse the store more attentively. "Is there anything suitable for me here?" he inquired, scrutinizing the fashionable offerings within the shop. "The attire of a swordsman?" The proprietor behind the counter gestured towards a discreet corner of the room. "Over there, you will find robes, some made of cotton, others of cloth. Feel free to choose at your leisure. After all, individuals of your ilk tend to favor such garments, dismissing anything more fashionable." Arthur nodded in acknowledgement and made his way to the corner indicated by the owner. He casually selected a gray fleece robe and approached the counter, inquiring, "How much for this?" 30,000 bales, the boss gestured towards Arthur, extending 3 fingers. "Accounting," Arthur said calmly as he looked at him. "But who am I supposed to ask for the money, dear Navy officer? The current Navy resembles a band of robbers, to be frank. However, you must provide me with a name and a receipt. Small matter, bring me a pen." After writing down the name, Arthur changed out of his Navy uniform in the dressing room and emerged with a sword in hand. The open chest of his gray robe offered him a sense of comfort. It was breezy and refreshing, allowing him to extend his hands freely in and out. "The bandages on you are all stained red," Dole remarked, gazing at the bandages beneath Arthur's gray robe, uncertain of what had transpired. "All right, go buy something for Cooper's birthday to visit him." Arthur departed in his new attire. For him, comfort was paramount. Nothing else mattered. The Navy uniform was too constricting, unsuitable for wielding a sword in battle, as it hindered his dexterity. Noticing Arthur leaving again, Dole hurried to catch up with him and asked, "When will you teach me how to fight? When did I ever agree to that?" Arthur turned to her with a peculiar expression, now free from the burdens of any missions. The Admiral had given his orders, and all he needed to do was enjoy his leave and recuperate. "You said you would teach me for money. I have the funds." Arthur contemplated, as he considered a stimulating idea to expedite Cooper's healing. "All right, 500,000 berries," he declared with finality. "Deal," Dore replied with enthusiasm. As she prepared to head home, she turned to Arthur on the street and inquired, "Where shall I go to find you once I have the money?" "Military hospital. Wait for me. You cannot abandon me, for you are a sailor." Upon witnessing Dole's hurried return home, Arthur smiled faintly. How delightful it is to still be entangled in the mundane struggles of life. Having set sail only 2 months ago, I have already witnessed countless souls perishing. As dusk fell, Arthur returned to the military hospital, carrying a hefty bag of fresh meat. In a veterinary ward, Cooper lay ensconced in bandages, deeply asleep in his hospital bed. "Cooper," Arthur mused, "had I not trained you from a young age, I would be paying my respects at your grave now." He settled beside Cooper's bed. Upon hearing this lament from his beloved companion, Cooper abruptly opened his eyes, glaring at Arthur as he exclaimed, "Cooper, I am not dead yet." "Then swiftly consume the meat I have brought for you and regain your strength," Arthur urged, personally feeding Cooper piece by piece. Just then, a doctor entered the ward and saluted Arthur with respect. "Major, it is time to change your bandages and medication." The demeanor of the military physician was steeped in reverence, and for the first time, Arthur felt the weight of another's respect. "I understand." Breathing heavily, Dole arrived at the entrance of the military hospital and inquired of the guard, "Could you please tell me which ward Arthur is in?" These days, Arthur's reputation had soared within the military, fueled by fervent naval publicity. The guard, hearing Dole's affectionate tone, mistakenly assumed she was someone important to Arthur. He promptly escorted her to the medical room where Arthur was located, pointing to him as he changed his bandages. "There he is, young lady. How many times must I change this enormous bandage?" Arthur muttered to himself while tending to his wounds. Silence. Major Arthur, it is a miracle you are alive. Who else could endure such injuries? I told you I can take a beating. This is not merely about resilience, fool. Had it not been for the fact that your bones were untouched, do you think you would have withstood it? Well, my bones are tough. It's simply my extraordinary talent. He retorted with a huff. The blue-haired female doctor scolded Arthur while diligently replacing his medications and bandages. Witnessing the gruesome array of scars, Dole's eyes widened in horror. No wonder he grimaced in pain when she accidentally bumped into him earlier. Major, this young girl is looking for you. Inside. Arthur finished bandaging himself and donned his robe before stepping out. Upon seeing Dole holding a large pouch of money, he squinted. Did you bring it? Not a penny less. 500,000. Excellent. I shall teach you how to fight. Arthur took the pouch from her and began instructing Dole in combat techniques. Major, that girl has a notorious reputation in this town. It would be wise to avoid her, the doctor cautioned Arthur. However, Arthur was unfazed. Notorious? He had already discerned that this world was far from beautiful. Then let us go? I am eager to confront those whom I cannot defeat. Dole exclaimed eagerly as she followed closely behind Arthur. Just as they stepped outside, Arthur spotted Palliasolino leisurely standing on the street, yawning. Arthur? Palliasolino gazed at Arthur, who wore a mischievous grin, and an uneasy premonition stirred within him. You are on leave as well, aren't you? Arthur approached him and inquired. Indeed. I have undertaken over 10 missions without respite. As Palliasolino conversed with Arthur, his eyes involuntarily wandered to the figure of Dole behind him. What is this? A delinquent girl said. Come on, Palliasolino, let me take you on some thrilling adventures. Huh. Hey, I am a colonel. I won't heed your major's commands. For the next 3 weeks, while Arthur recuperated, he relentlessly trained Dole in combat. They engaged in wild brawls throughout the town streets and alleys, systematically bringing the town's underworld to its knees. Each day, chaos reigned within the G-14 base as news of their provocations swiftly reached the headquarters. During this time, Carp led his fleet to other seas for missions, while Sengoku's fleet was disbanded. However, Sengoku remained on the island, awaiting the opportunity to present his opinions to the government. One morning, seagulls soared over the G-14 base, and within the office of the base commander, a voice inquired, What are you doing, Arthur? You are currently a key figure in the Navy's training program. Yet during your recovery, you have been gallivanting with a young girl, causing disturbances in the town, which tarnishes our Navy's reputation. Reputation? What reputation? Arthur retorted. Take a look at these bills. What have you been up to in town these days? How much debt have you incurred? The room fell silent as Sengoku pointed at Arthur, presenting a stack of bills and complaints from the townspeople. His gaze soon shifted to Palliasolino, who was sipping tea nearby. You two, as a senior colonel, why do you stand idly by while he tarnishes the Navy's name? Sengoku chastised Palliasolino. Mr. Sengoku, I haven't laid a finger on anyone, Palliasolino replied nonchalantly, taking another sip of tea. Moreover, those punished are merely the town's underworld. Is it really necessary to be so furious? Indeed, it's all nonsense. Arthur seized the opportunity to stoke the flames, his expression one of disdain. Has my resignation been approved? Resignation? Sakazuki exclaimed, perplexed by Arthur's statement, unable to fathom why he would consider resigning. Are you willing to abandon the justice behind you for resignation? Sakazuki suddenly posed the question to Arthur. Abandon justice? What does that have to do with you? Arthur shot back immediately. Sengoku, shaking with anger, clenched his fists and fixed a fierce gaze on Arthur for a long moment before speaking. At the very least, Arthur, you should have a clear reason for your resignation. Shouldn't you? Claiming your life is threatened is utterly unfounded and irresponsible toward the justice you represent. Are you saying that if you fear for your life, you will leave the Navy? Sakazuki found the notion increasingly absurd and grew more irritated with Arthur. In every battle, countless soldiers perish. Are you saying that if you fear death, you will abandon the expectations of justice? How ridiculous. Arthur was unfazed by such words from others. But when they came from Sakazuki, he felt a profound sense of repulsion, as if his worldview stood in stark opposition to Sakazuki's. Sakazuki, are you attempting to morally bind me? Arthur approached him with an air of discontent, confronting him directly. What right do you have to utter such words? I take great satisfaction in my methods, aimed at eradicating evil completely. Sakazuki, radiating an intense aura, showed no signs of fear towards Arthur. You take pride in the wrongful deaths of innocents? Arthur queried coldly. Those sacrifices allowed me to eliminate a far greater threat, Sakazuki replied, voicing his convictions. And how do you justify the loss of allied lives? Are you intentionally provoking me, Arthur? Is it not you who seeks to morally bind me? Why should I care about what you all disregard? The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense as Sakazuki, under Arthur's scrutiny, let his hands drip with molten lava onto the chair behind him. Sengoku observed their every movement with a calm demeanor, seemingly uninterested in intervening. Noticing this, Arthur placed his right hand upon the hilt of his sword, silently invoking, "Rise." With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath him and the surrounding structures trembled. Following the battle in the Sphinx Sea, Arthur had mastered the ability to envelop his blade with a potent aura. At that moment, his entire sword transformed into a gleaming, dark-hued manifestation of armed Haki. Stop. When he sensed that the two were about to engage, Sengoku intervened just in time. Sakazuki, whose current status and authority were rather diminished, retracted his magma abilities and complied with the command, returning to his previous position. A bead of cold sweat inadvertently formed on his forehead. Having once fought as a bounty hunter, he understood that a conflict was imminent just moments ago. He knew that he would have been instantly incapacitated by Arthur. It was astonishing how, just over 2 months ago, Arthur had been an inexperienced novice, yet now he had grown to such a formidable extent. Unbeknownst to Sakazuki, Arthur's rapid development was intricately linked to his earlier inquiries. Having arrived in this world, Arthur had endured nearly a decade devoid of any tragic experiences. His ambitions solely focused on others. However, once awakened to a new perspective, Arthur naturally evolved beyond his former self. He resolved silently within to diligently cultivate his observation Haki. As Arthur's aura expanded, he released the grip on his blade and took a deep breath to relax. A potent premonition surfaced in his mind, foretelling that he would undoubtedly engage in fiercely intense battles with Sakazuki in the future. Their differing worldviews would inevitably escalate their conflicts. You possess an admirable sense of morality, Colonel Sakazuki, Arthur remarked as he regained his composure. Once you experience misfortune, you will come to understand whose ideologies truly dominate this world, Sakazuki retorted. The door swung open, and a soldier entered, accompanied by 2 men clad in white suits and wearing masks. Reporting to you, Admiral Sengoku, the operational personnel dispatched by the government have arrived. Allow them to enter, Sengoku commanded. The 2 individuals in white suits stepped into the room. Sengoku promptly introduced them to Arthur. These 2 are Blood and Disaster, specifically sent from Rayleigh to assist you with this mission. Another mission, so my resignation request is to be completely disregarded. I see, Arthur thought, gritting his teeth as he scrutinized the man and woman who had entered. The woman, named Blood, exuded an alluring charm, her figure impeccably fit, draped in a pure white cloak exclusive to CP0. The man, known as Disaster, wielded a sniper rifle. Apart from his robust physique, he bore no distinctive traits. Both were elite operatives of the contemporary world government CP0 intelligence agency. Arthur, I do not wish for the Navy to lose a talent like you. As long as you endure, you will surely achieve great things within the Navy's future, Sengoku urged him. He was determined to retain Arthur. Having analyzed the reasons behind his resignation, based on Arthur's demeanor, it was clear that he was neither afraid of death nor daunted by the tasks at hand. A genius? I truly do not consider myself one. Arthur adjusted his tone, addressing his superior Sengoku. I merely possess a solid foundation. Furthermore, I seek to leverage the merits of this mission in the Sphinx Sea to resign from the Navy on amicable terms. Amicable? Sengoku noted Arthur's apprehension. Was he perhaps fearful of some underlying reason for leaving the Navy and the subsequent bounty that might follow? In the midst of the awkwardness of the Warring States period, a faint smile revealed the realization that Arthur had never truly placed his trust in this organization. Are you resolutely determined to depart? This mission could elevate you to an exceptional status, granting you a direct promotion to the rank of general. At that moment, you would possess your own operational base, allowing you to fully unleash your talents. Do not. Arthur resolutely declined the proposal from the Warring States, as he, aware of the truth behind certain world governments and the Navy, wished to avoid a prolonged stay within the Navy. Very well. As a general, Sengoku was pressed for time and wished to avoid further delays. He produced a task assignment and handed it to Arthur, explaining, upon the successful completion of this mission, I grant you my consent to resign. There are substantial benefits at stake. I require you to lead 800 elite troops to assist the Kingdom of Jaltsburg in their external conflicts, and subsequently return with a considerable bounty to the Navy. Given that Jaltsburg is a militarized nation perpetually embroiled in warfare, it necessitates a formidable officer to aid in their efforts and transport the substantial sum. Otherwise, should the enemy act deceitfully, the Navy risks engaging without any gain and potentially incurring casualties among our soldiers. Arthur grasped the essence of the mission, yet furrowed his brow as he turned to the CP0 personnel beside him, inquiring, "What is their purpose?" "They are individuals I have summoned from the world government to assist you in this endeavor," Sengoku replied. Arthur had no choice but to place his trust in these words. Rather than being hunted, it was preferable to gain experience before ultimately departing from the Navy. He scrutinized the two for a prolonged moment, sensing something amiss. The operatives of the CP Secret Intelligence Agency do not heed the orders of Navy admirals, do they? They are a clandestine organization directly under the world government and the Celestial Dragons. How could reinforcements be dispatched from such a place? I am uncertain what my future holds. Admiral Sengoku, Arthur confessed, articulating his request. I am merely a soldier, following orders, and currently nursing fatal wounds. I harbor no grievances against you or your authority. I sincerely hope to return alive from this mission, and I implore you to grant me a one-time approval for my resignation. Sengoku nodded in agreement, offering no further commentary. Thank you for your understanding, Admiral. Arthur saluted Sengoku, then turned to the two individuals, Blood and Disaster, remarking, I hope we can coexist amicably. He extended his hand in a gesture of camaraderie, only to have it abruptly swatted away by the woman named Blood. Who do you think you are, you little brat? Assisting you in this mission does not include any physical contact, she retorted, her lips curling in disdain as her eyes glared at Arthur. Undeterred by Blood's brusque dismissal, Arthur remained unfazed, recalling that such behavior was typical of CP personnel. Nevertheless, he attempted to extend a gesture of goodwill towards the other man, saying, Are you the sniper? Disaster cast a dismissive glance at Arthur's outstretched hand, smirking, We are directly affiliated with the Celestial Dragons. How could we possibly shake hands with a mere major like you? Arthur, usually patient, suddenly erupted with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. He forcefully shoved the two aside and strode towards the dock, shouting back at them, All right. You all have quite the personalities. Damn you. Should you dare defy my orders, I assure you, you will regret it. Move out. Arthur barked at the two, realizing that politeness had proven futile. What was the point of civility now? Since I am here to assist him with his task, I must heed his commands. It matters not if we do not get along amicably. The crowd was momentarily stunned by Arthur's sudden outburst, taking several seconds to regain their composure. Blood and Disaster, shaken from their reverie by Arthur's furious bellow, exchanged incredulous glances at warring states. Let us follow his lead. I did not anticipate he possessed such a side. Following the directives from warring states, they trailed behind Arthur as he departed. How terrifying. That fellow is indeed a man of strong character. You two have your missions. Borsalino and Sakazuki. At the G-14 base's dock, Arthur assisted a cadre of soldiers in transporting essential supplies for maritime endeavors to the hold of a medium-sized warship. To be honest, Disaster, I was quite taken aback by his sudden roar. He is merely a young major. After all, what foresight could he possibly have? Do not worry. Our task is simply to secure that substantial sum and return it to the Holy Land. The two observed hundreds of soldiers diligently moving supplies at the dock. At this moment, even such trivial matters were quietly recorded in Arthur's mind. Cooper? Are they our superiors, Arthur? The injured Cooper stood beside the ship's railing, gazing down at the two idlers below. They are subordinates. I'm sorry, Cooper, but I cannot simply take you away from this organization, or we will all face dire consequences, Arthur remarked as he passed by. The dialogue between a man and an eagle, lost in translation, elicited laughter from both. For to them, it was quite amusing. Cooper, he mused, why not simply leave? However, such an action would render us targets of the Navy, marked as traitors. I have committed the 6 styles technique to memory. When the time comes, I shall impart my knowledge to you. Rather than enduring the perilous existence imposed by the Navy, Arthur believed it far more rewarding to savor the pleasures of life. Supplies were swiftly replenished, and a soldier approached Arthur, presenting him with the insignia of a major. Put this on, Major. What is your name? Arthur replied, I have no name. I grew up in base G-14 and have always been referred to by my nickname, Night Owl. Very well. Arthur turned to gaze at the soldier who had draped the cloak over him, nodding in acknowledgement. From now on, you shall be my assistant. I have high hopes for you. Is that so? Well, matters of public affairs, reports, and intelligence briefings are all entrusted to you. Do your best. Arthur retrieved the set of interpersonal skills he possessed before his journey through time, prioritizing the identification of the necessary tools. Night Owl, your orders have been received. Where is the navigator? Setting sail, destination, the military kingdom of Jarlsberg. Beyond the mountains lies yet another mountain. The grandeur of experience and breathtaking vistas do not alter this truth. As long as one breathes, the relentless pursuit of progress and ascension is imperative. For we are all anchored in reality. Arthur, harshly yanked back to the present, sits with Cooper on the deck of the warship bound for the kingdom of Jarlsberg. Lost in a frenzy, Cooper perches upon Arthur's shoulder, attentively listening as Arthur, in a calm tone, utters words that bring comfort and inspire determination. Cooper, indeed, that makes sense. Cooper nodded slightly, expressing profound agreement with Arthur's words. However, he did not fully comprehend the essence of what was being discussed. In this realm, the only force capable of cleansing the soul and alleviating the burdens of despair stands atop an insurmountable peak, unreachable by the masses. It is not merely about the physical pain endured from countless wounds. The sentinels and the bloodied, disaster-stricken individuals who came to assist him cast disdainful glares at Arthur and Cooper, their expressions reminiscent of lifeless fish eyes. I have never encountered such a frenzied naval officer. The loud remark from Shue caught Arthur's attention, and he abruptly turned his head to gaze at her. What are you doing? Shue felt a wave of nausea, directed at him with palpable disdain. Am I not speaking the truth? The air of superiority and the condescending gaze that regarded everyone as mere ants infuriated Arthur. He promptly rose, leading Cooper before her, nonchalantly picking his ear and flicking the wax from his fingertip. You possess quite the arrogance, Andy. Arthur and Cooper stood tall, gazing down at Shue with an air of haughty superiority. Ah, Andy, you dare to call me that? Upon hearing such a derogatory term, blood surged with rage. The veins on his forehead throbbed violently, struggling to accept this affront to his dignity and physique. Did you not hear me clearly? Have your eyes deceived you? I am in the prime of my youth, with an elegant figure, and you dare to label me as any? You show me no respect. So why should I extend any to you? Arthur, in a frenzied state, bellowed at her, utterly indifferent to her gender. Having received no respect previously, he felt no obligation to be courteous to these two. Moreover, jolted back to reality, his mental state had already frayed. He faced the daunting prospect of surviving 30 years in this world, devoid of any familiar faces, before he could return to the era he knew. The mere thought of it caused Arthur to suddenly kneel, raising his hands to the heavens. Oh, how shall I endure for so long? Blood and Calamity recoiled in shock at his abrupt action, bewildered by the antics of this young man. Is there something wrong with your mind? The Navy must be blind to have entrusted you with such a significant mission. Blood expressed his disdain for Arthur, finding him increasingly repugnant. In a moment of exasperation, Arthur seized Calamity by the collar, their eyes locking in a fierce glare. Indeed, I admit it, my mind is truly troubled. Release me. Do not lay your filthy, calloused hands upon me. Calamity struggled to break free, only to discover the immense strength with which Arthur gripped him. What do you intend to do to Calamity? Blood questioned, adopting a defensive stance, wary of the suddenly deranged Arthur. Yet Arthur, still holding Calamity, turned to her with a sly smile. Your bond seems quite strong. Yet knowing my condition, you choose to provoke me. This maneuver was a mere test from Arthur, and, as he anticipated, it yielded the expected results. Nearby soldiers shifted uneasily, their gazes sharpening with caution at his sudden aggression towards Calamity. Some wore expressions of dread, cold sweat beading on their foreheads as they refrained from crossing him. Do you know who we are? We are top-level agents of the government. Should anything happen to us, you will face dire consequences. Blood observed Arthur's spiraling emotions, dragging Calamity towards the ship's cabin, attempting to wield his status and power to intimidate him. Clearly, this tactic held little sway over Arthur. Do you threaten me? Arthur halted, his gaze flickering back towards the blood. 2 minutes later, he forcibly dragged the two individuals into the office within the cabin. The door, guarded by Cooper squatting at the entrance, barred anyone from entering or exiting. Arthur drew all the curtains, lighting an oil lamp to imbue the dark room with a touch of illumination. Defying the Major, insulting the Major, slandering the Major, what transgressions do you believe you have committed? Arthur perched himself on the desk, fixating his attention on the two before him. Transgressions? By rank and status, we are of a superior echelon compared to you. How could there be any notion of wrongdoing? They retorted in unison, as if they were a married couple. This only reinforced Arthur's impression of their profound intimacy. If necessary, We could eliminate you right now, complete our mission, and concoct any excuse to fabricate your demise. A sharp crack resonated within the room as Arthur struck the speaker, sending him sprawling. I am equally capable of such actions, Arthur replied, his voice steady. You. Blood saw her companion being flung away and, in a moment of desperation, reached for her communicator to call for help. Just then, Arthur forcefully pinned her hand against the wall, snatching the device from her grasp and tossing it aside. On this warship, do you dare defy me? You insolent wretch, how dare you lay a finger on me? Blood, pressed against the wall, gazed at Arthur's frenzied expression. Momentarily paralyzed by fear, her instinct to resist crushed by his overwhelming strength. Eliminate him, Blood. Disaster, rising from the ground, launched a powerful jab aimed at the back of Arthur's head. Do you think this is the G-14 base? Arthur's thunderous roar echoed from the ship into the vast sea. Sensing the murderous intent, Arthur deftly dodged with a tilt of his head, and Blood, no longer concealing her intentions, gracefully slipped free from his grasp like paper. In the confined space, both assailants simultaneously charged at Arthur. Outside, Cooper yawned, half asleep, unconcerned by the ongoing commotion within the room. The Marine, curious about the disturbance, dared not provoke Cooper, who dozed off at the door. As night fell, the moon ascended high, casting its silvery glow upon the shimmering sea. The warship glided silently across the tranquil waters. Inside the captain's office, Arthur, having fought throughout the day, lay bare-chested in a chair, his legs crossed atop the desk. Disaster, now awake, pleaded with Blood, whose intelligence-gathering facade had been stripped away, revealing a mature and composed demeanor as she cradled the bruised and battered Disaster, worry etched across her face. The man appeared on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Arthur poked at the bruises on his face, a twisted sense of satisfaction swelling within him as he observed the two. Weren't you both intent on killing me? He taunted. He's dying. Call for the ship's doctor. Blood glared furiously at the nonchalant Arthur. Why should I save two who wish to end my life? I relish watching your anxiety and helplessness. Arthur remained resolute, unshaken by their plight. He found their arrogance laughable. How dare they maintain such bravado after leaving the G-14 base? For the sake of her companion's life, Blood relinquished Disaster from her embrace, standing tall to render a naval salute to Arthur. I beg you, Major, save him. We were wrong. Arthur erupted into manic laughter, responding like a madman. Not enough. I want you to kneel and plead for me. Blood's pride flared anew, her anger ignited by such an outrageous demand. Insult? Arthur scoffed with disdain, casually retrieving a bottle of orange juice from the cabinet behind him. Unperturbed, he continued, It is not I who am dying, so why should I be anxious? The Blood, unwilling to succumb to humiliation, cast a glance at the ailing Disaster, trembling all over, clenching his teeth in determination. After a moment of contemplation, he knelt before Arthur once more, pleading earnestly, Major Arthur, I implore you, it was we who wronged you. Wronged? You have done far more than simply offend me. Arthur retorted with fury. You sought to take my life. Who knew your strength was truly formidable? The Blood retorted defiantly, only to suddenly realize he was beseeching Arthur. His words abruptly silenced. Arthur exclaimed with anger. Are you implying that if my strength is insufficient, the one line there would be me? Blood bit her lip. And despite her deep-seated reluctance, reality had already fallen under Arthur's dominion. Even with all her and her companion's efforts, they could not vanquish this boy whom she deemed still wet behind the ears. Observing the unwilling expression on Blood's face only fueled Arthur's ire further. If it were indeed him lying on the ground, gasping for their mercy, could these assassins, trained from a young age, truly show compassion? Could they spare his life at his pleas? They were the ones who initiated the attack. Arthur was merely acting in self-defense. At this point, I have knelt and implored you. Please, summon the ship's doctor. Blood, recognizing the harsh reality, ceased all further objections. Meanwhile, Arthur's expression grew increasingly frosty as he coldly replied, No, it is not enough. Your humiliation still fails to quell the anger within me. Are you not afraid of the inquiries from the Naval High Command when the Major is dead? Blood cried out in desperation, her gaze fixed on her companion's increasingly weak and rapid breaths. Bow down and beg me. Arthur disregarded his life and death, persistently demanding, his heart completely unrestrained. They conspired to assassinate their superior. What did it matter if they perished? You have gone too far, Blood exclaimed, unable to accept such an outrageous request. Kneeling was already beyond her limits. For someone of her stature to prostrate herself before a naval major, Even when serving the celestial dragons, a mere bow sufficed. You are utterly outrageous, and after your failed conspiracy to assassinate me, you dare to accuse me of excess? Arthur reveled in the moment. Addressing her, if you wish for him to live, my words are absolute commands, do you understand? You must do as I say. It dawned on Blood that Arthur was prepared to humiliate her at any cost. Shadows enveloped her face as Arthur pulled her back to reality. In the next moment, she pressed her hands to the ground and forcefully struck her forehead against the deck. Major Arthur, I implore you, from now on your commands are absolute. Please save us from disaster. Witnessing this scene, Arthur realized that possessing immense personal power in this world sometimes allowed one to act with impunity. Reclining in his chair, he found great satisfaction in manipulating others' every move with mere words. Cooper, summon a ship's doctor, Arthur called out to Cooper outside the door. Soon, Cooper arrived, holding a ship's doctor, and unceremoniously tossed him into the cabin. Hey, Arthur shouted at it. Don't treat this as a courtroom, Cooper. Cuckoo, Cooper called out in response, nodding towards the eagle-headed figure before stepping through the door. Quickly, save him, urged the ship's doctor, as he was led to the corner of the room where a severely injured comrade lay, on the brink of death. Major, what on earth are you doing? The ship's doctor was horrified by the disarray of the room, unable to fathom the chaos that had befallen the CP0, the elite forces directly under the celestial dragons. Who inflicted these injuries? He pressed further. Arthur coldly warned, tend to your wounds. Why ask so many questions? Understood, with the ship's doctor attending to him. The injuries sustained by Zai, nearly beaten to death by Arthur, were stabilized. The ship's doctor soon departed from the stifling captain's office. Zai, are you all right? Shui gently lifted the bandaged Zai, attempting to rouse him. At that moment, Arthur's voice reached her ears. All right, let us proceed. Arthur took another sip of orange juice, squinting as he observed the two. What else do you desire? I have already promised to obey your commands henceforth. Shui turned around, glaring at Arthur with fury. Arthur, narrowing his eyes, scrutinized the woman's fair form, then suddenly inquired, what is your name? What business is it of yours? Before Shui could finish her retort, a cold, piercing blade was hurled from Arthur's hand, embedding itself in the wall just a centimeter from his cheek. It seems that even the nature of you celestial dragons' direct forces bears their shadow, Arthur remarked nonchalantly, maintaining his throwing stance. How dare you so bluntly address the celestial dragons? Mere Navy scum, Shui retorted, a chill emanating from the icy blade, spreading beneath Zai. A thin layer of frost rapidly enveloped her entire body, the frigid temperature sending shivers through her. The blade exuded an unnatural cold. What was this? She clasped her hands tightly around herself, attempting to combat the chill with her body heat, only to discover that the cold was swiftly siphoning away her warmth. I could turn you into ice sculptures and cast you into the sea, and no one would ever know. Arthur's frigid tone sent another tremor through Shui. My name is Natalia. Upon hearing this, Shui promptly declared her name, continuing, he is called enough. I care not for his name, Auntie. Arthur stepped closer, interrupting her introduction of Zai. He grasped the hilt of the icy blade and sheathed it at his waist, fixating his gaze on the woman before him. What must you do to spare us? Her skin was like snow, her eyes like stars, and her lips like cherries, her frightened demeanor evoking a desire to torment her and strip away her pride. Meanwhile, Zai, whose injuries had stabilized, regained consciousness. Upon seeing Arthur, he recoiled in terror, as if confronted by a specter. Arthur, noticing this, smirked slightly and commanded, disarm. Disarm? What do you mean? Where is my armor? Natalia, bewildered, failed to comprehend Arthur's intentions. I said disarm. Do you not understand? Arthur reiterated his command. Natalie cast a glance at her attire, exclaiming, where did this armor come from? Are you asking me to remove it? I said, remove the armor, remove the armor, remove the armor. Arthur, growing increasingly impatient, became agitated. Natalie exclaimed in frustration, shedding her coat and biting her lip in humiliation. Remove it again, Arthur continued, his gaze fixated on the woman before him who issued commands with such casual authority. In that moment, he came to a profound realization about the arduous existence he had previously endured. Is this the ecstasy derived from martial prowess and dominion? As he watched Natalie, who was methodically shedding her armor, Arthur felt as if he were awakening from a long-held dream. His eyes widened in astonishment, captivated by the audacity of the scene unfolding before him. The man beside Natalie, whose name was synonymous with calamity, found himself utterly powerless, as if the very foundations of his world were collapsing. The hatch swung open swiftly, and Arthur dashed through it with great urgency. Cooper? Arthur's curiosity was piqued as he observed blood streaming from Arthur's nostrils. Despite the situation, Arthur appeared unperturbed, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "It's nothing. Just a bit of heat recently," Arthur replied, realizing that his self-restraint was insignificant in the face of indulgence. After several days at sea, the warship finally docked at the port of the Kingdom of Jarlsberg. As the sun rose in the morning sky, Arthur stood atop the rigging, gazing toward the heavily polluted harbor of the nation. The sight before him was one of desolation, dominated by heavy industrial factories. "I will kill you, you wretched little brat." A slightly recovered disaster stormed beneath the deck where Arthur stood, hurling insults upward. "What have you done to Natalie? She has been avoiding me these past few days." "You bastard." He vaguely recalled that day when he had just regained a sliver of consciousness after a near-death experience, only to see a bare-chested Natalie before fainting in anger. He held only a vague impression of that day when Arthur had asked Natalie to remove her armor. "I did nothing. It's your inability to handle women that's to blame," Arthur replied coldly, dismissively glancing at him. Once he completed this significant mission, he could sever ties with the Navy and pursue his own life and freedom. "You're full of crap. Don't think I believe you. Natalie would never distance herself from me like this. Today, she outright refused my request." As the warship docked, Arthur ignored him entirely and led his troops toward the military base of Jarlsberg. There, he was to meet a commander named Douglas. The arrival of the Navy caused the impoverished populace to retreat, creating a path for Arthur's troops to proceed toward the military base. Jarlsberg was one of many nations established on a colossal island. "The Navy has arrived." In the military camp, a middle-aged man, upon hearing the news of the Navy's arrival, immediately summoned his subordinates to welcome them. Outside the gates of the Jarlsberg military base, a group of soldiers clad in black uniforms, exuding an aura of menace, watched as the naval soldiers approached. "How peculiar. Why are they all in black uniforms?" Arthur mused as he walked along the path, noting that their attire was entirely contrary to that of the Navy. "Arthur, if you don't tell me what happened that day, we're far from finished." The disaster continued to press beside him. "Natalie and I have been childhood friends. Training at a CP academy on an island. She has never treated me this coldly." Natalie, overhearing his words, remained silent, following closely behind Arthur with her brow furrowed in a silent fury. The events of that day were still vivid in her mind, and she found it hard to believe she had complied with the demands of this insufferable brat. It was unfathomable that she had assisted a subordinate member of the Navy in disarmament. Suddenly, a punch from Arthur sent the disaster flying, silencing his incessant chatter. "Shut up. You're making me feel like the protagonist of some NTR story. Are you out of your mind?" Arthur berated him fiercely. The act of striking his subordinate with a punch left General Douglas utterly astonished. Towering behind Douglas was a golden-haired youth, approximately 3 to 4 meters tall, who squinted as he scrutinized Arthur. "What do you think of him, Bullet 9? Douglas deliberately inquired, turning his attention to the young man. "Quite formidable. Though there exists a significant disparity between us," Bullet 9 responded to his commanding officer. "Significant disparity?" At these words, Douglas's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. As if haunted by lingering fears, he had devoted his life to the glory of Jarlsberg, only to see the title of war hero snatched away by this young prodigy he had nurtured. The primary objective of recruiting the Navy was to quietly eliminate Bullet 9 during the conflict, thereby establishing himself as the undisputed hero of Jarlsberg, wielding absolute power. "Indeed, you are exceptional, Barrett," Douglas praised him, using Bullet 9's true name. Suddenly, Barrett posed a chilling question. "Upon the completion of this mission, I hope you will honor your promise to restore my freedom, Commander." His tone was icy, betraying a profound distrust, a result of past betrayals on the battlefield where accolades and honors had been usurped by others. One of the mission targets, Natalie, who had been trailing behind Arthur, now focused her gaze entirely on Barrett. As the two teams converged, she observed Arthur conversing with Douglas, wondering to herself, what a robust individual. Can he truly be only 14? The war hero, Bullet 9, Douglas, Barrett. Natalie recalled the key figures listed in the mission dossier. In addition to delivering the substantial rewards bestowed by Jarlsberg, there was another objective: to eliminate the imposing figure before her. Unbeknownst to Arthur, the assassination task was exclusive to their covert intelligence personnel. Yet now, standing before Barrett, she felt a chilling aura envelop her. A sensation of a weaker individual gazing up at a stronger one. Brilliant light illuminated the land. At the entrance of the military base, Arthur, engaged in lively discussion with General Douglas, was promptly summoned to attend a meeting regarding the declaration of war. During the military conference of Jaltsburg, a stunned Arthur exclaimed, "What? A small nation's assets as a reward for this mission? How much would that be?" Upon hearing the proposed monetary compensation, Arthur slammed his hands on the table and inquired of General Douglas. "Approximately 200 billion belly. The conditions are simple. Assist us in conquering 3 neighboring nations, with the smallest one entirely surrendered to the Navy and government," Douglas explained smoothly. 200 billion belly, equivalent to 50 billion belly for a white-bearded individual, represented the strength of 40 of the world's most formidable men to come. Arthur sat back from the conference table, his body tingling as he gnawed on his fingers in contemplation. This staggering sum was unprecedented in his experience. It was no wonder that government intelligence agents had accompanied them. All was for this purpose. Let the conflict commence swiftly. What are we to do? Arthur was impatient to behold this enormous fortune. Douglas, observing Arthur's demeanor, began to doubt whether the objectives for which they were hired were indeed clear. The prerequisite was to transfer the heroic reputation of Jaltsburg to his own title and eliminate Barrett, who stood behind him. Assisting in the operation would suffice. "How delightful it is to be young, Major." Douglas, the commander, reluctantly attempted to align with Arthur's exuberance. Yet, he began to question whether the dispatched Navy possessed the capability to assassinate Barrett. Throughout the meeting, Barrett remained on high alert, sensing an unmistakable intent directed towards him. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence of the conference room. A rapidly spinning bullet penetrated the window, striking directly towards Barrett's forehead with no one prepared for the impending danger. Arthur, who was leaning on the table discussing the remuneration with Douglas, turned to gaze at the bullet. In the gradual awakening of his observation hockey, he widened his eyes, discerning the trajectory of the bullet. It was none other than the tall figure standing behind Douglas, the captain of his army, Douglas Barrett, who fired the shot. Arthur disengaged his observation hockey, allowing time to resume its normal flow. He immediately turned his gaze towards the shattered glass window beside him. Beneath the blinding sun, he struggled to discern the figure lurking outside. Barrett, struck by a bullet, utilized the armor of his hockey to shield his skull from the projectile. Witnessing this, Commander Douglas erupted in fury, exclaiming, "I did not instruct you to act at this moment. You fool. Have you lost your senses?" Realizing his error, Douglas involuntarily radiated an aura of chill as he turned to observe Barrett, who was grimacing while clutching his head. As Douglas fumbled for an explanation, he was met with Barrett's innocent yet perplexed inquiry. "What is happening? That bullet does not seem intended for your assassination." Arthur dashed to the window, flung it open, and finally discerned the figure outside. "Disaster, it is you." A memory surged back. After their failed attempt to assassinate him, he recalled how disaster had compelled his beloved to strip for his viewing pleasure. The grievances that had gone unanswered flooded back as disaster, having just been struck and sent flying, reflected on everything. "No, you attempted to assassinate me. Why is there any reason to discuss this?" Arthur found the situation absurd. As he prepared to argue, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent closing in from behind. Instinctively, he turned and grasped the hilt of the dagger at his waist, addressing his companion Cooper. "Ascend to the heavens, Cooper. Do not descend without my command." Cooper burst through the window and soared into the sky. Bang! Disaster squeezed the trigger of his sniper rifle, aiming at Cooper. The hardened iron feathers of Cooper's wings deflected the bullet, leaving him in shock as he soared above, unable to fathom that a comrade aboard the same vessel would fire upon him. "Cooper!" it exclaimed in a fit of rage. Swiftly diving towards the disaster perched high outside the conference room window, aiming a kick at his head. Boom! With all his might, Cooper obliterated the eaves of the building where the disaster resided, seizing his body beneath his claws and plummeting straight to the ground. In that instant, the National soldiers and 800 Marines outside the base spiraled into chaos. "Respond to me. What is happening, Commander?" Douglas's composure gradually crumbled as he lifted the one who had raised him and served as fodder in battle, clutching him in his grasp. "Barrett, you have misunderstood. That bullet was aimed at me," Douglas clarified. Yet, unbeknownst to him, within the gaze of the formidable presence, the trajectory and target of the bullet's assault were vividly discernible. "You lie," Barrett exclaimed, gripping the neck of Captain Douglas with a fierce grasp. Cough. Douglas, treated in such a manner, could no longer maintain his facade and began to confess. "Do you truly believe, Barrett, that I would feel any solace in your status as a national hero? I have devoted my entire life to the realm of Jaltsburg, honing my skills through relentless warfare, only to have my heroic title snatched away by you." whom I nurtured with my own hands. Betrayed once more, Barrett was utterly despondent and, in a fit of rage, strangled Douglas, the one who had raised him. Money. My money. Arthur gazed at Douglas, whose neck was twisted grotesquely, his heart aching intensely. He turned to Barrett with a fierce glare, shouting, "What have you done?" 200 billion belly, damn it. Then, with a murderous intent, he glared at the people in the conference room, those wretched beings, attempting to conspire with the Navy to condemn every living creature in this nation to death. My freedom is within reach. Why will you not grant me respite? Enraged, Barrett spoke, resembling a ferocious dragon as he suddenly lunged towards Natalie, his colossal iron fist poised to strike. As I, Natalie, regained my senses, I beheld Barrett's colossal fist, adorned with white gloves, hovering perilously close, within a mere 0.01 meters. With a thunderous impact, the terrifying blow struck me, tearing my body apart and causing a deluge of blood to splatter against the nearby wall. Arthur, the learning material I had just tamed, was filled with profound sorrow upon witnessing this. As he reached out in a desperate attempt to save me, Barrett's swift and flickering figure materialized before him in an instant. "What have you done?" Arthur exclaimed, swiftly drawing his blade to strike at Barrett's fist. Sensing Arthur's unique determination among others, Barrett immediately enveloped his lethal fist with an aura of overwhelming power. The clash between the icy edge of the dragon blade and his fist sent Arthur's body hurtling like a meteor, propelling him from the meeting room towards the town outside the military base. With a resounding crash, Arthur's figure shattered the sound barrier, plummeting directly to the ground. Cough. He swiftly rose to his feet, casting a glance at the bewildered crowd, still unaware of the unfolding chaos. What had happened to his fists? It felt as though an overwhelming force had penetrated his very being, causing his insides to ache painfully. Everything in this nation was destined for utter destruction. A formidable aura of conqueror's haki erupted from Barrett, commanding both the sea and sky. Rage consumed his consciousness. He had completely lost control, his mind overtaken by an insatiable thirst for slaughter. The battlefield-like essence of his haki spread throughout the nation, while torrents of purple, inorganic matter surged forth from the island, sweeping away everything in its path. The masses and military forces of the nation were instantly engulfed, left to suffocate in the chaos. "Cooper, what have you done to me?" "You bastard, you wretched human." Arthur, upon hearing Cooper's voice, rushed towards it, only to discover that it was mercilessly trampling on the head of Disaster in a fit of rage. Seeing Arthur's approach, Disaster, while being stomped on, laughed mockingly. "This is all your fault. Absurd. You think you can kill me without facing consequences? Do you really believe I'm an easy target?" Arthur sheathed his blade, grasped both Cooper and Disaster, and leaped into the air, utilizing the moonwalk technique to gaze down upon the earth below. At a glance, the entire nation lay submerged in the purple inorganic matter released from Barrett's body. "Though we are emotionless instruments of slaughter, you are utterly inhuman." Disaster continued to berate Arthur. "Rest assured that fellow named Barrett is a true cold-blooded monster, forged in the crucible of battle since childhood. The government has provided me and Natalie with his dossier. You stand no chance against him. I have just informed the government about your havoc wreaking upon this army. And even if you survive, you will face the judgment of both the government and the Navy." Upon hearing these words, Arthur's forehead throbbed with fury, loosening the collar of his white suit, and hurled him into the flowing inorganic mass below, retorting, "At the very least, you must die first." Haha, the Disaster, about to plunge into the torrent of inorganic matter from the Barrett fusion fruit, let out a hearty laugh. "You will soon join me. Foolish one. Do you truly believe I would engage in a deathmatch with him?" Arthur released Cooper from his embrace, allowing it to soar into the air. Then, he grasped Cooper's talons. "Do you think my eagle serves no purpose? It can carry me away from here." The calamity caused him to spit blood violently, succumbing to Barrett's powers, ultimately choking to death. The ability of the fusion fruit spread rampantly throughout Jalsburg, leaving the populace in tears and cries of despair echoing through the land. Arthur leaped through the air, gazing down at the inferno of humans suffering below. Strangely, he found that the intense emotions he had felt on Lionheart Island had diminished significantly. The sense of pity for life had lessened considerably in his heart. Yet, the scene before him still struck him with profound shock. "Oh heavens," Arthur exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. A soft sigh escaped his lips, laden with emotion, as he felt utterly overwhelmed, akin to an ant engulfed by the might of Barrett. Such vengeance could only be described as savage, reflective of Barrett's brutal nature. In a nation like this, annihilation seemed the only ultimate resolution. The resounding roar of Barrett's hatred for all echoed in Arthur's ears. A grim reminder that no one, be they civilians fleeing the island or any creature within the realm, could escape the fate of being submerged. And you too, Navy. Below Arthur. The island quaked as Barrett orchestrated the amalgamation of structures and all objects within, surging forth like a tidal wave towards the airborne Arthur. Even if you have slain so many, I find no reason to engage with you. I too have been wrongfully accused, Arthur retorted. Above him, Cooper swiftly ascended from the island, soaring towards the boundless sea. Yet, Arthur grossly underestimated the extent of Barrett's fruit powers. The entire inorganic matter of the island lay under his dominion. Though not effortlessly manipulated, in an instant, the island contorted into the shape of a lotus, obstructing Cooper's escape route. Ascend, Cooper, break through these walls. Though Arthur guided Cooper, the speed at which the devil fruit extended surpassed his wildest imaginings. Perhaps it was the user's formidable strength that rendered the devil fruit's capabilities extraordinarily potent. Cooper. There was no escape. Bang. A pillar suddenly appeared in the sky before the rapidly flying Cooper, and he could not swerve in time, crashing violently into it. No amount of cunning would save him from my grasp. Do you know when I devoured this fruit? I couldn't care less how you consumed it. I am done with this cursed place. What nonsense about the Navy weighing benefits and drawbacks. Never again will I serve. Arthur cradled Cooper in his left arm, employing the moonwalk technique to ascend to the apex of the lotus petal wall, just as he was about to leap out of Barrett's fruit's range. Suddenly, a colossal figure surged before him. It was the rampaging Barrett. Die. Barrett swiftly swung a powerful punch towards Arthur. Noticing this, Arthur, who was merely a step away from the wall's summit, immediately raised his right arm to shield himself. Ah, he bellowed. His arm enveloped in the ominous aura of armament hockey, bracing himself against the impending onslaught from Barrett. It was a near miss. With a thunderous crash, Barrett's formidable punch descended, and Arthur gritted his teeth, enduring the terrifying force at such a daunting distance. The overwhelming power of the strike pierced through him like an armor-piercing projectile, propelling Arthur through the air as a mere shadow, darting towards the heart of the island. Amidst the torrent of inorganic might unleashed by the fusion fruit's capabilities, he created an immense and profound crater. Assembly, Barrett shouted, as the inorganic materials surged towards him like armor, coalescing into a larger steel robot that descended before Arthur. The power of fusion diminished, and the torrent of purple inorganic matter receded. Cough. Arthur rose from the ground, clearing his throat twice, his eyes widening in shock at the viscous terrain. What is this? He lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, where the remains of all living beings from the kingdom of Jaltsburg had amassed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, forming towering walls. At a glance, it was impossible to count the multitude of souls that lay before him. He only knew that he now found himself amidst an overwhelmingly vast heap of bodies. Arthur trembled, his eyes dimming once more. Even Cooper, cradled in his left hand, quivered in such an environment. After years as a soldier, in pursuit of glory and the accolades of battle, I have faced betrayal time and again on the front lines. Within the confines of the robotic body, Barrett addressed Arthur. Even those closest to me now wish to end my life. Why? Is it merely because I yearn for freedom, to escape this hellish existence? Willing to sacrifice everything in my quest for medals and to become a war hero? I had believed your arrival signaled the final confrontation. Yet it appears he has conspired with the Navy and the world government to orchestrate my assassination. As he spoke, Barrett noticed that Arthur, beneath the amalgamation of robotic components, stood motionless, his aura drastically altered from before. I was utterly unaware of these machinations. Arthur suddenly interjected, releasing Cooper into the sky. I merely sought to resign from the Navy and was assigned here to undertake one final mission. Not even an ant shall escape my grasp. Barrett swung his colossal mechanical arm, lunging toward Cooper. In an instant, a chilling blade of ice slashed upward, piercing through his mechanical limb. The severed arm plummeted to the island, triggering a violent tremor around Arthur. Barrett was taken aback, diverting his attention from Cooper to Arthur, who stood poised with his blade at his feet. What is the matter? Did you do this? Let me make it clear before the battle begins. Even if you are stronger than I am, I will never succumb to you. Damn it. After finally learning to relish life, why must you force me back into this state? On the Red Earth continent, in the holy land of Mariahua, ethereal mists continued to swirl, enveloping the enchanting ecological environment. At the heart of this paradise stood a colossal castle, within which lay the city of Pangu. The 5 elders were met with alarming news. It's bad. The elite operatives we dispatched to assist the Navy have just had their life cards extinguished. A CP staff member rushed to report, causing the 5 elders, who were engaged in political discussions in the castle hall, to glance at him in astonishment. Why? This task pertains to the young lad recommended by the warring states. According to the previous maritime report, the fleet led by this young commander should have only just arrived in that nation. How could events unfold so swiftly? The 5 individuals, shrouded in confusion, received the report and their eyes widened in disbelief as they absorbed its contents. It detailed the malevolent actions of Major Arthur from the naval headquarters, who had deliberately conspired with the nation of Jarlsberg to launch a ruthless assault on the direct forces of the world government. The elite operatives, Natalie and Delgon, had tragically perished in this endeavor. The 5 elders scrutinized the document, which was rife with accounts of Arthur's atrocities. Upon learning such distressing news, their expressions fell. They had once believed Arthur to be a promising talent, only to discover he had committed such heinous acts. Was his motivation merely the allure of the 200 billion berry? Had he uncovered the funds allocated for that mission? Hadn't we instructed our agents to keep the assassination of that 13-year-old hero, along with the details of that substantial sum, confidential? There was no time for further deliberation. The reasons were now explicitly stated in black and white. We must immediately dispatch a warship to apprehend him. Furthermore, we should send envoys to Jarlsberg to ascertain the truth behind this incident. Days later, at noon, another soldier rushed into the Grand Hall of Panga City, breathless. Elders, there is grave news, he exclaimed, brandishing a newspaper in terror. The naval forces stationed at Mary Geos have come bearing alarming tidings. The 5 elders, who were reclining on the sofa during their midday respite, immediately lifted their heads upon hearing the soldier's anxious voice. What has happened now? The nation of Jarlsberg has been obliterated by the war hero Douglas Barrett. The weary few were wide awake, as this news struck them like a bolt from the blue. Why? I do not know. The warship dispatched by the 5 elders has just arrived, and the World Economic Journal has already reported the incident. Where is Arthur? Nasushiro inquired. Has that little brat been found? He has been located, replied the soldier, his expression faltering at the mention of Arthur. That is good, Escort him back for interrogation regarding why he conspired with the nation of Jarlsberg to assassinate our agents. However, the 2 dispatched warships are still engaged in combat with Arthur. Combat? What sort of battle is taking place? Where is it occurring? On the homeland of Jarlsberg, which has been reduced to a wasteland. The 5 elders were taken aback, uncertain of the unfolding events. Was it not said that he was annihilated by that Barrett? We had even contemplated recruiting him to serve the world government as a naval officer. The soldier conveyed all he had witnessed and surmised to the 5 elders. Major, please cease your resistance. We do not believe you would betray your comrades, but that is the government's order. Indeed, Major, someone has reported that you conspired with the people of this nation to murder 2 agents. In the heart of the desolate islands of Jarlsberg, the devastation was beyond recognition. Where once life thrived, now lay barren lands devoid of any growth. One by one, soldiers were sent flying by Arthur's fists. The ice dragon was no longer with him, and his scabbard was empty. By the time the navy arrived, not a single soul remained alive in the entire nation. Arthur reflected that had he not been so arrogant as to summon that woman to shed her armor and indulge that agent named Calamity, such foolishness could have been avoided. Ultimately, it was his momentary intoxication with the euphoria of power that led him to forget the consequences. This was a lesson steeped in blood. A lesson learned by an entire nation. Now, Arthur yearned to utter his motto, I shall never fall, yet he was acutely aware that following his clash with Barrett, his body had reached its limits after inflicting severe injuries upon Barrett and forcing him to retreat. With a sudden smile, Arthur, surrounded by the navy and regarded as a formidable foe, mused, if given another chance, I would still have her disarmed for me. That is what constitutes a life of a true man. We fail to comprehend your words, Major. If you persist in this obstinate resistance, we shall have no choice but to open fire collectively. Before the officer could finish his sentence, Arthur collapsed into a pool of blood, his consciousness fading as he murmured, The 4th mission, and my life hangs in the balance. I must depart from the navy. Witnessing this, the soldiers recklessly charged forward with shackles, managing to secure Arthur's limbs before they could finally ease their tension. You are a monster, remarked the towering officer with crimson hair, approaching Arthur and gazing down at him. What has transpired on this island? Report. Colonel Tianzhong, the investigation into the survivors on the island has concluded, revealing no signs of survivors throughout the entire nation. This has been confirmed for the 2nd time. Begone! A soldier from the Tianjin shouted, Do you not see that I am interrogating him? At that moment, Arthur, drenched in blood and utterly fatigued, managed a faint smile. Do you not perceive? The crimes you allege against me hold no validity. Am I colluding with this nation? Enlisting their soldiers to eliminate an agent? Have I lost my sanity? What benefit would that confer upon me? Regardless, the government has issued an arrest warrant for you. At this juncture, any explanations are futile. Take him away. Wait, where are you taking me? I have not allied with anyone. I have made that abundantly clear. It is no longer your decision to make, Arthur. Enough of your childish defiance. Arthur and Tianzhong locked eyes for a protracted moment, as if resigned to their fates. Before he fainted on the spot, he was escorted by the Navy to a prison cell on the warship, his limbs bound tightly, akin to a tiger restrained. Inside the Tianzhong warship's office, Tianzhong was diligently filling out the mission report, preparing to submit it to his superiors. Have you not found him? That eagle beside him? It must have fled in a panic, Colonel. I am aware. You may leave now. Tianzhong instructed his subordinates to depart. The warship escorting Arthur set sail at full speed back to port. Days later, at the impelled-down submarine prison's military harbor, Arthur was escorted down from the vessel by two robust soldiers. What charges have you leveled against me? He inquired of the leading Tianzhong, gazing at the densely populated prison that resembled a celestial cage. You bring a naval officer who has fought valiantly against pirates to such a place? Your achievements over the past 2 months have shattered every record in naval history. You are undoubtedly a genius, Tianzhong replied, walking ahead in preparation to meet the prison guards. As for your conviction, to placate the families of soldiers and the public, I intend to defer judgment until you are brought to Judicial Island for trial. Each of Tianjing's words ignited a tempest of fury within Arthur, yet he maintained a stoic expression, suppressing his rage. Ultimately, he was innocent, having demonstrated considerable restraint by not eliminating the 2 covert agents who had attempted to assassinate him, although he had engaged in some morally questionable actions. Compelling a woman to disarm before him had led to this predicament. In truth, he had overestimated himself, for aside from formidable figures like Gold Lion, Carp, and Sengoku, others posed a significant threat. His recent clash with Douglas Barrett had illuminated this reality. Even his body, honed through years of training, paled in comparison to Barrett's, who had been forged in the crucible of battle since childhood. In terms of fundamental strength, haki, and combat awareness, Barrett surpassed him. Yet, Barrett too had sustained severe injuries in battle and fled to the sea. With his limbs shackled, Arthur found himself utterly incapable of breaking free with his current strength. Hey, red-haired one, he called out to Tianzhong before him. Do you truly believe I am guilty? Tianzhong gazed at Arthur, a serene expression adorning his face as he replied. I have stated before that even if I deny it, the government's verdict has already been pronounced. So, tell me, how am I to prove my innocence? Am I to conspire with the people of Gilesburg and engage in a fierce battle with that wretch who has brought ruin to nations? Do they truly believe that? Having lost 200 billion Bailey, they can scapegoat me? How is it that a critical mission is entrusted to an elite rookie for mere training? Is this not an obvious ploy to ensnare me? Entrapment? Tianzhong had been with the Navy long enough to become an investigator. Situations akin to Arthur's occasionally arose. Even the most celebrated prodigies could not escape such fates. There were numerous instances where a gifted individual, under the organization's scrutiny, suddenly expressed a desire to resign, only to vanish into the world of piracy. Contemplating this, Tianzhong lamented, shaking his head with a sigh. Ah, you are still too young, Arthur. This world is not as idyllic as you envision. With that, he gestured for the guards to escort Arthur, the fierce beast, into the depths of impelled down. After all my relentless fighting, is this the fate I must endure? Arthur felt a sense of bitterness and uncertainty, unaware of how long he would be confined within this iron fortress. Ah, speak to me. During the days of my escort, what have those Navy officers been discussing? They are deliberating on how to utilize public opinion to cast you as the villain, Tianzhong candidly replied, fully aware of the government's modus operandi. Upon hearing this, Arthur fell silent, a resigned smile of helplessness creeping across his face. He was led into impel down, temporarily confined on the 4th level, the scorching hell. Enter. A prison guard shoved Arthur into the iron cage. The oppressive heat rendered the air scarce. Arthur, confined within the cage, wore a despondent expression as he stared at the guard wielding a whip for a prolonged moment, feeling a simmering frustration that he could not vent. No matter how formidable one may be outside, once in here, one is subject to our control, the guard taunted, rhythmically cracking the whip between his hands. His face adorned with a mocking smile directed at Arthur, who remained visibly displeased. How long will I be imprisoned? Arthur inquired. With a crack, the guard, incensed by Arthur's audacity to speak, lashed out violently, striking Arthur within the cage. Consider this a warning, given your status as a naval officer. After securing Arthur, the guard departed with his companions. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Arthur was left in a state of bewilderment and anger, witnessing the treatment he received. Only through personal experience does one truly comprehend the meaning of being a tiger fallen in the plains, bullied by dogs. He crouched in the sweltering corner of the cage, gazing at his black and white striped attire, reflecting, "This world is sick, and I am too weak." Arthur had been imprisoned for nearly a month. While rumors swirled over the vast ocean, and lies proliferated unchecked, the incessant stream of newspaper articles slandered Arthur, accusing him of heinously mistreating his subordinates. To provide an explanation for the deceased families and to uphold the Navy's reputation while continuing widespread conscription, they even branded Arthur with the term brutal, accusing him of collusion in the crime of national slaughter alongside Douglas Barrett. Following the battle in the Sphinx Sea, the Roger pirates had long since established a risky presence in the East Sea. On the morning of that fateful day, aboard the deck of the Orgeckson, Vice Captain Silbaz Rayleigh, perusing a naval daily, remarked incredulously, "Is it truly possible, Roger? They have condemned such a young boy to death for the sake of pacifying the families of military personnel, labeling him a national slaughterer. Captain, why do you show sympathy for a death row inmate? It is clearly stated here in black and white that he assisted that war hero in the massacre of an entire nation." Young Buggy clutched Roger's trousers. "What is reported is merely public opinion. A death sentence is likely, but the trial has yet to commence." It was evident that he was too young to grasp the consistent tendencies of the world government. It had been over a month since that incident. Roger pondered the whereabouts of the war hero. In his heart, he felt that Arthur, the boy who had left a remarkable impression on his entire pirate crew during battle, could not possibly be involved in such an atrocity. The newspaper headlines hailed two fallen CP agents as heroes, while Arthur and Douglas Barrett were denounced as the brutal ones. "I have heard that after fleeing to the seas, that fellow has been relentlessly seeking out strong opponents to battle," someone on the deck remarked beside Roger. Upon learning of the newspaper's content, Shanks also commented on the situation. "I do not believe he would commit national slaughter, Captain." "What makes you think that, Shanks?" Roger smiled at him. "One can discern the essence of a person through their engagement in battle. He appeared to be merely a swordsman with an innocent yearning for combat, rather than one capable of the heinous acts reported in the newspapers." Upon hearing this, Buggy bared his teeth and rebuked him. "You scoundrel, Shanks. You are shielding a monster guilty of genocide." I refuse to believe it." Shanks crossed his arms and soon found himself embroiled in a quarrel with Buggy. Rayleigh and Roger exchanged glances. "Does that straw hat hold some significance, Roger? I sense that this child Shanks is far from ordinary." "Ha. Let us await the unfolding of events. First, we shall find a town to host a feast. Regardless of the turmoil in the world, we must not remain idle." In the Grand Line, aboard a pirate ship near Wano country. "Brother Kaido, do not place faith in such matters. Jean, that fellow could not possibly commit genocide. You should understand this from your encounters with him. This is yet another ploy devised by the government." In the windless zone of the Grand Line, on Amazon Lily Island, at the daughter's country coast, "Set sail, to the West Sea, O'Hara." "Wait, Empress, what is your intention in going there?" "You cannot go. A Navy colonel is stationed there." "Enough nonsense. Naturally, I am going to confront that Navy colonel." The genius, known as Toritoma, the Empress of the daughter's country, held the latest Navy daily and harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding its contents. The accusation of genocide attributed to Arthur spread throughout the world. The destruction of the warmongering nation of Jaltsburg increasingly became associated with him, bolstered by various public opinions, under the propaganda control of the world government. At the coast of the Navy headquarters in Marineford. "Genocide? Do you truly believe that a mere boy, who blushes at praise, could commit such a crime?" As preparations for departure commenced, Zephyr was intercepted by numerous officers under Steelbone Kong's command. "Calm down, Zephyr. One cannot merely judge by appearances." Steelbone Kong stood at the forefront of the officers, conversing with Zephyr. "You should have encountered many such instances." "Impossible. Marshal, he is one of my former students. I must inquire personally. Even if a death sentence is to be executed, it must be by my own hand." As a retired admiral, Zephyr could not accept that one of the first recruits he mentored could be implicated in such a grave accusation. "Stop him." Upon returning from their mission, The elite group of Marineford found it hard to believe the shocking news that had emerged after just one outing. Why? How could someone who blushed merely at being stared at commit such a heinous act against a nation? I refuse to accept it. Although I despise him for stealing my limelight, what in the world is this wretched gossip? At the naval port, numerous officers were voicing their opinions on the incident. Kaji and Guion were utterly incredulous that Arthur could be capable of such an atrocity, yet the news had reported otherwise. Only those envious of his naval accomplishments wholeheartedly believed the sensationalized accounts. Sengoku, what are you planning? Carp mused as he slipped away through the crowd, his expression shadowed. As if he knew the truth. This prodigious young man, previously heralded as the strongest rookie in history, was now being labeled a terrorist. Everything felt utterly illogical. Within the confines of Endowed, Arthur, having been imprisoned for a month, felt a sense of disorientation as he grasped the iron bars and shouted, "Hey, how long are you going to keep me locked up?" He gradually succumbed to an overwhelming fear of time. If he were to be incarcerated for decades, he feared he might truly lose his sanity. Enough of your whining, Navy. You deserve every bit of this. For an entire month. The outside world buzzed with news about him, declaring him even more monstrous than pirates. To think you could commit such atrocities against a nation. What? I committed genocide? Arthur was utterly taken aback by these accusations, uttered by newly captured pirates. He was oblivious to the events transpiring outside, but a dreadful premonition stirred within him. Shut your mouth, or we'll pelt you with stones every day, you filthy brat. The one guilty of the genocide is Barrett. What does that have to do with me? Arthur seethed with anger, unaware of the true state of affairs outside. However, from the words of these pirates, he sensed that he was being unjustly vilified. Barrett? How did that nation meet its demise? Morgan stated in the news that it was the result of your conflict with him. The Navy claims it was you who, in collusion with Douglas Barrett, orchestrated its destruction. How amusing. Listening to Arthur's furious voice, the pirates of the Red Lotus Hell grew increasingly curious about the matter. Sensing that Arthur had become a scapegoat in some insidious scheme, I fought desperately for my survival. Otherwise, I would have been slain by him. Arthur, in a fit of rage, exerted all his strength and bent the iron bars. The jailer, upon witnessing this, sternly admonished him to relent. A beast trapped within a cage, no matter how formidable, is still merely prey awaiting slaughter. Arthur was acutely aware of his predicament. Before long, the door to his cell creaked open. Are you there? The deputy director, we have arrived. A man, towering at 5 meters with devilish horns protruding from his head, was brought to the cage where Arthur resided. As Magellan arrived, the pirates fell silent, refraining from uttering a single sound. Magellan gazed at Arthur, who sat in the corner of the cage like a soul bereft of hope, his eyes seemingly brimming with tears. Arthur, is it? Magellan addressed Arthur within, stating, I am here to escort you to Justice Island. Rise at once. He was acutely aware that this journey would be his last. Arthur's voice trembled as he comprehended the world's treachery, leaving him utterly disillusioned. His beliefs stood in stark contrast to those of the populace. He felt that his kindness rendered him an anomaly in this cruel realm. In a society that shunned the reclusive, one could easily be deemed guilty. The prison gates swung open, and 2 guards entered to extract Arthur from his dark corner. Most likely so. Do you have any final words? Magellan inquired, making an effort to accommodate the naval officer's plight. Gurgle, gurgle, Arthur's stomach protested loudly. Having gone days without a proper meal. Thus, he beseeched Magellan, might I have a meal? This single request was all he desired. Complying, Magellan commanded his subordinates to take him to the mess hall, allowing him 10 minutes. The guards escorted Arthur to partake in a meal. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he was brought outside of Endowed, where the blinding sunlight nearly forced his eyes shut. Set sail. It is now 8:10 a.m. We shall arrive at Justice Island around noon. Relish this final maritime vista, Magellan declared. Arthur's limbs were shackled by seastone chains, but with a full belly, he gradually regained his strength. As he returned to the sea, Arthur gazed upwards, scanning the horizon as if in search of something elusive. The perceptive Magellan followed his gaze and cautioned, regardless of your thoughts, it would be wise to cooperate now, at this juncture. You are destined to become a chapter in naval history. In the annals of naval lore, no prodigy has rivaled Arthur's extraordinary talents. Not even Sakazuki, Borsellino, or the latest recruit known as Kazan could boast such remarkable empirical data. Hours later, the warship navigated from the calm winds toward Justice Island, one of the 3 principal institutions under the world government. Arthur beheld yet another gate of justice slowly swinging open. Impel down. Marineford. Now before him stood the third gate of justice, having visited each in a matter of months. May I inquire about my fate? Arthur suddenly posed to Magellan beside him. Those brought here were nearly universally condemned as criminals. Magellan responded, Your genius has been thoroughly erased from the public discourse over the past month. Now, the common folk of the sea know you merely as a perpetrator of national genocide. Upon hearing these words, Arthur's eyes grew darker. Even as he traversed the gate of justice, entering a realm devoid of day and night, illuminated solely by divine light, his gaze could no longer be brightened by illumination. It is said that anyone brought to Justice Island has already been deemed a criminal. In its 800-year history, not a single verdict of innocence has ever been rendered. Criminals are merely escorted through those desolate courts, ultimately arriving at a colossal, frigid steel door, the gate of justice. Those who pass through this threshold are generally lost to the world, symbolizing the absolute justice of the world government. At the Eni's lobby courthouse, a voice commanded, Silence. On the coast outside the courthouse, Arthur was escorted by 2 CP-9 agents from the warship, arriving at the courthouse's entrance. The grand doors creaked open, and a barrage of camera shutters and blinding lights surged towards him. As a Navy major, why have you committed the crime of national slaughter? Was it for that vast fortune, or for some other reason? Please, you scoundrel, respond. The civilians of the world yearn to hear your words. To hell with you, beast, shouted the journalists and some residents of Justice Island, hurling objects in his direction. As he stepped into the courthouse, Arthur suddenly glanced at a towering building nearby. A white-headed sea eagle, draped in a cloth and bearing a long object, observed everything below with a solemn demeanor. Cuckoo, it gazed at Arthur, emitting a rather unpleasant sound. Unnoticed by the throng, Arthur, having stepped into the courtroom, was a picture of desolation, his body marred by the marks of various objects that had struck him, with crimson imprints adorning his forehead and delicate features. In the center of the courtroom, Arthur was bound to a pillar reminiscent of a spire. And as he lifted his gaze to survey the designated spectator seats, he caught sight of the formidable General Zhonghua, clad in a black suit, fixated upon him. What do you intend to do to me, Zhonghua? Arthur's voice pierced through the cacophony of the courtroom as he directed an enraged shout at Zhonghua upon their first encounter. Silence, you wretch, barked the soldier guarding Arthur, striking the butt of his rifle against Arthur's head. Arthur cast a fierce glare at the guard, his murderous aura palpable enough to instill fear. The soldier, poised to strike again, hastily retreated, terror etched across his face. Arthur, I am here to speak on your behalf. I do not comprehend your words, Zhonghua replied coldly, a hint of astonishment flickering within him, bewildered by Arthur's suspicions. Silence. The judge struck the gavel, and an immediate hush fell over the courtroom. Arthur, kneeling in the center like a sacrificial lamb, was fervently captured by the journalists' cameras. This trial was a public affair. Overwhelmed by emotion, Arthur's breath quickened in the charged atmosphere. Anger swelled within him, layer upon layer. Speak on my behalf. You are fully aware they intend to assassinate Barrett. Yet you entrusted this mission to me. Gradually, Arthur regained his composure. After thorough analysis, he discerned that this was nothing short of a conspiracy. The journalists turned their attention to the general. Sir, may I inquire if what he said is true? You must respond to this individual's question. Observing the unruly journalists disrupting the proceedings, the judge rapped the gavel once more. Silence. Anyone who disturbs the court's order will be held accountable. With that proclamation, all the citizens of Judicial Island and reporters present ceased their inquiries. Arthur, Sengoku suddenly replied, the primary purpose of this mission is merely to hone your skills. As for other matters, I am unaware. What utter nonsense, Arthur retorted, struggling to unleash a torrent of curses upon him. Sengoku, along with the naval officers behind him, appeared visibly disheartened. Arthur, you are left with but one path. Should you accept, I shall advocate for you before the judge and the government, Sengoku reiterated to Arthur below. In the courtroom, as Sengoku spoke, the judge rarely interrupted him. All present listened intently to their exchange. Do you truly believe I would harm innocent civilians? Arthur's expression suddenly solidified as he calmed himself and inquired of Sengoku, You have trampled upon my goodness, sullied it, and crushed it beneath your feet. Have you ever contemplated the aftermath? From Sengoku's frigid tone, Arthur discerned that this was, in fact, a conspiracy. Reflecting on Arthur's words, Sengoku recalled the initial report presented by Dalarch. Undoubtedly, he could never lay a hand on the innocent, let alone commit acts of genocide. The motive behind all of this was Sengoku's desire to ensure that Arthur remained within the Navy, obliterating any thoughts he might have of resigning. Such a rare talent should not be lost to the Navy in these times. It would be wiser to eliminate any future threats. In response to the Admiral's words, a young guard standing beside Arthur suddenly emulated his comrade, striking Arthur's head with the butt of his rifle. With a resounding thud, Arthur glared fiercely at him. In his steadfast and tranquil eyes, an invisible aura surged forth, stirring a tempest within the courtroom. That formidable presence seemed to be manipulated by an unseen force, swiftly flooding into the guard's being. The guard suddenly collapsed, frothing at the mouth, his mind rendered unconscious, and his eyes rolled back as he fell before the pillar where Arthur stood. What is happening? Hey! Witnessing this scene, everyone in the courtroom recoiled in terror, bewildered by the unfolding events. Bound to the pillar, Arthur displayed no visible emotion. Only a seething rage simmered within him, fueled by the treachery of this conspiracy. He had merely wished to resign, yet was met with rejection and subsequently ensnared in a trap. Who could endure such injustice? In the spectators' gallery, Sengoku was rendered pale with shock, while the Navy behind him grasped the gravity of the situation regarding the guard's sudden affliction. The general. One of them whispered to Sengoku, "If this fellow cannot be retained, he must be eliminated." Their faces were etched with shock as the guard was swiftly carried away by the medical personnel. The judge began to speak. "Arthur, you conspired with Barrett to launch a genocidal campaign against the nation of Jaltsburg, committing heinous crimes against humanity. Do you acknowledge your wrongdoing?" With an expression of indifference, Arthur contemptuously gazed at the judge and retorted, "I acknowledge your grandmother's legs." His refusal to admit guilt and his insult towards the judge only compounded his offenses. The judge promptly rendered his verdict, unperturbed within. To him, Arthur was merely a fish awaiting slaughter, and every word and deed of his embodied the sanctity of justice, tasked with the duty to condemn and adjudicate. However, casting a glance at Sengoku, the judge then inquired of Arthur, "Nonetheless, considering the contributions and performance you have made in your brief time with the Navy, I have decided to mitigate all your charges, on the condition that you serve the Navy for life, to atone for the crimes committed in the name of justice." Absurd, Arthur muttered under his breath upon hearing those words, overwhelmed by the sheer ridiculousness of the situation. The judge rapped his gavel, feeling that Arthur's demeanor was undermining his authority as a magistrate. He bellowed, "Please respond. Will you accept or refuse?" Arthur began to contemplate the matter. Undoubtedly, it was a matter of life and death. To accept would mean his freedom would be irrevocably shackled to the Navy, although there was a possibility of escape should his strength burgeon to a certain level in the future. Remaining with the Navy, even for a moment, would render his spirit and psyche utterly repugnant. Conversely, to refuse would simply equate to a death sentence. Such a dilemma prompted Arthur to erupt into laughter, a resounding sound that reverberated throughout the courtroom and reached every ear present. He turned to Sengoku, suddenly sporting a sardonic smile. "Is it you? Trying to make me feel as though you've rescued me from a conspiracy? Inciting my gratitude to the point of dedicating my life to the Navy? It's akin to breaking my legs and then offering me a crutch. As if you were doing me a favor." Sengoku's expression remained stoic, yet his heart endured an unprecedented turmoil. He could not fathom how Arthur knew, each word affirming that he had indeed been the architect of his own downfall. Now, he sought to ensnare him further within the Navy's grasp. Determined to retain such a formidable asset for the Navy, Sengoku continued, "Arthur, as long as you agree, I assure you that in the future, I refuse." Arthur lowered his head, his inner fury reaching a boiling point. Sengoku, upon being rejected, lamented Arthur's response and sighed deeply. "What a pity, Arthur." The judge struck the gavel, proclaiming the verdict. The judgment is as follows. Captain Arthur of the Navy headquarters, colluding with foreign factions to harm government agents and the lives of 800 soldiers, is sentenced to death. He is to be immediately taken to Judicial Island for execution on the heavy central gallows. Upon hearing such a verdict, Arthur bowed his head and closed his eyes, muttering to himself, "May I ask, how do you judge yourselves when the celestial dragons massacre a non-member nation every 3 years around the globe?" The crowd was taken aback, and even Sengoku sprang up from the spectator's seat, fear evident in his eyes as he commanded the soldiers to seal the courtroom doors. The celestial dragons oppress civilians worldwide. Yet what crimes do you attribute to them? Why is there never any judgment for the celestial dragons here? Why are those brought here already deemed certain to die before their trial even begins? Arthur's voice grew louder and more impassioned. I cannot comprehend why I should join this repugnant and revolting organization after witnessing such depravity in human nature during my few months at sea. This organization, which commits acts against humanity across the globe daily, has drawn the attention of journalists upon hearing Arthur's words. Those reporters, already familiar with the character and demeanor of the celestial dragons, began to pose a barrage of inquiries to the judge and Admiral Sengoku. The incessant questions, fueled by their doubts and speculations, yearned for revelation at this moment. Sengoku summoned a child rescued from a refuse dump in the New World to utilize Arthur's fruit ability. As the silence fruit's power activated, Arthur attempted to struggle and continue speaking, but discovered that no sound escaped his lips, as if his voice had been severed from him. These utterances were mere fabrications born of desperation before his demise. The officers behind Sengoku rushed to silence Arthur, effectively sealing his mouth. He was then escorted to the central square of Judicial Island to face execution. With his death sentence already pronounced, Arthur cast aside all reservations, revealing the truths he had harbored within. Soon, Arthur was led out of the Eni's lobby, the grand entrance and the journalists contained under the watchful eye of soldiers. No one knew what would transpire next within those confines. At Judicial Island's central square, in a bid to deliver justice to the world and to pacify the common folk, soldiers formed two lines, barricading the streets as throngs of civilians gathered to witness the impending execution. Before the gaze of thousands, Arthur was shackled around his neck, hands, and feet. From the Eni's lobby to the streets of Judicial Island, he was paraded like a prisoner, each step a heavy reminder of his fate. Never did he imagine that a mere desire to resign from the Navy would lead to such a conclusion. He found himself unable to utter a single word, enveloped in the shroud of the silence fruit's suppressive aura. Forced to kneel upon the execution platform, he gazed downward at the multitude hurling debris and insults at him. Confusion enveloped him. He could not grasp what grievous error had incited such widespread disdain. It appeared that those below, filled with hatred and vitriol, were oblivious to the truth. Merely puppets swayed by public opinion, fixated solely on his so-called crime against the nation, completely disregarding the accolades he had received months prior as a prodigious youth. In the name of justice, unwavering righteousness, and the honor of the Navy, even if an officer from the Navy headquarters committed a transgression, we shall provide the world with an account. Sengoku ascended the platform, standing before Arthur with a transponder microphone in hand, addressing the masses below. He urged the citizens to rest assured that personal interest would not sway their judgment in favor of any individual. Various responsibilities and imposed accusations were incessantly fabricated by Sengoku before the populace of Judicial Island. As the citizens listened to his discourse, their anger intensified. What utter nonsense! You will never show favoritism, will you, Sengoku? I always believed you to be a gentleman, yet I now see you are merely a hypocrite, Arthur exclaimed vehemently. However, no matter how loudly he shouted, his voice remained unheard. Only the sound of his struggles against the iron chains alerted the two knife-wielding executioners, who remained vigilant. Such scum deserves to be torn apart. Did he ever consider the families of others? At such a tender age, why has he become like this? It would be better to let him perish sooner. He would only grow to be a menace. How pitiful it is. The souls of those slaughtered civilians must be weeping. No one noticed the innocent expression and defiance on Arthur's face, as they were all engrossed in Sengoku's rhetoric. What am I doing in this world? Arthur gazed at the throngs of people below, hearing their fervent desire for his demise. The speech lasted over 20 minutes, during which Arthur endured a continuous barrage of insults. His initial struggles and attempts at self-defense transformed into a visage of complete resignation. At that moment, he recalled the words spoken to him by Kaido just days after setting sail from Punk Hazard. Kaido had remarked, "This world does not need the weak." At the time, he had dismissed the statement lightly. Now he recognized its profound truth. All power of discourse lies within the hands of the strong. No amount of words or explanations could rival the weight of decisive action. An unprecedented and extreme ideology began to take root within him. I have finished my speech. The atmosphere among the populace is ripe for action. Execute him, Sengoku proclaimed as he lowered the microphone and stepped back from the execution platform. The executioners raised their blades, positioning themselves on either side of Arthur. No one noticed the vacant look in Arthur's eyes, as if he had lost all illusions of beauty in this world. Execute. At the command of the warring states, the executioner thrust his dual blades towards Arthur. In that fleeting moment, Arthur cast his gaze upon Cooper, who was perched atop a nearby chimney in the square. With nothing but a profoundly disappointed and icy glare, Cooper unfurled his wings, spanning over a meter in length, and with a powerful thrust of his claws, shattered the chimney's stone bricks, propelling himself swiftly towards the execution platform. In midair, he unleashed a ferocious gust of wind with a powerful flap of his wings, sending the executioners hurtling off the platform. "An eagle?" Sengoku exclaimed, shielding his face against the onslaught of the tempestuous winds that surged forth. Wait, he suddenly recognized that the eagle before him, marked with claw marks upon its visage, belonged to Arthur. Never did he anticipate that at such a pivotal moment, Arthur's pet would make an appearance. What on earth was happening? The execution was being disrupted by an eagle? How could such a critical juncture be interrupted? Meanwhile, the crowd gazed up at the scene above the execution platform, utterly oblivious to the lethal aura that was spreading throughout the square, threatening their very lives. Cooper roared. Swiftly handing the ice dragon he carried on his back to Arthur, placing it upon the execution platform before him. "No one shall disturb the execution." Upon witnessing Cooper lay the blade upon the wooden surface before Arthur, Zhanghua appeared before him like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful punch. The impact echoed as Cooper attempted to withstand the blow with a piece of iron, only to discover the futility of resisting Zhanghua's might, blood erupting from his mouth. His body plummeted like a bullet, crashing into the square below and creating a large crater. Dust ascended, prompting the crowd to scatter swiftly. Amidst the haze, Cooper rose rapidly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his wing. This time, the intense pain and sensation of tearing did not deter him. Having lived alone on the ocean for over a month with a resolve of certain death, he had come here as Arthur's last hope. How could he fear death? Arthur, overwhelmed by emotion, broke free from the shackles binding his right wrist and immediately reached for the blade before him. "Arthur, do you still wish to resist me at this juncture? This is the fate you have chosen." Zhanghua had no intention of granting Arthur any opportunity. As he launched his punch, it was suddenly deflected by a shock wave emanating from below the platform. The penetrating force struck the wooden surface of the execution platform, causing it to collapse entirely. "You wretched eagle, have you truly mastered the gale kick?" Zhanghua exclaimed in frustration, casting an irate glance towards the smug Cooper below. "Cooper, if he were to perish, my soul would be lost as well." Cooper flashed a grin at Sengoku, adopting a stance reminiscent of a tempest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Like a true divine eagle, he stood unwavering amidst the crowd, confronting the admiral. Though he lacked the strength to challenge the admiral, he managed to instill a momentary hesitation within him. In that fleeting moment, Sengoku's pupils constricted as he beheld Arthur, who had reclaimed his blade and severed the chains binding him. He could hardly believe it, sensing the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Arthur. A stark contrast to the righteous aura he had exuded moments before. Arthur's presence transformed, resembling a ferocious beast unleashed from its shackles. With a surge of haki, Arthur shattered the silence of the fruit of silence, swiftly cleaving Sengoku from the collapsing execution platform. As the platform crumbled, Arthur sheathed his sword mid-air, his entire being suddenly weighed down. Upon landing, the ground of the square fractured extensively, resembling a spider's web, as the entire plaza trembled violently. "Get down, Cooper," Arthur instructed, directing his gaze toward Cooper, who promptly crouched, shielding his eagle head with his wings, aware of Arthur's impending strike. Suddenly, Arthur's aura surged to unprecedented heights. With every ounce of his strength, he drew his sword and struck, unleashing a blinding arc of light that sliced through the buildings of Judicial Island. Exploding in a brilliant display, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the entire town was cleaved in two. Buildings collapsed, dust enveloping the air as people fled in panic. The island resembling an apocalypse, with many structures suspended in midair. This scene left the citizens in sheer terror, their eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the chaotic spectacle unfolding around them. Self-restraint was cast aside. The unleashed power shattered the plaza, and Arthur stood in the center, teeth gritted, furiously seething. As he watched the buildings plummet from the sky, he realized that from the moment he departed from the canola flower village in the East Blue and enlisted in the Navy, he had fully immersed himself in this brutal world of conflict. How could you employ such ruthless strategies against me? As the dust settled, Sengoku, having been hurled from the execution platform, was encircled by a multitude of naval soldiers on Judicial Island. The soldiers formed an impenetrable barrier. Arthur understood that the instant he drew his sword and unleashed havoc upon the town, he had fallen into Sengoku's trap, becoming a true, undeniable criminal. "Doctor, where are the doctors? So many have been cleaved in two. What just transpired?" The anguished wails of the populace echoed amidst the smoke and debris of the abandoned structures, leaving no one aware of the sudden chaos that had just unfolded. Even the formidable warlord, standing before Arthur in confrontation, was transfixed by his presence. How could one sword cleave an entire town in twain? It seems you had concealed your true strength until now. Blood trickled from the corner of Warlord's mouth, a consequence of his momentary carelessness after being sent flying. He had not anticipated Arthur's capacity to wield such a formidable power that posed a threat to him. Stunned for but a few moments, Warlord found himself confronted by Arthur, whose speed was akin to that of a ghost, surging towards him with lethal intent. So swift was Arthur that his movements eluded Warlord's discernment, a terrifying aura surrounding him. He resembled a beast awakened from slumber, seemingly intent on annihilating him, leaving no trace of innocence or righteousness in his wake. With a thunderous crash, Warlord enveloped his fist in a fierce aura, bracing himself against Arthur's incoming strike. The violent clash reverberated beneath their feet, a union of power and velocity that astonished Warlord with its sheer ferocity. Look at the civilians of Judicial Island around you, Arthur. You can no longer escape the charge of your crimes. With a mighty cry, Warlord propelled Arthur away from him. Reeling from the force, Arthur unleashed a tremendous slash aimed directly at Warlord, a fierce onslaught that tore through the very ground beneath them, sending Warlord staggering backward over 10 meters. He was prepared to fight to the bitter end. Arthur drew near to Cooper, embracing him tightly while whispering soothing words to the eagle-headed creature. Though his voice trembled with emotion, Arthur recognized that in his current state, he could not prevail against Warlord. He would need to resort to extraordinary measures to escape. The sound of gunfire erupted as the Marines, armed with muskets, opened fire upon Arthur in the center of the square, where he desperately shielded the fleeing civilians. In that moment, they embodied justice, having a legitimate reason to protect the innocent. The retreating citizens expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards the Navy for their protection. Having shed all self-restraint, Arthur surged through the ranks of soldiers and the crowd. Cooper's iron-like wings sliced through the Marines as if they were mere paper, cleaving them in twain. Like a reaper of souls, Arthur harvested the lives of the Marines and the citizens of Judicial Island. Where his blade swept, death surely followed, claiming even the innocent among them. Blood and limbs scattered, and at that moment, compassion and kindness were utterly absent from Arthur's heart. In his full eruption of fury, only the relentless slaughter of those who sought his demise could quell the wrath that burned within him. These very individuals yearned for his death, longing to witness his public execution. Why then should he show them any mercy? Damn that swordsman, he must be stopped. Scene MD. Arthur cursed incessantly, his frustration palpable. Moments ago, he had longed for the demise of his foes, their lives now severed as if by the relentless harvest of canola blossoms in full bloom. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, weaving through the central square of Justice Island's town. This was Arthur's aggressive swordplay, starkly contrasting with the defensive style. Every strike was lethal, targeting the vitals with a single, fatal blow. Major Arthur, please don't kill me. A soldier, caught in Arthur's menacing gaze, raised his hands in a desperate plea for mercy. But like a shadow of death, Arthur lunged forward, his blade swiftly piercing the soldier's throat. Another Marine's head fell to the ground, a grim addition to the carnage. The morale of the army quickly deteriorated under his ruthless assault, leading to a chaotic retreat from the central square. Self-restraint has never been about mercy. It is you who have forced my hand, Arthur coldly proclaimed as he continued his spree, leaving the square devoid of life. With corpses strewn about, Arthur clenched his teeth, grappling with a tumultuous mix of emotions. He could hardly believe he had become such a figure. Yet, had he not fought back, he would have been pierced by 2 blades and met his end. He still clung to life. He yearned to survive. In the square, the Navy's retreat left only Sengoku, who stood not far from Arthur. Shedding his cloak of justice and adjusting his tie, Arthur pointed the tip of his blade at Sengoku, silent. Yet a deep-seated fear and despair brewed within him at the sight of such a cunning strategist, adept at manipulating human nature without a hint of morality. He understood that to escape Justice Island, he must confront Sengoku. The odds of victory seemed bleak, if escape proved impossible. Arthur was resolute in facing them with the acceptance of his impending doom. I have offered you a path of choice, Arthur, yet you refuse to remain with the Navy, Sengoku declared, executing a swift advance towards Arthur. The decision was made. He would personally carry out the execution. Kuba. With a thunderous roar, Arthur gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, channeling all his strength into a strike against the fist of the warring states. Boom. The fist and blade remained locked in a tense standoff for a fleeting second. Just as Arthur felt himself on the verge of being overwhelmed by the terrifying force of the warring states, he called out to Kuba above in the sky. Kuba, harnessing the power of the heavens, dove down with ferocity, delivering a brutal strike with his claw to the back of the warring states. Cooper. His body is so rigid. At the moment of shock, Cooper abruptly swung his wings toward the side of the warring states, repelling him from Arthur's front, and once again soared into the sky, waiting for an opportune moment. In this world, no one can bind us. Arthur, panting heavily, steadied his determined gaze. He looked at warring states and smiled, stating, "The only thing that can bind us is ourselves. If you wish to cast me into death and the abyss, you must shatter that binding, warring states." The repelled warring states found it hard to believe that Arthur could withstand his punch. Little did he know, Arthur's current strength was insufficient to deflect his power. Merely holding back with all his might for a second was already his limit. Fortunately, with Cooper's assistance, he could repel him using skill. Self-restraint? What self-restraint? Warring states inquired curiously, yet received no response from Arthur. In the midst of their exchange, Arthur concentrated all his strength into his legs, flexing his muscles, and shouted to the eagle in the sky, "Cooper, retreat." The eagle soared towards the clouds, utilizing their cover to vanish from warring states' sight. Observing this, warring states combined the moonstep and shave, quickly dashing into the sky in an attempt to intercept the eagle that Arthur cared for. Boom! In an instant, a massive ice dragon appeared before him, forming a towering ice wall to block his path. If you wish to shatter this ice dragon, I will unleash a wide-area killing move upon the innocent populace below, sparing no effort to ensure you cannot justify your actions. As the side of justice, what will you do? Arthur warned warring states. Faced with the threat to life, he would indeed act upon it. Unbound by self-restraint, he would resort to any means necessary. Warring states contemplated smashing the ice dragon before him, but his gaze fell upon the civilians in the town below. Should the ice dragon be shattered, the ensuing debris could cause immense casualties. Not to mention Arthur's terrifying swordsmanship capable of cleaving through the entire town. Are you morally coercing me? Warring states hesitated, shouting at Arthur. You are threatening me with the lives of innocent people. You truly are an evil little fiend. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur swiftly fled from this place in the central square, a location that had made him acutely aware of the darker aspects of humanity in this world. Damn it, Sengoku exclaimed in exasperation. A swift kick from above cleaved through the ice, sending him plummeting down to the town below. The Navy was deeply concerned about the casualties among the innocent bystanders, especially on Judicial Island, where countless civilians and officials' lives hung in the balance. This made it exceedingly difficult for Sengoku to unleash his full might. Arthur, on the other hand, could easily leverage the lives of those individuals to facilitate his escape from this place. As a member of the Navy, Sengoku knew that any harm inflicted upon civilians would tarnish the name of justice, placing him in a perilous dilemma. Sengoku witnessed firsthand as Arthur threatened to take the lives of the Judicial Island civilians to ensure his own escape. Sengoku found himself utterly powerless against him. As he watched Arthur gradually disappear from sight, he retrieved a den mushi from his person and contacted the naval headquarters to issue a bounty on Arthur. Arthur, even if you flee to the vast seas, you shall forever live in fear. He had never anticipated that at such a young age, Arthur would resolutely refuse to bow to the threats of authority. Sengoku had presumed that Arthur would fall into his trap, yet he was astonished to find that Arthur had discerned his intentions. After fleeing Judicial Island, Arthur and Cooper found themselves adrift upon the boundless ocean. Cooper, he inquired, his body drenched in blood. Where are we headed, Arthur? This is an expanse of ocean. We must find a foothold. Both were bearing various degrees of injury. Confronted with the penetrating shock waves of the warring states' fist, it was impossible to withstand the onslaught directly. Even if one managed to catch it, the body would still suffer from the impact's devastation. Arthur, lacking proficiency in his current formidable powers, was unable to fully defend himself. Anywhere is fine, as long as we can escape this place. Arthur gazed towards the towering sea surface above, where the gate of justice stood. Upon hearing Arthur's words, Cooper extracted a square gray pouch from his feathers and handed it to Arthur, who stood beneath him. Arthur opened the pouch to discover a stack of berries and a recording device with a cracked glass surface. This was the 50,000 berry tuition fee provided by Dole. Cooper, he said to Arthur, this could allow us to find a secluded island and safely weather a period of time. Cooper had prepared meticulously. No, Cooper. We can no longer live as ordinary people. Cooper? Why? We are about to live a life of fugitives, pursued by the Navy. Arthur gazed at the horizon of the vast sea, his face etched with concern. Leaving the Navy meant that Arthur would no longer possess the means to directly reach the next island in the Grand Line. On each island, one must linger for a time, allowing the log post to capture the magnetic field of the subsequent island before embarking on the journey. Otherwise, he would be adrift upon the sea, battling the forces of nature. This signified that Arthur would need to evade capture, remaining hidden from the Navy's gaze. A mere day had passed since the Judicial Island incident, and a meticulously crafted article had spread widely across the globe. West Sea, O'Hara, a world-renowned archaeological sanctuary. The coastal plains, caressed by the gentle warmth of the sea breeze. Dr. Dalrag observed the sky, filled with white gulls as newspapers rained down from above. He summoned a gust of wind, catching a paper in his hands to examine its contents. "What's this, Dalrag boy?" An elderly man with a clover-shaped head approached, peering at the newspaper in Dalrag's grasp. Arthur's situation had escalated. A bounty of 400 million berries. Had the Navy lost their minds? A sum of such magnitude placed on a mere child? Perhaps the amount was only to increase. Dalrag felt a sense of responsibility for Arthur's defection. After all, he had been the one to recruit him into the Navy, yet it seemed the timing was off. The clover-headed man scrutinized the newspaper further, discovering that the images of the Judicial Island town appeared as if ravaged by some natural disaster, reduced to ruins. The article displayed numerous photographs of innocent civilian victims, vividly illustrating how brutally Arthur had slain them. Beside Arthur's photo, Cooper's visage shone brightly, 3 claw marks marring his left eye. Yet his bounty was a mere 500 berries, barely enough for a meal, seemingly overlooked. One must not be deceived by his innocent facade. This boy was a murderer. Dr. Clover, engrossed in the article, felt a surge of curiosity regarding Arthur. Dalrag chuckled at the content. "Doctor, do you truly believe such claims made by our Navy?" "I cannot say. I know little of this boy and cannot make a judgment," Dr. Clover replied, casting his gaze towards an exploration vessel anchored on the shore. "Yet, my intuition tells me that Arthur could never commit such acts. Let us board. This shall be my final voyage to explore the annals of history. I am growing old." As the two prepared to set sail, a woman with long white hair rushed from O'Hara Island, calling out to them, "Wait, Doctor, please take me with you." "Orbia, why have you come as well?" "I wish to join the O'Hara expedition. Doctor, please, you must take me along." Orbia arrived at the coast and implored to disembark from the vessel. "But you are with child," she was cautioned. "I am fine, I beseech you, Doctor. With the naval assistance accompanying this expedition, we are bound to uncover significant truths about history." Dalrag and Dr. Clover exchanged a glance from the ship and urged, "Allow her to join us, Doctor." A girl so fervently eager to grasp the truths of the world should not be cast aside. Persuaded by Dalrag, Orbia, the mother of Robin, boarded the exploration vessel. With the aid of the scholars from O'Hara, Dalrag commenced his quest to unveil the origins of truth in this world. Arthur's own experiences further solidified his conviction that this world, subjugated by the celestial dragons, resembled a colossal prison of warfare. Days later, on a modestly developed island village within the Grand Line, Arthur and Cooper lay at the edge of a cliff overlooking the tranquil village below, surrounded by nature's embrace. "It is nearly time to depart. Let us express our gratitude to the villagers for their generous healing," Cooper suggested. Both were bandaged, their injuries nearly healed thanks to the warm-hearted villagers' assistance. "Cooper," Arthur remarked, "this leisurely life is indeed pleasant." Cooper cast a glance at Arthur's dark and solemn eyes, sensing a stark contrast to the ease they once enjoyed in the canola flower village by the East Sea. It seemed to him that while Arthur's exterior remained unchanged, his inner self had undergone a profound transformation. He had matured significantly, yet in the process, he seemed to have lost the vitality and righteousness that once characterized him. The aura of a sunny young man had completely dissipated. In recent days, Arthur's thoughts were consumed by the insults hurled at him and the various projectiles thrown by the commoners of Judicial Island. He could not fathom why they treated him in such a manner. The actions of these villagers inflicted upon him a psychological blow that felt suffocating and despairing. It was indeed surprising that the people of this village seemed oblivious to the surrounding opinions, living in isolation. As Arthur spoke, he soon spotted a fishing boat slowly docking at the pier. The village was remarkably tranquil, devoid of war and plunder. Although the living standards were not affluent, it appeared that everyone led fulfilling lives, treating one another with warmth and kindness. This realization illuminated Arthur's understanding that many were diligently striving to live largely indifferent to the myriad issues plaguing the world, as they were preoccupied with their own survival. The fishing boats returning from overseas brought fishermen who swiftly convened a clandestine meeting within a humble thatched hut, gathering in a circle around a table, displaying a newspaper. Nimiel, the village chief, is a wanted criminal. They exclaimed in astonishment. Good heavens, we had considered him a mere victim. He is, in fact, a perpetrator of heinous crimes. The villagers, astounded by the contents of the newspaper, could hardly believe that Arthur was a fugitive. Before long, a fisherman stood up and proclaimed, "For 140 million berries, this could bring prosperity to our village." The crowd gasped, turning their attention to him. "What do you mean?" one queried. The paper clearly stated that this man had escaped from Judicial Island, eluding the grasp of a warlord. How could they possibly capture him? Even Chief Nimiel was tempted by the lure of such wealth. As the saying goes, birds die for food, and men perish for riches. Was this not a reflection of their current predicament? If they could capture Arthur, the village would flourish, establishing a trade port to import goods from abroad. The quality of life for the villagers would soar. Yet, apart from appearing somewhat aloof, Arthur seemed devoid of any hostility towards them. Far from the barbaric portrayal in the newspaper, do not be deceived by appearances. In this world, even a child can be a murderer. The villagers deliberated, reaching a consensus to employ all means necessary to deliver Arthur to the navy. "This is the weapon I procured from the black market to avert unforeseen circumstances. We have notified the navy, and they should be arriving in a few hours." Another fisherman produced a pistol and placed it on the table. The emergence of the firearm startled everyone once more. No one had anticipated such thorough preparation. The fate of prosperity or demise hinges on this moment. Let us devise a plan. Who will wield the gun against him? This type of individual, even if struck by a bullet, is unlikely to perish. Is he? "I shall," proclaimed a tall, slender man, stepping forward and raising his hand to address the assembly. "Allow me to take charge. After all, my aim is quite precise." "Sarian, are you certain?" "Indeed, I will strike at his vital points, rendering him incapable of resistance. You must extend a warm welcome to him, allowing him to lower his guard." With the plan firmly established, the villagers, fueled by dreams of a brighter future, resolved to take the plunge. As they returned from the elevated plains to the village, Arthur and Cooper strolled down the street, tallying their remaining berries. "For medical expenses and such, let us allocate 100,000 berries, and with the remaining 400,000, we shall procure a small vessel for our departure," Arthur stated. Cooper expressed agreement, feeling increasingly uneasy about lingering in one place for too long. At noon, the island was graced by a pleasant sea breeze, with the sun shining brightly, almost blindingly. The villagers greeted Arthur with enthusiasm upon his return from the plains. He made his way to the village chief's office, turning the handle and stepping inside. "Young man," Nimir rose from his chair upon seeing Arthur, arms wide open in a welcoming embrace. "What troubles you? How are your injuries? Are you recovering?" The village chief's hospitality remained as warm as ever, devoid of any hint of malice. "Here are 100,000 belly, chief, and an additional 400,000 for a small boat filled with fresh water," Arthur offered, laying his entire fortune before him. As the chief's gaze fell upon the money on the table, an inexplicable sense of aversion stirred within him, leading him to suspect that Arthur must have acquired it through nefarious means. The audacity of Arthur, so nonchalantly seeking to purchase a vessel, incited a burgeoning sense of righteousness within the chief. He pondered that by eliminating Arthur, he might seize the spotlight in the news, thereby benefiting the village immensely. "Are you planning to depart, young man? Won't you stay a few more days?" Nimir cordially urged, striving to prolong the encounter, hoping to await the arrival of the navy from the nearby sea. "I must leave. Otherwise, I would bring unnecessary trouble upon you," Arthur responded with a faint smile. Endeavoring to mask his despondency, he refrained from generalizing his grim experiences to the entire world. "Very well, if you wish to set sail. You will need some time to prepare supplies, but we can complete it today," Nimir said as he accepted Arthur's money. "How long will it take?" Arthur inquired once more. "Around the afternoon, in Tamsway, we will have the supplies ready for you." "Very well, I appreciate your assistance," Arthur readily agreed, oblivious to any peculiarities. He remained unaware of the staggering bounty of 400 million berries placed upon his head. This sum, for an ordinary individual, represented an astronomical figure. At the pinnacle of Marine headquarters in Marin Fander, within the marshal's office, a villager reported having spotted Arthur's whereabouts in a secluded village not far from Judicial Island. "I require you to apprehend him," Steelbone Kong addressed the officers present in the room. He hoped that these new officers would not be intimidated by the press's portrayal of Arthur, recently returned from overseas duty, including the officers of this year's world conscription, all gathered in this space. We are to arrest him? Marshal Kong, we stand no chance against him. They were acutely aware of having been swiftly defeated by Arthur during the world conscription tournament. If they were to attempt an arrest now, they would likely meet a dire fate. After all, numerous Marines and civilians had fallen victim to Arthur's wrath, as reported in the newspapers. I refuse to believe he is capable of such deeds. In front of the assembled crowd, Jiyuan accepted the mission, donning a cloak of justice as he elegantly turned to depart. Seeing the one he admired take on this task, Kaji hastily followed in Jiyuan's footsteps, exclaiming, "Hey, I haven't even spoken yet, Jiyuan. This is the perfect opportunity to clarify things with him." "Stop, Kaji," Steelbone Kong interjected, due to concerns over casualties. "Only one person may proceed, accompanied by 200 soldiers. Casualties. Marshal Kong, have you lost your mind? If it comes to blows, aside from Admiral Sakazuki and Colonel Borisolino, who among us can stand against him?" They were all engaged overseas, combating the expansion of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard pirate crews, Steelbone Kong remarked. For this mission, he had invited several vice-admirals, but they all declined his summons, particularly Karp, who outright ignored his orders. Clearly, some high-ranking officials within Marine headquarters were aware of the truth behind Arthur's betrayal and chose silence. Meanwhile, at the dock of the village where Arthur resided, the afternoon sun began its slow descent, casting a fiery and blinding glow. "The ship is ready, young man," Nymir announced, accompanied by several villagers who came to bid farewell to Arthur, extending their hands warmly for a handshake. As the handshake sealed the deal for the vessel, a sudden gunshot shattered the fervent atmosphere surrounding Arthur. With no warning or indication, he, mingling among the crowd, failed to detect any hostility before a bullet struck him in the back of the neck in plain view. Library. Cooper stared in shock as Arthur's body suddenly collapsed forward, his eyes widening in disbelief. He immediately glanced towards the roof of a nearby house, where a villager brandished a smoking pistol, an exuberant expression on his face as he gazed down at them. Struck while his body was relaxed, Arthur fell to the ground, lying there as he looked up at the man on the eaves. The plan had succeeded. Quickly, the enthusiastic villagers armed themselves and surged towards him. Killing him was inconsequential. As long as they brought his corpse to the Navy, they would receive 400 million berries. The future of the village lay in their hands. Kill this demonic fiend for justice. At that moment, Arthur seemed to beckon them, as though the vast sum of 400 million berries were within their grasp. Who fired the shot? I cannot see clearly as Arthur, struck in the neck by the bullet, felt his consciousness fading. A ringing echoed throughout his mind, filled with fear, anger, and hatred. In an instant, his blurred gaze sharpened, igniting like a blazing flame. A furious potential power awakened within him, and a crimson aura surged forth like a tidal wave, causing all creatures on the island to lose consciousness in an instant. He grasped the bullet lodged in his neck with his bare hands. Blood sprang forth. Arthur stared at the bloodied bullet in his hand and began to roar, denouncing the injustices of the world. He harnessed the power of the ice dragon to freeze the wound at the back of his neck, rising to a crouched position. One hand pressed firmly against the injury. His body trembled slightly. What have I done wrong? He howled towards the heavens, his voice resonating like thunder, as if to unleash all his pain and dissatisfaction. His eyes blazed with fury as he roared, venting his anger at this unjust world. In that moment, Arthur's original heart was utterly slain by reality. "Cooper!" Arthur exclaimed. "Stop, I feel faint." Cooper spread his wings before him, desperately resisting the overwhelming aura emanating from Arthur's body. This aura was identical to the one experienced earlier in the Sphinx Sea, during the encounter with Punk Hazard. It was the formidable conqueror's haki. At that moment, Arthur, overwhelmed and deaf to all else, resembled a beast devoid of self, yearning only to unleash the torrent of his frustrations. He seized the lifeless form of the village chief, Nimmer, and a newspaper slipped from the unconscious man's grasp. Upon catching sight of the paper, Arthur instinctively reached for it, unfolding it with urgency. It was then he comprehended the villagers' sudden aggression towards him. The headline read, "Genius of Treason, Major Arthur of the Navy Headquarters, Bounty, 400 million berries, dead or alive." Only then did Arthur realize he was a wanted man. Stunned by the enormity of the bounty, he cast a fierce glare at the village chief he held. "I am not a monster. With a surge of rage, he hurled the chief aside, crashing him against a house, which promptly collapsed under the impact. He leapt onto the eaves of the building where a man had shot at him, snatched the gun from his hands, and resolutely aimed it at the man's head, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The gunshot echoed as the bullet pierced the man's skull, and in his fury, Arthur emptied the magazine. "No one can believe this distorted world," he exclaimed, descending from the building to lift the incapacitated Cooper, making his way towards the small boat prepared at the dock. As Cooper readied their departure, Arthur's expression darkened with fury and anguish, vowing silently never to let his guard down again, no matter the circumstances. The awakened conqueror's haki radiated across the seas, stirring a tempest that sent the creatures of the ocean fleeing from the area. Just then, a warship approached from offshore, intent on confronting Arthur. Major Guillaume. Many villagers at the dock are lying on the ground, as if fainted. A small boat is departing, with Major Arthur standing at the bow. Upon hearing the news of Arthur, Guillaume stepped forward, seizing the telescope from a soldier to confirm his identity. Taking up a megaphone aboard the warship, she shouted across the distance to Arthur, "Arthur, this is Guillaume. I have come to uncover the truth. I refuse to believe you would commit such acts." Before she could finish her plea to understand the reasons behind Arthur's perceived betrayal, he drew a massive blade from his waist, channeling his energy into a tremendous arc. A colossal ice dragon, shimmering like crystal and stretching hundreds of meters, erupted from the blade, soaring through the sky towards Guillaume's warship. As Arthur beheld the scene, his pupils dilated in sudden alarm. He called out to Arthur, witnessing in horror as his technique collided with the bow of the warship. A thunderous explosion resonated, and in an instant, the entire vessel shattered into countless fragments, while the soldiers aboard scarcely had time to react before being engulfed by the depths of the ocean. "Die!" Arthur roared, glaring at the shattered warship. "Do not approach me." The small boat set sail to escape this treacherous sea, and Arthur's mental state caused Cooper great concern. He had never witnessed such a version of Arthur, whose gaze gradually solidified as he comprehended the grotesque nature of humanity. How despicable, he pondered. Why must it be this way? I merely wish to depart from the Navy in peace, to learn the 6 forms, nothing more. Arthur, overwhelmed, knelt on the deck of the small vessel, his hands clutching his head. The innocent curses of the civilians from Judicial Island, Sengoku's schemes, and the recent near-fatal encounter with the island's inhabitants filled him with despair, unveiling the true essence of this world. The beautiful things, it seemed, existed solely among a select few. It was all my fault for being so weak. Soon, Arthur reached a singular conclusion from all he had experienced and the stark reality of this world. The only way forward was to grow stronger, relentlessly and ceaselessly. As long as he continued to eliminate the Navy, that would suffice. He would transform into the very entity they feared, and see who would dare to disrespect him again. Originally yearning for a peaceful departure from the Navy and a life of freedom, Arthur now harbored profound hatred for the Navy. They had completely transformed a kind-hearted youth, one filled with beautiful fantasies about the world, into a merciless beast unyielding to slaughter. That night, the Navy headquarters received grave news. The warship dispatched to apprehend Arthur lost contact near the designated area. In an instant, the life cards of 200 soldiers were consumed in flames, save for that of Guillaume Peach Rabbit, which remained unscathed. In the ensuing year, Arthur became a rampaging monster, systematically destroying every Navy ship he encountered upon the sea. Without exception, the survival rate was abysmally low. Nearly all Navy personnel who crossed paths with him met their demise. News of his exploits spread like wildfire among the various powers of the sea. Some dubbed him the extreme ice swordsman, others labeled him the Navy hunter, while some referred to him as the nation slayer or even demon. Yet, no one considered him innocent, merely fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the Navy's formidable forces. Throughout this tumultuous journey, Arthur's strength continued to ascend. In December of the year 1492 of the Sea Circle calendar, Arthur had been hunted by the Navy for nearly a year, approaching 2. In the chaotic streets of the Grand Line's Magic Valley town, pirates congregated, brawling incessantly. "Oh, what a gem, look over there. Such beauty, what brings this golden-haired maiden to our island?" A massive sailing ship docked at the recently bombarded harbor of Magic Valley town, where an elegant woman with golden hair, clad in a white dress, descended onto the island, her small bag in hand. The pirates gazed at her with ravenous eyes, akin to wolves eyeing their prey, all longing to ensconce her in their arms and ravage her. The woman cast a playful smile at the lascivious pirates, her gaze not filled with fear of their lecherous intentions, but rather, she boldly enticed them further. Oh. The atmosphere on the island instantly surged to a fever pitch, with every pirate gravitating towards her in attempts at flirtation, only to be met with indifference. It was not until she approached a boy, battered and bleeding, lying outside a tavern that she spoke. You seem to have suffered quite terribly. Is this the refuge you have found on such a pirate-infested island? As she spoke, she noticed the boy had his eyes shut, gripping the hilt of a sword. An overwhelming aura of hostility enveloped her. Hey, beautiful, you'd best keep your distance from him. Many of us have fallen victim to his blade. That little monster, are you here for him specifically? When he arrived on this island, he led us into an ambush by a horde of Navy soldiers. That wretched scoundrel. Suddenly, an eagle, clutching a newspaper, swooped down and landed before the boy, casting a glance at the woman. Cooper, are you not the woman who was encased within that jar? Cooper recognized her instantly. The golden-haired woman before him was none other than Stussy, the one who had been trapped in a nutrient tank at Punk Hazard a year ago. Created by the MADS organization, she was a perfect clone, her bodily structure and functions indistinguishable from those of a real human, save for the fact that her brain operated under external directives. Stussy squinted, entirely unable to comprehend Cooper's words. Latest news. 1. MADS is fracturing under government pursuit, facing dissolution. 2. The newly formed Beast Pirates, under Captain Kaido, are engaged in fierce battles for territory against the Gold Lion and Whitebeard Pirates. 3. The Roger Pirates have returned from the East Blue to the Grand Line, facing challenges from various newcomers. 4. Admiral Sengoku of the Navy has proposed the formation of an organization called Seven Warlords, allowing powerful pirates to serve the government, thereby being recognized as legal pirates, further securing justice and civilian safety. 5. The head of the 8 Treasure Navy, the Dragon, was flattened by the hero garb, announcing his retirement from piracy. 6. Legendary samurai from Wano have joined the Whitebeard Pirates, significantly bolstering their strength. After Arthur forlornly perused the contents of the newspaper, he lifted his gaze to the woman before him. What has Vegapunk sent you to seek me for? Stussy, having anticipated his inquiry, was not taken aback, as she had been inundated with extensive information and intelligence about Arthur by Vegapunk. I invite you to join our organization, lest you fall victim to the relentless onslaught of the Navy. Stussy handed Arthur a note, attentively observing the wounds on his body and the expression on his face. It seemed as though he had grown accustomed to this state of being. The note clearly outlined the existence of an underground organization established by the foremost figures across 6 prominent domains worldwide. These domains included the realm of entertainment governed by dopamine, the financial sector of usury, the assassination field tasked with executing missions globally, the intelligence sector manned by omniscient informants privy to various global secrets, the storage domain capable of housing contraband, and the transportation sector adept at conveying illicit goods. Upon encountering this organization, Arthur immediately thought of the shadowy underworld, realizing that it had been established under someone's control. Which sector do you think I would be suited for? He inquired of Stussy, already harboring an inclination to join. The life of evasion had inflicted continuous blows upon him, devoid of security and livelihood, and he was reluctant to prey upon innocent civilians. To survive, he felt the necessity of securing a position. That ultimately depends on you, does it not? Stussy replied with a smile, each response imbued with a sense of humanity. Is there money to be made? Arthur inquired once more, for in these times, one would find it wiser to trust in wealth than in anyone else. Of course, Stussy replied with a smile upon hearing those words. With Arthur's current strength joining the fray, he was certain that they would reap abundant rewards, and felt that there was no need for him to worry about this at all. Then let us proceed, Arthur readily acquiesced. Stussy never anticipated that he would so effortlessly win over Arthur. Little did he know, Arthur had been tirelessly searching for a sanctuary, a place where he could feel secure. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed in the shadows, and in an instant, a blade of light severed Stussy in midair, just as the bullet aimed towards Arthur. Stussy realized just as Arthur had already dashed into the throng of pirates who had aimed their weapons at her. His body moved with the grace of a cheetah as he swung his blade toward the man who had fired. That wretched fellow, he actually cleaved the bullet in twain. The man's body was rent asunder, collapsing in a pool of crimson. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, the crowd hastily dispersed, fleeing from Arthur's side, unwilling to linger in the palpable aura of death, as if they sensed that they might be the next to perish. In the chaotic town of Magic Valley, Acts of murder and arson were rampant, with malevolence lurking in every corner. Each day, Arthur, who had come to this place seeking refuge, bore witness to the loss of life. Such swiftness in swordsmanship. Stussy remarked, "You shall become a formidable blade. I shall not engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent." "I understand the principle that excess leads to downfall," Arthur replied as he sheathed his sword and approached her. His clothing, tattered and worn from the relentless pursuit of the Navy, offered little warmth. "How endearing it is, this great eagle's head, larger than my fist." Stussy suddenly began to caress Cooper's head. Her soft, fair fingers enveloped him in a cocoon of bliss. "Cooper," she exclaimed, her voice imbued with tenderness. "Oh, Arthur." Cooper closed his eyes, reveling in the moment, directing his words towards Arthur. "What is it saying?" Stussy inquired, unable to comprehend, turning to Arthur beside her. "It is expressing how gentle you are," Arthur replied coldly, awaiting her instructions, casting a disdainful glance at Cooper's utterly blissful demeanor. Does he not realize that the gentler the woman, the more perilous she may be? Cooper. Upon hearing this, Cooper's entire body tensed, and he promptly distanced himself from Stussy, seeking refuge behind Arthur while remaining vigilant towards her. "Ha ha ha," Stussy laughed at his sudden action, then continued, "However, I won't do anything to you. You are already in enough distress." Arthur observed Stussy with a cold gaze, realizing she was merely a younger version of Buggy. Curiously, he asked, "How old are you?" "1 year, of course. I have just been born," Stussy replied, walking towards the dock and gesturing for Arthur to join her. "Come on. The underworld welcomes you for commission tasks, Arthur." With nowhere else to go, Arthur followed her, pulling out the shattered record pointer from his pocket and tossing it behind him. He pondered who the next naval officer to apprehend him would be, and rather than continue fleeing and fighting, he preferred to engage in something meaningful. "A 1-year-old brat?" Arthur remarked to her. Stussy turned around, pouting, and said, "What's wrong with being 1 year old? I am, after all, a ruler in my own right, earning funds for my research." Expecting Arthur to respond like a typical man, charmed by her demeanor, she was taken aback to find no flicker of emotion in his cold gaze. Unmoved by her beauty or her playful antics, it seemed he had lost faith in everyone. The underworld, rife with unsavory dealings, was comprised of a colossal sailing ship. Upon reaching the dock, Arthur beheld a massive ship that housed an entire ecosystem, bustling with activity rivaling that of Magic Valley Town. The pirates of Magic Valley Town, sensing a rare opportunity, eagerly boarded the enormous vessel. "Seeing you in such distress, shall I find some lovely ladies for you to unwind with on Pleasure Street?" Stussy suddenly turned to Arthur as they ascended the ship's gangway. "Or would you prefer to come yourself?" Arthur replied with a cold stare, remaining unfazed yet teasing her in return. While Buggy, at over 40, was heavily made up and wrinkled, Stussy appeared to be around 20, exuding youthfulness and allure. Having endured tragedy, she possessed no self-restraint towards the world. "How bold of you to ask me to serve you personally," Stussy found it amusing, smiling playfully at Arthur. Observing his physique, she flirted. "But if I were to actually do that, it would surely be quite pleasurable, wouldn't it?" Such words would never escape her lips in the presence of others. Her keen perception of strength and the potential within Arthur led her to believe he would become an insurmountable presence for many formidable figures in the future. Without refusal or further elaboration, she left Arthur in suspense as they continued onto the deck. His bewilderment at her openness prompted him to inquire, "Is that response part of your programming?" Stussy was momentarily taken aback by Arthur's words, suddenly realizing that the young man before her regarded her merely as a clone. "You truly lack an understanding of romance," she thought, feeling her spirits plummet. Arthur, catching a glimpse of Stussy's disapproving glance, wondered if he had inadvertently spoken out of turn. Following her aboard the ship, he observed several fully armed crew members stationed on the deck, unable to discern anything extraordinary about the vessel. It was not until he accompanied Stussy into the vast interior of the ship that his eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a world within. Lavish festivities abounded, with neon lights flickering. Sensuous and exhilarating dances captivated the scene, surrounded by a throng of pirates indulging in pleasure. "You should head to the commission hall. There you can accept tasks and earn some money," Stussy said as she entered her office on Joy Street, her face adorned with a charming smile as she addressed Arthur. "If you wish to avoid violence and seek relaxation, feel free to find me for some amusement. You are always welcome here," she added with a chuckle before closing the door of her office, leaving Arthur alone amidst the bustling crowd. This atmosphere reminded Arthur of the vibrant energy of a bar. An unexpected revelation about the operations of the underworld. Get lost, kid. Be careful, or I might just kill you, a man at a nearby table suddenly shouted at Arthur, repulsed by his soiled attire, still stained with congealed blood. Are you referring to me? Arthur halted before his table, displaying a hint of displeasure. Who else could it be? You pauper? The man shouted at him. With a resounding thud, Arthur delivered a punch to his face, sending him soaring out of the vast cabin of the ship. As the crowd beheld the gaping hole left in the vessel's hull, they finally recognized Arthur's visage, the renowned ice sword master of the seas. While you indulge here, I shall fetch a task. Arthur placed Cooper at the center of the table, allowing the women to swirl around him. Startled, the dancers, upon witnessing this, began to caress Cooper, attending to him with great fervor. Cooper, I have little fondness for humanity. Arthur, you scoundrel, I desire the mother eagle. Cooper blushed, readily accepting such a reprieve. For nearly 2 years, he had either been engaged in fierce battles with the Navy or aimlessly hunting upon the vast ocean, never having truly relaxed. Wasn't this the renowned divine eagle of the seas? Ha ha ha. Departing from the lively streets, Arthur arrived at the commission hall, where a multitude gathered to accept quests. Alone at the front desk, he inquired and soon comprehended the allure of this underground realm. It turned out that among the rewards for the tasks lay the existence of devil fruits. Observing the array of quests displayed on the task board, Arthur's gaze was fixated on a mission directive. The task at hand was to assassinate the traitor Quinn from Emadius, with a reward of a devil fruit and animal type. Just as he was about to tear the mission sheet away, a towering figure, pallid and muscular, resembling a demon, swiftly snatched the paper from his grasp. The man was named Moria, standing at an imposing height of 692 centimeters, looking down upon Arthur like a giant. He exclaimed. Despite the oppressive aura emanating from the man, Arthur maintained his composure and stared back defiantly. Could it be, Moria suddenly realized, that Arthur's appearance is precisely that of the youth who has been spoken of throughout the seas over the past year? Moria? Arthur instinctively uttered those 3 words as he gazed at the familiar face before him. Upon hearing his name acknowledged, Moria's lips curled into a smirk, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It seems you are aware of my reputation. Arthur contemplated the information swirling in his mind. It appeared that Moria had encountered numerous defeats against Kaido over the past year, so what reputation could he possibly possess? Noticing that the sole mission involving a devil fruit had been snatched away, Arthur resolved to seek a different task. He could let Moria endure another beating at Kaido's hands. Just then, Stussy approached the entrance of the commission hall, calling out to Arthur, "Arthur, come with me." As a clone, she displayed little emotion. Yet urgency was evident in her demeanor. Arthur followed her to the office, remaining vigilant as he inquired, "What is it?" "The original," she replied. "I have just received word that the original has been captured by the government. Vegapunk, the government ship is escorting him to Red Port. Can I hire you to assist me with the task?" Stussy, the first to receive the news, felt a surge of urgency yet maintained an outward calm. Arthur, having agreed, inquired, "What must I do? How much is the reward?" 100 million berries. "I need you to rescue him," Stussy stated seriously, locking eyes with Arthur. Redport, situated on the Red Earth continent beneath the holy land of Mariewa, poses a considerable danger for Arthur should he venture there. "May I inquire as to who is escorting him?" Arthur asked Stussy, seeking to confirm the intelligence. "I am unaware. I have no information on that front." "Are you willing to take the risk? As long as they have not yet reached Redport, attacking that government ship will likely allow you to rescue the target." "Very well." Upon Arthur's agreement, Stussy immediately produced a white card and handed it to him. "This is the life card of the entity. By following its guidance, you will locate the essence." With Vegapunk captured and the MADS organization on the brink of disbandment, Stussy must devise a plan for rescue. If the entity perishes, she questions the very purpose of her existence. Arthur, holding Vegapunk's life card, inquired, "How am I to set sail? My ship has been sunk by the Navy." Over the past year, he had endured numerous life and death battles, losing nearly everything save for his sword and Cooper. "The recording pointer and the small vessel for your journey are all prepared for you." As she spoke, Stussy produced a bag and pushed it into Arthur's embrace. It was as if she had placed absolute trust in him, readying everything in advance. A mission worth 100 million berries, to rescue Vegapunk from government capture and intercept the vessels of the world government. Undoubtedly, this was a daunting task, especially since he was uncertain of who would be escorting him. There was no intelligence available. "I cannot ensure the success of this mission. I do not know who the escort is. Should it be some monstrous entity, I am doomed. Watching Arthur depart with the items, Stussy spoke again. Just do your best. Arthur. Farewell. Days later, the shocking Red Harbor attack reverberated throughout the Grand Line Paradise. Paradise refers to the first half of the Grand Line, the once prominent Major Arthur. After the failure of the Red Harbor assault on the scientific defense god, Jagaruja Satan, is now severely injured and missing. The news, upon its release, sent shockwaves through the world's major powers. On board the Moby Dick, a tall warrior clad in an orange haori was engrossed in a newspaper by Xiaojia. I wish to challenge this young man. His life and death are uncertain. What foolishness is this? Whitebeard scolded him. How could I have not realized that the boy would dare to attack one of those old geezers' ship? I wish to go, in the name of the swordmaster. Yudan, yearning for the wonders of the sea, longed even more for a battle with those known as swordmasters. Thus, he playfully beseeched Whitebeard to allow him to venture into the first half of the Grand Line. Observing Yudan's antics, Whitebeard, with a face full of disdain, said, You really leave me no choice. Recently, things have been relatively calm. Perhaps a little adventure is in order. Old man, the territory we seize can be entrusted to the pirate crew under our banner. They seem reliable and loyal. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, reported to Whitebeard. Unexpectedly, that so-called genius has now been reduced to such a state, bloodied and pitiful, a stark contrast to the image the Navy had crafted. Is he truly only 15? I recall he was just 14 when we clashed a year ago. Isn't that obvious? Fool, everyone grows up. With Whitebeard's consent, the Moby Dick set sail towards the Grand Line. In the first half of the Grand Line Paradise, aboard a colossal sailboat of an underground organization, Stussy, the king of Pleasure Street, could hardly believe the contents of the newspaper. Arthur, once again making headlines, bore injuries all over his body. Captured by the Navy and inadvertently photographed during his arrest. Stussy's expression turned pale as she read the news. Why is the one transporting the subject one of the highest powers in the world, the scientific defense god? She lacked any intelligence on this matter and could not fathom why the subject warranted the personal escort of one of the 5 elders who hold the highest authority. In a certain maritime region of the Grand Line, as the sun set, on a naval vessel, the commander declared, Remember, no one is to utter a word about this matter. Do you truly believe he is the kind of person who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent? We understand, Major Kaji. A ship's doctor emerged from the cabin, saluting Kaji. The situation has stabilized, Major Kaji. Upon hearing this, Cooper, who had been waiting, opened his eyes and approached Kaji. Cooper, really? Thank you so much. That fool is truly beyond saving. Jiaji held Arthur's life card, his face etched with sorrow as he gazed at the hatch before him. You truly are reckless, daring to assault a being of such caliber. Is this not courting death? How shall we handle or accommodate him? A soldier inquired of Jiaji. Let us find an island and cast him away. If he awakens to find himself aboard a naval vessel, he would surely wish to take my head. Jiaji commanded. Having learned from Guillaume of Arthur's profound hatred for the Navy, he was almost in a state of uncontrollable rage upon sighting a warship. Yet, a smile broke upon his face as he mused. I wonder what his feelings will be upon discovering that he was rescued by the Navy. We have breached military regulations. Major, to hell with military regulations. Remember, out here, we are brothers bound by the struggle for survival. Such rules are non-existent. As you command, Major. Sailing a kilometer north will reveal an island. It is best we remain out of sight, Major. Jiaji approached Cooper. Did you hear that, Cooper? You must take good care of your own master. Cooper. Arthur is my brother. We are certainly not master and servant. Very well. Kaji entered the cabin and unceremoniously tossed the unconscious Arthur to it. Hurry and leave, lest you bring me unnecessary trouble. Cooper took Arthur and soared away from Gaji's warship. Watching Arthur and Cooper fade into the distance, Gaji sighed. What on earth is happening within the Navy? How could they torment a youth radiating such righteous spirit into a figure branded as a traitor to his nation? This is preposterous. Minutes later, at a dock on the island named Avel, atop the lookout of the Aljeckson, a blue-haired, red-nosed child was peering through a telescope, scanning the sea for intelligence. Surely that cannot be the white-tailed eagle, he muttered to himself, gazing at Cooper as he flew towards the island, uncertain if he was indeed Arthur's companion. Presently, news of Arthur's saga was rippling across the seas, and Cooper had garnered considerable notoriety. Bucky, what do you see? Shanks called out to Bucky, who was perched atop the lookout. Oh no. It truly is those two, the man and the eagle with a scar over its left eye. Bucky. Having discerned the full figures of Arthur and Cooper, was finally convinced of their identity. Meanwhile, on the island, GOLD, Roger and Silver's Rayleigh were engaged in a fierce struggle against a rampaging monster, the battle tumultuous and chaotic. On board the Aljection, only Bucky and Shanks remained to guard the vessel. As Cooper landed at the dock, he sensed the commotion of a fierce battle unfolding on the island. He gently placed Arthur on the wooden dock and nudged his head in an attempt to rouse him. Bucky and Shanks peeked out from the Aljection, observing Cooper's actions on the dock. Oh no, it really is him, Shanks. The one battling alongside Mr. Rayleigh is indeed the traitor from Jaltsburg. They have gathered together now, Bucky said, his face a mask of fear as he gazed at Cooper and the unconscious Arthur below. He genuinely believed Arthur to be a traitor, which filled him with trepidation. Bucky, don't you find it curious? Shanks scrutinized Arthur seriously. If he were truly so brutal, why did he not kill us during the battle in the Sphinx Sea? Moreover, if he were as extreme as the Navy's papers claim, his eagle companion should have slaughtered everyone on the island upon arrival. After departing from the military ship, Arthur slowly regained consciousness at the dock of Alva Town, glancing at the bandages on his body and recalling Gaji's earlier words. Stop being so sentimental. The Navy's sycophants do not require your sympathy, he thought. Yet, deep down, he felt a sense of gratitude towards him. However, the past had become irrevocable, unchangeable. He could only look forward, step by step, to reconstruct himself. He would not impose his tragic history and emotions upon others. Awake now? Quickly hide, Shanks urged. Sensing a timid aura, Arthur turned his gaze toward the ship, the Aljection, and his eyes widened in astonishment. On the ship's side, Buggy hid on the deck, wishing to remain unseen by Arthur. However, Shanks maintained an air of calm as he confronted Arthur below, inquiring, "Long time no see, Navy. What on earth has transpired to bring you to this state?" Arthur locked eyes with the youthful Shanks, adorned with a straw hat, and noticed that he lacked the commanding presence he would later possess. He appeared merely as an innocent child, yet his mental fortitude was strikingly formidable. "I am no longer part of the Navy. Nothing has occurred that concerns you," Arthur replied flatly to Shanks, then lifted his gaze toward the island. "Then what is your current objective? What do you intend to do? If you continue to be hunted by the Navy alone, you will surely perish. To challenge the strong, to pursue greatness." "Excuse me?" Shanks was taken aback by Arthur's response, and he suddenly followed his gaze towards the island. "Wait, you don't mean to imply that your pirate crew is engaged in battle with someone, do you?" Arthur fixed his eyes on the distant aura of conflict, a sense of familiarity washing over him. "Barrett, much like yourself, is a remarkable newcomer." Upon hearing the name Barrett, Arthur clenched his jaw tightly. A creature devoid of reason, solely fixated on carnage, he harbored an intense loathing for Barrett. His current plight was intricately linked to this very monster. Cooper. Noticing Arthur's rising anger, Cooper immediately intervened. "You're injured. Do not let your fury take hold. I swear I will take him down, that despicable scoundrel." Arthur, evidently impervious to reason, had ignited yet another round of conflict upon awakening. "Hey, the captain and the first mate do not appreciate interruptions during their duels. It would be wise to heed my warning," Shanks cautioned. But both Arthur and Cooper disregarded his advice. With a resigned sigh, he pondered, "What is wrong with that fellow? Injured and yet so reckless?" From his hiding place on the deck, Buggy chimed in, "A lunatic attempting to assault Red Harbor. It's no wonder he has lost his wits. But what about you? What are you so afraid of, Buggy the coward?" "What did you say, Shanks?" "I'm not cowardly. It is merely survival instinct. TCH, cowardice is cowardice. What is there to explain? Do you wish to fight? Bring it on. I fear no one." On the deck of the OL Jacksons, Shanks and Buggy resumed their brawl amidst the clamor. Arthur led Cooper into the interior of Alva Island, to the site of the forest clash. "Hey, someone is approaching. That face looks familiar. What brings him here?" The news claimed he was missing, perhaps even dead. The members of the Roger Pirates immediately recognized Arthur and the Eagle following him, their faces lighting up with excitement, devoid of any fear. Meanwhile, as Rayleigh observed the battle between Challenger Barrett and himself, he heard the commotion and turned toward Arthur. At that moment, Roger himself suddenly broke into a cough. Covering his mouth with his hand, blood splattered across his palm, leaving the entire crew of pirates in stunned silence. "Captain Roger." The crew was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the scene before them, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. "What has happened to me?" Roger struggled to comprehend, gazing at the blood in his hands and the sudden symptoms coursing through his body. At that moment, a graceful man with a ponytail stepped forward, blocking Arthur's path. "This route is impassable. Please take an alternate path. Do not obstruct me. Where's Barrett?" Arthur could hardly contain his fury directed at Barrett. As he observed Roger crouching on the ground behind Spencer, the entire Roger pirates rushed to support him. Only then did they realize something was amiss. How could such a formidable individual be in this state? Why is he coughing up blood? Why is he revealing a vulnerable side? The fierce battle between Rayleigh and Barrett came to an abrupt halt as they sensed the disturbance. Barrett, having been thrust aside by Rayleigh's sword, expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning, "What is happening? Was it not stated that one must defeat you to challenge the captain? Are the Roger pirates about to go back on their word?" Rayleigh, witnessing Roger's alarming condition, sheathed his sword and approached Roger, struggling to accept the sight of him looking so frail. Barrett. Arthur's fury surged as he unleashed his conqueror's haki towards Barrett, who stood within the ranks of the Roger pirates. Upon recognizing Arthur, Barrett smirked. "Isn't this the fellow I nearly beat to death? What brings you here?" Arthur's wrathful haki enveloped the vicinity, yet none of the Roger pirates succumbed to its overwhelming presence. "You wretched beast." Arthur unsheathed his sword, weaving through the crowd as he charged directly at Barrett. Haki coiled around the blade, creating a swirling aura that danced about it. "Conqueror's haki. This fellow can wield it too. That must be flowing cherry." After a year of fierce battles against the Navy, Arthur's strength had vastly transformed since a year prior. His combat experience and prowess made him a formidable entity upon the seas, nearly impossible to capture. However, he still fell short of matching true power. "You are not the only one who has grown stronger, you aging hawk," Barrett exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him as his fists became enveloped in haki, launching a punch aimed at Arthur's blade. "I will surely kill you, Barrett." Arthur swung with all his might, launching a frenzied assault. "In your battered state, what do you intend to use to slay me?" Barrett retaliated with relentless punches. The two engaged in an intense standoff. "Cooper, finish him off without mercy." With Cooper's assistance, the two-on-one confrontation soon turned the tide against Barrett, who found himself forced back, struggling to fend off Arthur's slashes. Observing this, Roger swiftly commanded his crew to intervene. Barrett represented a formidable fighting force he had set his sights on. Their duel was a means to recruit him. By bringing Barrett into the crew, he could potentially curtail the rampage of this aimless killing machine. Little did he expect another individual with the same name to emerge. "Kill him. This man has brought us to ruin. Cooper. Cooper." Oh, the momentary instability of Barrett, struck by Arthur's blade, made his pupils constrict to mere pinpoints as he beheld Arthur and Cooper charging toward him with lethal intent. Arthur's blade pierced Barrett's chin, aiming to penetrate through to the back of his skull in an instant. Just then, Arthur, Cooper, and Barrett were simultaneously halted by the members of the Roger pirates. "Cease this, you two monstrous rookies. What enmity do you harbor? Why should I bear the weight of the label mass murderer? You wretch. Had you not fled in terror back then, I would have undoubtedly slain you myself." Arthur's fury eclipsed Barrett's, though much of it was directed at Sengoku. Had he not been gravely injured by Barrett, he would not have faced public execution on Eni's lobby, leaving him with blood on his hands. The sudden affliction that befell Roger interrupted the duel challenge. "Stop them, Rayleigh. We need these rookies to assist in combating Shiki, who is lurking near Roger," he urged Rayleigh. Rayleigh intervened to prevent Arthur from slaying Barrett, his hand brushing against Arthur's bandaged wound, feeling a sticky sensation. "This is blood," Rayleigh exclaimed, taken aback by Arthur's injuries. Despite the wounds that had split open from combat, he was still driven by an indomitable will to vanquish his adversary. Such tenacity and resolve were unprecedented. Your experiences are well-deserved, bringing 2 CP agents to conspire with Douglas to assassinate me when I was merely a step away from freedom." Barrett, yearning to escape the ceaseless turmoil of war, had been utterly derailed by betrayal. He never anticipated that someone like Arthur could inflict such grievous harm upon him. Even now, remnants of the scars inflicted by Arthur a year prior marred his body. "If it weren't for you, how could I possibly have a bounty of 400 million berries? Don't you relish battle? Come now, let us engage in a fierce duel. If you have the courage, do not flee." Arthur seethed with rage, unable to quell the hatred burning within him. The bounty of 400 million berries was largely a consequence of his impassioned revelations regarding the crimes of the celestial dragons during the trial on Judicial Island. After more than a year on the run, Barrett's bounty had dwindled to a mere 70 million berries. "Let us confine them for now. It appears they will not calm down," Rayleigh remarked, releasing Arthur while observing the sticky, crimson blood on his hands. The state of Arthur's injuries indicated he had recently endured a harrowing escape from death. Arthur and Barrett were escorted by the crew of the Roger pirates to the ship, the Aljection, where they would be temporarily detained to allow their tempers to cool. Upon returning to the Aljection, Arthur found himself alone in a modest single cabin, seated on a clean little bed, gazing out at the town dock through the porthole. He noticed that Cooper was actively mingling with the Roger pirates, joyfully assisting them in transporting supplies. "Rayleigh, please, throw him off the ship. I beg you," came Buggy's desperate plea from outside the cabin door. It is said that he single-handedly felled the entire infrastructure of Judicial Island. "Go keep watch from the lookout. Do not disturb me, Buggy. Mr. Rayleigh, hurry." The hatch slowly opened, revealing Rayleigh, with his golden short hair, dressed in a purple attire, personally bringing a platter of food to the cabin where Arthur was confined. Upon seeing Arthur, the figure outside the door, Baki, immediately fled from the corridor into the ship's cabin and dashed out onto the deck. "I should have no connection to you all. Why am I being confined as well?" Arthur gazed at Rayleigh, who approached with food and placed it on the bedside table, his confusion evident. "Young man, we were quite impressed by you during the Sphinx Sea incident," Rayleigh remarked as he settled into a chair within Arthur's cabin. "What prompted you to assault Red Harbor?" Rayleigh's curiosity regarding Arthur's recent exploits was palpable. "I accepted a commission to rescue the leader of the MADS organization, Vegapunk. Who could have anticipated that an ancient creature would be escorting him?" Arthur recounted the events of the past with a nonchalant demeanor. To him, those occurrences were now mere memories. As long as he was alive, that sufficed. "And what is the situation with the Jaltsburg kingdom?" Rayleigh inquired further, his questioning akin to an identity check, which irked Arthur greatly. Nowadays, he trusted no one, except for Cooper, remaining eternally vigilant towards all others. Nevertheless, he recounted to Rayleigh with a certain candor. "To put it simply, I wished to resign, but the Navy would not permit it. Sengoku employed cunning tactics to compel my retention, which I refused. And then you were publicly executed?" Rayleigh analyzed this statement, taken aback. "I was faced with two paths, to serve the Navy for eternity or to meet a fatal end. I chose to resist." The image of Sengoku's smirk was indelibly etched in Arthur's memory. He had personally sealed his escape routes while masquerading under the banner of justice, offering him a single chance to serve the Navy. He found it utterly unacceptable. Indeed, Sengoku is capable of such actions, after all. "Your extraordinary talent makes it difficult for anyone to relinquish you," Rayleigh empathized, having garnered a brief understanding of Arthur's plight. "By the way, why have you confined me?" Arthur inquired earnestly. Rayleigh began to elucidate. "To be candid, we are in dire need of formidable combat strength, and presently, we have our sights set solely on you and Barrett." "Excuse me? Me?" Arthur felt somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend Rayleigh's words. "Allow me to clarify, Arthur." Rayleigh had no intention of concealing anything from Arthur. He aimed to candidly reveal the purpose of the Roger pirates. "Our group has ventured to the final island marked on the map. However, upon our arrival at that island, Roger discovered that this world conceals another island. To reach that island, we must gather 4 red historical text road signs. Currently, we are exerting every effort to locate these signs, yet we have encountered obstacles." Arthur listened to Rayleigh's words with an expression of indifference. As a time traveler, he was naturally aware that Roger sought to reach Raftel. The exploration of historical texts and red road signs is deemed illegal within the Navy, and once discovered, one would face the death penalty. He analyzed the situation based on his memories and recent experiences, concluding that the likely hindrance faced by the Roger pirates was the ancient weapon collector, Don Quixote Shiki. "I have learned within the Navy that Don Quixote Shiki is also in pursuit of historical texts. Your obstacle cannot possibly be him, can it?" Arthur inquired after his analysis. "Indeed, that scoundrel reigns supreme in the latter half of the Grand Line. Even we find it challenging to contend with him." Rayleigh made his intentions clear to Arthur. "Now that Roger's health has deteriorated, I am quite concerned." Suddenly interrupting his own worries, Rayleigh directly addressed Arthur. "Arthur, if you currently have no place to go, you are welcome to stay with the Roger pirates." "Me?" Arthur was taken aback, not anticipating that he would be recruited. The individuals aboard this vessel were primarily seekers of freedom, adventure, and life itself. If he was unwilling, they would certainly not coerce him. Unwilling? Arthur was indeed eager to join. At that moment, he felt like a wild beast without a home. By joining this pirate crew, he would at least find a sanctuary. And in the future, he could forge numerous connections. This would alleviate his profound fear of solitude and the constant threat of assassination. Let us journey to Twin Cape, where there exists a guardian capable of prolonging the life of Joel D. Roger, who is said to be afflicted with an incurable ailment. Arthur contemplated, aware that Roger would succumb to such a malady. However, he was uncertain of the timeline, only able to deduce that a person of such formidable strength would suddenly reveal vulnerabilities before the crowd due to an incurable illness. Coincidentally, it was the end of the year 1492 in the sea calendar, marking the onset of Roger's affliction. Upon hearing the D escape from Arthur's lips, Rayleigh was startled but chose to remain silent. How do you know? Rayleigh inquired, astonished and struggling to accept the notion of Roger's terminal illness. What ailment could possibly elicit such discomfort from beings like you, causing them to cough up blood? Aside from terminal illnesses and cancer, there is no other explanation, is there? Arthur responded to Rayleigh. Hey, does that mean you are accepting my invitation by helping us? Rayleigh asked again, his heart brimming with anticipation for Arthur's response. I have nowhere else to go, Arthur murmured, his gaze lowered, apart from joining Roger's pirate crew. There was no other place in this world that offered him any semblance of safety. Splendid, exclaimed Rayleigh, rising to his feet in excitement. As the vice captain, he was naturally elated at the prospect of gaining a formidable new ally for the pirate crew. However, Arthur maintained a composed gaze upon him, cautioning, do not rejoice too soon. The Navy possesses my life card, which means that your whereabouts will be perpetually exposed once I board your vessel. Rayleigh chuckled heartily. You need not worry about that. The Navy is highly unlikely to trouble us. Why? Arthur could not comprehend Rayleigh's words. We are unlike other pirates. We do not plunder and hardly instigate panic. Rayleigh elaborated, explaining that they merely exploited public opinion through newspapers to tarnish the image of their crew. Others, like Carp and Sengoku, of such stature, sought to trouble them. It was only when the audacious Navy launched an attack that they would retaliate. That night, news of Arthur's induction into the Roger Pirates spread aboard the Aljection. Everyone learned of his acceptance of the invitation. Noting that he was a mere 15 years old yet possessed the prowess of a swordsman, wielding advanced Busashoka haki. Douglas Barrett, who had joined the Roger Pirates as a challenger, also became widely known. A welcoming banquet commenced aboard the Aljection. Barrett, shedding his military attire for a simple white vest, feasted heartily on meat while abstaining from alcohol. Meanwhile, Arthur, clad in tattered garments, sat alone at the ship's railing, his vigilance unwavering amidst the jubilant atmosphere. Haunted by the shadow of a civilian's gunfire from a year prior. Observing the festivities, he noted approximately 6 sword-wielding crew members, excluding Roger and Rayleigh, including them. There were 8. There's no dumplings? He mused, absent-mindedly grasping a piece of meat that was several times larger than his face. His unintended remark caught the chef's attention, prompting a fishman to present him with a plate brimming with dumplings, several meters in size. Here you go, Arthur, right? Come, join this family, don't be so solitary. The one who offered the plate was a fishman with azure skin. Looking at the plate, larger than his own physique, Arthur accepted it without a word. He found it impossible to trust anyone, nor could he be healed by the surrounding merriment. Huber, then drink up, come. I toast to you on behalf of Arthur. Huber's audacious participation elevated the banquet to an unprecedented climax. It is indeed rare for an eagle to engage so humanely in toasting and drinking. Captain, given your earlier ailment, you ought not to indulge in such copious amounts of alcohol. Fool, how could a pirate possibly abstain from drink? Roger raised his glass with the others, downing the contents in one swift motion, before leading Barrett away to the stern of the ship. At the stern, slightly inebriated, Roger faced Barrett and said, make your move. Barrett, did you not wish to challenge me once more? I now grant you this opportunity. Taken aback by this sudden proposition, Barrett's lips curled into a smirk as he replied, Heh, don't blame me if I destroy your ship, Roger. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and charged towards Roger. However, Roger merely enveloped his fist with haki, targeting a flaw and striking Barrett at the corner of his mouth, instantly overwhelming him, causing Barrett to collapse against the ship's railing. Damn it, so strong. Barrett scoffed, wiping the corner of his mouth, deeply acknowledging Roger's prowess. Barrett, I will not harbor any resentment towards you for being the scourge that brought ruin to a nation. Once you join this pirate crew, you become part of this family. Roger said earnestly to Barrett, wishing to convey that this world is not solely rife with hostility. Barrett, bewildered, could not comprehend Roger's words. He was solely focused on the battle and had no understanding of their meaning. If you wish to regard me as a target, to surpass and challenge me, you are always welcome, Barrett. Unlike the rational youth Arthur, Barrett was a wild beast, uncontrollable when unrestrained. He was a creature of sheer destruction, requiring hope and a worthy pursuit. Kiki, the moment I surpass you shall mark my ascendance as the strongest in the world, Roger. Barrett was captivated by Roger's might. Don't let me perceive this as a simple endeavor. Bring it on any time. Roger turned to him with an accepting smile. Disregarding the conflicts they had endured over the past year, departing from the stern of the ship, Roger returned to the celebration and called out to Arthur. Arthur, come with me. Arthur set down his plate and leaped onto the deck, following Roger into the captain's quarters. You are a different person now compared to when we were in the Sphinx Sea, Arthur. Roger seated himself in the captain's chair and engaged in conversation. In what way? In every aspect. You once appeared as an inexperienced child, but now you embody the essence of a weathered youth. What have you endured this past year that has led to this transformation? Roger intended to guide Arthur, helping him integrate joyfully into their family. Surviving various espionage and naval pursuits, I managed to endure, Arthur replied succinctly, even in the presence of Roger, lacking a sense of anticipation. His once beautiful illusions of this world shattered the moment he was betrayed by the common folk. You see, upon entering the new world, everyone must contend with formidable foes. You cannot remain so reclusive, Arthur. I know what I must do, Roger. I simply cannot relax after experiencing certain events. That is fine. You are a swordsman, aren't you? Roger realized that Arthur appeared more rational and aware than he had initially perceived. There was no need for guidance. Perhaps so, Arthur replied to Roger. If there are any matters concerning swordsmanship that require discussion, you may consult Rayleigh. As for hockey, you can inquire with me. This time, we have re-entered the Grand Line from the East Blue with great determination. Understood. Having accepted Arthur, Barrett would undoubtedly not abandon them. If such a genius in the Navy was to be disregarded, let them assist in the final voyage instead. I wish to convey to you, Arthur, that no one can return to the past. Everything can begin anew from this moment. I shall do my utmost. Arthur's eyelids drooped, his profound gaze failing to regain the luster it possessed a year ago. As he spoke, Roger suddenly burst into laughter. I can scarcely imagine the expressions on Newgate, Shiki, and the Navy's faces upon witnessing your joining our ranks. Ha ha ha. Gazing at Roger before him, Arthur felt he had found a refuge, a sanctuary that would safeguard his safety. Given Roger's nature, he would never tolerate any member of his crew being pursued or assassinated by others. There was no longer any need to worry about the ever-looming threat of CP's secret assassination agents or ambushes. Arthur returned to the banquet, observing the inebriated Cooper energetically performing the dance of the great Emperor Kun, a routine he had taught Cooper amidst the crowd. Ha ha ha. What kind of dance is that? It brings such joy. It's simply hilarious. The eagle instantly transformed into a chick with that remark from a crew member, successfully provoking Cooper into an attack. As a raptor, it despises being referred to as a chicken, as they are not even in the same league. Rayleigh, casually sipping from a bottle, observed Arthur emerging from Captain Rogers' cabin and waved to him. Arthur, come here for a moment. No longer the naive boy. Arthur exuded a sense of maturity and composure far beyond his 15 years. At the banquet, the ever-anxious Buggy swallowed hard upon witnessing Arthur approach Rayleigh. The arrival of these two formidable figures shattered the tranquility aboard our vessel, Shanks. Shanks gazed at Arthur with an expression brimming with curiosity, a smile gracing his lips. I am quite eager to ascertain his strength and how it compares to that of Captain Roger and Rayleigh in the present day. Arthur reached Rayleigh's side, observing him as he reveled with the others in hearty libations. In stark contrast, his own vigilance felt discordant amidst the jubilant atmosphere of the pirate ship. Upon our arrival at Twin Cape, I shall put your strength to the test, Arthur, Rayleigh remarked, his cheeks tinged with inebriation. He was keen to discover the current prowess of Arthur, who was rumored to surpass Barrett. Over the past 2 years, tales of his astonishing exploits had spread across the seas, igniting an insatiable curiosity among all. Not a problem, Arthur readily agreed. Yet he realized that his current indifferent demeanor was at odds with the atmosphere aboard the Roger pirates. It seemed that after losing something significant, one gradually became reticent. Are you hurt? Rayleigh inquired, observing the bloody bandages adorning Arthur's body, concern etched on his face. Do you need to change your clothes? My constitution is rather unique. My injuries will completely heal in a few days, Arthur replied. There's no need to change my clothes. A good wash will suffice, though it may appear untidy. It serves as a constant reminder of the tier of my strength, keeping me alert. Rayleigh was somewhat taken aback by Arthur's response. Though he did not doubt the uniqueness of his constitution, it would indeed be a rare miracle for an ordinary person to survive such grievous wounds. He glanced at the tattered robe partially draped over Arthur's frame, his gaze fixating on the ice dragon at Arthur's waist. Your constitution is indeed peculiar. Despite its lack of hardness, it allows you to retain your combat prowess even after sustaining fatal injuries. To this day, the scars from the battle in the Sphinx Sea still mark your body. You cannot be a devil fruit user, can you? How is it that you can wield the power of ice elements? Such extreme cold could render anyone incapacitated. Rayleigh regarded Arthur's sword, as if an answer were already forming in his mind. Following Rayleigh's gaze, Arthur turned to his blade. The power of extreme ice, the force of frigid cold, all emanates from this sword. I have yet to fully unleash its potential, yet it has saved my life on numerous occasions during battle. The members of the Roger Pirates listened intently to Arthur, their curiosity piqued by everything about him. What a splendid blade, truly enviable. May I have a glimpse? Rayleigh requested, eager to behold a sword capable of harnessing the essence of ice. After a moment's hesitation, Arthur unsheathed the ice dragon from his waist and extended it toward Rayleigh. Unable to contain his excitement, Rayleigh swiftly drew the blade, immediately captivated by the gleaming silver edge, flawless in its exquisite craftsmanship. Such quality, Rayleigh remarked as he examined the ice dragon blade, astonished by its unwavering form. He turned to Buggy and said, "Buggy, go fetch Roger's ace for me. I wish to compare them." "Huh? Why me, Vice Captain?" Buggy protested. "When I command you, you obey. Spare me the needless chatter," Rayleigh retorted. "To compare the supreme great blade ace with the ice dragon?" Arthur squinted slightly. Before long, Buggy returned from below deck, cradling a western sword and presented it to Rayleigh. "This is indeed the supreme great blade, Vice Captain. How could this blade possibly compare to the captain's?" Rayleigh juxtaposed the two blades and found his understanding of their ranks profoundly challenged. "It is well known that the supreme great blade is the finest sword renowned throughout the world. Your blade utterly eclipses such quality," Rayleigh declared while gesturing towards Arthur's ice dragon. He even attempted to harness his haki to evoke the blade's chilling essence, yet aside from its sharpness, no frigid aura emanated from it. Nevertheless, he found himself enamored with the blade's sharpness and resilience, regrettably realizing it was not his own. "How did you manage to unleash that chilling power?" Rayleigh inquired, perplexed, for logically, his prowess surpassed Arthur's, and manifesting the blade's power should have been effortless. Yet, the expected chill and frost did not materialize as he envisioned. "Simply infuse it with your stamina and haki, and a gentle swing will suffice. Cannot you do so?" Arthur observed Rayleigh wielding his blade through the air, a startling thought occurring to him. Could it be that this blade yields its power solely to its rightful owner? That should not be the case. It is merely a weapon, meant to submit to the strong. Regardless of its sharpness, such an occurrence should not be possible. Why am I incapable? How curious, he mused, returning the blade to Arthur. "It appears my analysis was correct," Arthur said, catching the sword and resting it at his waist. "This blade seems to only yield its power to me. Is it bound to me? It has been with me since I traversed here." Suddenly, Arthur posed a question to Rayleigh. "Rayleigh, what is the current date in the sea calendar?" "Huh? Are you unaware of the time? Christmas is fast approaching. We plan to celebrate at the Shambadi archipelago before venturing into the New World for our final adventure. Christmas, December 25th, having been relentlessly pursued. Arthur had lost all sense of time. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently turned 16. Have I really been at sea for 2 years? It seems I have not had a moment of respite in my 12 years. In the past 2 years of venturing into the open sea, Arthur felt as though time itself had slipped away from him. After being targeted with a bounty, he remained oblivious to the passage of time. Days later, under the evening glow, near the Twin Cape Lighthouse at the foot of Reverse Mountain, nearly all members of the Roger Pirates stood in stunned silence along the turbulent riverbank. Blades danced in the hands of Rayleigh and Arthur, swirling like a tempest as they fiercely clashed against one another. How could he possibly match the vice captain without employing haki? The Navy had finally released a genuine report. Was he truly the most formidable genius in the history of the Navy? With the prowess of conqueror's haki, armament haki, observation haki, swordsmanship, and the ability to freeze the sea with his blade, coupled with an almost abnormal physique, what heights would he attain in the future? The entire crew of the Roger Pirates was left in awe of Arthur's current strength. In the distance, atop the lighthouse, Shanks and Buggy gazed in astonishment at the two figures engaged in a furious duel. Buggy suddenly turned to Shanks, noticing the shock on his face, and teased. "What's wrong, Shanks? Aren't you usually so composed?" In the pure exchange of sword techniques, Mr. Rayleigh found himself unable to gain the upper hand against Arthur. Once somewhat dismissive of Arthur, Shanks now felt a profound respect for him, acknowledging his strength. On the red-soiled plains across the river from Twin Cape Lighthouse, the reverberating clashes and explosive impacts echoed all around. Should I refine my combat style? I often doubt the swordsmanship I have developed. Like a fleeting shadow, Arthur relentlessly launched attacks at Rayleigh, simultaneously seeking guidance on his shortcomings. Without utilizing hockey, Rayleigh gritted his teeth, struggling to fend off Arthur's lightning-fast onslaught. "You claim this swordsmanship is your own invention?" Rayleigh was astonished by Arthur's techniques. In an instant, as Arthur, slightly fatigued from his relentless assault, halted his rapid advance, he circled Rayleigh with his blade in hand. Transitioning from offense to defense, he coldly observed Rayleigh, recovering his stamina while gradually moving. During this year and more, marred by Navy and CP espionage, I had survived primarily by such means, including the assault on Red Harbor. I must concede, you are indeed a genius. Not only in physical prowess, but also in intellect that surpasses the ordinary. Rayleigh launched an attack on Arthur, who was now in a defensive stance, moving with a leisurely grace. Your swordsmanship, which encompasses both offense and defense, is as swift as lightning in attack and as steadfast as a mountain in retreat. This distinctive combat style of a swordsman requires no additional training in other fighting methods. By adhering to your own style, it will undoubtedly achieve perfection. The intense clash had persisted for nearly an entire day, with the two engaging in spirited combat. Within a lighthouse at Gemini Cape, a robust man, whose jawline distinctly surpassed the width of his face and whose hairstyle resembled petals, sat alongside Roger, exchanging jovial banter. "The ailment you have is terminal in its early stages. Timely treatment could extend your life by a few more years." Crocus examined Roger with some medical instruments, swiftly identifying his condition and informing him. "A terminal illness. Truly an untimely predicament. Ha ha ha." Upon receiving this news, Roger replied with a smile. "So I suppose I have a few years left then?" The man conversing with Roger was named Crocus, a former crew member of the Rumbar Pirates. He had chosen to remain behind to care for a stranded island whale named Laboon, after the crew could not take the whale along on their voyages. However, he learned of the demise of the Rumbar Pirates many years ago. Under normal circumstances, one would succumb within a year or two. Yet, what astonished me was that a man like you had fallen victim to a terminal illness. 1 or 2 years. Upon hearing this time frame, Roger's smile vanished in an instant. Such a duration is utterly insufficient for the endeavors that lie ahead of me. Witnessing Roger's sudden turmoil, Crocus calmly remarked, "I can extend your life. But this is an incurable affliction. Is it true?" Roger exclaimed, his eyes alight with hope as he leaned closer to Crocus, pressing his forehead against his face. "How long can it be extended? Don't get so close. Is it customary to question a doctor in such a manner? What's your rush?" Crocus pushed Roger away, continuing. "It is conditional, Roger. Speak freely. I shall do whatever is within my power to accommodate you. I aim to prolong your life, but in doing so, I must relinquish my most cherished companion to accompany you upon the sea." "Companion? Where?" Roger scanned the surroundings, noticing the absence of anyone other than Crocus at Twin Cape. "In the ocean, it is called Labu. It is not a person, but rather an island whale. A comrade lost by our Lumba pirate crew, just outside the lighthouse." A colossal, smooth figure slowly emerged from the depths of the sea, drawn by the commotion of Rayleigh and Arthur's battle. The entire Roger pirate crew gazed in astonishment at the immense creature, erupting in terrified cries. "What is that?" Upon hearing the crew's exclamations, Roger opened the lighthouse window and gazed outside at a colossal whale floating upon the surface of the sea. In astonishment, he pointed towards it and turned to Crocus. "Surely you cannot be referring to that, can you?" Indeed, it was Laboon, now having grown to a staggering 400 meters in length. Crocus, composed, proceeded to present his terms. "I can accompany you on your voyage, but you must promise to assist me in locating the whereabouts of the Rumbar Pirates." Without a moment's hesitation, Roger readily acquiesced, though he was soon seized by a violent fit of coughing. Blood erupted from his mouth, and he clutched it in disbelief, astonished at the crimson fluid. This is merely a natural occurrence. In the later stages, you will experience dizziness and fatigue. No matter how formidable you may be, you cannot resist this affliction, Only I can prolong your life." As he spoke, Crocus prepared a concoction for Roger in the lighthouse's storeroom, which alleviated his discomfort. "How long can you extend my life?" Roger inquired as the medicine suppressed his coughing. "At most a decade." "Enough." After the negotiations concluded, Crocus packed his belongings and, alongside Roger, emerged from the Twin Cape lighthouse, gazing at the distant clash between Rayleigh and Arthur. "Hey, big guy, didn't you corner him a year ago? How come your sparring record against Mr. Rayleigh remains so uneven?" Beneath the evening glow, Buggy atop the lighthouse suddenly shouted down at Barrett. Barrett turned to look at Bucky, a dismissive smile gracing his lips, of course. "How could I possibly compare to someone who faces life and death battles every single day? Cooper, I detest you, scoundrel." Cooper maintained a solemn gaze upon Barrett, harboring an utter distrust for the man. Even with Arthur now aligned with the Roger pirates and aboard the same vessel, Cooper could not regard him as an ally. "What? Do you wish to engage me in a duel?" Barrett sensed Cooper's hostility and flexed his fists as he approached. "Desist. Combat among crewmates is strictly forbidden, Barrett," Jabba interjected, warning him. "Humph." Barrett scoffed and stepped back. Having now joined the Roger pirates, he felt it was time to heed the orders of the ship's officers. Gazing at Arthur, who stood on equal footing with Rayleigh, an indomitable resolve surged within him, a fervent desire to surpass the very man who had once beaten him to the brink of death, yet still left him able to move. 1 year. Barrett mused to himself while standing at the rear of the Roger pirates crowd. "Just 1 year. And I too can reach such heights. Do you really think you can hold your own against Mr. Rayleigh? Don't be ridiculous." Those young men who dared to challenge Vice Captain Rayleigh were swiftly sent to the afterlife. He is, after all, the true king of the underworld. Perhaps it is indeed possible. Their growth rate is astonishing. When Barrett was just 2 years old, Arthur was 16, and now he is merely 14. According to the original texts, Barrett was evenly matched with Rayleigh at the age of 15. Pluto? Barrett's insatiable desire for strength was magnified infinitely as he continued. "Then I shall be the devil." The members of the Roger pirates were taken aback by his words, genuinely believing him to be a demon. Indeed, Barrett had obliterated his own nation. The fierce battle between Arthur and Rayleigh raged on for an entire day, reaching a climactic moment. The Crimson Plain, shattered like a spider's web, was shrouded in dust and smoke. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Rayleigh was propelled from the haze by an immense force. Gritting his teeth, he gazed at Arthur and remarked with a grim smile, "Arthur, I must concede, if we were to continue this duel solely with swordsmanship, I would undoubtedly be the one to lose." "You are being modest," Arthur said, sweeping away the haze with a single stroke, as he confronted the other party, Mr. Rayleigh. "I am serious." Rayleigh's expression was grave, as if what he had just stated was indeed the truth. "Let us test our hockey, for that will determine the victor." After a day of combat, Arthur, feeling unbearably hot, lifted his upper garments, revealing a body marred by countless wounds, a sight both shocking and unsettling. The scars, knife wounds, gunshot injuries, and fatal marks were layered upon him, a testament to what resembled a living experiment. How was he still alive? I had thought that the gunshot wound at the back of his neck and the stab inflicted by Shiki on his left neck were enough to astonish anyone. What had he endured over these past 2 years? Those cold-hearted Marines. The members of the Roger pirates gazed at Arthur's upper body, commenting on his condition with a sense of dread. In the distance, the air flowing from Arthur's body coalesced into his sword, transforming into the shape of cherry blossom petals, gradually enveloping the blade. The manifestation of advanced armament hockey was revealed, its purity astonishing even Rayleigh. Truly, he is exceptionally gifted. Rayleigh, taken aback, observed Arthur's hockey, realizing that in terms of swordsmanship and hockey, this young man was remarkably close to his own level. "May I ask you something, Arthur? What is it? What are your ambitions and goals in pursuing strength?" Faced with such a sudden inquiry, he hesitated not at all, merely lifting his gaze towards the pinnacle of the Red Line, the sacred land of Mary Geos. Had it not been for his 2 years at sea, he would have remained oblivious to the grim reality of the pirate world, where most pirates are compelled to venture forth under the oppressive thumb of the world government, stripped of even basic human rights if they hail from non-member nations. Arthur suddenly retracted his earlier indifference, an aura of regal determination emanating from him as he replied to Rayleigh, "Power, I aspire to stand at the zenith of the world." This was merely Arthur's conservative response. His true desire was to ascend to heights unattainable by others, to irrevocably alter the tragic fate that had once rendered him a puppet of circumstances. It was the lack of strength that had led him to be relentlessly pursued, ensnared by conspiracies that nearly claimed his life. As he gazed towards the red line, Rayleigh absorbed Arthur's words and the icy resolve that enveloped him. It was as if he could discern his aspirations, reaching not just to the apex of the red line, but above the very authority of the world government itself. Aspiring, Rayleigh suppressed his astonishment, simultaneously enveloping his sword with advanced armament hockey. Let us conclude this battle that has endured for an entire day with a single strike. Arthur Rayleigh, poised and radiating an aura reminiscent of a king emerging from the underworld, seemed to cast an all-consuming gaze upon his opponent, as if intent on annihilating him in an instant. In the face of such terrifying pressure, Arthur no longer felt fear or trepidation. He responded in kind, sheathing the ice dragon and focusing all his attention on Rayleigh, silently reciting, "If one does not soar through the heavens, one shall plummet into the abyss." With a flash of dragonlight, he charged forth, his blade drawn, embodying the ferocity of a colossal dragon. The sound of his sword echoed like a dragon's roar, tearing through the air. This move astonished Rayleigh once more. He had not anticipated that Arthur would unleash such a formidable technique as the final strike of their duel. Moreover, there was no indication of preparation or hesitation, just an instantaneous and rapid assault. Rayleigh, exhilarated, smiled as he transformed into a silver flash, cleaving through Arthur's attack. The clash of their blades resonated in the air, creating a terrifying shockwave that rippled around Twin Cape. The nearby sea roiled, and the fish beneath the waves emitted sounds akin to whale songs, seemingly pleased with the spectacle. The two combatants exchanged positions, standing resolutely upon the red earth, unmoving. Who emerged victorious? "Hey, what just transpired, Captain Roger?" Buggy, engrossed from the lighthouse, inquired of Roger below. Shanks, with wide eyes and an expression of disbelief, gazed at the scene before him. Could it be that he was witnessing a clash of such magnitude between Arthur and Mr. Rayleigh? Suddenly, Roger burst into laughter, recalling, "When I was 16, I was brawling with ruffians in Rogue Town. Where would I have found hockey or such swordsmanship? Truly, the old waves push the new." In the distance, Arthur gradually sheathed his sword, allowing the fierce aura of lethality to dissipate, and turned to face Rayleigh as if nothing had transpired. "The youth is formidable," remarked Rayleigh with a smile as he gazed at the saber in his hand. In the fleeting moment when their techniques clashed, the two forces of dominance converged, neutralizing each other's strikes. This indicated that their full-force attacks had resulted in a stalemate. "Mr. Rayleigh, if you were to unleash your comprehensive strength against me, I would stand no chance in a clash of blades," Arthur acknowledged with humility, expressing his gratitude for the exchange of swordsmanship. "I have learned a great deal from this battle." Throughout the encounter, Rayleigh refrained from employing the conqueror's hockey or the observation hockey. Their duel was solely a contest of swordsmanship and armament hockey, and even that was enough to push Arthur to his limits. Conversely, Rayleigh moved with ease and grace, guiding Arthur like a mentor, allowing him to recognize his own shortcomings. His observation hockey was weak, relying entirely on instinctual reactions to evade attacks, while he had yet to master the conqueror's hockey. However, his armament hockey had been honed gradually through the crucible of combat. "Excellent, Roger." Witnessing the conclusion of the battle and having fulfilled his purpose for coming to Twin Cape, bellowed to the crowd from behind. "To celebrate the arrival of our new crew members, let us commence the feast, my brothers." Barrett suddenly turned around, gazing in astonishment at Roger. "Are we having another banquet? I haven't exercised in days." "The young lad, you must acclimate to life aboard our ship. Do not conflate us with other pirates." Jabba patted Barrett's shoulder and began making his way towards the Twin Cape lighthouse to resupply the old Jackson. Rayleigh and Arthur leaped over the tumultuous terrain and returned to Roger's side. "What is his strength like, Rayleigh?" Roger inquired, curious about Arthur's prowess, as he probed Rayleigh, who had just concluded a battle. Rayleigh, slightly panting, responded, "If allowed to grow for another year, his swordsmanship could rival yours, Roger. His physique and endurance are the strongest I have ever witnessed." This assessment delighted Roger, who turned to see Arthur, who had just embraced Cooper, starting to carry supplies onto the ship without even a hint of fatigue. His talent may well surpass Barrett's. Rayleigh, sharing in Roger's gaze, was profoundly impressed by Arthur's abilities. The Navy truly seems oblivious to their own thoughts. Roger observed Arthur, who was busy transporting supplies, to use his accomplishments to entice people into the Navy. Is that not a self-inflicted plight? Arthur had keen hearing, and he quietly listened to their conversation. Despite receiving compliments from his seniors, Arthur felt no joy. If he were truly formidable, he would not seek refuge under others. He still had a long journey ahead of him. At the Twin Cape dock, Resupply for the old Jackson was complete, and preparations for departure were underway. Crocus stood at the dock, having bid farewell to the island whale, Labu, before boarding the vessel, leaving Labu alone to wait. It seemed that at this hour, the whale's mind remained quite sound. Arthur leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the island whale below, which was several times larger than the vessel itself, pondering deeply. He had roughly deduced that Labu might have contracted the affliction associated with colliding with the Red Earth continent during this period. Yet, that no longer concerned him. Previously, he might have sought to effect change, but now Arthur yearned for strength, and more strength, to relish the respect and power that come with it. He desired to savor the taste of a predator, unwilling to remain a weakling. Found it. Jabba kicked open the hatch and emerged from the storeroom, brandishing a permanent pointer while shouting, "The permanent pointer of the Sabaody archipelago. Enough chatter, let us celebrate Crocus's joining, my brothers." Faced with this carefree and unguarded pirate crew, who indulged in feasting every few days, Arthur understood that the power derived from strength was indeed apparent. The ordinary Navy hardly dared to confront them. At that moment, Arthur felt a sudden tug on the hem of his trousers and looked down to find Shanks standing behind him, inquiring with curiosity, "Arthur, since you previously served in the Navy, what is your opinion of that organization?" This question prompted Arthur to rest his chin on his hand, and he quickly responded to Shanks, "It is a gathering of talented individuals, each possessing a distinct personality, which embodies their sense of justice." "I see," Shanks replied. During Arthur's few days with the Roger pirates, Shanks had scarcely spoken to him, leaving Arthur puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor. Before setting sail, a pale seagull unexpectedly alighted on the railing of the old Jackson, dropping a large package beside Arthur. Ever vigilant, Arthur fixated on the bird, his icy gaze causing it to shiver as it delivered the contents of the bag to him before taking flight. "Has someone sent you something, Arthur?" Shanks queried, eyeing the substantial package in Arthur's grasp. Arthur noticed the Joy Street emblem on the bag and surmised its contents likely included a letter from Stussy. Upon opening the bag, he was astonished by the stacks of belly inside, alongside a letter. He extracted the envelope and read its contents. "Thank you for your hard work, Arthur. The Red Port incident has spread across the globe. The failure lies with me. I never anticipated such a formidable figure would escort the body. Due to insufficient intelligence, I do not hold you accountable for the mission's failure. Please forgive my impulsiveness, which nearly led you to peril. This is a small compensation. Joy Street Queen, Stussy." After reading the letter, Arthur promptly instructed Cooper to catch the seagull and bring it before him, intending to reply to Stussy. His letter would address Mads's intervention to prevent Vegapunk and Caesar from being simultaneously captured by the world government. At least they were safe and retained their value. "May I have a glance?" Shanks leaned in to see the contents of the envelope, but was thwarted by Arthur, who deemed it his personal matter and chose not to disclose it to others. He must be signaling for help. Pushing him off the ship, Buggy jeered from a distance, still fearful of Arthur and Barrett. Shanks turned, astonished, to Buggy, signaling for help? "What news?" Arthur clarified, "This is the payment and reply from an underground world organization." His explanation alleviated the concerns of the others. Approximately a day later, the Seagull returned to the colossal vessel of the underground organization with the letter. In the realm of the news agency, the Seagull swiftly relayed all it had witnessed to a colossal bird-like figure resembling an albatross, Morgans. "What did you say? The genius who betrayed the Navy has joined the Roger pirate crew?" Morgans was taken aback and embraced the Seagull, eager to confirm the truth. The Seagull nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving this news, Morgans rolled around in his office. "This is a sensational story that could lead to substantial profits for me. Ha ha ha, it's simply exhilarating. My goodness." Quickly, gather the journalists to write the article. 2 days later, aboard the Orjexan, amidst a joyous banquet, they arrived in the waters of the Sabaody archipelago. During this time, Arthur had a chance to familiarize himself with the entire Roger pirate crew. Most of them were not much different from ordinary powerful individuals. Except for the outstanding combat prowess of Rayleigh, Jabba, and Roger, the others could match the average vice admiral of the Navy. The overall combat strength was formidable, making it nearly impossible for anyone to challenge them. Extra. The Roger pirate crew has added 2 monstrous newcomers, one of whom is the former Navy headquarters major, heralded as the most talented youth in Navy history, Arthur. The young newspaper vendor darted around the various regions of the archipelago, disseminating the news just learned from the World Economic News Daily. In Area 13 of the Sabaody archipelago, at Shaki's bar, Shaki had just dealt with a group of thugs in preparation for the arrival of the Roger pirate crew. Arthur was called to the front by a stunningly beautiful female proprietor with long hair. The proprietor, named Shaki, was the former empress of Amazon Lily. At that moment, she held the latest edition of the World Economic News Daily, smoking a cigarette while assessing Arthur from head to toe. "Are you Arthur?" The 30-something Shaki still exuded charm, her presence radiating an imperial aura befitting her past as an empress. With her exquisite beauty and alluring figure, she inquired of Arthur. Noticing that Arthur was also scrutinizing her, Shaki followed his gaze to her chest. "Do you see this? I'm not wearing anything underneath today." At her words, the typically stoic Arthur's cheeks flushed, and he erupted in anger, retorting sharply, "Whether you are or not is none of my business." To avoid being misunderstood, he genuinely did not know how to respond. However, being a man, he could not deny that he had stolen a glance. The entire crew of the Roger pirates burst into laughter, spewing their food and drinks upon hearing Shaki's remark. Arthur sighed, attempting to regain his composure. His flustered demeanor made it difficult for Shaki to perceive him as the notorious villain portrayed by the Navy. Instead, he seemed more like an innocent youth, blushing even at the teasing of a beautiful woman. She also noticed that Arthur was seated with 2 or 3 empty chairs on either side. His aura of vigilance unmistakably strong, though not discernible to ordinary folk. "You are indeed quite adorable. What are the rest of you doing? Wasting food?" As she spoke, Shaki lifted her gaze towards the other members of the Roger pirates within her establishment, all of whom were utterly irreverent, transformed into a band of jet-propelled warriors. "Shaki, refrain from employing your tantalizing tactics on minors," Rayleigh exclaimed, his old face flushing with embarrassment as he admonished her. "Are you feeling jealous?" Xiaoqi remarked dismissively at Lei's jealousy, becoming even more spirited as she flirted with him. She adjusted her attire, pulling it down slightly, and said, "Isn't this all prepared for someone special?" Rayleigh remained silent, yet it seemed that everyone present already comprehended the situation. Observing Rayleigh, whose weathered face had turned a deep shade of crimson, Arthur began to grasp the essence of the matter. His gaze then shifted to Shaki, the former empress of the pirates, who had ventured into the world in search of love, driven by her own yearning. Thus, it was highly probable that Rayleigh was the object of her affections. With eyes closed, Arthur savored the dumplings in his bowl, only to instinctively shift his body to the left. Upon opening his eyes, he caught sight of Shaki's astonished expression as she reached out to him. The absence of any sense of security was indeed unsettling. "Roger, now your pirate crew has gained 2 formidable combatants. What are your intentions?" Shaki regarded Arthur with a seductive stare, recalling his escape from Judicial Island. It was only natural for her to exercise such caution. "One last adventure," Roger replied, his smile exuding an air of confidence. He was assured of his ability to achieve monumental events capable of altering the world within his limited lifespan. A promise to Rayleigh as well. Upon hearing Roger's earnest declaration, the crowd regarded him with newfound respect. "Is that true?" Even Xiaoqi widened her eyes, gazing at the man who had united with Carp to vanquish the Rock's pirates. Thus the urgent need for combat prowess. Shiki, John, and Lingling would undoubtedly not stand idly by, watching me accomplish this adventure unimpeded. The government has consistently prohibited the exploration of history and obstructed the discovery of the ultimate island, which has remained hidden for 8 centuries. This time, the aim is to find it and ascertain what it harbors. After expressing his innermost thoughts, Roger returned to his crew, indulging in hearty drinks. "Well, do as you please." Xiaoqi's gaze shifted back to Arthur, realizing that, unlike everyone else, he remained unfazed by Roger's words, as if he were indifferent to the matter. Xiaoqi reached out to touch the 3 claw marks on Arthur's left cheek, but her delicate fingers were evaded once more by Arthur's instinctive withdrawal. She paused, then smiled at Arthur, saying, "Hey, a group of uninvited guests has arrived on this island today, Roger and Rayleigh." No sooner had she spoken than the bar's door was violently kicked open by a man clad in golden armor, wielding a massive sword. "Long time no see, Roger Pirates." The man's name was Wang Ji. Upon learning of the Roger Pirates landing at Sabati Archipelago, he had come specifically to inquire about them. As the imposing figure clad in golden armor with a bushy beard entered, the crowd fell silent. "Wang Ji, shouldn't you be at Honeycomb Island? Prepare to die, Roger." Wang Ji halted abruptly, suddenly noticing Xiaoqi beside him, and redirected his attack, asking, "Is this your establishment?" "Yao Xiao?" Xiaoqi calmly took a puff from her cigarette and smiled at him. "If you intend to fight here, you're doomed, Wang Ji." Just as Roger was preparing to draw his sword, he unexpectedly extended an invitation to his former adversary. Wang Ji, would you like to join us for a drink? Who would want to drink with you, peculiar lot? Minutes later, Wang Ji, seizing a barrel of wine and exhibiting his bravado in front of everyone, successfully integrated into the festivities of the Roger Pirates. Smack! Upon witnessing this scene, Arthur abruptly slammed the table and departed from the gathering. What's wrong, Arthur? Why the sudden outburst? What a strange fellow. It's nothing. I simply cannot comprehend how one can revel in merriment with their enemies. Arthur retorted to the members of the Roger Pirates. As long as they are willing, it at least minimizes casualties. We could also take the opportunity to acquire something valuable from him. He could not fathom why one would mix with the enemy. An enemy is an enemy. Only by eliminating the opposition can one. As Arthur continued, he noticed the astonished gazes fixed upon him and suddenly realized how extreme he had become. With a resounding thud, Arthur departed from Shaki's bar, firmly closing the door behind him. It seemed that within this assembly, his current thoughts rendered him the sole aberration. The recent scene appeared to echo his prior fantasies of a pirate's life, where absolute adversaries could transform into allies. Yet, having nearly succumbed to such notions, he now found himself unable to embrace this reality. Enemies and crewmates reveling together? Standing before the entrance, Arthur clenched his fists, teeth gritted in indignation. What nonsense! Inside the bar, amidst the festivities with the Roger Pirates, Cooper noticed Arthur's tempestuous exit and decided to follow suit. Forget him, Cooper. You are the heart of our atmosphere. The crew urged, yet Cooper remained undeterred, leaving the bar and its throng behind. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Arthur perched alone on the long steps, lost in contemplation. Reeking of alcohol, Cooper approached Arthur from behind. Cooper, you will find it exhausting to live this way. Arthur, he murmured. I would rather be reclusive than witness their insipid social games. Cooper, Arthur retorted, gazing at the expanse of moss-covered alchemine mangroves before him. I find such naivety utterly childish. Indulging in those fantasies will surely lead to my demise. From the alchemine grove, countless resin bubbles continuously emerged from the viscous grass, ascending into the air. I have grown weary of existing within their dreams, neglecting the harshness of my own 2-year ordeal. Thus, I relinquished my fantasies and confronted the brutal reality of this world. He resolved never to lapse into complacency again, even if it meant leading a burdensome, solitary existence, ostracized by others. Upon hearing these words, Cooper settled cross-legged behind Arthur, silently offering his companionship. Cooper, Arthur said, turning to the newly joined ship's doctor. I inquired a bit about the art of medicine. Why? Do you still wish to study medicine? Arthur gazed in astonishment at Cooper behind him. Cooper, seeing you wounded with no one to assist, I must learn some medical skills to avoid relying on others. Upon hearing these words, Arthur gently pulled Cooper to his side and embraced him, saying, when you successfully learn, teach me as well, so that if you are ever injured, I will know how to help. Together, they stood outside the bar, each accompanied by an eagle, creating a solitary yet distinctive tableau. Below the long ladder, Bucky hurriedly dashed towards the Shaki bar behind him, as if something significant had transpired. As Buggy passed by Arthur, beads of cold sweat incessantly trickled down his forehead. He spoke urgently. Arthur, the Navy's Grand Fleet has arrived. I must hasten to inform Captain Roger. Buggy dashed towards Shaki's bar, troubled by the swiftness of the Navy's arrival, which he attributed to Arthur. This concern stemmed from the moment he boarded the ship, when he had mentioned that the Navy possessed his life card. Is it the Grand Fleet? Arthur turned to look at Buggy, utterly convinced of the Navy's intentions. The life cards had been created upon his enlistment in the Navy, enabling them to reach Arthur's location in a remarkably short span of time. Within the confines of the Shaki bar, Buggy conveyed the news of the Navy's arrival to the officers gathered for the banquet. Captain Roger, I sense a conspiracy. Buggy clutched Roger's trousers, his face awash with tears. Arthur's joining us must be part of a strategic plan devised by the Navy to eliminate us. The moment these words were uttered, disbelief coursed through the bar. After all, they had only just arrived at the Shabandi archipelago, and the Navy had made their appearance in mere hours. In the past, the Navy had never dared to deploy a Grand Fleet. Leaving him on the ship could lead to our demise. Captain, woe is me. Calm down, Roger replied, his skepticism palpable. Just then, Arthur, who had come to discuss how to handle the Navy, noticed the wary gazes of most members of the Roger Pirates. They seemed to suspect that this encirclement was a prearrangement between him and the Navy. The Roger Pirates took note of Arthur standing at the threshold. Barrett observed the awkward atmosphere between the two parties and couldn't help but smile to himself, genuinely curious about how Arthur would handle the situation. He alone felt that this operation was far from being a joint effort with the Navy to eliminate the Roger pirates. So, do you all believe that my experiences and injuries over the past 2 years have merely been a performance alongside the Navy, aimed at you? Arthur lowered his head, leaving the crowd unable to discern the emotions etched upon his face. Absolutely, Buggy exclaimed, clutching Roger's thigh and pointing at Arthur defiantly in front of everyone. You are usually so cold and reclusive. It must be you who has been leaking information to the Navy. Silence, Buggy. Do refrain from speaking further. Rayleigh admonished the troublemaker, prompting him to cover his head and fall silent. Do you all feel the same way? Arthur's expression fell into despair as he stroked Cooper's head, seeking assurance from the crowd. Even Cooper was taken aback, never expecting to be doubted. Roger and Arthur locked eyes for an extended moment, sensing the chilling detachment emanating from one another, their gazes growing pale and hollow. It felt as though they were on the brink of a rift. Undoubtedly, this seemingly insignificant individual's suspicion and instigation had sparked an internal conflict capable of jeopardizing their crew's unity. I apologize, Buggy, Roger said, gently patting Buggy's head. Since the moment Arthur accepted the invitation to join their pirate crew, Roger had never doubted him. Arthur had previously assured them that his life card was with the Navy. Why? Buggy exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, gazing innocently at his captain. He was once a member of the Navy, Captain. We have never encountered such an onslaught from the Navy when visiting the Sabaody archipelago before. You must remember, he is no longer a Navy man. He is now our ally. You cannot harbor suspicion toward him simply because of his past. I have no regrets about bringing him aboard. Roger understood all too well the tragic fate that awaited a young man who had already suffered at the hands of the world's indifference. Such treatment would only lead Arthur further into darkness. Fool, apologize, Shanks asserted, equally convinced that Arthur could not be the traitor informing the Navy. He approached Buggy and delivered a punch. Do not create discord among the crew without reason. Rubbing his bruised cheek, Buggy bowed to Arthur, sincerely saying, I'm sorry. I was simply too frightened by the rumors about you. Upon hearing that the Navy was surrounding the island, Wang Ji rose with a bottle of alcohol, striding towards the exit. Your group is truly hopeless. What kind of pirates are you? He stood tall, locking eyes with Arthur, seemingly testing his resolve. Arthur's gaze revealed an extraordinary determination, cold and untrusting. Arthur stepped aside, watching Wang Ji depart alone. If the Navy were not coming, I would have relished a fight with you, Roger. But it seems we now share a common enemy. With that, Wang Ji left the Sabaody archipelago, Region 13. Without looking back, are you truly afraid of me due to those rumors? After Wang Ji's departure, Arthur regarded Buggy, who was still apologizing. Otherwise, how many good people do we have among us pirates? Buggy stammered in response. I cannot claim to be a good person, for my hands are stained with lives I did not wish to take. However, you should not hastily attribute any misfortune to me. Arthur's tone was gentle as he accepted Buggy's apology. He then turned to Roger to further clarify his position. I joined you in search of your protection. I am acutely aware that I lack the strength to survive alone. If you accept me, I will serve you. If you doubt or question me, I shall take my leave. It is quite simple, Captain Roger, merely a matter of mutual benefit. These words came from the depths of Arthur's heart. In an era where the Navy's might was rapidly expanding and numerous formidable recruits were joining its ranks, he felt that he would soon meet his downfall amidst the relentless pursuit. Roger listened intently to Arthur's words and, without a moment's hesitation, responded, You have misunderstood, Arthur. I have never doubted you from the very beginning. As he approached Arthur, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, he grinned heartily. I would never forsake a crew member like you over trivial matters. I have a keen eye for people. Such trivial matters would not deter Roger from retaining Arthur. A formidable asset, his vision transcends the confines of the warring states. Moreover, Roger is acutely aware that Arthur had mentioned before boarding that his life card lies within the Navy's grasp. This implies that the Roger pirates will perpetually be pursued by the Navy, revealing their whereabouts with every passing moment. With that, Roger strode purposefully towards the exit of the Shaki bar, calling out to his entire crew, Brothers, let us wager our lives to reminisce with the Navy. You must understand. Even against a grand fleet, I shall not shy away. The infectious smile and unwavering resolve exuded by him galvanized the entire Roger pirates, who followed him without hesitation to the docking point of the Aljackson at the 44th Sabaody archipelago. Witnessing this scene, Shaki smiled from behind the bar, saying, You should leave swiftly. I have a business to run and prefer not to attract the Navy's attention. The officers of the Roger pirates bid farewell to Shaki, each smiling as they passed by Arthur and exited the bar. Fool, do not create such petty conflicts in the future, Bang scolded, delivering a punch to Buggy's head as a lesson. I understand, Mr. Rayleigh. I was merely frightened of him, Buggy exclaimed, clutching the swelling lump on his head, as he followed Shanks in pursuit of Roger. Once everyone had departed, only Rayleigh and Shocky remained in the bar for their final farewell. Old Ray, it seems all my preparations today were in vain. Shocky pouted, resting her chin in her hand, gazing alluringly at Rayleigh, who stood before Arthur. Let us wait a while longer. Roger does not have much time left. After this final adventure concludes, I shall come to find you, Shocky. Very well, but do not keep me longing for too long. I promise. After bidding farewell to Rayleigh and Shocky, Arthur stood at the entrance of the bar, arms crossed and wearing a calm expression. Come on, Arthur, it seems we won't be celebrating Christmas after all. We are about to engage in a grand battle with the Navy. Let us proceed. Arthur kept pace with Rayleigh as they made their way to the Archman Red Tree area, number 44. Beyond the islands of Sabaody, countless warships of varying sizes surged forth, encircling the islands like a formidable iron barrel. Found it. On board the ship Orgeckson, Sambel, who was responsible for watching over the vessel, discovered an oddly shaped shell within the cabin. He placed the shell upon the sturdy mast, preparing to activate it when Roger, standing at the bow, suddenly interjected, Hold on. Sambel, I absolutely refuse to plunge into the depths of the ocean. The membrane shell, a remarkable artifact capable of enveloping the ship in a protective layer of resilient bubbles, could enable the vessel to descend beneath the waves, even to depths of 10,000 meters, shielded from the perils of water pressure and other adversities of the deep sea. Isn't that a product of the Sky Islands? What would it be doing in the ocean? Arthur, positioned at the ship's prow, squinted thoughtfully. At this juncture, the Roger pirates should not have yet ascended to the Sky Islands. However, Captain, do take note of the number of adversaries. Sambel, the fisherman, paused his preparations for the membrane shell, gazing at Roger in astonishment as he cautioned. Indeed, Captain Roger, that is a formidable naval fleet. Shanks, hearing Roger's words, was equally taken aback. He clutched the hem of Roger's trousers, observing the man before him, who bore a broad smile revealing his prominent teeth. It seemed that throughout his memories, this man, akin to a father figure, had never once fled. The commanders of the great fleet have been identified. It's the likes of Sengoku the Buddha and Garp, along with the newly minted elite from the Navy featured in recent newspapers. Buggy's voice echoed from the crow's nest, further heightening the tension aboard the ship. Haha, isn't this splendid? Roger exclaimed, bursting into laughter, and promptly drew his sword, issuing a command. Brothers, before we re-enter the New World, we must astound those Navy scoundrels. Charge at them. Upon hearing their captain's orders, all worries dissipated, and the crew swiftly prepared for battle. Sambel, the fishman, leaped into the sea, positioning himself beneath the dragon spine of the Orgeckson, employing his powerful flippers to grasp the sides of the spine. Since Roger has commanded it, let us engage in a grand battle. Sambel served as a human propulsion system in the water, clutching onto the Orgeckson as they surged forth from the shores of the Sabaody Archipelago's Area 44, heading straight for the heart of the naval fleet. Charge. Arthur furrowed his brow in seriousness, gazing intently at the fleet ahead, utterly perplexed by Roger's actions. Why charge? Wasn't this akin to steering the Orgeckson into a certain demise? However, upon further reflection, it did indeed resonate with Roger's character. He would never retreat or flee in his lifetime. Arthur retracted the astonishment from his visage and soon witnessed a formidable armada of pirate ships barreling directly towards the naval fleet's forefront. You peculiar lot. Let us see who can vanquish more Navy men. Roger. Wang Zhi shouted towards Roger from among the throng of pirate vessels. The crew members of Wang Zhi's pirate faction joined in, rallying and inciting the Roger pirates. The competitive spirit between the two pirate crews ignited fervently, erupting into a cacophony of noise in this pivotal moment. I cannot help but indulge you in this raucous escapade, Roger, Rayleigh murmured, lowering his head as he stood behind Roger, resignedly drawing his blade. It seemed as though each individual was resolutely prepared to embrace their fate alongside Roger, their morale surging in an instant. Suddenly, the ship lurched forward, and Barrett, resembling a cannon, propelled himself from the bow, leading the charge towards the naval fleet above. Armored fusion. Barrett leaped onto a naval warship, unhesitatingly unleashing his devil fruit powers to effortlessly seize control of another vessel, transforming into a towering figure akin to a Gundam. Striking at the nearby ships, Observing the multitude of individuals acting thoughtlessly and without reason, Arthur seemed to grasp a deeper understanding. All present were now fugitives. What more was there to contemplate? The brave naval officers, undaunted by death, were solely focused on vanquishing their adversaries. The Aljaxensen swiftly navigated out from the concealment of the Yarkaman mangroves, exposing itself alongside Wang Ji's pirate crew before the formidable naval fleet. With a sudden surge of resolve, Arthur strode decisively toward the bow of the ship. The members of the Roger pirates turned their gaze towards him as they noticed his movement. Arthur, are you also going to take action? This is no jest. It could truly lead to death. The naval fleet encircling Sabaody Archipelago began to fire upon the pirate ship. Cooper followed in Arthur's footsteps, calmly trailing behind him. Cooper, he remarked, it seems we have been dancing with the Navy for the past 2 years. Indeed, Arthur replied with a chuckle. He approached the bow of the ship, suddenly grinning widely, and turned to Cooper, giving him a knowing glance. With a roar, Cooper spread his wings wide on the deck and soared into the sky above. Arthur then fixed his gaze on a colossal warship at the center of the naval fleet. And with a powerful leap from the ship's bow, he hurtled through the air towards it. I will kill you, Sengoku. Just as Arthur and Cooper initiated the battle, a nearby warship erupted with chaos as a figure ascended above the deck of the Aljaxen. Ha ha ha, take this punch first, Roger. Carp's hearty laughter reverberated through the air. His formidable fist charged and ready. With no target in mind, his eyes were solely on Roger, the naval hero, as he unleashed a powerful punch from above the Aljaxen. You bastard, Carp! Roger exclaimed, laughing as he drew his sword and fiercely slashed upwards towards Carp. The black lightning of his crescent moon-slicing strike surged towards Carp's expansive fist technique. In the moment of collision between their two forces, they both shouted the names of their techniques in unison. Fist bone, galaxy impact, divine avoidance. A thunderous clash erupted in the skies above the Aljaxen as the formidable slash of divine avoidance collided violently with the overwhelming force of a mighty punch. The ferocious energy rampaged across the sea, marking the commencement of this maritime battle between the two great commanders. The ship's hull trembled under the intense impact, prompting Roger to glance at Rayleigh beside him. Do not let that man perish, Rayleigh. Upon the deck of a colossal warship, the imposing Sengoku, draped in a cloak of justice, stood resolutely. Admiral, the fleet's right flank is under attack, seemingly the combined powers of Douglas Barrett's devil fruit. The fleet's front was assaulted by the notorious pirate, Wang Ji. What of Arthur? Has he truly joined the Roger pirates? Sengoku paid little heed to this report, instead directing his gaze towards the distant Aljaxen, inquiring about Arthur's whereabouts. The traitor has not yet been spotted, replied the messenger. However, as the words left his lips, Sengoku abruptly looked up at the sky, narrowing his eyes upon the emergence of an eagle. Swiftly, he drew a white card from his person, his gaze following the card's trajectory, soon locking onto a menacing figure approaching him with alarming speed. He is coming for me, Sengoku gasped, realizing that the life card he held indicated Arthur's direction. Sensing the icy aura approaching, a blade of light flashed swiftly. The terrifying killing intent and pressure compelled Sengoku to shield himself with his hands, enveloping them in the hardened armor of Haki. Arthur, closing in rapidly, unsheathed the ice dragon from his waist and swung it fiercely towards Sengoku. With a resounding boom, the immense warship sank under the force, sending seawater soaring dozens of feet into the air. The vessel swayed precariously, and the splashes of water arched gracefully between Arthur and Sengoku. As the water cascaded back onto the deck, Sengoku gritted his teeth, locking eyes with Arthur. It has been nearly 2 years. I did not anticipate your strength had ascended to this level. Arthur, executing a rapid strike, aimed for Sengoku's arms, which were shrouded in Haki, yet failed to inflict harm. This strike was devoid of Haki, a deliberate choice to conserve stamina during their initial clash. Sengoku's hardened Haki-covered forearms stood resolute, akin to an immovable mountain. Calmly, Sengoku regarded Arthur, now transformed from the past, his aura brimming with lethal intent. Discard my life card, Arthur stated flatly, igniting the power of Haki that enveloped the blade of the ice dragon. The flow of his Haki swiftly enveloped the entire blade, causing Sengoku to feel a sudden, intense pain deep within his arm. In the next moment, both combatants exerted their strength, forcing each other back. Arthur soared onto the deck of the warship, surrounded by elite Navy officers, all clad in cloaks of justice. Even if you discard it, it is of no consequence. The Navy will produce them in abundance. This is not the soul card. I can no longer allow you to grow unchecked. As the clash concluded, Sengoku gazed in astonishment at the scar adorning his forearm. Initially, he had readily agreed to embark on the path of righteousness, destined to become the object of adoration among the common folk of the world. To live within the confines of your treachery? Arthur scoffed disdainfully, surveying his surroundings. The conqueror's haki, which he could now wield freely, surged forth from his body like a fish in water. The elite Navy personnel who dared approach him fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, their weapons abandoned as they succumbed to unconsciousness in his formidable presence. Witnessing Arthur's overwhelming display of haki, Sengoku felt a pang of regret for not retaining Arthur within the Navy's ranks. "I might as well embrace death, you hypocrite," he muttered as Arthur advanced towards him, blade in hand, closing the distance of over 10 meters on the deck. With a swift motion, he unleashed a dark dragon, hurtling towards Sengoku. Overbearing, Sengoku stared in astonishment at the massive black ice dragon looming before him. He gathered his strength and struck fiercely at the dragon's head. Bang! The black dragon shattered instantly into a flurry of tiny ice shards that rained down onto the deck. In a moment of daze, Sengoku noticed that Arthur had used the cover of these ice fragments to swiftly close the distance. Crouching low and swinging his blade towards Sengoku's chest, he leaned back, and the tip of the knife brushed past his neck with the swiftness of the wind. The battle-hardened Marine Admiral Sengoku couldn't help but smile. His right fist tightened abruptly, aimed at the now vulnerable Arthur below. Seeing this, Arthur gritted his teeth, feeling the overwhelming disparity between them. "The greatest mistake I made was allowing you to escape from Judiciary Island." Sengoku's fist descended alongside his words, and Arthur raised his blade, the fiery edge of it glimmering before him. Boom! Sengoku's fist, imbued with penetrating force, was completely intercepted by the haki. 2 years ago, that punch had felt like a mountain pressing down on him, nearly forcing Arthur to kneel. Yet now, he found himself in a deadlock with Sengoku's attack. A clear sign of his growth. 2 years prior, he would have likely been unable to withstand such an onslaught. Though still burdened, he stood firm. "And my mistake was being too kind, not caring for my own interests," Arthur shouted, unleashing the full power of the ice dragon, allowing the frost within his blade to gradually envelop Sengoku. As the thin layer of frost covered him, Sengoku felt a sting on his skin and was momentarily taken aback. Staring wide-eyed at the icy power spreading from his arm, "What is this?" His concern caused a brief lapse in focus, and he instinctively loosened his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur struck him away with a single slash, the chaotic winds from his blade lifting the wooden planks of the deck before him. "Bounce, bounce, dog!" Arthur, eager to proclaim his technique, swiftly corrected Sengoku, casting aside any semblance of respect he once held for him. Only a murderous intent remained. Sengoku, momentarily off balance, gazed in astonishment at Arthur below him. In a mere 2 years, he had witnessed Arthur's astonishing growth in both physique and combat experience. He had achieved this remarkable level without relying on the powers of a devil fruit or the support of others. According to intelligence, Sengoku learned that Arthur was entirely alone, yet had managed to reach such heights by himself. "Are you so certain that I am not your equal? Chase the light." Arthur's blade sliced through the air faster than the sound of his words, striking Sengoku squarely in the chest. The blade, infused with the power of flowing cherry blossom haki, descended with full force. Arthur had no doubt this strike would land. After all, such an opportunity was rare. In the critical moment, Sengoku's chest radiated with a golden light, his divine form shimmering brilliantly. Clang! The blade, enveloped in haki, collided with an ethereal sound, resonating amidst the tumultuous winds of the surrounding sea. This was the manifestation of a devil fruit ability, Sengoku's golden body. As Arthur stared in disbelief at the blade that could not cleave through Sengoku's form, a circular, transparent energy silently emanated from Sengoku's fist, encasing him within its grasp, and landed a punch squarely on his face. "Arthur, had you agreed to stand by my side from the beginning, you would undoubtedly be the most formidable admiral in history, even in his divine form." Sengoku displayed discomfort as Arthur's full-force attack threatened to dismantle him from within. "It is a pity you are shackled by both body and mind. Unwilling to pursue the path of supreme power, to put it plainly, you are but a child." As he felt the impact of Sengoku's punch, Arthur thought he might lose consciousness. The force of Sengoku's devil fruit ability sent him hurtling from the massive battleship's deck towards the left wing's fleet of vessels. His body was unable to resist the onslaught of terrifying currents, crashing through the masts of several ships below. The shockwave coursed through Arthur, ravaging his flesh and leaving him in excruciating pain. "Left wing fleet, heed my command." Sengoku's golden form faded, revealing a distinct bruise on his chest as he ordered in the direction Arthur had flown. This traitor must not survive. Cast aside any sentiment and eliminate him. No sooner had he issued the command than Sengoku beheld the battleship before him ablaze, swarming with pirates. Wang Ji, what brings you to Sabaody Archipelago? Were you not consolidating power in the New World with John and Silver Axe? The seas roiled, waves crashing against the hulls of pirate and navy ships alike. The battle for Sabaody Archipelago was poised to erupt. The Roger pirates and Wang Ji pirates faced off against the current naval might. Just moments ago, Sengoku had appeared composed. How had he suddenly become reckless enough to assault their stronghold? The entire Roger pirate crew launched into action, intercepted by numerous powerful vice-admirals, resulting in a stalemate. Garp. You bastard, get off my ship. Roger stood upon his vessel, confronting Garp, who had landed on the deck of the Jackson. Ha ha ha. Today I shall undoubtedly arrest you, Roger. I will destroy your ship as well. The left flank of the naval fleet was ensconced in a shadowy mid-deck, where Arthur, having been struck by a powerful blow, lay ensnared in pain, his body marred with bruises. Despite his attempts to harness his haki, the inherent shock of the human fruit left him injured, blood spilling from his lips. In truth, he had long yearned for such an opportunity. Should I, as a champion of justice, encounter another who betrays it, I would not hesitate to impose the harshest of penalties, for I am indeed a companion of righteousness. A youth clad in a naval summer vest descended from the upper deck to the mid-deck, gazing at Arthur. His name was Kazan, a new prodigy from the Navy headquarters. As he stepped into the midship cabin, he observed Arthur, unsteadily rising and sheathing his blade, and curiously inquired, How odd, you are sheathing your sword. Does this imply surrender? I have told you, I am no longer bound by the constraints of self-imposed thoughts. Arthur, blood trickling from his mouth, babbled deliriously, his aura suddenly darkening. In a swift and explosive motion, he drew his sword, unleashing a strike that caused the mid-deck to collapse under the sheer force of his might. Kazan, unwavering in his resolve, swiftly drew his own sword and executed a 360-degree arc. His eyes widening in shock as a chilling glimmer sliced through the central bodies of all nearby warships, including the very core of Kazan himself. In the next instant, a thunderous roar reverberated across the vast ocean. The upper halves of all naval vessels in the left flank ascended into the air, severed from their hulls, soaring skyward. Dragon's fury, ring of ruin. This resounding strike left the left flank of the naval fleet in a state of utter astonishment, gazing at the dismembered warships suspended in the heavens. Some soldiers, oblivious to the carnage around them, failed to notice their comrades being reduced to mere fragments by the blade's lethal aura. The cries of agony pierced the air. On the shores of the Sabaody Archipelago, the spectacle was indeed real. Is history repeating itself with the slashing of Judicial Island? Exclaimed a resident, eyes wide in disbelief. Heavens, am I dreaming? Or is this truly happening at sea? The coastal inhabitants of the Sabaody Archipelago, undeterred by the peril, beheld the breathtaking confrontation on the distant waves. Warships plummeted from the sky into the depths of the ocean, creating towering tsunamis that crashed upon the decks of nearby vessels. The munitions aboard the warships erupted in a conflagration, transforming the left flank of the naval fleet into an inferno. Marineford, my wife and children await my return for salvation. I have family. I do not wish to perish. What has transpired? Why did our ship suddenly become weightless? My waist was severed by the blade. His head has fallen. Ah! The agonizing cries echoed within the cleaved battleship, a single stroke resulting in the loss of many naval officers' families and pillars of support. It was Arthur's merciless slaughter, his compassion for the Navy all but cast aside. Yet, in comparison to the clash between Roger and Garp, this was merely a prelude. With a deep breath, Arthur turned his gaze towards the young naval officer before him, Kazan. As his mind regained focus, he recognized the figure standing there, one of the future three admirals, Akiji. Arthur's eyes fixated on the man whose body he had severed at the waist, resembling an ice block cleaved in two, devoid of blood. At this juncture, he had already consumed a Logia-type fruit. Arthur was certain that Kazan had ingested the ice fruit and immediately clenched his fist, the swirling energy of flowing sakura surging forth towards him. The ethereal energy enveloped Arthur's left fist, and with a sudden strike, it propelled towards Kazan's bisected form. Armament haki, he declared. This would indeed be agonizing. Freshly graduated from the Navy, Kazan was still in shock when he saw the haki-wrapped fist hurtling towards him. Boom. The flowing sakura infused with haki shattered Kazan's body into fragments. Observing closely, Arthur noted the pained expression on Kazan's face. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, confirming that he had sustained injuries. Transformed into shards of ice, Kazan plummeted into the sea, and instantaneously, the waters off the coast of the Sabeti archipelago froze, transforming into a dazzling expanse of azure ice. Arthur slowly extended his hand from the gap in his clothing. Brandishing his sword as he approached the edge of the deck, his sharp gaze fixed upon the chaos of frigid air emanating from the now icebound Kazan. The swaying vessel soon steadied, and the surrounding waters crystallized into ice. What was happening? The cold began to coalesce in the air. As the fragmented Kazan knelt on the icy surface, his face contorted in distress. It hurts. My insides feel like they're about to explode. Kazan, embarking on his first mission at sea, had no combat experience to speak of. His strength stemmed entirely from the natural ice devil fruit ability and his own physique. While everyone was stunned by Arthur's terrifying assault that had cleaved through numerous warships, battles aboard the other vessels continued unabated. Arthur gasped for breath during his brief respite, activating his observation haki as he turned to behold the silhouette of a swordsman from another ship charging towards him. The figure evoked a sense of familiarity within him. In fact, he was almost acquainted with the entire officer cadre of the left flank of this naval fleet. It had merely been 2 years since their last encounter. Yet has your swordsmanship advanced so remarkably in that time? Do not approach me, came the voice of Guion, who had once joined the Navy alongside Arthur. She soared through the air, striking down with her blade toward Arthur. In the instant their familiar golden Kinger blade clashed with the icy dragoness edge. Arthur's right arm surged with power, propelling her away and causing her to lose her balance. Once again, this maneuver. Guion thought as he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his hands raised above his head, gritting his teeth while gazing at Arthur, whose entire being radiated an aura of lethal intent. It felt as if his body were on the verge of being cleaved in two. Death seemed imminent. In that moment, time appeared to stand still as Guion observed Arthur's reluctant yet powerless expression while wielding his blade. Externally, his actions seemed devoid of sentiment, while internally, he appeared to be resisting the inevitable. In battles against swordsmen, it is often a singular move that determines the victor. Guion slowly closed his eyes, resigning himself to this harsh reality. A voice from Guion echoed, fluctuating in proximity. Arthur gritted his teeth in defiance, delivering a decisive strike with his blade, slicing downwards into Guion's chest. With a thunderous impact, a man of unremarkable, even unsightly appearance delivered a powerful blow to the side of Arthur's blade just as it made contact with Guion's body, altering its trajectory. Arthur gazed at him, uttering his name, recalling how he had recently been rescued by the ship he commanded. The blade fell onto the nearby deck, carving a flawless gash. Upon witnessing this, Arthur swiftly retracted the blade, distancing himself significantly from them. Hey. After rescuing Guion and ensuring her safety, the furious Keiki approached Arthur, demanding, "What were you doing just now, you wretched scoundrel? Did you intend to kill Guion?" Steadying herself, the unsettled Shigeyama gazed at Kaki before her. "I did not ask for your rescue." What are you saying, my goddess?" Kaki exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of concerned disbelief as she looked at Shigeyama. "I did not request your aid," Shigeyama retorted, "and for reasons unknown." She found herself perpetually unable to acknowledge the kindness that this man extended towards her. Kaki paused for several seconds, then with a calm smile remarked, "It's nothing. I merely intervened to strike down this heartless scoundrel who shows no regard for sentiment." With that, Kaki diverted her gaze from Shigeyama, angrily pointing at the nearby Arthur. "Have you forgotten something recently? Has your very blood turned cold?" Arthur, vigilant of his surroundings, regarded the two before him with a serious demeanor. "Do not attempt to persuade me. My innocence was long lost on the battlefield of Judicial Island." Ice blade. Seizing the moment while Kaji and Arthur were engaged in conversation, Kazan leaped back onto the segment of the warship where Arthur stood, conjuring an ice blade that he held firmly in his grasp. "Kaji, use your abilities to distract him. Guion and I will launch a full-scale assault." Sengoku, the commander of this special military operation, watched the earlier scene with a sense of regret for Arthur's current capabilities. He hastened to the left flank where Arthur was ensnared by Kazan, Guion, and Kaji, and said, "Arthur, I offer you one more chance to redeem yourself." Arthur heard Sengoku's voice and words, and the veins on his forehead throbbed ominously. He appeared to be seething with rage, his murderous intent palpable as he gazed up at the segment of the battleship where Sengoku stood. "This operation, I must thank you, Arthur. Without your life card and Morgan's intelligence, we would still be unaware of the whereabouts of the Roger pirates. Sengoku extended an olive branch to Arthur, acknowledging the futility of the situation, yet urging him to accept his fate. As long as you acquiesce, once this incident concludes, I will reinstate you in the Navy under a new identity to atone for your past misdeeds. The Roger pirates will be utterly erased from history in this encirclement operation. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Kazan, Gion, and Kaji distinctly sensed the murderous aura emanating from Arthur transform into an unquenchable inferno of rage burning within him. As the unbearable conqueror's haki erupted from his being, it ravaged the surroundings, leaving a stinging sensation upon their skin. Ha! Arthur suddenly laughed in anger, his chest heaving with mirth. What I did not anticipate was your audacity in asking me to return to the Navy. As he spoke, he extended his left hand to trace the scars on his chest in front of Sengoku. Behold these numerous overlapping scars, the testament to the countless battles I have endured. You are truly ruthless, Sengoku. Feeling Arthur's profound animosity, Sengoku suddenly grasped a crucial realization. Arthur could no longer return to the Navy. Unlike the past, when he possessed merely the capacity to withstand blows, he was now a seasoned warrior, having faced numerous trials. In the face of such a threat, his mental fortitude was remarkably resilient. Do you think an organization can simply depart at will? This is all you're doing. Am I to blame? Arthur chuckled once more. If it were anyone else who had suffered such grievous injuries and sought to resign, surely that would be accepted without question. My request to resign due to my injuries should be granted without hesitation. It seems there is nothing wrong with my current predicament. As he spoke, Arthur realized that he had indeed transformed into someone far stronger than his former timid self. Through the trials of reality, he had grown increasingly unafraid of any adversary, possessing a calm and composed demeanor in the face of all challenges. I must express my gratitude to you, Sengoku, for pulling me from the naive fantasies of my self-imposed world and thrusting me back into reality. Seeing that further dialogue was futile, Sengoku waved his arm towards the several warships behind him. Two familiar figures, draped in the cloak of justice, approached him from either side. Sakazuki, with a serious expression, clenched his fist and advanced, his gaze casting down upon Arthur, who was surrounded by three of his comrades. Your joining the Roger pirates indeed took the world by surprise. Arthur. Sakazuki leaped onto the deck of the warship where Arthur stood. I apologize, Arthur, but I am merely a cog in the machine. Please do not hold it against me. Pallusolino followed suit, joining the other five to encircle Arthur completely. The five most renowned contemporary admirals, acknowledged for their extraordinary talents, surrounded Arthur, who once held the title of the strongest talent in history. Kazan circled above Arthur, poised to heed his command at any moment. Gion gripped her blade tightly, her expression clouded with concern as she surveyed her companions, clearly indicating an intention not to allow Arthur to survive. She did not wish to kill Arthur, like Kaki. She had never truly believed he would resort to the extreme violence often portrayed in naval discourse. However, the anguished cries of the Navy echoed in her ears, compelling her to reassess the current state of Arthur, as if he were a beast driven to desperation. Strike. You five can surely ensure his demise in these waters. At Sengoku's command, Sakazuki, Pallusolino, Kazan, Gion, and Kaki surged forward towards Arthur. As soldiers, obeying orders was their solemn duty. Yet, as Arthur fixed a piercing gaze upon Sengoku, he sensed only three intentions to kill emanating from the five. Kaki and Gion exhibited no desire to take his life. Arthur's serene smile seemed to harbor some hidden intent, prompting Sengoku to become instantly wary. As the five launched their simultaneous assault on Arthur, they were all taken aback by the unexpected outcome. Mirage? Cutting through the void is incorrect. This is the sixth style, paper drawing, with a hint of presence, utilizing the paper drawing's remnants to conceal himself. Sakazuki quickly discerned Arthur's technique and shouted to everyone. Once mastered, the sixth style transforms into a formidable physical art, allowing its practitioner to navigate the battlefield with grace and ease. Arthur, who once struggled to maintain his composure, now approaches every conflict with a tranquil demeanor, effortlessly employing his abilities. Do not panic. The remnants cannot strike, merely leaving behind an illusory figure akin to a mirage. I have already pinpointed his location. Borsalino directed his finger, charged with the yellow laser of the Pika Pika no Mi, towards the nearby icy expanse. The beam, reminiscent of a four-pointed star, shot forth from his fingertip, hurtling towards Arthur on the ice, only to be deflected by Arthur's blade, sending it crashing into a nearby damaged warship. A thunderous explosion erupted from the struck vessel, smoke billowing skyward. Cease the laser fire, Borsellino. The ability to deflect my lasers is truly vexing. I fear not even a group of 5. At the moment of their assault, Arthur had already distanced himself significantly using the paper drawing's remnants. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, breaking through the encirclement of the Navy's vice-admirals, arrived at the left flank of the naval fleet, casting a worried glance towards the distant battle. Rayleigh, Sengoku exclaimed, his pupils trembling as he gazed upon the figure of Rayleigh, astonished. Truly, the elite have emerged, Sengoku thought. Rayleigh, with sword in hand, leaped onto the edge of a battered warship and greeted Sengoku. Upon seeing Arthur unharmed, his lingering worries dissipated. After a brief assessment of the battlefield, he grinned and pointed his weapon at Sengoku, declaring, "You shall not lay a hand on him, Sengoku." In that instant, the atmosphere between them became tense, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. Sengoku, taken aback by Rayleigh's unexpected arrival, could not help but lament that even with the finest of the Navy present, he would personally have to confront the pirate crews of Roger and Wang-Ji. "Let us have some fun, Sengoku. Carp is currently entertaining Roger," Rayleigh taunted boldly. Undeterred by the dire circumstances, enraged, Sengoku began to unleash his devil fruit abilities. From tomorrow onward, the Roger pirates will vanish completely from these seas. Sengoku transformed into a colossal golden Buddha, engaging in fierce combat with Rayleigh. The brutal struggle in Sabaody Archipelago raged on. In the New World, on Hive Island, a haven for pirates, Captain John received urgent news. The auction for devil fruits in Sabaody had concluded, and Lord Wang-Ji's returning warship was now surrounded by a formidable naval fleet. Within a lofty, dimly lit room on Hive Island, John, a former officer of the Rocks Pirates, sat with a newspaper in one hand and a bottle of rum in the other, drinking deeply. The newspaper's headline announced Arthur's enrollment in the Roger Pirates, which left him utterly astonished. With his long purple hair cascading down and donned in a captain's coat, he regarded his subordinates with an air of haughty superiority. A naval fleet? John pondered, perplexed. Wang-Ji's presence in Sabaody should have gone unnoticed by the Navy. Had he just acquired a paramecia devil fruit only to be discovered by them? Captain John, a subordinate, reported, the fleet, led by Admiral Sengoku with over 50 warships, is engaging in a fierce naval battle with Lord Wang-Ji's crew and Roger's gang. At the mention of Roger's name, John's body stiffened, suddenly intrigued. How could that elusive crew be tracked by the Navy? Resting his chin on his hand, he frowned, recalling recent newspaper articles. Could it be that recently renowned young swordsman? A pirate from Hive Island inquired, "Shall we send someone to offer assistance?" Captain John, another breathless pirate, rushed into the room, delivering urgent news. The infamous Captain Shiki himself was approaching Hive Island, leading several formidable pirate ships. What business does that detestable scoundrel have here? Startled by the news of Shiki's arrival, John momentarily cast aside his previous thoughts and swiftly assembled his crew to confront the impending threat. In the waters surrounding Hive Island, Shiki stood proudly at the bow of his ship, calling out to the massive skull that crowned the island, "John, become my right-hand man. I have little faith in Whitebeard. Do you not harbor any ambitions of your own?" Despite Shiki's persistent attempts to sway him, Whitebeard had shown no desire for world domination, resulting in lost territory for Shiki. Now, he sought to enlist his old comrade, Captain John, with a broad smile and his golden locks billowing in the sea breeze. Shiki gazed toward the port of Hive Island, where a multitude of pirates swiftly gathered at Rocky Harbor. Under John's command, they armed themselves and awaited further instructions. Presently, Hive Island, a haven for pirates from all corners of the globe, was under John's control. Even someone of Shiki's stature would tread cautiously when negotiating with John. Anyone who dared to stir trouble here would certainly face dire consequences. "Lord Shiki, they are mobilizing and appear uninterested in negotiations," one of his crew members observed. "It seems they are preparing for battle. As long as we reach the island, I can unleash the powers of my devil fruit," Shiki responded, his gaze fixed on Rocky Harbor. He spoke to the captains of his 1st, 2nd, and 3rd divisions, "But we are here to negotiate. We shall strike only if talks collapse." The names John, Wang-Ji, and Silver Axe, when mentioned together, commanded respect and caution from all who roamed the seas. "If negotiations fail, we can seize the island, correct?" "Indeed. I wish I had come here sooner after the God Valley incident," Shiki lamented, regretting not having taken this crucial stronghold. Following the failed attempt to ally with Whitebeard during the tumultuous events at Sabaody Archipelago, Shiki sought to recruit John and others amidst the ongoing conflicts erupting across the globe, which showed no signs of abating. As the last rays of daylight faded, The azure icebergs were stained with the melting red seawater and searing lava. Gazing upon the scattered limbs and pools of blood, Arthur finally comprehended the stark reality. Even the clashes between Roger and the Navy in this era were far from mere child's play fueled by youthful fervor. Passion belonged solely to the strong. The weak served merely as sustenance for the powerful. With a thunderous roar, Akainu summoned the natural forces within him, concentrating them into his arm, which transformed into a fist reminiscent of a miniature volcano, aimed directly at Arthur. In an instant, a strike so swift it eluded the naked eye sliced through his arm, severing it along with the massive fist. This resulted in Sakazuki's technique becoming disjointed from his body, leading to a loss of control. Clumps of magma plummeted onto the icy surface, gradually melting and evaporating the ice beneath. "Damn it," Sakazuki muttered, his severed right arm restored within mere seconds. However, Arthur noticed that his expression revealed considerable discomfort, likely due to the slight application of haki he had used during their earlier clash against this Logia user. "I have stated before that we will inevitably engage in a fierce battle." Taking advantage of the moment to rest, Arthur pointed his blade at Sakazuki, adding, "But it appears that the time is not now. Given the current situation, even if we cannot eradicate you, we shall at least dismantle your forces and eliminate you one by one while you are still in the cradle." Sakazuki's words garnered the approval of those present. This siege, under the relentless assault of the Navy, had plunged the Roger pirates and the several pirate ships led by Wang Ji into an unimaginable struggle. At this stage, Arthur had deflected Akainu's attack with his blade and squinted to discern many familiar yet unfamiliar figures on the ground. At present, an array of nameless pirates had joined the Roger pirates, most of whom he did not recognize and had not approached. Arthur attributed part of this to himself and his previous identity. Had he not joined the Roger pirates, the Navy would undoubtedly have remained oblivious to their existence. Perhaps they would now be reveling in Shucky's bar. Yet, under such circumstances, survival would have been exceedingly difficult for him. "Arthur, what has happened to you?" A nearly exhausted Cheyenne pressed on, gripping his sword as he inquired. "You were once a figure who inspired a profound sense of righteousness in others. Why do you now seem so cold and detached?" Upon hearing these words, Arthur clenched his teeth, forcing himself to ignore the memories of what had transpired, and coldly gazed at Cheyenne. "People do change. Perhaps I truly am, as the rumors suggest, a wolf in sheep's clothing." "Impossible," Guillaume vehemently denied, recalling Arthur's previous demeanor, which now seemed like that of a different person entirely. She had completely dismissed the numerous occasions when Arthur had nearly brought her demise. Arthur, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, charged towards them with his blade. "Cooper, assist me." Initially reluctant to summon Cooper's aid, the urgency of the moment demanded a decisive strike against Sengoku. It appeared that the vast release of freezing power was beyond his reach. Could it be that his ice abilities were confined solely to the blade? Kazan gleaned from the fray that Arthur's supreme ice prowess was wholly contingent upon his sword. Kagetsu and Guillaume appeared utterly exhausted. "I shall provide cover from a distance. You two engage him in close combat and gradually deplete his stamina. Victory will surely follow." Paulusolino leisurely unleashed laser beams at Arthur. "I will not falter, Cooper," Arthur murmured quietly, addressing Cooper before him. "You will not fall? If I were to incinerate your innards, I would wager you would perish. Why not simply sever his head with the icy blade?" Cooper descended from the heavens, unfurling his wings before Arthur. A layer of iron and black skin swiftly enveloped his wings, and seizing the moment, he deflected the incoming laser away onto the nearby ice. Has the armed haki even been mastered by the eagle, who merely follows orders? The onlookers gasped as they commenced an unrelenting assault on Arthur. Sengoku was ensnared by Rayleigh. Carp and Roger remained locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Arthur faced the onslaught of 5 formidable adversaries, destined to become admirals or vice-admirals, and was utterly fatigued. It was imperative that Cooper take a risk. "Cooper, I'm on standby while I feel myself drifting into slumber, Arthur." Cooper descended from the inky night sky, brazenly brandishing his eagle claws to assist Arthur. "That fellow is indeed a harbinger of calamity." Buggy, wielding his jester's knife, has been battling amidst the ranks of Marines for an entire day. Typically timid, Buggy exhibited an unexpected ferocity in combat, daring to confront and insult anyone in his path. Those wretched little brats from the Roger pirates. "Buggy, you had better not let your guard down, for I cannot save you. This is no mere friendly spar between pirates." Back to back with Buggy, Shanks wielded his sword with a single hand, systematically bringing down the approaching Marines one by one. "You have no idea," Buggy exclaimed to Shanks behind him. apart from Captain Roger and Vice Captain Mr. Jabba, who are leading the officers in their confrontation against the rear admirals of the Navy headquarters. It appears that everywhere else is embroiled in arduous battles. Shanks expressed his bewilderment. With Wang Ji's assistance, he felt as though there was indeed an advantage. Over there. Buggy pointed towards the disarrayed left and right fleets of the Navy. And there. That Barrett has gone on a rampage among the Navy. Arthur found himself encircled by 3 natural-type devil fruit users, a mythical beast, and a female swordsman. He might not withstand the pressure much longer. Listening to Buggy's analysis, Shanks gazed at the sky where Cooper had vanished, murmuring, "Just now, Cooper, who was soaring in the sky, has also descended. Should we not follow his direction in search of Arthur? Are you mad? We can barely protect ourselves. Why seek him out?" Buggy scolded Shanks, deeming him foolish. Let us just take a look at the battle he is enduring. After all, we are only dealing with mere fodder." The 2 children began to navigate through the chaos between the officers of the Roger pirates and those of Arthur's crew, making their way towards Arthur's location. Being children, without any bounty on their heads, they were largely overlooked by the Navy. This naval siege against the Roger pirates should not have transpired. The intelligence from Seagull, along with Arthur's life card and identity, had shattered their original plans. Are you now incapable of relying solely on the Navy's might? Sengoku, engaged in fierce combat with Rayleigh, was pushed back by a burst of haki. He could hardly believe that despite deploying nearly all of the Navy's elite, they had inflicted so much damage upon the Roger pirates. Now, as the first mate, Rayleigh was able to stand toe-to-toe with him, making Sengoku realize that since the conclusion of the God Valley battle, the overall strength of the Roger pirates had surged. The battle raged for a full 2 days and nights. With the assistance of Wang Ji, the Roger pirates were scattered across the sea by the Navy led by Sengoku and Garp. Crew members went missing, and the survivors could only recall Roger's last order to retreat, instructing them to regroup at a place known as the repair shop. It was a code word. In this siege, the elite forces of the Navy were nearly annihilated by the 2 pirate crews, with heavy casualties among the vice admirals. Ultimately, the Navy was forced to retreat at a great cost, marking the battle as the Sabaody Archipelago Incident. After the conclusion of the Sabaody Archipelago Incident, in the GR-23 area, leading to the 13th district of the Yarkaman Mangroves, Shanks exclaimed, "Why should I accompany you to find those 2, Buggy? What a ridiculous idea. How was I to know that the Eagle would suddenly dive into the deep sea and vanish?" Shanks shouted back at Buggy, who was trailing behind. They quietly carried the battered Arthur through the Yarkaman Mangroves. "You fool, why would Captain Roger give you that straw hat, and not me? What did you say? Do you want to fight me?" The 2 individuals, nearly on the brink of fainting, unceremoniously tossed Arthur onto the viscous grass. They then commenced a brawl, each refusing to yield to the other. Captain Roger, Mr. Rayleigh, and the others had vanished in their efforts to cover the retreat. "Where is that repair shop? You scoundrel." "Buggy, do not bring my straw hat into this. It is a precious gift from the captain, and besides, isn't that repair shop the one belonging to Mr. Tom? How could you possibly forget?" Arthur, eyes closed in a state of repose, helplessly listened to the quarrel. The 2 had been bickering since they were aboard the ship, demonstrating commendable prowess in their skirmishes, albeit within their limited capacities. At merely 8 years of age, they would continue this bickering for another 7 or 8 years before finding peace. Upon hearing the mention of keywords, Arthur slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the sky, the city of water. Before Roger plunged into the icy abyss, shall we gather at the city of water? This battle had imparted a vital lesson to Arthur. Mere bravado without substance is futile. Prolonged combat severely drains both stamina and spirit, which are inextricably linked. He resolved to focus on enhancing his spirit reserves in his training. Yet, he could not fathom why he felt so fatigued and powerless. Upon hearing Arthur's hoarse voice, the 2 combatants ceased their fighting and approached him in unison, inquiring with concern, "Arthur, are you all right? Where did you send Cooper during the retreat?" "My money. I instructed him to take my 50 million berries back to the ship. He should find me soon." This marked Arthur's first encounter with the elders, and the hard-earned money was something he would never relinquish, even at the cost of his life. He mused that in this wretched world, one is better off trusting in berries than in people. "Thank you, Mr. Arthur. That technique, ice dragon soaring through the sky, truly saved us, though it has also exhausted your strength." Shanks now regarded Arthur with newfound clarity in his gaze. "Sir," Bucky sneered at Shanks with disdain. "Didn't you once look down upon Arthur? What did you say? Why are you always opposing me? I'll kill you. Come on, Shanks, let's see who fears whom." This confrontation further deepened Shanks' respect for the young man, who was 8 years his junior. Suddenly, Arthur, lying on the ground, furrowed his brow and warned, "You too, be cautious. There's someone in the nearby branches." Someone. Bucky and Shanks finally grasped the gravity of the situation, recalling that this area was indeed a lawless zone. The illegal crime syndicates, smuggling rings, and slave traders of Sabaody Archipelago all congregated in these ungoverned territories, with no choice but to set aside their quarrel. The two youths drew their weapons, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. It seemed, indeed, that there were people present. A large group emerged from the roots of the mangrove, their malicious gazes fixed upon Bucky, Arthur, and Shanks below. Bounty for 100 million berries. Yes, it was him, the Frost Blade Swordsman. Upon mentioning Arthur's title, the foreheads of these criminal organizations beaded with cold sweat. Witnessing his current state, they pondered the prospect of seizing an opportunity, chuckling to themselves. Observing his injured condition, it was evident that the expansion of the Waterwolf smuggling syndicate's fortune was now assured. For the sake of the bounty, whether bounty hunters or criminal factions, it is highly probable that they would wager their very lives in pursuit. The reality of this vast sea is one of survival of the fittest, an immutable rule that remains eternally unchanged. In the skies above Cooper seized a waterlogged suitcase with his dual claws, spinning through the air. "Where's that eagle? Bring it down quickly." "Heh. As for these two little rascals, allow me to handle them." A corpulent man flexed his fists, approaching Bucky and Shanks. Bang, bang, bang. His companions fired at Cooper in the sky. All their shots were evaded as Cooper twisted his body, then randomly selected one man to dive down at incredible speed, sending him flying from the stout trunk of Yarkaman. Cooper's beak pierced through his body, extracting flesh and blood mercilessly, killing him without hesitation. Is that eagle the divine Eagle Cooper? Is it this fellow's pet? Cooper, not wishing to consume human flesh. The leg. Cooper expelled the sanguine flesh and a bone from his mouth. He then placed the Bailey box beneath the eagle's talon upon the branch and swung the talon forcefully towards the lawn where Arthur stood below. Cooper, with a resounding roar. The azure wave surged forth from Cooper's talons, swiftly piercing through the rotund figure standing near Shanks and Bucky. The hefty man's body trembled violently, splitting in two from the forehead, collapsing upon the lawn. This ghastly scene instilled terror among the others from the smuggling group, prompting them to kneel and offer their apologies. "Eliminate them all, Cooper." Yet, Arthur remained unconvinced. He would never forgive those who sought his life at his most vulnerable moment, regardless of the cruelty it entailed. "Wait, Arthur. They've already surrendered. Is it truly necessary to annihilate them completely?" Bucky urged, glancing at Arthur, who was now seated on the grass, fiddling with a viscous bubble solution. "It is essential. It is precisely because I am resolute in my slaughter that I have survived to this day." Upon hearing Arthur's words, Cooper unfurled his wings. Exceeding a meter in length, his gaze turning frigid, Cooper never show mercy to enemies, as he unleashed a torrent of swirling blades from his wings. The members of the smuggling group were paralyzed with fear, witnessing what would be the final vista of their lives as it pierced through their bodies. Their world divided in two, their forms fracturing with no resistance, leading to total annihilation. As Arthur sensed the hostility dissipate around him, he relaxed and collapsed onto the grass. "Since departing from the Navy until now, my hands have likely been stained with the lives of countless souls. And there seems to be no stopping this. Now regarded as a pirate by the world, why should he adhere to the norms of civilized society? When dealing with those outside his own, lawlessness served as the most fitting introduction. Fortunately, Arthur had joined the formidable Roger pirates, where his cold demeanor could be tempered. Under the weight of reality, he continuously extinguished the remnants of his former self, paving the way for his remarkable performance in the upcoming battle at Sabaody Archipelago. Surely, it would not be long before the newspapers chronicling this event would be published. After all, it was not a secret, but a grand operation worthy of historical record. "Why have you collapsed again, Mr. Arthur?" Shanks hurried to support Arthur as he lay weakly on the grass. Bucky rummaged through the fallen bodies. "I don't know. After using Ice Dragon Ascension, my body is utterly spent. I feel as though I still possess strength, yet I cannot summon it. Quickly, go find Shaki. She knows everything. Shaki is quite the know-it-all and should have a ship to take us from this frozen coastline to the open sea." Two individuals joined forces to hastily carry Arthur towards the Shaki bar. Cooper, having abandoned a suitcase brimming with 50 million berries, glanced at the seawater gushing from within, paying it little mind. At the coastline of the Shambadi Islands, in the GR-44 district, the station navy arrived to survey the battlefield. A colonel led his soldiers to the edge of a colossal abyss. In the center of this gaping chasm stood a solitary ice pillar, while the surrounding area plunged directly into the depths of the ocean. The strike from that individual had wrought a cavity larger than any meteorite crater. Upon measuring, the colonel reported that the pit had a diameter of approximately 78 meters. Good heavens, did his blade possess a cataclysmic power rivaling that of a devil fruit? At that moment, a black dragon surged from the ocean's depths towards the cloudless sky. The naval officer contemplated the scene, pondering how their fleet had been obliterated, swallowed by the sudden collapse of the pit, thus reversing the tide of battle. Reports indicated that the headquarters had suffered a total of 32 casualties among the vice admirals, with nearly all elite recruits perishing. Our navy, it seemed, would be unable to dispatch forces against them in the near term. This vast ocean would be briefly under the control of pirates. It remained uncertain how the government would respond in these tumultuous times. This conflict marked an unprecedented loss in naval history. A total of 40,000 troops had been deployed, including 2 top-tier combatants, over 30 vice admirals, and 7 users of devil fruit abilities. Yet they had failed to subdue the Roger pirates and the Wangji pirates. Both sides had suffered devastating losses. The Navy was likely to find itself unable to launch another large-scale offensive to thwart the expansion of pirates in the New World. In the Shambati Islands, within the GR-13 district at Shaki's bar, Arthur bore significant injuries. However, his feeble condition was not solely due to his wounds. Shaki examined Arthur's body and quickly discerned the root of his malaise. Observing the young man before her, she noted the coagulated blood at his temples and nostrils. A faint smile graced Shaki's lips as she mused about her own aging. If only she were a decade younger, perhaps her affections would have shifted. Just as the rumors suggested, this fellow always managed to leave himself battered and bruised. Such a man was undeniably handsome. She chuckled. Shaki regarded Arthur, her lips curling into a playful grin, admiring him as a true man. What could be the cause of this? Arthur lamented, I feel quite unwell. I can hardly lift my arms. He sought to alleviate his condition as swiftly as possible, leaving Shaki's bar without delay to avoid burdening her further. You have seriously overexerted your haki. Recovery will be quite challenging. Arthur, Shaki, a woman of vast experience as the former pirate empress, recognized the issue afflicting him. Haki exists within each individual, and the notion of haki capacity is akin to physical stamina. Once haki is excessively depleted, forcing its use can erode one's lifespan and vitality. You must tread carefully. As Xiachi tended to the bandaged Arthur, who wore a perplexed expression, she instructed, Cooper, bring it over. Upon realizing that his excessive display of dominance had led to this predicament, Arthur turned his gaze towards Cooper. Arthur, this box of money seems to be completely soaked, said Buggy. Shanks, you two take it outside to dry in the sun. Arthur glanced back at the 2 little imps who had unexpectedly followed him. With the Roger pirates now in disarray, they were by his side once more. As a member of the Roger pirates, it was his responsibility to look after them. I'll go right away. Wait, won't drying the money attract the Marines? Buggy hurried to catch up with Shanks, both heading out together. What do you need the money for? Are you planning to spend it with me? After finishing her bandaging, Shaki smiled at Arthur, her fondness for him heightened by the events at Sabaody Archipelago. Do me a favor, Shaki. The back of Sabaody hasn't been frozen yet. Get me a seaworthy ship. I need to leave. I have an old small boat. It'll cost you 50 million berries. Feel free to deduct what you need from that. 50 million was no small sum for Shaki, who had retreated from her previous life. A smirk crept onto her lips as she thought, I'll handle the drying of the money myself. Shanks and the red-nosed one can come with me. You two go gather supplies for the ship. As for you, Arthur, just rest here in the shop for a bit. Who are you calling red-nosed, Shaki? Buggy snarled, his teeth bared in frustration at being labeled as such. Remember, once you wake up, come to the GR-73 area. I'll have the boat waiting for you at the coast within 2 hours. As for this money, it's all mine now. After giving her instructions, Shaki left the bar, hanging a closed for business sign at the entrance. She took a drag from her cigarette and departed with Buggy and Shanks. 50 million, if it could save a life. Arthur could hardly refuse. Sabaody Archipelago was too close to the Marines' headquarters. Staying here for too long was risky, and he had no idea who might come looking for him. Cooper, my wings ache from watching over the rooftop. Stop right there. Upon hearing the word pain, Arthur immediately called out to Cooper, where does it hurt? Are you concealing an injury from me? Cooper, I have been burned by lava. Arthur, it has been attended to and is of no significant concern. Upon hearing Cooper's explanation, Arthur let out a long sigh of relief, heavily reclining on the floor of the Shaki bar, gazing up at the ceiling. Next time, Do not conceal such matters from me if you're injured. Cooper nodded slightly, stepped outside, and closed the door, leaving Arthur alone in the shaky bar. Arthur pondered his own unique constitution, contrasting it with Cooper's rather ordinary one, and could not help but feel a deep sense of concern. Exhausted, Arthur's eyelids felt as heavy as if burdened by 1,000 pounds, as he stared vacantly at the ceiling. The thought of his life card still in the hands of the Navy weighed heavily on him, knowing it could spell disaster for Shaki. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. Springing upright from the floor, checking the blade at his waist to ensure it was still there, then surveying his surroundings. How much time had passed? Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose to his feet, only to find the room swaying, and he slowly made his way toward the dimly lit exterior. Upon opening the door, a sky full of stars greeted Arthur's gaze, accompanied by the sound of crashing waves filling his ears. The ship's deck was laden with various supplies, indicating that he had been carried aboard. Buggy and Shanks lay sprawled on the deck, seemingly utterly exhausted. Had he truly lost consciousness for a mere second? Arthur found it hard to believe, as such an occurrence had never happened before. Undeniably, this battle had been the most arduous yet. Previously, there had been protection, but this time, it was entirely up to Cooper and him to bear the brunt of it. Arthur stepped onto the deck, observing the two slumbering figures, and then glanced at Cooper, who was also fast asleep atop the mast. The nighttime sea was tranquil, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just unfolded by daylight. To ensure the safety of their voyage, Arthur, with nothing else to occupy his mind, began to inspect the ship's provisions. What he discovered plunged him into despair. What on earth? There's only one barrel of fresh water. What have you two been doing? After the events of the Sabaody archipelago, in a conference room located in the holy land of Mariewa on the Red Earth continent, Sengoku addressed his concerns. What were you thinking during this operation? The damage is substantial. The Sabaody archipelago is under the control of the celestial dragons. Your actions nearly jeopardized their safety. Why did you not report to us before the operation? Was it out of personal interest? How many years will it take to recover from this loss? It seems we need to establish some rules for the Navy. Sengoku was drenched in cold sweat, standing before the five elders, facing their stern scrutiny. Accompanying him was Fleet Admiral Steelbone Akainu, whose body was heavily bandaged, indicating serious injuries, though they had stabilized. I will take full responsibility for this operation. You must send someone to assassinate this individual. Sengoku, undeterred, presented Arthur's bounty notice to the five elders. This is infuriating, Sengoku. If you had properly nurtured this individual, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. Assassination? Who do you propose to send? Are you targeting the Knights of God or the CP Intelligence Agency? We cannot accommodate any of your demands. If the Navy is not properly restructured within a few years, this organization will undoubtedly collapse. Your military action has left the Navy entirely incapable of pursuing the remnants of the Rocks pirates in the New World, and the losses are exceptionally severe. At that moment, the five elders refused to heed any of Sengoku's words, viewing him solely as a failure. Were it not for the Admiral's formidable prowess in combat, he would have faced punishment long ago. Yet, should he mature, he will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. Sengoku, bowed and subservient, was interrupted abruptly by the five elders. Enough of this. You are to proceed as instructed to mitigate the damages, which exceed several 100 billion berries. Indeed, what can a mere child accomplish? He is merely sheltered under the aegis of the Roger pirates. Have you forgotten your duties as an admiral of the Navy in your overestimation of him? As the five elders spoke, their gaze shifted to the Admiral's superior, Admiral Kong, standing beside Sengoku. From this day forth, any Navy personnel wishing to engage with notorious pirates must first obtain permission before initiating any offensive action. The Navy has been recruiting and restructuring for nearly a decade now, without any significant incidents. Do not squander our forces. Instead, bolster the 7 warlords of the sea, allowing them to confront the pirates and bounty hunters. We shall remain aloof, observing their struggles until our strength is robust enough to strike. I understand. Steelbone Kong embraced his arms across his chest and cast a glance at Sengoku beside him. I shall promptly execute your commands. The formidable Kaido, who has recently stirred unrest across the seas of the New World, is gradually amassing his vast power. Perhaps we, Nasu Shuru, could devise a brilliant idea. This could mitigate naval casualties, avert large-scale conflicts and deaths, while simultaneously enabling pirates to vie for supremacy among themselves. Do you have something to say, Nasu Shuru? Satan inquired curiously, looking at his companion. Over the past decade, why not bestow the highest titles upon those invincible entities? This would provide aspiring young pirates with worthy goals to relentlessly challenge and assault them. Upon hearing this, the assembly was astounded. Yet they continued to listen intently to Nasu Shuru's discourse. This approach could also foster the development of the Navy, as some young individuals might aspire to join the government and Navy, aiming to defeat those formidable figures for our service. The moment this idea was proposed, the expressions of the attendees reflected their approval of Nasu Shuru's vision. In the past, pirates were merely pirates, devoid of titles or any hierarchical structure. Regardless of strength, they were uniformly labeled as evil. Now, by granting status to pirates, a social stratification emerges among them, compelling other pirates to contest against those renowned figures. Unimaginable conflicts are bound to arise, which could ultimately benefit the naval government. Furthermore, with the genius scientist Vegapunk, who wields the brain fruit, serving the government, a plethora of advanced technologies could be developed. What titles, then, should be conferred to entice the pirates? Considering the current landscape of the New World, what about the title of Pirate Emperor? Marcus Maz proposed, the Emperor, positioned at the pinnacle of all pirates, let them engage in mutual slaughter. Which individuals should be designated? At present, the Golden Lion Shiki reigns supreme, Whitebeard has just begun to rise, and the Roger pirates remain unassailable. How about referring to them as the Three Emperors? Listening to the words of the Gorosei, Steelbone Kong, and Sengoku remained silent, absorbing the gravity of the situation. Such a forward-thinking notion could provide the Navy with a respite while leveraging the conflicts among other pirates to their advantage. Sengoku, feeling a sense of helplessness, momentarily set aside matters concerning Arthur, opting to heed the command to develop the Navy. It seems we may need to add another individual, Steelbone Kong interjected. Interrupting the Gorosei, the Navy has received word that the Golden Lion has suffered a crushing defeat at Hive Island, led by the pirate fleet commanded by John. The abundant resources of the world are currently under Big Mom's dominion, as she relentlessly wages war in search of special races. In terms of reputation and strength, John, cunning and discreet, pales in comparison to Big Mom. Therefore, Gorosei, I propose we designate Big Mom as the fourth emperor, inciting internal strife among those controlling Hive Island, which would further facilitate the growth of our Navy. The five elders pondered for a moment, finding merit in their thoughts. The emergence of the four emperors could not only instigate discontent among their formidable pirate counterparts who had been bestowed with the title of emperor, but it could also create an internal imbalance, leading to conflict amongst them. Such a proposition was undeniably advantageous, and the five elders readily acquiesced. Thus, we can leverage this news to bestow titles upon them. If we are to grant these pirates a status, it is imperative that we also afford them respect. After all, they are exceptionally formidable individuals, and any declaration of war against them must receive the highest level of consent. Days later, upon the announcement of the New World policy, discontent brewed among the pirates of the allied nations across the globe. No one could comprehend why such titles were being conferred upon pirates known for their pillaging and destruction. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely a manifestation of the political machinations of a few elderly men. Amidst the vast ocean, a small vessel echoed with Arthur's furious exclamations. I am utterly exasperated with you two fools. Buggy and Shanks found themselves bound to the mast, parched as their lips cracked from thirst. How was I to know that Shucky took 50 million berries to gamble? Shouted Shanks, pleading, release me, Arthur, I beg you. Just give me a sip of water. We are surely doomed to perish at sea. Shanks lamented, his throat dry and desperate. Before we left, Shucky didn't he forget to mention that surviving at sea is also a skill. That wretched woman. How could she still indulge in gambling? Arthur fumed, cursing indeed. All beautiful women are nothing but deceivers. Cooper, I am thirsty, Arthur. Go catch fish in the sea. I do not know how long I must drift upon the vast ocean. I am currently consumed by hunger and thirst, longing to encounter a merchant vessel, a pirate ship, or even a well-stocked naval ship. Anyone will do. Huber, feeling aggrieved, soared over the vast ocean, instinctively searching for sustenance. Arthur had never anticipated that in his moment of distraction, the small vessel setting sail into the sea contained merely a barrel of fresh water. It had been a day since their departure from the Sabaody archipelago, and they had consumed nearly half of it. Given the considerable physical exertion exerted by both Arthur and Huber, he was uncertain how long this meager supply of fresh water would last. If it came to that, they would have no choice but to resort to drinking blood once more. After reprimanding the two, Arthur stood on the deck, gazing into the distance at the sky. where a large flock of seagulls, known for delivering news, flew towards the maritime route behind him, which led back to the Sabaody archipelago. The seagulls, upon spotting a vessel below, instinctively dropped a rolled-up newspaper at Arthur's feet. He reached out to catch it, frowning as he glanced at its contents. The first piece of news revealed the emergence of a chaotic era. Roger, Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, and Charlotte Lin for immensely powerful pirates. We're dividing the New World and were collectively recognized as the Four Emperors, one of the sovereigns of all pirates at sea. Arthur found himself ensnared in confusion upon seeing the familiar faces of these four, unable to comprehend the implications. Had the Four Emperors truly appeared so long ago? 29 years passed? What was the government's intent? As a man of combat, Arthur was ill-equipped to decipher the underlying motives. He continued to read further. The Golden Lion Shiki had attempted to rally the pirate forces, but faced defeat once again at Honeycomb Island. Following the Sabaody archipelago incident, the Navy had delivered a decisive blow to the pirate crews led by Roger and Wang Ji, achieving a remarkable victory with minimal losses. The notorious swordsman, Arthur, now bore the title of a wicked pirate, due to his massacre of numerous Navy personnel at the Sabaody archipelago. He had entirely forsaken his sense of justice and past ties, resulting in his bounty being raised to 1 billion berries, with a reward of 500 million berries. Regardless of life or death, the world-renowned genius scientist, Vegapunk, had joined the world government, embarking on research to benefit the common people through technology. The world government officially recognized the pirates and the Shichibukai, prompting a multitude of news reports that were overwhelming to absorb at a glance. Arthur merely skimmed the headlines. As the newspaper displayed several bounty notices, Arthur gazed at a piece of yellowed parchment lying on the ground, picking it up to examine it. Divine Eagle Cooper. Bounty of 1,000 belly? Arthur, has Cooper's bounty diminished? Why is it so low? Indeed, he possesses immense prowess in the 6 forms of the Navy. Bound to the mast, Buggy and Shanks were utterly perplexed, having witnessed firsthand how Arthur and Cooper united to confront the formidable Marine officers. I truly fail to comprehend why you two are idling about on the battlefield. What compels you to seek me out? Arthur expressed his disdain for the duo. His mindset had transformed entirely since setting sail. Even though these two might one day become emperors of the sea, he had no intention of forging alliances. As long as the remnants of the sea's consciousness lingered, Arthur would trust no one. To him, these two were merely burdens. It was Shanks' impulsive whim that had led to this predicament, and Arthur felt equally irked. Arthur, please release me. The sun is scorching. What do you mean? Are you trying to curry favor with Mr. Arthur? Shanks bickered once more with Buggy. This scene prompted Arthur to walk away from them with an air of indifference. Their punishment was inevitable, to prevent future forgetfulness regarding the significance of fresh water at sea. Perhaps the Navy believes that without me, Cooper is merely a directionless beast of prey? Do they think I am the mastermind behind its actions? Upon stepping aboard the small sailboat gifted by Shaki, a smile unexpectedly graced Arthur's lips. So, the decline of the world government and the future were crafted by their own hands? I have successfully entered the game and cannot withdraw now. The content of the newspapers coincided perfectly with the onset of this era's climax, which he had fortuitously stumbled upon. It reaffirmed his resolve to create experiences and forge the beginnings of his own narrative. No longer did he harbor resentment towards his bounty. Instead, he embraced it as an exhilarating prologue to his new existence. Hey, Arthur, you've left us bound to the mast under the blazing sun. I shall certainly inform Captain Roger of your torment. Humph. Arthur scoffed disdainfully. This statement alone could ensure that you remain parched of fresh water until tomorrow. Defying me now will only lead to dire consequences, for aboard this vessel, I reign supreme. Have you forgotten your ingratitude? Neglecting the fact that we elevated you to your current position? But continued to hurl curses, having accepted Arthur's place within the Roger Pirates. He was no longer intimidated by Arthur's icy demeanor. That was merely an accident. Choose your words carefully, Red Nose. Arthur flashed him a wicked grin before stepping into the cabin. Who are you calling Red Nose? Tread carefully, or I might just end you. Hey, Buggy. Shanks remarked as Arthur entered the cabin, turning to Buggy with a question. Do you believe it is safe for us to follow him? Are you foolish? That man is constantly under the Navy's watchful eyes. Once we step onto civilized shores, we must remain vigilant against hidden threats. I have a dreadful premonition that we may be assassinated. You're being overly paranoid. The Navy has just suffered significant losses. They are unlikely to deploy forces now. And what about the CP intelligence agency? The conversation abruptly halted as both men's pupils dilated, exchanging a glance that conveyed an ominous realization. The small vessel continued to sail, guided by a navigational pointer, with Cooper, who possessed nautical skills, overseeing the nearby waters without excessive worry. Nearly 2 days had passed since the events at the Sabaody archipelago. At the naval headquarters, within the military hospital, Sengoku, having returned from Mary Geos, promptly visited the true future talents of the Navy. Among the 5, only Kazashi and Porcelino had regained consciousness. Porcelino, having sustained minor injuries, was merely passing time in the hospital. Kazashi bore the heaviest wounds, yet due to the nature of his Zoan-type devil fruit powers, he was recovering swiftly, albeit with permanent frostbite scars. The others, Akainu and Kazan, remained in a deep, unresponsive slumber for 2 days. Upon returning from visiting the ward, Kazashi wore a self-satisfied expression. Reminiscing, she looks so beautiful even in her sleep. Indeed, she is a woman I can never possess. Kazashi, have you lost your mind? Porcelino warned him. She is only 15. How old are you? Love has never been defined by age. Do not be so superficial. We should boldly pursue love. I adore Guion. Yet why does she not love me? Has Arthur knocked some sense out of you? Sengoku's here. In the corridor outside the ward, 2 figures approached, a man and a woman. Tsuru, what brings you here? Dressed in casual floral short sleeves and shorts, Tsuru came to visit the injured Sakazuki and the others, unexpectedly encountering Vice Admiral Tsuru, a comrade from past battles. Kazashi inquired, "What have you been up to?" "I just returned from investigating a gang smuggling operation in the North Sea." Sengoku, "What mischief have you been up to?" Tsuru, filled with ire, directed her frustration at Sengoku, storming towards Gion's hospital room. "If anything happens to her, I will ensure you are left a complete fool." The situation during the Warring States period is rather awkward, leaving him at a loss for words. The mobilization of personnel and military resources was entirely his suggestion, and he has already suffered considerable loss of power due to the responsibilities of this endeavor. Regardless of who seeks accountability, he can only endure in silence. Haiwa entered the room in Gion, intending to personally visit his adopted younger sister upon his return from the mission. Jiyuan? Upon entering, the elderly woman with a head of white hair spotted Jiyuan sitting by the window on his sickbed, gazing melancholically at the vast sea beyond. "Sister, how could he, once so resolute in his sense of justice, transform into such a cold individual in just 2 years?" Jiyuan squinted, his mind consumed by the image of Arthur charging at him with a sword, his furious battle cry echoing in his ears. It seemed that the hatred for the Navy contained within that roar could tear the heavens asunder, so intense that it could obliterate even the fondest memories. The sword was not lost, nor was his life. Perhaps fate had played a cruel hand. Tsuru approached Jiyuan's side and sat on the edge of the sickbed, noticing a frostbite on her right forearm. "I find myself bewildered by justice, and my mastery of swordsmanship leaves me equally perplexed." Jiyuan's eyes appeared ashen as he heard the anguished cries emanating from the town of Malinfanduel. The families of the fallen were wailing in heart-wrenching despair. Households, once supported by pillars of strength, were on the brink of collapse. This place was steeped in sorrow and indignation, a tragic consequence of misguided justice. Kur, accustomed to the situation, rested her chin in contemplation of Gion's actions over the past 2 years, and remarked, "I have suddenly realized that the first person you mention repeatedly is that Arthur. Have you developed feelings for him?" Upon hearing her sister's words, Gion's dull gray eyes ignited with a spark of life. So clear was her disbelief that she immediately turned to Kur and exclaimed, "What are you saying, sister? He is a pirate, a notorious criminal. Besides, how could I possibly like him? Is there something amiss with your logic? Oh my, how can you even ask such a question? When he first joined the Navy, I merely engaged in discussions about swordsmanship out of curiosity." Gion's emotions surged, her fervent explanations tumbling forth without pause. Such behavior drew Kur's disdain, her middle-aged demeanor unimpressed as she retorted, "Silence. I merely posed a question. Why are you so defensive? Why does your interest peak so significantly when Arthur is mentioned?" "I do not know," Gion firmly denied, sinking into her cocoon of blankets, enveloping herself entirely. However, Tsuru smiled, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Gion return to her natural state. Yet, she was acutely aware of how fervent and terrifying a lovesick woman could be. At this point, was it truly impossible to halt the course of events? Tsuru gazed at Gion, who was struggling within the covers, contemplating. After all, she is merely a youthful girl in the throes of infatuation. How enviable it is to be of your age, Gion. For individuals like Tsuru, and even Karp and Sengoku, the specter of death within the Navy had become an accepted norm. I do not. Sister, please refrain from teasing. How could I possibly harbor feelings for a pirate? Then allow me to pose a few questions. As someone with experience, Tsuru sought to ascertain the truth. Ask away, sister. Guillaume peeked out from her cocoon. Her face inexplicably flushed. When you speak of Arthur, why do you seem so eager and excited? What is it about Arthur that captivates you to such a degree? I do not know. What is so appealing about Arthur that causes you to react this way? It seems he was the only one who remained straightforward and sincere. Without flattering any superior, you hold an affection for him. I do not possess. You possess it. I did not. As the questioning continued, Shion's face grew increasingly flushed. Unable to contain the overwhelming sensation that enveloped her, its origin a mystery. She once again retreated under the covers, her lips still engaged in a feeble denial, utterly refusing to acknowledge her growing affection for Arthur. It seemed she was indeed afflicted by this peculiar malady. Observing her sister rolling about in the blankets, Tsuru discerned the underlying truth and felt a sense of hopelessness. I simply do not understand why, after a short while. She emerged from her cocoon. Why is everyone mourning the loss of loved ones while I feel no sorrow over this matter? I harbor no hatred for Arthur, despite his slaying of numerous Navy personnel. Do not ponder too much, foolish sister. You will comprehend it all in due time. After her visit concluded, Tsuru noticed that Shion's emotions had stabilized and thus departed from her sister's hospital room, believing it prudent to shield her from the darker aspects of life at such a tender age. Upon stepping outside, Tsuru encountered Sengoku emerging from the adjacent room. Love is akin to a tempest. If you do not uphold your ideals of justice, I shall not hold you accountable. I am Sengoku. The first sight of Shurion peacefully asleep drove Kizuru into a frenzy, shouting like a madman. Yet, despite the commotion, it failed to rouse the deeply comatose Sakazuki and Kazan. Let us commence the meeting, Sengoku. This operation has incurred significant losses among the ranks of our vice-admirals. Tsuru made her way towards the military hospital's exit. As for the upcoming meeting of the seven warlords, it remained uncertain whether formidable pirates would heed the call for recruitment. Recognized pirates engaging in legal plunder while regularly submitting resources certainly reflects a consideration for governmental interests. Surely, a multitude of pirates would arrive. Nevertheless, the requirement to match the combat prowess of a nation is rather rare, is it not? Sengoku responded, there exist many hidden powers across the globe. As long as the incentives are substantial, such rare individuals will flock in abundance. Tsuru held firm in her belief regarding the organizational agreement proposed by Sengoku. The sole remaining admiral of the current era, those bloodthirsty pirates would undoubtedly swarm to join. The positions were limited to 7, once appointed. They would be designated as the warlords of the sea. Why did I not see Garp? Sengoku suddenly inquired of Tsuru. This latest battle had left him severely injured, and the inability to decisively defeat Roger had instilled in him a profound sense of defeat, prompting him to train relentlessly at the abandoned shipyard. The surviving vice-admirals collectively attended the recruitment meeting for the 7 warlords, broadly seeking out powerful pirates worldwide. However, recognition was imperative to be defined as one of the warlords. Before long, in the office atop the Marine headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. The 7 warlords' agreement remains incomplete. Sengoku, such a legal plunder agreement may pose a threat to the member nations, Akainu vehemently opposed, though as a martial artist, he often had to acquiesce to Sengoku's counsel. That is of no concern, Admiral Akainu. The announcement has been circulating for nearly 2 days now. Are there any suitable candidates? Kong surveyed the information on his desk. It appeared that 2 individuals met the criteria. The first was a man named Neef, an extraordinary individual with the powers of the acid fruit. To secure a place among the 7 warlords, he had ruthlessly slain numerous pirates using his abilities, and his physical prowess was equally remarkable. The second was a woman, aged 30, possessing the abilities of the dream fruit. Upon hearing about this power, the others were filled with intrigue. What was its purpose? Sengoku inquired of Kong, expressing skepticism towards the seemingly innocuous nature of the ability. She could enter the dreams of others, as narrated by herself. Within the realm of dreams, her power was absolute, mirroring that of her target. Moreover, should she eliminate someone in their dream, they would perish in reality as well. All it took was a glance at their photograph to invade their dreamscape. Wasn't this the hallmark of an assassin? They were respectively dubbed the King of Acid and the Goddess of Dreams. While the title of King of Acid was understandable, the reasoning behind a pirate being called a goddess was perplexing. It was said that she provided warmth to other men within their dreams while shamelessly indulging herself. The men whose dreams she had invaded sang her praises, hence her divine epithet. The crew she commanded was formidable enough to rival an entire nation with their pirate fleet. This ability sparked hope in Sengoku for the potential to eliminate Arthur. A perfect replication of another's power? Such an individual could serve as his clandestine blade. The recruitment meeting for the 7 warlords concluded, confirming that only 2 individuals currently met the qualifications. The first task, under the auspices of government privileges, would involve the assassination of Arthur. Sengoku swiftly contacted the woman named Tanny, issuing her the inaugural command to eliminate Arthur within the dream realm. This marked the inception of the organization known as the 7 Warlords. In his focus on abilities, Sengoku overlooked a crucial aspect. Haki is a definitive counter to all abilities. As long as the Haki is sufficiently potent, most devil fruit powers become utterly ineffective. The dream fruit could replicate strength but could not duplicate Haki, a significant shortcoming. In the South Sea, deep in the night, a spacious tavern was filled to the brim with pirates, indulging in fervent revelry. Drink to your heart's content. Ha, Sister Tanny. You truly are formidable, having actually joined the 7 warlords. The legitimacy of plunder under this agreement is simply marvelous. Our grand pirate fleet possesses the might to rival national military forces. If we continue to engage in sanctioned plunder, it won't be long before we ascend to the pinnacle of piracy, claiming the title of the 4 emperors. Regarding the newly established 4 emperors, the pirate crew under Tanny remains utterly silent. Whether it be Roger, Whitebeard, the Golden Lion, or Charlotte Limlin, it is evident that even the subordinates of these 4 formidable figures would be easily vanquished before the masses. Let us not become too arrogant. We are merely a conglomeration of misfits, and if we were to separate, we would likely be no different from ordinary folk. Tanny, at 30 years of age, adorned with heavy makeup, possesses a physique that is neither too slender nor overly robust, perfectly embodying the beauty that this age can bestow. Upon receiving the notification of her appointment as one of the 7 warlords, her first command was to eliminate the ice swordsman, Arthur. Otherwise, her name would not grace the headlines. Upon learning this news, her subordinates were struck by realization. You are the dream goddess, Captain Tanny, in the realm of dreams. You could extinguish a mosquito with ease, employing countless methods to ensure its demise. Bring forth the bounty notice, and let us act swiftly. Tanny surmised that Arthur, having recently endured a fierce battle, must have sustained grave injuries, rendering him incapable of recovery in the immediate future. Thus, seizing this opportunity, she resolved to capture Arthur. The latest bounty for Arthur was presented to her by one of her subordinates, and as Tanny grasped the notice, she gazed at the somber visage of the man depicted therein. 500 million berries, this wretched, charming fellow, you are doomed. She nearly drooled at the sight of Arthur's photograph, causing her crew to become accustomed to her